Chapter 61. From Bairoya's sudden attack to his cutting off his arm and falling into the bottomless pit, everything happened too fast, in just 60 seconds. When Fu Wensheng reacted, the baby-faced young man, who was always smiling, had disappeared into the depths of the dark bottomless pit. He realized that the baby-faced young man wanted to snatch Tang Mo's moonflower just now, but was subdued by Tang Mo. He looked at Tang Mo warily, and a question emerged in his mind. "Aren't you clearing the first floor of the Black Tower?" Just now, the Black Tower informed Bairoya and Fu Wensheng that they had cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, but it did not mention Tang Mo's name. Fu Wensheng's first reaction was that Tang Mo's mission was different from theirs, and it was even very likely that he was not conquering the first floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wensheng. The kid seemed relaxed, but his hand in his pocket had already grasped the pistol. As long as Tang Mo attacked, he would immediately counterattack. But to his surprise, Tang Mo did not attack him, but walked to the side and picked up the 2 moonflowers on the ground. He said frankly, "Yes, I'm attacking the second floor of the Black Tower." Fu Wensheng's face showed a moment of astonishment, but he quickly calmed down. The little boy, who was only in his early teens, pretended to be calm and said, "Then, what is your mission?" "Tang Mo, didn't you guess it? You have to put the moonflower in the vase in the bedroom of the Queen of Hearts and close the gem corridor? Do you know what your main mission is?" Suddenly asked, Fu Wensheng fell silent. Now that he had completed the task, Tang Mo had no intention of killing him. The clever little boy thought for a moment and decided to tell his main task: survive for 3 hours and successfully get out of 100 forks in the road. When the Black Tower notified the successful clearance just now, it said that it was necessary to survive for 3 hours and pass 112 forks in the road. Tang Mo had already guessed the real task of Fu Wensheng and Bairoya, but this time, when he heard Fu Wensheng say it himself, Tang Mo raised the corners of his lips and smiled. "Tang Mo, you didn't lie to me." The tone was affirmative. Fu Wensheng was a little confused. "The mission is over, why would I lie to you?" Tang Mo smiled slightly, and didn't speak. Because the little boy didn't know that he had said exactly the same thing 50 minutes ago, but at that time he didn't stare at Tang Mo defensively like he did now, but hesitated for a long time, and finally handed over the moonflower in his hand. "Your mission is to put the moonflower in the vase in the bedroom of the Queen of Hearts." Without the moonflower, Tang Mo could not complete the mission and pass the tower attack game. So the boy, who had been wary of Tang Mo and Bairoya all the way, after hesitating for a long time, handed the only remaining moonflower to Tang Mo. At that time, Bairoya had successfully passed the level and left the game with 2 moonflowers, one of which was snatched from Tang Mo. Fu Wensheng thought that Tang Mo really had no choice, so he decided to give away his moonflower and his reward. However, Tang Mo looked at the boys pretending to be generous and smiled softly. "We haven't lost yet. It's us, not me." The little boy was surprised. "That Bruce, that Bairoya has left the game, and he took your moonflower. Although I think he should take my moonflower, because my moonflower should be easier to take than yours. But your moonflower is really gone. Doesn't your task require you to put the moonflower in the vase?" "He is a psychopath," Tang Mo said bluntly, and Fu Wensheng didn't understand why he suddenly said that. "He didn't take your flower, but only mine, because he thought it was interesting and challenging to take my moonflower. Besides, if someone steals yours, you will not lose the game, but you will not get the reward. The game that Bairoya and Fu Wensheng are attacking is the first floor of the Black Tower, and the more moonflowers they have, the more rewards they will get. This is what the Black Tower has already indicated." Tang Mo said lightly, "Maybe he left this flower of yours on purpose." Fu Wensheng was stunned. "What? It's not difficult to steal your flower, but he didn't steal it because he knew my game mission." This was Tang Mo's negligence. When the 3 of them walked out of the gem corridor, Bairoya said that they would put the moonflower into the vase next, and Tang Mo did not deny it. From this time, Bairoya knew that Tang Mo's game was not the desperate survival game in the gem corridor. My game is the hide-and-seek game in the gem corridor. The so-called hide-and-seek must have humans hiding and ghosts trying to catch humans. In the gem corridor, only one person can be called a ghost. Fu Wensheng reacted immediately. The Queen of Hearts guards. In the gem corridor, besides the 3 players, there are only the Queen of Hearts guards, and the ghosts can only be them. Tang Mo, yes, the ghosts are guards. If I want to pass this hide-and-seek game, I can't be caught by the ghosts. But in fact, there are many ways not to be caught by them. I haven't been caught by them in the past 3 hours, but I haven't finished the game," Fu Wensheng said, "because before you leave the gem corridor and close it forever, No one can guarantee whether you will be caught by the guards in the future. He looked up at Tang Mo. You have to close the gym corridor forever, so that you will never be caught by the guards, and you will win the game. So, you need a moonflower. The little boy looked down at the last moonflower in his hand, and he struggled for a moment. You'd better take my moonflower. Compared to that adult, who always smiles in a creepy way, you are still pretty good to me. If you weren't there, maybe that psychopath would have attacked me a long time ago. He left this flower for me, to give you a chance to pass the level, so that you won't fail the game. He really wants to see you snatch my moonflower. I'm not as strong as you. If you really want to snatch it, I can't stop you, so take it. Fu Wisheng said these words before, but Tang Mo told him, I haven't lost yet. He just thought that Tang Mo was not convinced that he was being plotted against, but he didn't know that at this moment in Tang Mo's pocket, a white turkey egg was emitting this faint glow. An S letter flashed on the turkey egg. Tang Mo looked at the child who voluntarily gave up the moonflower, and said again with a smile, Not lost yet. Fu Wisheng looked at him blankly. Why? Tang Mo closed his mouth and smiled at him. At the same time, his finger gently drew an L on the turkey egg. Save and load. Game loading. Everything went back to 50 minutes ago. When Tang Mo opened his eyes again, he was standing in a long and narrow gemstone corridor, followed by a little boy who did not have a baby face. Fu Wisheng said, We really don't go with him. He looks very confident. Confident that the middle corridor is the right one. Tang Mo turned and looked at Fu Wisheng. He looked for a moment, came back to his senses, and said calmly, I also think he is very confident that the path he chose is the right one. Fu Wisheng didn't expect Tang Mo's attitude to change so much. He asked, Then let's go back and walk the middle road with him. Tang Mo smiled, Okay. Walking into the middle road again, Tang Mo heard a familiar, very unpleasant little song. Hearing their footsteps, the carefree baby-faced young man turned around and said with a smile that Tang Mo had heard before, Zhao Zhao, you want to go with me again? Tang Mo stared at him for a long time. He smiled and said, See you again, Mr. Bruce. See you again, Bai Ruoya. Yes, from this moment on, Tang Mo has already replayed the game, and is thinking about how to plot against this insidious and cunning baby-faced man. Tang Mo is not an actor. Although he knows what will happen in the future after replaying the game, he dare not guarantee that he can completely deceive the cautious Bai Ruoya. So as soon as they met, he stared into Bai Ruoya's eyes for a full 10 seconds, activated the look at my pure big eyes ability, and tried his best to gain Bai Ruoya's trust. Then, he began to act. In fact, before loading the file, Tang Mo also turned back with the little boy and chose to walk along the middle corridor with Bai Ruoya. At that time, he didn't know what would happen in the future, nor did he know that the middle road was indeed the right road, but he saw two things. The first thing was that Bai Ruoya was very persistent in walking along the middle road. Before Tang Mo and the little boy were about to enter the corridor on the right, he specifically reminded Bai Ruoya that if they encountered a dead end, the survival rate of 3 people walking together was much higher than that of 1 person. So even if the corridor on the right was a dead end, the 3 of them still had a chance to turn back. But if Bai Ruoya entered the middle corridor alone and encountered the guards alone, his chance of survival would not exceed 50%. But Bai Ruoya's answer to his words was, So goodbye. He still refused to change his choice, and insisted on taking the middle road. Bai Ruoya is an extremely cautious person, and also a smart person. Since he insisted on taking the middle road, he must have his reasons. And his choice of the middle road also means another thing. He is unwilling to take the right road. He knows that there is something wrong with the right road, and it may even be dangerous. Tang Mo noticed this problem without having to reload the game. So he only walked in the corridor on the right for 10 seconds, then turned back and found Bai Ruoya again with the little boy. Everything that happened below was exactly the same as after the reload. They walked through many forks and corridors again. As the 3-hour time limit approached, Tang Mo realized more and more clearly that always choosing the right path was not the real way to get out of the gym corridor. He thought of the Mobius strip, and then associated it with the Queen of Hearts theory, and finally broke the wall, and the 3 of them walked out of the corridor together. That time, Bai Ruoya successfully attacked Tang Mo and took away Tang Mo's moonflower. In fact, Tang Mo could have used Fu Wenqing's moonflower to pass the game, but he didn't want to. He chose to reload the game and make sure to kill that cunning and treacherous baby-faced psychopath. What happened after reloading the game never changed, except that when Bai Ruoya attacked Tang Mo again and stole his moonflower, Tang Mo had already been prepared. He pushed Bai Ruoya back into the bottomless pit and set his arm on fire with a big match, forcing Bairoyu to cut off his arm and fall into the bottomless pit. Bairoyu would never have thought that Tang Mo had a rare cheating artifact, the turkey egg, and he would never have thought that when he chose to enter the middle corridor, Tang Mo started to save the game. There are 2 reasons for saving. First, there is less than 1 hour left in the 3-hour time limit, and turkey egg can be saved for 1 hour, which is just the right time for saving. Second, Tang Mo saw something on Bairoyo's face, the black air of drawing a circle to curse you. When Bairoyo insisted on walking in the middle corridor, a familiar black air lingered between his eyebrows. Tang Mo thought he had seen it wrong, but after looking for a long time, the familiar black air was clearly the manifestation of the curse ability taking effect. But at this time, Bairoyo was not unlucky, unless he would be very unlucky after choosing the middle road. This was Tang Mo's guess at the time. Between the probability of the curse power working and Bairoyo's cleverness and cunningness, Tang Mo chose to believe the latter. He believed that Bairoyo's insistence must have a reason, so he decided to go with him and take the middle road. It's just that he opened the archiver by the way, just in case. The middle road is really a dead end. Looking back now, the unlucky effect of the curse power, can't it be that if I open the archiver, that psychopath will be particularly unlucky? Tang Mo thought to himself. The save file has been saved, and Bairoyo has also suffered the consequences and fallen into a bottomless pit. Without thinking too much, Tang Mo took 2 moonflowers and looked at the child. Should you use the moonflowers to exchange for rewards and then leave the game? Just like the baby-faced psychopath before the save file was loaded. Fu Wensheng looked at Tang Mo warily, and he was a little surprised. You don't want to steal my moonflowers? Fu Wensheng and Bairoyo's mission is related to moonflowers. The more moonflowers they have, the more rewards they can exchange. He didn't know whether Tang Mo's mission reward was related to the moonflower, but they were all doing similar missions, so it was very likely that Tang Mo's mission reward was also related to the moonflower. However, Tang Mo said, it's considered as paying you back. Fu Wensheng was stunned. What? Seeing the kid's confused look, Tang Mo couldn't help laughing. Let's go, I'm going to complete my mission. Fu Wensheng wanted to ask something else, but it was not advisable to stay in such a place for a long time. He was not Tang Mo's opponent. In order to prevent Tang Mo from regretting, he exchanged the moonflower for the game reward of the Black Tower as quickly as possible. Tang Mo didn't know what reward he got, but when the moonflower disappeared in his hand, the child couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Soon, Fu Wensheng's figure disappeared in the long and narrow corridor. In the starlit corridor, Tang Mo stood alone beside the bottomless pit, holding 2 moonflowers in his hands. After the child left, Tang Mo finally had a chance to look at his superpower book. He took out a thin book from the air and opened it to the last page. When Tang Mo saw the name of the superpower on the last page, he opened his eyes in surprise, but soon he laughed helplessly, saying, "So that's it. Superpower. All mortals will eventually die. Owner, Bairoyo, official player. Type, special type. Function. Both eyes can see the black death energy wrapped around others. Through some actions and words, you can change the death energy of others. The heavier the death energy, the greater the possibility of death. Level, level 5. Restriction. You cannot see your own death energy. Note, don't be afraid when you see a black ball, maybe he will die in the next second. Tang Mo version instructions. It can be used 3 times a day, and can only be used on the same object. After using it, the target's death aura will be entangled, and the target's death aura will be shared by 1%. In Bairoyo's eyes, Tang Mo has long been a black ball with flags all over his body, but this black ball just can't die, can't die, can't die, can't die, and can't piss you off. It was because of this ability that he had a strange attitude when he saw me for the first time. Maybe at that time, my death aura was much heavier than that of the white-collar woman. Tang Mo thought, then when I successfully survived the Black Panther, he would be so surprised. Because he thought I would definitely not survive. This ability seemed to be a useless ability with no attack power, and it was as bad as the name-changing ability. But in the gem corridor, this ability was a top-level magic weapon. Tang Mo only understood now why Bairoyo insisted on not going to the corridor on the right. According to Bairoyo's cautious attitude, he would not easily reveal his preferences, nor would he reveal some of his cards. He was very reluctant to go to the corridor on the right, probably because he saw the death energy entangled with Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng at that time. The deathly aura was too strong. He knew that the corridor on the right was an extremely dangerous dead end, so he didn't want to go there. In fact, Tang Mo had thought about it. They had walked through more than 100 forks in the road, and encountered many forks in the road. They also encountered guards many times, But the guards they encountered were not particularly strong. Only once did they encounter guards who could ambush them and almost couldn't escape. This kind of luck was really amazing. In those more than 100 forks in the road, they didn't encounter any guards who could kill them all. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't because they were lucky, but because they had always been with Bairuoyu. With Bairuoyu, he could tell which cave entrance was safe and they could go in, and which cave entrance was generally dangerous by looking at the dead air. Even if they encountered guards, the three of them could escape successfully. And he would avoid the cave entrance that was too dangerous to escape. For example, he chose the middle road and refused to go the right road with Tang Imo and the little boy. He is really a lucky guy. Tang Imo muttered. Lucky Yao? A deep voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. Tang Imo then remembered that after opening the save file, Fu Duo had been hearing his voice. He said, well, it was a teammate I met in the tower attack game this time. He was a very crazy person and always did some weird things. But when he attacked me, I counterattacked and subdued him. Now he may be dead, or he may not be dead. Although Bairuoyu fell into the bottomless pit, he successfully completed the main task and was likely to be teleported back to Earth by the Black Tower. Fu Duo did not ask about this person again. Have you finished the game on the second floor of the Black Tower? Tang Imo smiled and said, no, I'm almost there. If nothing goes wrong, it will be finished soon. While communicating with Fu Duo, Tang Imo raised his palm. After knowing what the trap of the bottomless pit is, it becomes very easy to get through it. Swoosh! A rubber rope sprang out from Tang Mo's palm, swung twice in the air, and firmly tied the wooden platform at the other end of the bottomless pit. Tang Imo took a deep breath, he kicked hard towards the ground, and with the help of the elasticity of the rope, he reached the other side of the bottomless pit in the blink of an eye. Tang Imo put away the rubber rope, took the 2 moonflowers, and walked to the majestic door. As long as he entered this door, and inserted the moonflowers into the vase, Tang Imo could close the gem corridor forever and complete the gem corridor hide-and-seek game. Tang Mo's hand tightly grasped the handle of the small parasol, guarding against the guards, or even the Queen of Hearts after opening the door. However, the moment his hand touched the door handle, Fu Wenduo's magnetic voice rang in his mind. By the way, I didn't disturb you because I saw you playing the game before. I seem to hear you mention my name just now. Did I hear it wrong? The Black Tower reminds me to pass the first floor of the Black Tower? Tang Imo was stunned. His hand pressed on the cold door and stopped moving. He recalled and understood what Fu Wenduo meant. He smiled and said, it's not your name, but a name that is very similar to yours. He is another teammate of mine, a little boy in his early teens. His name is not Fu Wenduo, but Fu Wensheng. At the other end of the turkey egg, Fu Wenduo suddenly fell silent. Tang Imo sensed something was wrong. Fu Wenduo whispered, about 11 years old, with a mole under his right eye, a smart little boy. Tang Imo. Do you know him? Yeah. Tang Imo, Could he really be your son? Fu Wenduo, he is my cousin, my second uncle's son, Fu Wensheng. Chapter 62. When Tang Imo first heard the name Fu Wensheng, he thought of Fu Wenduo. The surname Fu is not common, and Wensheng sounds like it has some unclear relationship with Fu Wenduo. Unless the characters are different. After Fu Wensheng denied his relationship with Fu Wenduo, Tang Imo buried his suspicion in his heart. He even thought, Fu Wensheng and Fu Wenduo should have no relationship. After 2 Black Tower broadcasts, players all over China, and even the world should be familiar with the name Fu Wenduo. In addition, Chinese players have a unique feeling for this name that is unforgettable. If Fu Wensheng is really related to Fu Wenduo, he shouldn't say his real name so openly. Since he can say it, there is a 90% chance that he has no relationship with Fu Wenduo, so he is not afraid of his shadow. However, Tang Imo never expected that in the end, he and Bairuoyu were deceived by this seemingly smart and innocent little boy. Calling him Fu Wensheng is right, and denying his relationship with Fu Wenduo is false. This kid's words were 7 truths and 3 lies, and his acting skills were excellent. He fooled both adults, and even left the copy. Tang Imo didn't realize that he was deceived. He didn't know the truth until Fu Wenduo pointed it out. Little kid, but smart. Tang Imo muttered speechlessly. Fu Wenduo, what? Tang Imo said, nothing. Although he is your cousin, Fu Wenduo, I'm sorry, he has left the copy. I can't contact him anymore. Fu Wenduo said in a low voice, it doesn't matter. I didn't expect him to be alive. It was an accident. Is your game over? Tang Imo shook his head, almost. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, be careful. The turkey egg was hung up. Tang Imo raised his head, and looked at the magnificent gate in front of him. He held 2 moonflowers in one hand, and gently pressed the handle of the small parasol with the other hand. Even without Fu Wen's words, he would be cautious, because this is a tower attack game. Breaking the Mobius strip and leaving the corridor is an important part of the game, but no one can guarantee whether there will be any other dangers in the bedroom of the Queen of Hearts, which is also part of the game. Tang Mo listened carefully to the movement inside the door. There was silence inside the door, without any sound. Tang Mo quickly pushed the door open and moved his body to the side to prevent a surprise attack from inside the door. However, there was nothing unusual, and the door was quiet. Tang Mo waited calmly for a long time. 3 minutes later, he turned and entered the room. The spacious and gorgeous room was dark and quiet, and the bright moonlight shone through the stained glass windows, casting a mottled rectangular color block on the ground. With the help of this dim moonlight, Tang Mo quickly adapted to the light in the room and saw the scene in the room clearly. Seeing the familiar big bed and the huge wardrobe behind it, Tang Mo was slightly stunned. He looked to the side again, and when he saw the vase with 3 colorful feathers on the dressing table, he smiled bitterly and shook his head and walked towards the inconspicuous vase. It turned out that they had been to the bedroom of the Queen of Hearts a long time ago. The vase on the dressing table was filled with red, green, and purple feathers, suggesting the number of player teams. At the same time, this is also a vase for moonflowers. Vases are used to put flowers, not feathers. If you put moonflowers here, the gym corridor will be closed forever. Tang Mo walked towards the small vase step by step. Just when he was about to reach the vase, a whistling wind rushed from behind Tang Mo. Tang Mo's eyes tightened, and he turned his head to avoid it reflexively. Unexpectedly, the thing turned in the air and stabbed Tang Mo's eyes again. Tang Mo immediately recited the spell, opened the small parasol with a click, and blocked it in front of him. The sharp spear pierced the small parasol, making a crisp metal collision sound. After Tang Mo's physical fitness improved, his strength also became very great. But after the spear stabbed at him, he felt as if a mountain hit him heavily, and he was knocked out and hit the Queen of Hearts wardrobe. Tang Mo swallowed the blood with a sweet taste in his throat and looked up at this mysterious enemy. This was a giant poker guard 3 meters tall, holding a 2-meter-long spear in his hand. In the poker, the small eyes flashed and stared at Tang Mo. The moonlight shone on its poker through the window. This poker was different from the one Tang Mo had encountered in the gym corridor before. This guard's poker had color on it. A layer of light gold covered its armor, as if it was a general among the guards. Tang Mo should not be careless. He slapped the ground with his palm and stood up from the ground. The golden guard did not give Tang Mo a chance to breathe. Tang Mo just stood up. It stabbed with a spear. Not only was it majestic, but it was also very fast, not bulky at all. It moved flexibly in the room, blocking Tang Mo's space step by step, and constantly forcing Tang Mo into a dead end. He could only keep using the small parasol as a shield, and he didn't even have time to close the umbrella and counterattack. The dense spear shadows came all over the sky. Tang Mo could not counterattack, and the golden guards attacked faster and faster. The spears were extremely sharp, easily picking up Tang Mo's skin, leaving wounds on his body. Tang Mo's back was already pressed against the bedroom wall, and he could not retreat. The golden guard took the opportunity to raise his spear high, from top to bottom, intending to pierce Tang Mo's head. At this moment, Tang Mo quickly closed his umbrella, and he laid down on the ground, kicking his foot against the wall. With this force, he slid between the legs of the poker guard. The guards of the Queen of Hearts are playing cards, each of which has limbs that allow them to walk. The legs of this golden guard are only 20 centimeters long, not enough for Tang Mo to slide out. When Tang Mo was about to hit its playing card, he held a small parasol in his hand, and pointed the tip of the parasol at the playing card that looked very hard. He believed that Grandma Wolf must be stronger than this playing card. Tang Mo made the right bet. When Grandma Wolf's small parasol hit the playing card, the two rubbed against each other and produced dazzling metal sparks. But just after this earth-shattering collision, the small parasol successfully smashed a hole in the playing card, and Tang Mo took the opportunity to slide out and came behind the playing card guard. The playing card was broken, but the guard's movement was not hindered. It turned around and glared at Tang Mo angrily, but Tang Mo ignored him and ran towards the dressing table. The guard waved his spear, making a whistling sound in the air. It raised its right hand high, exerted force backwards, and then shot out a spear. No matter how fast Tang Mo ran, he couldn't fly as fast as this spear. Seeing that the spear was about to pierce Tang Mo's head, Tang Mo was still about 9 meters away from the dressing table. The spear came through the wind, only 10 centimeters away from piercing the back of Tang Mo's head. Suddenly, the spear stopped, and the angry guard's movements froze in the air. Tang Mo slowly turned around, and saw that he had a small vase in his arms. The vase was filled with red, green, and purple feathers, and there were also 2 beautiful silver moon flowers inserted in it. When the 2 flowers were inserted, the golden guard's spear stopped, and the golden guard also stopped moving. The next moment, crack! The Queen of Hearts' bedroom suddenly collapsed, the guards and spears were broken, the stained glass windows on the wall were broken, and the big bed and wardrobe in the room were broken. As if something had broken it, the whole world broke into small pieces. These pieces turned into powder, and disappeared into the air. A ray of bright sunlight projected from the real window, illuminating the bedroom. Tang Mo squinted his eyes, unable to adapt to such a dazzling sunlight for a while. He held the vase, and looked at the new world after the shattering. The night disappeared and the day came. The dark castle that Tang Mo had seen since he entered the game disappeared without a trace at this moment, replaced by a magnificent golden castle. The flowers in the garden were blooming, and the birds were singing. The gold color was all over the castle, including the bedroom in front of Tang Mo, which also became pure gold and luxurious. Every ray of light sprinkled on the ground reflected the brilliance of gems. The castle seemed to finally come alive. Or, in other words, Tang Mo finally walked out of the gem corridor, and came to the real gem castle of the Queen of Hearts. The so-called gem castle must be gorgeous and luxurious, not dark and gloomy. Tang Mo, so, this is the real gem castle. Just now, Tang Mo used the come and hit me ability to teleport the vase 2 meters away from him in front of him, and quickly inserted the moon flower into it. The moment the 2 flowers were inserted, the world collapsed, revealing its true face. A clear child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's ears, ding. Player Tang Mo successfully cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, normal mode, completed the hide-and-seek game in the gem corridor, and obtained 2 moon flowers in total, and received 2 rewards. The moon flowers in the vase flashed with silver light, and the 2 rays of light flew to Tang Mo's eyebrows, and disappeared into it, but the moon flowers in the vase did not disappear. Tang Mo heard the hint given by the Black Tower in his ear, but before he could react, a sharp sound of high heels came from outside the door. Tonight's dinner? No, I don't want to eat the human's hand, I want to eat his eyes. A shrill female voice screamed from outside the door like a broken radio. Go, dig out the human's eyes, and dip them in my favorite caviar. Did you hear me? Get out, go over there now, and dig out his eyes for me. The sound of high heels was getting closer and closer, and with a bang, the door was kicked open. A little girl with a jeweled crown on her head put away her foot that was kicking the door. She was wearing a gorgeous red dress, and glanced viciously at her bedroom. When she saw the fallen vase, and the moon flowers in it, she screamed and turned away angrily. Ah, why are there only 2 of my flowers left? Where is the other one of my 3 moon flowers? Captain of the guards, come here. The Queen of Hearts' shrill cry was still ringing in his ears. Tang Mo opened his eyes, and found himself back on Earth. When the Queen of Hearts entered the door, the Black Tower teleported Tang Mo away from the gem castle. Tang Mo only heard the Queen of Hearts' voice, and did not see her appearance. After returning to the real world, Tang Mo rested for a while. He raised his hand, and touched his forehead. A faint light flashed across his brow. Item: Queen of Hearts Moon Flower. Owner: Tang Mo. Quality: excellent. Level: level 1. Attack power: none. Function: you can get a game strategy directly. Restriction: disposable item. 1 moon flower can only be exchanged for a strategy for 1 game. The game strategy is an incomplete version. You can only know the requirements for passing the game, but not the method for passing the game. Note: in fact, the Queen of Hearts uses moon flower to apply a facial mask every day, which no one in the gem castle knows. Tang Mo didn't know what the reward Fu Wensheng got in exchange for the moon flower was, which made the child unable to hide his joy. But he knew that his reward was enough to surprise him. Tang Mo carefully considered the functions and limitations of the moon flower and concluded, the incomplete version of the game strategy means that if I just use this prop in the gem corridor, it would tell me that I can pass the game as long as I put the moon flower in the vase, but it would not tell me that I can only get out of the gem corridor by breaking the wall. After a pause, Tang Mo shook his head again. In fact, breaking the wall does not mean getting out of the gem corridor. Hide and seek game in the gem corridor. Rule 5. One end of the gem corridor is the Queen of Hearts' bedroom. Put the moon flower in the vase in the Queen of Hearts' bedroom, and the gem corridor will be closed forever. Tang Mo was careless about this. He guessed that there might be danger in the Queen of Hearts' bedroom, and he was always cautious, but he forgot that the Queen of Hearts' bedroom was also in the gem corridor. Even if it is the end, it is also an end of the gem corridor. Because it is the end, there will be no next way to go, so the bedroom is also a dead end. There must be guards in a dead end. The bedroom of the Queen of Hearts is a special dead end. There are not 2 guards in it, but there is an extremely powerful golden guard. The moonflower of the Queen of Hearts seems to be a bit useless, because without it, Tang Mo also guessed that his task is to put the moonflower in a vase. But for some games, it is a very powerful magic weapon. For example, the whack-a-mole game. If I used this moonflower when I was attacking the first floor of the Black Tower, I would know that the real requirement for passing the level is to hit a sufficient number of moles, not to catch the golden mole. Such props may have a terrifying effect when facing the Black Tower, and Black Tower monsters that always cheat people. After resting, Tang Mo hid the small parasol in a hidden place, and walked towards Luo Fengqing's office. It had been a whole night since he entered the tower attack game, and the sky was bright. Before entering the game, Tang Mo had reached an agreement with Luo Fengqing that he could tell Luo Fengqing about what he encountered in the tower attack game, so that Luo Fengqing would be more prepared for the tower attack game and increase the probability of attack members surviving in the future tower attack. And Luo Fengqing will exchange information of equivalent value. Tang Mo walked to the door of Luo Fengqing's office, knocked on the door and entered. He looked up, paused, and looked at the person who had already sat in the office. At this moment, Luo Fengqing was sitting on the sofa and looked up at Tang Mo. On the double sofa on the other side, Fu Wenduo was sitting quietly. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he also looked up and looked at Tang Mo. The 2 people's eyes met in the air, and they were both stunned. Tang Mo nodded slightly, and Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips and nodded to him. This office is not big, with only 2 sofas. One is the single sofa where Luo Fengqing sits, and the other is the double sofa where Fu Wenduo sits. Tang Mo thought for a while, and had no choice but to sit next to Fu Wenduo. The sofa was a bit crowded, and his thigh touched Fu Wenduo's thigh. It was a bit hot. Tang Mo moved to the side uncomfortably. Luo Fengqing said, "Just now I was talking to Major Fu about the assembly copy. Tang Mo, congratulations, you have successfully returned from the tower attack game. Please wait a moment, we still have some things to talk about." Tang Mo nodded. Luo Fengqing and Fu Wenduo continued to talk about the information of the assembly copy. Tang Mo had nothing to do. He adjusted his rest while looking around the room casually. He saw the man sitting next to him. He remembered the little boy. From Tang Mo's angle, he could only see half of Fu Wenduo's profile. With a high nose bridge and a smooth jawline, he looked at Luo Fengqing calmly, and listened to him tell him the relevant information of the assembly copy. The look seemed calm, but he was as calm as an eagle or a falcon. This man sat so straight even when he was sitting, no one would believe him if he was told that he was a stowaway. Tang Mo thought to himself, "What are you looking at after looking at me for so long?" Unconsciously, Fu Wenduo and Luo Fengqing had finished talking. The handsome man turned his head, slightly raised his lips, and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo was stunned, coughed twice, but said calmly, "You and your brother do look a little bit alike. The chin is a bit similar, but his is more pointed than yours. Fu Wenduo's chin is not as pointed as that of a child. He looks more resolute and manly. Fu Wenduo, he is still young, and he may change in the future." "How is he?" Tang Mo told everything he saw. "It's no big deal. He is Fu Wenduo's cousin. He is not interested in exchanging such things. If he wants to exchange something, he can just say it directly. In the end, he left the game with the reward. Because he denied his relationship with you a long time ago, I didn't expect that he was actually your brother. It's normal to deny having a relationship with Major Fu," Luo Fengqing said with a smile. "If it were me, I would also deny it if someone asked me if I knew the stowaway Fu Wenduo in the game. After all, until now, Jax has been eager to find the stowaway Fu Wenduo and have a good fight with him, and beat him to the ground. Of course, I know that Jax can't do this, and it is very likely that he will be beaten to the ground, so I didn't tell him the name of Major Fu." Fu Wenduo said calmly, "He has been a smart kid since he was young. But I haven't seen him for a year. He has been on a mission at the border. After the Earth went online, I went back to Beijing to see if anyone I knew survived, but I didn't see anyone." Tang Mo leaned forward and felt a slight pain in his back, but he didn't take it seriously and said, "Maybe the kid wasn't at home when the Earth went online. Maybe he went on a trip somewhere. Where did he go to play? That's why you didn't find him in Beijing." "What are you looking at me for?" "Fu Wenduo, Luo Fengcheng, eh? Tang Mo frowned strangely, and looked at the two people in confusion. Because these two people were staring at him with very complicated eyes at this moment, which made him feel weird. Luo Fengcheng said, "Actually, when you just came in, I wanted to say, Tang Mo, there is a lot of blood on your clothes. You must have been injured in the tower attack game. But I saw that you didn't seem to care, so I didn't mention it. But now? Cough. Didn't you notice that your back started bleeding? My sofa is also stained with your blood. The wound is so severe that your self-healing ability can't completely stop the bleeding. What happened?" Tang Mo stretched out his hand in surprise and touched his back. Sure enough, a handful of blood was shocking, but he didn't feel much pain, probably because he was used to it. Fu Wenduo stood up and whispered, "Let's go to the infirmary to treat your wound." The wound on his back pierced by the golden guard was still bleeding, and Tang Mo was embarrassed to talk to people while bleeding, which was creepy. He said, "No, I go by myself. Let Liz help me stop the bleeding. I probably tore the wound open again because I moved too much." Luo Fengcheng, Liz and Jax went to attack the S9 dungeon together. Tang Mo was stunned. Then find Tang Xiao? Luo Fengcheng smiled. Tang Xiao also went with him. Tang Mo, you go and treat the wound first. Major Fu also has an injury to treat. I have something else to do here. Luo Fengcheng said, Tang Mo, we talk about it later if there's anything. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo left Luo Fengcheng's office together and went to the infirmary. Sure enough, there was no one in the infirmary. Just as Luo Fengcheng said, Liz and Jax, who often stayed here, went out to raid the dungeon. Tang Mo still knew how to treat simple wounds. After all, for him and Fu Wenduo, as long as the injuries were not too serious, even if they were bleeding and exposed, as long as they were given a certain amount of time, their bodies would heal automatically. This time, Tang Mo encountered the Golden Guard. The Golden Guard's spear was not an ordinary weapon. The wound it pierced was difficult to recover and took a longer time to heal. After entering the infirmary, Fu Wenduo sat on the bed. Tang Mo took out iodine and gauze and watched Fu Wenduo calmly remove the gauze from his neck. When he saw the other person for the first time, Tang Mo saw the gauze wrapped around his neck. This was the first time Tang Mo saw Fu Wenduo treat a wound. I think only very serious injuries would require such treatment. When Fu Wenduo completely removed the gauze, Tang Mo's eyes paused. He quickly calmed down. I help you deal with it. Fu Wenduo, okay. Tang Mo carefully removed the blood-stained gauze, held a cotton ball with tweezers, wetted with iodine, and gently pressed it on Fu Wenduo's wound. It was a dark hole, as if something had penetrated Fu Wenduo's neck and pulled it out. Anyone would die from this kind of injury, and if it happened to Tang Mo, there was a 30% chance that he would die directly. But Fu Wenduo survived and looked very lively. Tang Mo had a certain estimate of this man's strength. Does it hurt? The young man's warm breath sprayed on his ears, and Fu Wenduo tilted his head to let Tang Mo treat the wound on his neck. Hearing this, he looked up at the ceiling, seemed to find it very interesting, and raised the corners of his lips. It doesn't hurt. The distance was too close. Tang Mo was so focused on treating the wound that he didn't pay much attention. He said, this injury is very serious. I thought it would be easy for you to clear the second floor of the Black Tower, but it seems it is not easy. Before Earth went online, I had suffered a more serious injury than this. Tang Mo was stunned. More serious than this? This kind of injury should have been fatal before Earth went online. I have suffered a more serious injury than this? Fu Wenduo raised his hand and pointed to his heart. It's here. Tang Mo, Somehow, he suddenly thought of a joke. What is a more serious injury than a fatal injury? That was a broken heart. Tang Mo became serious. Did you perform the mission? Fu Wenduo had no idea that Tang Mo had already thought of it wrongly once. He nodded. Yes, a bullet got stuck in my heart half a year ago. But I survived. A bullet stuck in the heart? A bullet can get stuck in the heart? And this person can actually survive? He is so lucky. After wrapping the gauze carefully, Tang Mo wrapped the bandage and tied a knot around Fu Wenduo's neck. He doesn't know how to tie a knot, either a knot or a bow. After thinking about it, Tang Mo decided to tie a knot. At worst, he could just cut it with scissors next time. After Fu Wenduo's wound was treated, it was Tang Mo's turn. Tang Mo sat on the bed and took off his coat. When Fu Wenduo wet a cotton ball with iodine and turned around, he saw this scene. On the thin and white back of the young man, there were hideous wounds. There were countless wounds of different sizes, almost all of which were newly caused, which showed how critical the situation of the battle that just ended was. 3 of the wounds were the deepest, so deep that the bones could be seen, and blood was oozing out at the moment. Tang Mo, I can take care of the other wounds myself, and I trouble you to take care of the one on my back. Fu Wenduo slowly narrowed his eyes. His eyes were gloomy. He whispered, okay. The moment the voice fell, the cold iodine cotton ball was pressed on Tang Mo's wound. The extremely cold temperature made Tang Mo tremble uncontrollably, and his back straightened up, revealing his tall and thin shoulder blades. Because the skin on the back is more sensitive, being touched so lightly, a strange feeling came to my heart, an indescribable feeling. Tang Mo lowered his head, and his hair slid down his neck to the front, blocking his expression. Under the white light, the young man's body was as white as transparent, because he had not exercised for a long time. Fu Wenduo lowered his eyes, his expression was calm, and he seemed unmoved. He pressed it again with the cotton ball. Chapter 63. The iodine touched the wound, causing a slight stinging sensation. Tang Mo didn't care about the pain. He sat on the bed and looked forward. He was facing a glass window. Outside the infirmary was a dark underground parking lot. When the light in the room was turned on, the window became a mirror, reflecting the scene inside the room. He saw Fu Wenduo applying medicine to himself. This feeling was always strange, and the touch on the back was not very comfortable. Tang Mo broke the silence. That kid. I mean Fu Wensheng, is he really your cousin? Fu Wenduo held the tweezers in one hand and said, well, if you are not mistaken, it is indeed him. Tang Mo, when he denied knowing you, he was very decisive. It didn't seem like he was lying at all, and he also acted well to deceive him and by Royu. I don't know him very well. He is 16 years younger than me. I went to see him when he was just born, but then I joined the army and went home less often, so I didn't see him much. After a pause, Fu Wenduo said calmly, it's understandable that he denies knowing me. If someone asks about the relationship between you and me in the game, Tang Mo. The voice stopped. Fu Wenduo raised his head, looked at the glass window that turned into a mirror, and raised the corners of his lips. Will you admit it? He was caught peeking. Tang Mo immediately retracted his gaze and said calmly, of course not. Fu Wenduo laughed and changed the subject. This is your first time to really use the archiver. How do you feel? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo met because of the turkey egg Momo. 3 months have passed now. During these 3 months, Fu Wenduo used the archiver once. That time, he was forced by the Black Tower to go to the second floor to play the tower attack game. He could only choose to confess the true function of the turkey egg to Tang Mo, because he was not sure about the tower attack at that time, and had to use the archiver to ensure safety. Finally, he read the archive by committing suicide and found a way to temporarily leave the tower attack game. Tang Mo was different. Tang Mo didn't need to reload the game to complete Mario's game. In the subsequent Whack-A-Mole and Pinocchio games, Tang Mo didn't load the save file either, and only used the save function. This was the first time he really used the save function. Tang Mo gradually became serious. It's amazing. When I was communicating with you in my mind, I noticed that after reloading the save file, your time didn't change. But in the game, time seemed to flow backwards. I returned to the save point and met 2 teammates from 50 minutes ago, including your cousin. They seemed to be unaware of anything, and only I knew what I had been through. The development of the following events was exactly the same as before the reload, and I easily avoided some risks. Speaking of this, Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the man in the glass mirror without hesitation. Reload? Is it to go back in time? Fu Wenduo stopped applying medicine to Tang Mo, and he also looked at Tang Mo in the mirror. The 2 people's eyes met on the dark glass window, and Fu Wenduo said, there are many possibilities, but the one I disagree with the most is to go back in time. What do you mean? Tang Mo thought of his ability to a very fast man. On the surface, this ability is to stop time. Bai Ruoyu also mistakenly thought that Tang Mo had the ability to stop time in the gem castle, but in fact, this ability speeds up the user's speed. When your speed is many times faster than others, the movements of others are still in your eyes. This ability does not really stop time, it speeds up. Humans are 3-dimensional creatures, and can use their naked eyes to directly see length, width, and height, that is, space. But the universe we live in is 4-dimensional. Fu Wenduo said while disinfecting Tang Mo's wound. The 4th dimension of the universe is generally believed to be the time dimension. Unfortunately, we can only perceive this dimension, but we cannot control it. The only thing we can do is to move clockwise along the time axis. Tang Mo still knew this simple common sense. He understood what Fu Wenduo meant. The save function of the turkey egg may leave a mark on the time axis at the moment of saving, and return to this node directly when reading the file in the future. But Tang Mo, he didn't trace me back to that time point. Fu Wenduo said, there is an intersection between our time points. You return to the save time point, but my time is still moving forward. Tang Mo fell into deep thought. What Fu Wenduo said was right. When using turkey egg Momo, there is a very interesting point, that is, once the save is made, the information between the two players will begin to be shared. It is still a forced, non-closable sharing. This means that when Tang Mo chose to save the game, Fu Wenduo inevitably heard his voice in his mind. You can't see the picture, but you can hear all the sounds. When Tang Mo talked about the Mobius strip and the Queen of Hearts theory, Fu Wenduo was listening quietly. Even when he was attacked by Royo and the moon flower was taken away, Fu Wenduo heard it all. But he couldn't participate in it, he could only listen and couldn't make any changes. When Tang Mo read the archive, he went back to 50 minutes ago. Fu Wenduo's time did not go back. He was on Earth, still walking on the normal time coordinate axis, and then he heard Tang Mo repeat all the actions of the previous round, and successfully counterattacked by Royo, who had attacked him before. Unless Momo's time travel is limited to the game. This is very likely, because the turkey egg can only be used in the Black Tower game, and has no effect in the real world. However, Tang Mo's eyes widened, and he thought of another possibility. He turned back quickly and said, if, since the save, everything I have experienced is fake, the Black Tower changes the speed of time on both your side and mine, and uses my and other teammates' consciousness to simulate and speculate the most likely future. The voice stopped abruptly. The sudden turn of his head made the two of them look at each other unexpectedly. Fu Wenduo was using a cotton ball to disinfect a wound on Tang Mo's shoulder. He lowered his head and locked his eyes on the wound that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Tang Mo suddenly turned his head, and the distance between them suddenly shortened. Only 5 centimeters away, the hot breath of the two people intertwined. Tang Mo seemed to see the surprise in Fu Wenduo's eyes. He rarely saw this person's surprised look, but this time Tang Mo was also scared. Tang Mo's pupils trembled, and he opened his mouth but said nothing. At this moment, Fu Wenduo clearly sensed a refreshing and clean smell entering his nose. The smell was very light, but a little pleasant. His hand holding the tweezers gradually tightened. For a moment, neither of them moved, just staring at each other from such a close distance. The distance was so close that from a certain angle it seemed like they were kissing, and the next moment, a smiling voice sounded from the door at a very appropriate time. Ah, did I disturb you? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo turned their heads and looked at the door. Luo Fengcheng, wearing a white research suit, leaned against the door and smiled. It's just a joke. It just happened that from my current angle, it looked like a kiss just now. He said it very calmly. After all, there were 2 grown men in front of him, not a man and a woman, so it was no big deal to make such a joke. However, after he finished speaking, Tang Mo's throat was dry and a strange feeling came over him. Fu Wenduo is not gay, but he is. Luo Fengcheng thought it was hard for 2 men to have any special relationship, so he made a joke openly, but Tang Mo knew that he liked men. Such a joke might really be just a joke to Fu Wenduo, but it was a bit embarrassing for him. Tang Mo deliberately sat a little closer to the edge of the bed, trying to stay away from Fu Wenduo. Unexpectedly, at this time, Fu Wenduo took tweezers and pressed on the deepest wound on Tang Mo's back. When the iodine touched the wound, Tang Mo was stabbed and shuddered all over, and sat back again. He almost jumped up, touching Fu Wenduo's chin, and his back rested on Fu Wenduo's legs. Fu Wenduo said in a low voice, "This wound is next to the spine, so it's better to be careful. Don't make it worse before it heals. If it pierces 2 centimeters to the side, it will pierce your 3rd lumbar vertebra. With your recovery ability, you shouldn't be paralyzed for life, but at least you won't be able to stand up again in a short period of time, and you won't be able to fight back." After a pause, he said, "When fighting with others, you can try to hit this kind of fatal point." Tang Mo, okay. This is the difference in fighting consciousness. Tang Mo rarely fought before. Most people in Jiangnan are friendly, and have few opportunities to talk. Now he has to fight. He knows that hitting some places will be more effective, but he will not have this subconscious reaction when fighting too hastily. He will only attack casually. This requires long-term training. Luo Fengcheng also came over after hearing Fu Wenduo's words. This injury is a bit serious. You are still so lively with such a serious injury, Tang Mo, it's rare. Tang Mo had thought of this half an hour ago, when he was treating Fu Wenduo's wound. Now that Luo Fengcheng had given it to him, he said, not bad. The main reason is that the monster's weapon is very unique, and the wounds cut by it will have a weaker self-healing ability. The 3 of them did not continue on this topic. Luo Fengcheng, what were you talking about just now? Luo Fengcheng entered the infirmary at a very good time. Normally, Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo would have noticed his footsteps before he got close. But Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were in an awkward situation at the time, and neither of them realized that Luo Fengcheng was approaching. The problem with the archiver involves time and consciousness, and may even be related to the human brain. Professional problems need to be solved by professionals, and Luo Fengcheng is the best choice. Tang Mo looked at Luo Fengcheng calmly. He heard Fu Wenduo say, "Nothing, just talking about a game we participated in before." Tang Mo said, "Well, that game is quite difficult. It was a Christmas Eve game that Major Fu and I participated in. I mentioned it to you." Both of them tacitly avoided the question of turkey eggs. Turkey eggs are Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's most important props at present, nothing else. They don't want to tell others yet, even if that person is Luo Fengcheng. Luo Fengcheng's eyes swept across the two of them. He retracted his gaze and said, "Just now I heard you say in the office that Major Fu's cousin also cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. Is he in Shanghai?" Fu Wenduo has finished disinfecting Tang Mo and wrapped him in gauze. Tang Mo stood up, picked up his white shirt and put on his clothes. He said, he should not be in Shanghai. When the Black Tower broadcast his clearance tips, he said that he was a player from Huaxia District 6. Huaxia District 2 is Shanghai, and I don't know where Huaxia District 6 is. But it is definitely not Shanghai. Fu Wenduo, Huaxia District 1 should be Beijing. When Fu Wenduo was still in Beijing, the Black Tower prompted. Fu Wenduo, a stowaway from Huaxia District 1, has cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. A few days ago, Fu Wenduo cleared the second floor of the Black Tower in Shanghai, and the Black Tower prompted. Fu Wenduo, a stowaway from Huaxia District 2. Most players may not have noticed this difference, but Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng noticed it, and I believe many prepared players have also discovered this detail. Luo Fengcheng said, Huaxia District 1 is Beijing, Huaxia District 2 is Shanghai. This is the regional distribution of the Black Tower. Obviously, its regional division is based on each city. There is a Black Tower for every 10,000 square kilometers of land. According to Huaxia's urban planning, the area of most cities is about 10,000 square kilometers. So it is also possible that the division of regions is based on the location of each Black Tower. One Black Tower is a region. Tang Mo looked up at Luo Fengcheng and realized, Beijing is Region 1 and Shanghai is Region 2. Could it be that it is divided into regions according to the ranking of cities in China? Luo Fengcheng nodded gently, but he said something else. I noticed this a long time ago, or rather, I also noticed another thing at the same time. Tang Mo, Major Fu, the first time players in each region of the world pass the Black Tower will be broadcast globally by the Black Tower. Major Fu was an exception. He was the first to clear the game, and he reported it 3 times each time. Players who cleared the game in other regions only reported it once, such as the American region and the European region. The first place always gets privileges. Tang Mo felt deeply touched because he was the first player to clear the difficult mode of the tower attack game, and also received the special care of the Black Tower. Fu Wenduo said calmly, Why is it the European region? Tang Mo was slightly stunned, and then he understood the key to the problem, and his face sank. Luo Fengcheng looked at the solemn expressions of Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo and smiled slightly. It is easy to talk to smart people. If it was Jack standing in front of him now, Jax would not understand what he meant before Luo Fengcheng said the last word. And now, he just mentioned it, and Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo knew what he wanted to say. Yes. There are American and Chinese regions. Why is it the European region, not the British, German, and French regions? Or, in other words, they are all East Asian countries. Why is the Chinese region separated out separately, and not classified as the East Asian region like Japan and South Korea? It's like Beijing is Chinese region 1, and Shanghai is Chinese region 2. What exactly makes the Black Tower have such a clear regional division method? Chapter 64. The first player in each region to open the first floor of the Black Tower will be broadcasted globally by the Black Tower, and all players in the region will be pulled together to attack the tower. As long as one player clears the first floor of the Black Tower, the other players who are dragged into the game can temporarily leave the game. Since the Earth went online on November 15th, the Black Tower has currently broadcasted 10 regions. Huaxia region, American region, European region, Russian region, East Asia region, Southeast Asia region, South Asia region, West Asia region, Americas region. After a pause, Luo Fengcheng said the name of the last area. There is also the Nanbang area. There are 10 areas in total. 3 months later, players in these 10 areas have cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. The last area to clear the first floor of the Black Tower was the Nanbang area, but that was a month and a half ago. When the Black Tower announced these 10 areas, Tang Mo was playing games 3 times, and did not hear the content of the announcement. He looked at Luo Fengcheng, Huaxia and East Asia, Russia and Europe, and the United States and Americas. The relationship between the three is the same. China belongs to East Asia, the United States belongs to America, and Russia belongs to Europe. However, these 3 countries were not classified into the continents they belonged to by the Black Tower, but were taken out separately. Tang Mo thought, is it related to the economic conditions of the 3 countries? But he quickly denied this idea. Russia is not ranked 3rd in the global economy, the 3rd is Japan. It's not just the economy. In recent years, Russia, a huge country that once competed with the United States, has gradually declined. Of course, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and Russia is also divided into a separate area. The division of the Black Tower cannot be due to the economic capacity gap between countries, nor is it due to the different voices each country has in the world. Tang Mo suddenly understood something, and he turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo also looked at him calmly, and confirmed his guess. Before the Earth went online, if the Third World War started, these 3 countries would indeed be the most powerful. It is impossible to count Russia in the economic ranking. Although Russia and China occupy the top 3 in the world in terms of territory, Canada ranks 2nd. So the most likely scenario is that Black Tower ranks these countries according to their military strength. Before Earth went online, these 3 countries were most likely to be the final winners of the global war. So after Earth went online, the players were divided into different regions, and these 3 countries were also singled out as the target of public criticism. This is just a guess, not necessarily true. Tang Mo's face gradually sank, and he said, Black Tower has a thorough understanding of human society. Luo Fengcheng nodded, yes. Listing the United States, China, and Russia as a separate zone is its overall analysis of the current situation on Earth. Beijing is China's Zone 1, and Shanghai is China's Zone 2. It is very likely that Guangzhou is China's Zone 3, and Shenzhen is China's Zone 4. This division represents that it also has a good understanding of the situation in China. So, the way it divides the regions is not important. What is important is, Major Fu, Tang Mo, this tower understands humans better than we thought. Fu Wenduo and Luo Fengcheng had already told Tang Mo that the Black Tower was definitely not made by any country on Earth. China did not have this technology, nor did the United States. Half a year after the Black Tower suddenly appeared, all countries and regions in the world were working hard to study the tower. Unless the tower was developed by a hidden organization. But even the United States, China, and Japan, these big countries, could not research the technology of the Black Tower, which completely exceeded the current technological level of mankind. If this is really a research by a human organization, then they have already possessed the power to destroy humanity. The possibility is extremely low. Luofeng City. It knows the international situation, the city levels within each country, the traditional religious festivals of mankind, Christmas, and many creatures created by humans, Pinocchio. Ever since the Earth went online, I have been thinking about a question. On May 15th, it suddenly appeared above the Earth, and it only released the news on November 15th, announcing that the Earth was online. It has been silent for half a year. What is it doing? Tang Mo pondered for a moment. It is collecting information about the human world. Luo Fengcheng looked up at Tang Mo. That's my guess. For half a year, the Black Tower has been silently suspended above major cities around the world without making any special moves. What is it doing? If it really has to wait until November 15th for the Earth to go online, why does it appear half a year in advance? It is collecting information on the Earth. In this way, it can accurately divide the human society into regions. The 3 looked at each other for a long time, and Luo Fengcheng smiled. Actually, there is no point in knowing this. We have only conquered the 2nd floor at most, and the tower has 7 floors. The most urgent thing is to survive and conquer the tower. This matter has nothing to do with me. By the way, where were we talking about just now? After knowing that the Black Tower had been spying on the human world for half a year, and it knew humans very well, Tang Mo always felt uncomfortable. He suppressed the unpleasant feeling of being monitored and said, Major Fu's brother is in Huaxia District 6. According to the speculation just now, the divisions within Huaxia are ranked according to the strength of the cities. Then Huaxia District 6. Is it Hangzhou, Tianjin, or somewhere else? Luo Fengcheng. There should be no big doubt about the first 4 districts, but in the future, many cities have no standard rankings. Fu Wenduo said, "Which district is Nanjing?" Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng turned to look at him. Fu Wenduo said calmly, "My second aunt's family is in Nanjing. He may have gone to his grandmother's house for vacation, so he is in Nanjing." Luo Fengcheng, Nanjing is very close to Shanghai. In the past few days, many people from other places have come to Shanghai to look for surviving friends and relatives. I asked the tax people to find out if there is anyone from Nanjing. Maybe they can know which district Nanjing is in. Fu Wenduo nodded gently. After talking about the division, Tang Mo told about the situation he encountered in the tower attack game this time. He first confirmed Chen Shanshan's previous guess. In the same tower attack game, there are really players who attack different levels. Now that this has been said, Tang Mo no longer hides it. I am attacking the second floor of the Black Tower, and the other 2 players in my team are attacking the first floor of the Black Tower. Different floors represent different mission difficulties, and the main missions of the 3 of us are also different. Luo Fengcheng seemed to have guessed that Tang Mo was attacking the second floor of the Black Tower. He did not show any surprise and said, "Pay attention to this. Even if the main missions are the same, you cannot completely trust unfamiliar teammates. If the main missions are different, you can't trust your teammates even more, and you must be more vigilant." Why are you looking at me like that? Tang Mo retracted his gaze and said calmly, "You really can't trust your teammates." I met a very strange teammate this time. After a pause, Tang Mo thought, he is very skilled. His ability is not very strong, but his skills are too good. I was almost ambushed by him. Fu Wenduo, do you know him? His name is Bai Ruoyu. With such good skills, is he also a member of the Special Forces? Fu Wenduo had heard of Bai Ruoyu's name through Turkey Egg a long time ago, but he didn't know this person. Tang Mo mentioned Bai Ruoyu's name, this time not to verify it with Fu Wenduo, but to see if Luo Fengcheng knew this person. As expected, before Fu Wenduo answered, Luo Fengcheng thought for a moment, Bai Ruoyao? Is she a woman? This is a woman's name. Tang Mo shook his head. It's a man. He has a baby face, is very tall, and very young. Luo Fengcheng looked at Fu Wenduo. Major Fu, have you heard of this person in the army? No. Neither do I. Tang Mo had already guessed the answer. The 3 talked for a while, and Jax and Liz came back. Luo Fengcheng had just received some news from Tang Mo, and he convened a short meeting of the members of the attack organization. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were not members of the organization. After Tang Mo put on his clothes, he took a bottle of iodine from the infirmary and left. The 2 turned a corner, entered the safety passage, and walked up the stairs. The sound of footsteps echoed in the spacious and silent stairwell. Tang Mo listened to the noises around him, and made sure that no one was around. He whispered, I guess there is another way to save the turkey egg. Maybe after we save the game, time doesn't move forward. What really moves forward is our consciousness. The turkey egg simulates what might happen in the next hour, and instills the memory into our minds. But this doesn't explain why time continues to move forward if we don't reload the game. Fu Wenduo, I remember that if 2 of us are in the same game, as long as one person uses the turkey egg, the other person's turkey egg will become invalid and can no longer be used. Tang Mo didn't quite understand why he suddenly said this. He turned around and looked at the man. Yes. In addition, as long as one person reads the game, the other person will be forced to read the game and return to the save point. The voice stopped. He understood what Fu Wenduo wanted to say. He smiled. If the 2 of us play the same game, it will be a real disadvantage. Not only is the difficulty increased, but the turkey egg can only be used once. However, since leaving the tower attack game, Tang Mo has always had an idea, which he kept in his heart. He originally wanted to find Luo Fengcheng, tell him the information he encountered in the game, and then go find Fu Wenduo. But later, he encountered a series of things, and never said it out loud. Tang Mo walked up the stairs, while organizing his words in his mind. Just as he was ready to speak, a deep male voice cut behind him. Tang Mo, are you a little fast today? Tang Mo was stunned and didn't react for a moment. What do you mean fast? As they walked, they had already reached the first floor. Tang Mo was standing at the corner of the stairwell on the first floor, with a huge French window standing beside him. The bright morning sun shone through the window onto his body, dyeing his hair golden. He turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo, not understanding what he meant just now. Fu Wenduo looked at the young man, who was about to melt in the golden sun, and he explained, You seem to be a little fast in everything you do today. For example, when you applied medicine and changed the gauze for me, your movements were very fast. A little hasty? and you speak 0.5 seconds faster than usual. Finally, Fu Wenduo lowered his head and looked at the 3 steps between them. Compared to normal people, I am not slow, but you walk too fast. Tang Mo, you are a little fast today? Tang Mo, who just remembered that he had used a certain power and was still suffering from the side effects of the power. You are fast. Your whole family is fast. Superpower. A very fast man. The user's maximum movement speed can reach the speed of sound. Once the power is used, negative effects will be obtained in the next 24 hours. A very fast man becomes very fast, and in some aspects, also becomes very fast. Tang Mo felt that a certain part of himself that he couldn't talk about suddenly felt a little painful, and he was anxious. At this time, Fu Wenduo added fuel to the fire. What happened? Why are you so anxious and do things so quickly? Tang Mo was so annoyed that he couldn't speak. Although he didn't have that desire now, he couldn't verify whether he was fast in every aspect. But based on what Fu Wenduo said just now, he has indeed become faster. Reasoning this way, in the next 24 hours, his pace will also be very fast. Tang Mo did not speak. Fu Wenduo looked at him thoughtfully. This look made Tang Mo even more depressed. If he continued to look at him like this, maybe Fu Wenduo's IQ would really make him guess something. Tang Mo said directly, your illusion may be that I just left the tower attack game. In the game, I was highly nervous and always on guard against unknown dangers. This habit was also brought into reality. It will be fine in a few days. To be precise, it will be fine in 24 hours. Seeing that Fu Wenduo wanted to say more, Tang Mo immediately changed the subject. 2 weeks ago, Black Tower updated version 2.0, allowing multiple players to team up to enter the game. Fu Wenduo swallowed back the words he was about to say. He closed his mouth and looked up at Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo, so? Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo steadily, and Fu Wenduo also looked at him with a smile. One of them stood in the sun, and the other happened to be standing in the shadow of the stairwell. Just like the current identities of the 2 people, one is a regular player, the other is a stowaway. No matter what the reason for the murder was, Fu Wenduo was a stowaway after all, and a stowaway hated by all Chinese players. After staring at each other for a long time, Tang Mo spoke first. Yesterday's tower attack game was the one where I met your brother. It was the first time I realized that good teammates are important. So, Fu Wenduo, will you form a team for the next tower attack game? Tang Mo said very calmly. But this is the question he has been thinking about. Since the game was launched, Tang Mo wanted to find a suitable teammate, at least one. Once, Chen Shanshan's name was on his teammate list. Unfortunately, Chen Shanshan is still young and immature. She is now a student of Luofeng City and a member of Attack. If nothing unexpected happens, she will not be able to team up with Tang Mo in a short time. Good teammates can make the game easier, and the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Chen Shanshan is a qualified team brain. Her extraordinary ability allows her to make the most correct choices and judgments for the team in a very short time. But compared with Fu Wenduo, her existence is no longer so important. The criteria for judging a good teammate include intelligence, force, character, and other aspects. But the most important thing is never these personal qualities, but the tacit understanding between team members. Whether it is Pinocchio's honest card game or the Iron Shoemaker game, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's tacit understanding is well known to both of them. The only obstacle between them is, Tang Mo, are you not afraid to be with me? Fu Wenduo raised his lips, standing in the darkness, looking at Tang Mo calmly. Tang Mo laughed and asked, aren't you afraid to be with me? As the first player in the world to clear the first and second floors of the Black Tower, and a stowaway, the monsters in the Black Tower are always thinking about him, wanting to eat him to improve his strength. Fu Wenduo asked, are you afraid to team up with me? Tang Mo answered, as the first player in the world to clear the difficult mode of the tower attack game, and it seems that the Black Tower has been thinking about him for a long time, are you afraid to team up with me? Once the 2 of them team up, the team strength will certainly increase significantly, but at the same time the game difficulty will also increase. No one knows whether the game difficulty will increase more, or the overall strength of the 2 people will increase more. But after experiencing the sneak attack by the psychopath by Royale, Tang Mo cares more about having a good teammate who is trustworthy. Fu Wenduo is strong, smart and wise, and has a high degree of tacit understanding with Tang Mo. His identity, as a stowaway, was also because he had to kill people because he had to perform national tasks. Tang Mo did not doubt his character for the time being. If Fu Wenduo was there, Bai Royale would never succeed in his sneak attack, and he might even be beaten to death. The more Tang Mo thought about it, the more he felt that Fu Wenduo might be the most suitable teammate he had ever met. Fu Wenduo, according to the current situation, if you team up with me, the game difficulty should be higher than your original one. Tang Mo did not deny this. Fu Wenduo is a stowaway, and the first player in the world to pass the first and second floors of the Black Tower. The Black Tower's judgment of Fu Wenduo's strength should be higher than Tang Mo's, and the increased game difficulty is also greater than Tang Mo's. But he said, if the game is really too difficult, and I'm at a disadvantage in teaming up with you. Tang Mo smiled and said, Mr. Fu, I can go ahead and let you stay behind. Fu Wenduo was slightly stunned, but soon he understood what Tang Mo meant. Tang Mo admitted that he had a king's coin. If the game after the two of them teamed up was too difficult, and they really couldn't pass it, Tang Mo would not hesitate to use the king's coin and sell Fu Wenduo as a teammate. Tang Mo spoke frankly, and didn't hide his thoughts. Fu Wenduo looked at him for a while, then he walked up the stairs. There were 3 steps in total, and he quickly walked up and stood in front of Tang Mo. You probably don't know my ability yet. Tang Mo was stunned. What? Fu Wenduo smiled and said, before you run away, face the powerful boss. Don't worry, I will definitely die behind you. Tang Mo, It's just a hypothesis of selling the future of teammates. How can this be a life and death battle? Tang Mo seemed speechless on the surface. He waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the mall. Fu Wenduo did not say anything more and followed Tang Mo's pace. But in fact, Tang Mo had already begun to ponder the meaning of Fu Wenduo's words in his heart. Fu Wenduo did not know what Tang Mo's superpowers were, and Tang Mo did not know what his superpowers were. But Fu Wenduo told Tang Mo very confidently that if the two really encountered the terrifying Black Tower monster, he would definitely die behind Tang Mo no matter what. This did not mean that he wanted to sell Tang Mo out and escape, but that he believed that he could definitely live longer than Tang Mo. What kind of special power does he have to be so confident? Tang Mo couldn't figure it out. At this time, the two had already walked into a clothing store. Tang Mo's clothes were all bloody, and Fu Wenduo's collar was torn by the Black Tower monster. The two chose a piece of clothing each, and went into the dressing room to change. Standing in front of the mirror, Tang Mo adjusted his cuffs and said lightly, 3 months. When do you plan to go to attack the tower next time? Fu Wenduo, prepare for a while, about 2 months. Okay, then 2 months later. No need to say more, the two seemed to have tacitly agreed that the next tower attack game would be played together. This is the tacit understanding. After changing clothes, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo parted ways on the first floor of the mall. Before leaving, Tang Mo thought, if I want to find you tomorrow, where should I go? Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. What do you want to see me for? Tang Mo remained calm. My fighting skills can't keep up with my physical fitness. So, give your teammates some pointers, Major Fu. After all, your team will become stronger only when your teammates are strong. Tang Mo did not say the rest, but he knew that Fu Wenduo understood what he meant. Under the warm sunshine, Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo steadily, and Tang Mo calmly let him look. After a while, Fu Wenduo said, meet tomorrow afternoon at the same clothing store just now. Chapter 65. After a day of rest, Tang Mo's back and body injuries were almost healed. Except for a few deep wounds that had not yet healed, other minor abrasions disappeared. In the afternoon, Tang Mo came to the clothing store and waited for a while, and then he saw Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo looked up and down at Tang Mo, and his eyes stayed on his shoes for a moment. He raised his head and said, did you change into a light set of clothes? Yes. Tang Mo got up early in the morning, and went to the sports brand store in the mall to find a set of close-fitting sportswear, and changed into sports shoes in the store. He really wanted to learn stronger fighting skills, and improve his strength. Otherwise, if he didn't have a saver, he might be successfully attacked by the other party next time he met a player like Bai Ruoyu. In fact, Bai Ruoyu also succeeded in the attack. Tang Mo asked, where are we going? There is a primary school 2 kilometers away, and there is a standard track and field there. Fu Wenduo, I passed by there when I came to this mall, it's okay. The two of them didn't talk any more nonsense, left the mall together, and went to the primary school. Primary schools do not have as many resources as shopping malls, and not many players will choose to live in a school. Even so, after entering the school, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo carefully checked every building of the school to make sure that no one was hiding here before entering the track and field. No one cleaned it, and the land in the middle of the track and field was overgrown with weeds. Fu Wenduo walked to the center of the grass pile, and the fiercely growing weeds almost reached his knees. Tang Mo calmly followed him into the weeds. Suddenly Fu Wenduo said, when I was in the army, I would recruit new soldiers from all over the country every 6 months for training. Tang Mo thought, you are responsible for the training? He remembered that Luo Fengcheng said that Fu Wenduo was the youngest major in China, and the captain of a certain ace special forces. I am not responsible for training newcomers. Fu Wenduo stopped and turned to look at Tang Mo. He smiled and quickly continued to move forward. But his eyes just now were a little strange. His eyes were dark, with a sense of scrutiny, as if he remembered something interesting. Tang Mo said lightly, why? Because if I come to train, they will be played to death by me. Tang Mo paused. He did not answer this question, and continued to follow the other party forward. This person is quite interesting. After walking to the center of the bush, Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo stopped together. Tang Mo waited for the other party's next move. Fu Wenduo whispered, don't use superpowers, don't use weapons, try to attack me. Tang Mo realized, try my foundation first. Fu Wenduo, just pretend that you are playing the Black Tower game. Now I am your enemy, you need to immediately kill me. Before he could finish the rest of the sentence, Tang Mo slammed his feet, and his body was like lightning, and he jumped in front of Fu Wenduo with a whoosh. He clenched his right fist, and his fierce fist broke through the whirling wind and hit Fu Wenduo's face. Fu Wenduo turned his head to the side, but unexpectedly Tang Mo kicked his right knee sideways. The weeds were bent downward by his fierce leg wind, and Fu Wenduo pressed down with his right hand to knock Tang Mo's legs away. Soon the two of them were entangled in a fight. It was almost always Tang Mo who attacked, and Fu Wenduo dodged. Fu Wenduo had said before that Tang Mo should not use his superpowers and fight him. In fact, Tang Mo's superpowers were not offensive, except for the very fast man superpower that could increase his chances of winning in close combat. Other superpowers, such as the fire-breathing superpower and the wind superpower, were not considered combat superpowers. What he really relied on was his strong physical fitness, terrifying reaction ability, extreme dynamic vision, and incredible speed and strength. Even if Tang Mo meets the former world boxing champion on Earth, he will not be at a disadvantage. Because any punch from the opponent will not hurt him, but as long as he touches the opponent will lose. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed, but he also has strength, which can defeat 10 skills with one force. Every attack of Tang Mo is fierce and decisive, and he is completely fighting to death, constantly attacking Fu Wenduo's weak points, such as eyes and temples. But Fu Wenduo can dodge every time and block Tang Mo's next attack at the same time. The two fought dozens of times in the middle of the track and field. The weeds were cut off, and the yellow dust covered the sky. Tang Mo's eyes were stern. He did not attack Fu Wenduo again, but swept his foot to the ground, shaking the dust on the ground into flying. Fu Wenduo's eyes showed surprise for the first time, and the sudden yellow sand made him close his eyes and dodge for a second. It was at this second that Tang Mo clenched his right fist, raised his middle finger, and punched Fu Wenduo's temple next to his left eye. However, at the moment when he was about to touch it, a palm blocked his attack and held his hand. Tang Mo was stunned and wanted to withdraw his hand, but Fu Wenduo followed his right hand, climbed up the rock, and locked his pulse. At the same time, with a quick side kick, Tang Mo was pressed to the ground. Fu Wenduo grabbed his wrist with his left hand, and grabbed Tang Mo's neck with his right hand, pressing him to the ground. Fu Wenduo opened his eyes. Before I closed my eyes just now, the biggest flaw exposed was the left temple. You shouldn't hit there, because you know that is my biggest flaw, and I know it too, so I will be on guard. Tang Mo fought hard for 10 minutes, but got nothing. Fu Wenduo was relaxed, but he was exhausted and gasping for breath, and now he was grabbed by the throat. Fu Wenduo let him go. The two rested for a while, and Fu Wenduo said, "Come again." Tang Mo attacked again without saying a word. The fight lasted from the afternoon to the evening, and Tang Mo felt what despair was for the first time. Fu Wenduo really didn't lie. There was a reason why he didn't train new recruits. Tang Mo was beaten half to death by him now. If he hadn't held back, Tang Mo felt that he could really be beaten to death by this man. With strong physical fitness and terrible sense of skills, this man is simply invincible. Unless you have a higher level of heart power than him, it would be extremely difficult to kill Fu Wenduo. After all, it was a real close combat. No matter how much Fu Wenduo held back, he left a lot of bruises on Tang Mo. Tang Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and climbed up again. The two looked at each other, and the next moment, they attacked together. Fighting is the best way to learn. After an afternoon of fighting, Tang Mo constantly learned lessons from his failures, and at the same time, his muscles also developed certain conditioned reflexes, and his body remembered many movements before his consciousness. Fu Wenduo exposed a flaw Tang Mo took advantage of the situation and attacked. Fu Wenduo easily blocked the attack, but Tang Mo was just faking it, and he kicked Fu Wenduo to the side. Fu Wenduo was stunned, and soon he used both palms to block the kick. At this time, he had fallen into Tang Mo's rhythm, and Tang Mo imitated the set of moves he had just used on him, first punching, then kicking, and then a whole set of combos. Fu Wenduo retreated backwards one after another, and Tang Mo punched him in the face again, and Fu Wenduo was forced to bend down to avoid it. Tang Mo was prepared. He raised his right foot and kicked again. But at this moment, he felt something cold suddenly grab his ankle, pulling his foot forward. Tang Mo was pulled to the ground unexpectedly. Before he could react, Fu Wenduo used his other hand like a knife to strangle his neck, and held his ankle with the other hand, folded his right leg and pressed it against his chest, and sat on it to suppress Tang Mo's movements. The opponent attacked him from the lower body again. Tang Mo frowned. Fu Wenduo asked, "You wear sneakers on purpose, is it to make your movements more convenient?" Tang Mo didn't understand why he suddenly asked this. He nodded, "Yeah. More suitable for exercise. Isn't it right? Sneakers are indeed more suitable for exercise, and it is also called this." Fu Wenduo said, "But when fighting with others, wearing this is half dead." As he said that, Fu Wenduo pressed Tang Mo's ankle with his left hand, and the cold temperature made Tang Mo frown. Fu Wenduo said, "The ankle is a relatively vulnerable part of the human body. If I had cut it with a knife just now, would you still be able to stand up now?" Tang Mo looked at him in astonishment. Fu Wenduo let go of his hand, and stood up from Tang Mo's body. "Generally, we wear combat boots to protect the ankles, and prevent other things from entering the shoes. In any case, it is impossible to wear sneakers." After a pause, he turned his head and looked at Tang Mo. "It's dark, will you come tomorrow?" Tang Mo was silent for a moment. He got up from the ground, patted the broken grass and dirt on himself. "Come. Okay, let's meet at the clothing store this afternoon." In the dark night, the two returned to the mall, and said goodbye at the door. Tang Mo watched Fu Wenduo disappear into the darkness, and slowly narrowed his eyes. When he was sure that the man had gone far away, he twisted his sore wrist. Damn, he punched this man, but he didn't feel any pain, but his own hand was numb. It was said that he was teaching Tang Mo fighting skills, but Tang Mo felt that he was just going to be beaten up by Fu Wenduo this afternoon. If the two of them used superpowers and props, it was still unclear who would win or lose in the fight. Tang Mo was very confident in the superpowers of a very fast man. But if they couldn't use superpowers, the gap between the two would be too big. With just fighting skills, Tang Mo couldn't beat Bai Royale, and Bai Royale couldn't beat Fu Wenduo. In this way, Tang Mo was simply pinned to the ground by Fu Wenduo. However, this did not discourage him. After returning to the car, he pondered for a long time, recalling some of the skills he learned from Fu Wenduo today, and some of the moves that Fu Wenduo defeated, and he stayed up all night. The next afternoon, he walked into the clothing store. Fu Wenduo had been waiting in the store for a while. He looked down and found that Tang Mo had changed into a pair of thick boots. Fu Wenduo raised his lips and said, "Still at the track and field?" Tang Mo, "Yeah. Let's go." For half a month, Tang Mo felt the gap between professionals and amateurs. The most terrifying thing is that he is not even an amateur. He has only had a few fights since he was a child. But Fu Wenduo is a professional among professionals. When it comes to fighting, Tang Mo was beaten by him so hard that his mother would not recognize him. Although the two did not really fight, Tang Mo gradually began to doubt whether his physical fitness had improved. But it was also true that his physical strength had improved, and so had Fu Wenduo. In other words, neither of them benefited from the fight between the two of them, which was like an ordinary librarian who had neglected exercise before the Earth went online suddenly having to duel with the captain of the Ace Special Forces. The fact that Tang Mo could fight Fu Wenduo for one or two moves was because his strength and speed were too strong, exceeding the limit of his skills. On the afternoon of the 15th day, the two had fought dozens of times. Tang Mo kicked the dust off the ground again. Fu Wenduo closed his eyes, and Tang Mo punched him in the temple. Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips, and calmly blocked the blow. As soon as his hand touched Tang Mo's fist, the smile on his lips paused. Fu Wenduo stretched out his hand again to block Tang Mo's kick from the other side. At the same time, Tang Mo bent down, supported himself on the ground with one hand, and scratched Fu Wenduo's hamstring with the other hand. Fu Wenduo was wearing a pair of black combat boots, so Tang Mo didn't scratch his ankles, but instead reached behind his knees, pressed his hamstrings, and lifted his legs. The two fell to the ground together, and because of their posture, Tang Mo's knee hit Fu Wenduo's arm, and Fu Wenduo groaned. Tang Mo took the opportunity to press Fu into his chest to prevent him from standing up, and his other hand went to strangle his neck. Unsuccessful, Fu Wenduo reached out to stop him. The two looked at each other. Under the dim sunset, Fu Wenduo fell in the haystack. Tang Mo held his knee with one hand and held the other hand. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Tang Mo smiled and said, "Major Fu, according to you, your hamstrings were cut by me just now." Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo steadily, and after a long time, he loosened his hand holding Tang Mo's fist and said resignedly, "Well, it's broken. I only have one leg left, so I can't stand up." Tang Mo loosened his hands and lay aside to rest. This time it looked like Tang Mo won, but Tang Mo knew that if Fu Wenduo really wanted to win, he could have won long ago. Every fight between them was never for who wins or loses, but for Tang Mo to learn some real fighting skills from it. After half a month of training, Tang Mo no longer had no knowledge of fighting. If it were now, he might still not be able to beat Bai Ruoyao, and he would be successfully attacked by the other party. But Bai Ruoyao would not be able to succeed so easily. Tang Mo could at least make him peel off a layer of skin. Although he knew that this victory over Fu Wenduo was not a win at all, Tang Mo was still in a good mood. Anyone who had been beaten for half a month would feel very happy if they successfully fought back once. Tang Mo was no exception. It was dark, and according to common sense, the two should go back and end today's training. Tang Mo was lying on the ground to rest, and was about to leave after calming his breath. At this time, a deep voice sounded in his ears. "One more time?" Tang Mo quickly said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Fu Wenduo, we finally won a game. You still want to fight back? No, let's talk about it tomorrow. After brushing off the weeds and dust on their clothes, they returned to the mall together. Tang Mo walked into the underground parking lot, and before he found the car he was staying in, he saw Tang Qiao standing at the corner of the stairwell, seemingly waiting for him. "Tang Qiao, Dr. Luo wants to see you." After a pause, she looked behind Tang Mo. "Isn't Mr. Fu with you?" Tang Mo asked. "Does Luo Fengcheng have something to talk to him about?" Tang Qiao nodded. "Dr. Luo asked me to try to notify you too. He's not here, so forget it. I meet him tomorrow." Tang Qiao, "Okay, then you go find Dr. Luo first." She turned and left. Ever since Nie Feng and Yi Yuanzi died, Tang Qiao became more and more silent. Tang Mo and her were acquainted, but she left after saying what Luo Fengcheng told her to do, without saying a word to Tang Mo. Tang Mo glanced at her, and walked into the third floor of the underground parking lot. Luo Fengcheng had been waiting in the office for a while. When he saw Tang Mo, he asked, "Major Fu is not with you? I thought you were together these days." Tang Mo asked cautiously, "How did you know?" They deliberately found an empty track and field. Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, "I don't know what happened after you left the mall, but you met in the mall every day. It's easy to know this. Are you going to conquer the dungeon together? This is unlikely. If the two of you conquer the same dungeon together, the game difficulty will soar, and the gains will not outweigh the losses." This time Luo Fengcheng guessed wrong. Compared to the increased game difficulty, Tang Mo believed that after he and Fu Wenduo cooperated, the team's strength would be improved more. But there was no need to tell Luo Fengcheng. Tang Mo said lightly, "You think too much. Just ask Major Fu to teach me some fighting skills." Luo Fengcheng was stunned, and soon he said, "I think too much." Leaving this topic aside, Luo Fengcheng talked about business. "Actually, this matter is related to Major Fu. Although he is not here, you can also notify him." "Tang Mo, what is it?" "Yesterday, Jax met a player from Nanjing. After confirmation, Nanjing is Huaxia District 6. Tang Mo never thought it would be this. In the past half-month, in addition to fighting training with Fu Wenduo, he has been attacking some simple S-level dungeons on his own. He thought for a while, okay, I will tell Fu Wenduo tomorrow. Luo Fengcheng, after all, he is the surviving brother, and Major Fu will probably go to Nanjing to look for him. But Tang Mo, you could also tell Major Fu that before going to Nanjing, he can consider a gathering copy that will be released by the Black Tower. That is a very interesting copy. Maybe Major Fu will be interested." Tang Mo asked curiously, "What copy? What copy can make Luo Fengcheng sure that Fu Wenduo will be interested?" Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, "It seems that you didn't hear the notice from the Black Tower this morning? It's a very interesting copy." The next afternoon, when Fu Wenduo came to the clothing store, he saw Tang Mo, who had been waiting for a long time. Sensitively aware of something wrong, Fu Wenduo asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Mo got straight to the point. "Luofeng City found me yesterday, and told me that Huaxia District 6 has been confirmed to be Nanjing. Your cousin should be in Nanjing. Fu Wenduo remained calm. Okay. Tang Yimo, are you planning to leave Shanghai and go to Nanjing? Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Yimo. I originally planned to finish conquering the 3rd level of the Black Tower in a month and then leave Shanghai. Now it seems that I may have to leave early. Fu Wenxing may be the only relative of Fu Wenduo alive in the world. Even if he is not familiar with his cousin and has not seen him for a long time, he is still his brother. If it were Tang Yimo, he would not let his 11-year-old cousin survive alone in the dangerous game world. But Fu Wenduo said this for another reason. He was leaving Shanghai, and he might not be able to team up with Tang Yimo to attack the tower. Tang Yimo smiled and said, Are you planning to go back to Beijing? Being asked about this suddenly, Fu Wenduo pondered for a while and nodded. Go to Nanjing first. If you can't find him, then go back to Beijing. He would rather stay in Beijing than in the unfamiliar Shanghai. Just like Tang Yimo in the past, if it weren't for the repeated accidents, he would have returned to Suzhou, his hometown. Tang Yimo, I'm going to Beijing too. Fu Wenduo was stunned. Tang Mo's timing of saying this was quite good. Fu Wenduo just said that he was going back to Beijing, and he said that he wanted to go too. Normal people would think that Tang Yimo was going to follow Fu Wenduo, and wherever Fu Wenduo went, he would go. But Fu Wenduo knew that someone like Tang Yimo would not follow him to faraway Beijing just because of a verbal team agreement. Their relationship was not that good. If Tang Yimo really went to Beijing for him, then he must have a bigger intention. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Why? Tang Yimo said, I have a college classmate who I get along well with, and he is in Beijing. I told you this. Tang Yimo told Fu Wenduo about this when they met in real life for the first time. However, Fu Wenduo asked, Just for this? For a friend, you have to go to another strange city thousands of miles away. Tang Yimo, Major Fu, why did you go to find your cousin? You haven't seen him for more than a year. Fu Wenduo, he is my brother. Tang Yimo smiled. He may be the last relative you have in the world. Similarly, my college classmate may also be my last good friend in this world. Not friends, but good friends. In Tang Mo's heart, the relationship between him, Haozi and Lao Wang is no worse than that between family members. His parents died early, and it was 2 good friends who accompanied him through that period. Before, he felt that he was not strong enough and was worried that there would be dangers along the way that he could not deal with. Now he has the strength to go to Beijing. Why not go? Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Yimo deeply and said, Will you go together? Let's go together. Okay. Going on the road together is not like participating in the game together. It will not increase the danger. It will only make both people safer. But before going to Beijing, Tang Yimo remembered another thing. By the way, Fu Wenduo, there will be a gathering dungeon tomorrow morning. Do you want to participate? Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. A new gathering dungeon? Sure enough, the reason why this person starts fighting training in the afternoon every day is because he also goes to the game every morning and has not heard the Black Tower notification. Tang Yimo said, Luo Fengcheng told me that the new dungeon that Black Tower just released yesterday morning is very interesting. The time is 8:31 a.m. on February 1st. The location is Nanpu Bridge in Huangpu District, Shanghai. The game reward is unknown, and the game boss is the head of the Strange Circus. Fu Wenduo grasped the key words, Strange Circus? He thought that Tang Yimo was talking about something interesting, referring to the circus that they had both come into contact with, or at least had an impression of. However, Tang Yimo saw through his guess and denied it. It's not just because of the Strange Circus, but because there is a prerequisite for players to enter this assembly copy. Fu Wenduo realized that this condition was the real point. What condition? 1 day ago, a clear child's voice resounded throughout Shanghai, releasing the second assembly copy after the new version to all Shanghai players. Ding! The assembly copy is open for a limited time. Game location, Weird Circus in the Underground Kingdom. Game rewards, unknown, game boss, the leader of the Weird Circus. At 8:31 a.m. on February 1st, players are requested to go to Nanpu Bridge in Huangpu District to participate in the game. Attention! Only players who have successfully cleared the first floor of the Black Tower can enter the game. Attention! Only players who have successfully cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. At 8:31 a.m. on February 1st, next to Nanpu Bridge, 2 black shadows quickly passed through the building and hid behind an inconspicuous bridge pier under the bridge. Tang Yimo raised his wrist and looked at his watch. 1 minute left. Fu Wenduo said, Be careful, don't make any noise. Tang Yimo nodded. The 2 of them locked their eyes on the majestic bridge, always on guard against new enemies. However, When the Black Tower prompted the start of the game, they did not see anyone on the bridge. A dazzling white light flashed before his eyes, and Tang Mo thought calmly, could it be that there were not many players in Shanghai who had cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, so the few players who had not chosen to attack this assembly copy? But soon, a cheerful child's voice interrupted his guess, with a pleasant tone and a hint of gloating. Ding! Players Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo successfully entered the assembly copy of the Weird Circus's surprise night. As of 8:31 on February 1st, a total of 23 players successfully entered the copy, 21 players on the first floor of the Black Tower, and 2 players on the second floor of the Black Tower, triggering the public enemy effect. Players Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo, codenamed Mr. A and Mr. B, turned on the public enemy mode. Tang Mo's eyes widened, and before he could react, a louder voice rang in the ears of the 23 players who entered the game. Ding! Assembly copy. The surprise night of the strange circus. Background. 2 months ago, the circus leader caught 3 monsters and held a magical monster exhibition for them. Someone let one of the monsters go, and the monster exhibition was cursed by the audience, and the leader almost went bankrupt. The poor leader was furious, and he personally caught the escaped monster. He would skin and bone the monster and cut it into pieces in front of millions of spectators at the surprise night 7 days later. This time, the leader will not lose it again, because he hired the 2 best detectives in the underground kingdom to escort it throughout the journey. Publish the main task. All players are requested to take away the poor little monster from Mr. A and Mr. B who are helping the evil. Additional reward. Kill the evil Mr. A or Mr. B to get a king's gold coin, and kill 2 people to get 2 gold coins. Friendly reminder, 1 king's gold coin can give up any Black Tower game. Tang Mo's scalp tingled. Public enemy effect. 21 players who have cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. Kill them, and you will get a king's coin. Tang Mo slowly turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo beside him. He almost heard the sound of his teeth clenching, and words came out from his teeth. He calmed down and stared at a letter floating above Fu Wenduo's head. Mr. A? Fu Wenduo glanced at the top of Tang Mo's head. Mr. B. A Black Tower prompt sounded in the ears of the 2. Ding! Release the main task. Mr. A, Mr. B, within 7 days, protect the circus leader's newly captured little monster from being stolen by the bad guys. Chapter 66. The Black Tower finished explaining. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had already left Nanpu Bridge. The 2 understood their situation as quickly as possible. They did not panic, and began to observe the environment they were in. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo split up and checked both sides of the alley. They were in a narrow and dark alley, which was so narrow that only 1 person could enter and exit freely. Tang Mo checked one end of the alley, turned back and said, there is a small river over there, and no one is seen. Fu Wenduo also checked the other side. My side is a street. Tang Mo's eyes lit up. There are very few people, only 3 or 4 people passing by. Their dress doesn't look like a player, but more like an underground person. Fu Wenduo paused, he raised his head, and looked at the English letter above Tang Mo's head, which was shining brightly. It seems that this letter cannot be removed. As he spoke, he reached out and touched the letter beyond Tang Mo's head, but unfortunately his hand completely penetrated the letter and could not touch it. Tang Mo, you heard it just now, Fu Wenduo. 21 players who cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, and you and me? Fu Wenduo said, I heard it. Tang Mo looked at him steadily. Those 21 players are all at the level of the first floor of the Black Tower. Last month, the Black Tower forcibly opened the Christmas Eve dungeon, and many players were forced to play the tower attack game. According to my guess, from Christmas Eve to now, in the past 1.5 months, at least thousands of players around the world have cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. Qin Shanshan is like this. Qin Shanshan is a member of the attack organization. So it is not surprising that 21 players from the first floor of the Black Tower in Shanghai entered this assembly dungeon. Fu Wenduo, the players at this stage have varying levels of skill. Tang Mo nodded, yes. The 2 players I met when I was attacking the second floor of the Black Tower before were your brother and Bai Ruoya. To be honest, your brother is very smart, but his strength is not particularly outstanding. Among the players on the first floor of the Black Tower, he should be considered average. But the guy named Bai Ruoya is different. I think that although he is a player of the first floor of the Black Tower, he has the ability to clear the second floor of the Black Tower, but he did not attack the tower. There are many reasons for not attacking the tower. In fact, most players do not want to attack the tower. Even Tang Mo adheres to the principle of not attacking the tower if he can avoid it. Every time he attacks the tower, he is forced to enter by the Black Tower. Tang Mo was noticed by the Black Tower because of Mario's Monopoly game, so he had to attack the first floor of the Black Tower. Later, he was noticed by the Black Tower again because of the Iron Shoemaker game, and was forced to participate in the Black Tower's second level game. Bairoyu is strong, but it is not impossible that he has never attacked the tower. As long as he does not participate in the game, and is not noticed by the Black Tower, he will not be forced to attack the tower. Tang Mo is not afraid of the players who pass the Black Tower first level normally. He is worried about players like Bairoyu, who are far more powerful than the first level, but only have the identity of the first level. 21 players. If they are all at the average level of the first level, our chances of winning are already very low. Suppose there are 1 or 2 more players of Bairoyu's level. Tang Mo's expression gradually became serious. Fu Wuduo raised his lips. The king's gold coins are only 2. Tang Mo was slightly stunned and looked up at Fu Wuduo. Fu Wuduo pointed at himself, then at Tang Mo. 21 players, 2 king's gold coins. Too many monks, too little meat. As soon as he finished saying this word, he seemed to feel that comparing himself to meat seemed a bit strange. Fu Wuduo paused for a moment and continued, Tang Mo, to those 21 players, they are not companions. There are only 2 king's coins, but there are 21 players. In the Pinocchio game, Tang Mo and his 8 companions fought for a king's coin, and one of them died on the spot, and 3 others were sent to the tower attack game. Now, it seems easier to get the king's coins. As long as you kill them, you can get the coins. But can those players work together? There are only 2 coins. Tang Mo understood what he meant, but did not answer. He suddenly laughed. Are we companions? Fu Wuduo looked at Tang Mo calmly. Tang Mo, kill Mr. A, and you will get a king's gold coin. Major Fu, if I kill you, can I get a king's gold coin? Fu Wuduo's expression was calm, and he asked back, kill Mr. B, can I also get a king's gold coin? In the dark alley, the two looked at each other. After a long time, Tang Mo said, 2v21, do you want to do it? Fu Wuduo raised the corner of his lips. Let's do it. Without further ado, since they had decided to accept this extremely unfair game, Tang Mo and Fu Wuduo set out to leave the alley. They first tried various methods to see if they could hide the 2 flashing English letters above their heads. Unfortunately, no matter whether they covered their heads with their hands or covered them with clothes, the light of the 2 letters could not be concealed. In this case, the 2 did not force it. After carefully observing the environment outside the alley, they left the alley openly. There were not many people walking on the street. They did not look at Tang Mo and Fu Wuduo, and they did not seem to notice the 2 glowing letters above their heads. Tang Mo deliberately walked in front of a 2-meter-tall man and covered the B on his head. The letters appeared in front of the opposite eye. The big man glanced at Tang Mo, holding a jar of sweet honey, and walked away from the side. Tang Mo, they can't see the letters above our heads? Fu Wuduo observed for a while. It seems that they can't see it. But this doesn't mean that players can't see it. Tang Mo nodded. Let's go to the weird circus first. Our mission is to ensure that the monster is not stolen by players within 7 days. First we have to find the monster. Tang Mo took out a thin advertising leaflet from his backpack. Fu Wuduo looked at it curiously. Tang Mo said, this is the advertising paper of the weird circus that I got with props before. There is a map to the weird circus on it. Tang Mo pointed to a rough hand-drawn map on the lower right corner of the advertisement paper. The 2 quickly recognized the way and followed the map to the circus. This advertisement paper was knocked out by Tang Mo using Mario's hat when he was playing the Happy Whack-A-Mole game in Monster Valley. That stinky hat knocked out a lot of strange garbage for Tang Mo. In addition to some useless thumbtacks and half-eaten stinky pies, Tang Mo kept all the other props that looked useful in case they could be used later. Fu Wuduo looked at the map thoughtfully, and then looked at the top of Tang Mo's head. He seemed to have guessed something, but in order to prevent his not-so-familiar teammate from really getting angry and turning against him, and turning to the 21 players, he just curled his lips and didn't say his guess. Relying on this map, Tang Mo and Fu Wuduo successfully found the strange circus. When they stood in front of this magnificent and tall circus, the huge dome tent was beyond Tang Mo's imagination, making him open his eyes in surprise. This is a giant tent that almost blocks out the sun. Like the tents that every circus likes to use, colorful ribbons are tied around the tent. When the breeze blows, the ribbons flutter. They are the bright colors that children like the most. However, this tent is too big. It doesn't even look like a tent anymore. It looks like a building, a huge building. Compared to it, anyone becomes a tiny insect. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stood at the door of the circus and looked at each other. Without saying anything, both of them understood what the other meant. Find an opportunity to sneak in. However, before they could move, a sharp voice came from behind them. Oh, you are finally here. Tang Mo's hand quickly pressed on the handle of the small parasol. Fu Wenduo turned around calmly and looked at the dwarf, who was jumping and running towards them. The dwarf trotted all the way to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. He was less than 1 meter tall and reached Tang Mo's thigh. He was wearing a green hat and saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. He opened his mouth wide to speak, but before he could say anything, achio! A huge green snot bubble appeared on the dwarf's nose. He took a deep breath and sucked back the disgusting snot. After wiping his nose, the dwarf put his hands on his hips and said unhappily, Mr. A, Mr. B, we also spent money. You are so slow and only arrived today. What's the point? As he said that, he opened his big eyes like copper bells and glared at Tang Mo and the others viciously. Because he looked too funny, and the way he was sniffing just now was too disgusting, Tang Mo didn't think his look had any killing power. Tang Mo pondered for a moment. Do you know who we are? The dwarf jumped hard on the ground. Is there something in the underground kingdom that I, the sneeze spirit, don't know? Aren't you Mr. A? He pointed at Fu Wenduo. Aren't you Mr. B? He pointed at Tang Mo again. The sneeze spirit said proudly, such big words. Do you think I, the sneeze spirit, am blind? I just like to sneeze, not that I can't read. It's clearly written on your heads, okay? Fu Wenduo's eyes shone. He pretended to be calm. Oh, you can see the words on our heads. Sneezing spirit, of course. But other people on the street can't seem to see it. Sneezing spirit suddenly got angry. How can those stupid people be compared with the employees of our weird circus? We all eat public food and have legitimate jobs. In the entire underground kingdom, only the employees of our circus can see the words on your heads. Is this a privilege that everyone can have? Fu Wenduo, only you. Of course only. The voice stopped abruptly, and the sneeze spirit said angrily, well, there are also those bad guys who want to steal the monsters. They can also see the words on your heads. After this sentence fell, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo narrowed their eyes, and their minds turned quickly. Tang Mo stopped talking nonsense and said first, where is the monster? Take us to find it. They have to find the monster before those players. Sneezes, it's not here. Tang Mo, what? The captain just caught it yesterday, and hasn't successfully smuggled it from the monster world yet. Today, it will be secretly sent back to our circus. Speaking of this, Mr. A, Mr. B, why don't you hurry to the dock to pick up the monster, if the bad guys steal the monster? The sneeze spirit opened his eyes in horror, as if he remembered something terrible. It's over, the captain will kill people, the captain will kill us all. The sneeze spirit ran around in panic, and he ran back and forth 3 times around Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. After running 3 laps in a panic, the sneeze spirit looked up, and found Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo still standing there. He was surprised and said, why don't you go to the dock to pick up the monster? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo didn't know where the dock was. They stood there, quietly looking at the sneeze spirit, hiding their emotions. When the sneeze spirit saw them like this, his face changed. He yelled a few more times, asking Tang Mo and the others to pick up the monster quickly. But the 2 of them didn't move. The sneeze spirit finally couldn't help it. His face turned red, and he took out 5 copper coins from his pocket in frustration. I'm so angry, it's just money. Here, this is the deposit that the leader asked me to give you. Go and get that monster. Don't let the bad guys take it away. Tang Mo took the copper coin. The 2 of them still stood there without moving. Sneezing spirit, A minute later, the sneezing spirit cried, okay, I give you all 10 copper coins. This is really all the deposit that the leader gave me. Go quickly, the monster can't be taken away by the bad guys. The sneezing spirit took action directly, and pushed Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo to the intersection. Before Tang Mo could speak, the sneeze spirit ran back to the circus, opened the tent and went in. He was so scared that he covered his chest, took out a silver coin from his pocket, and smiled cunningly. Hee, I am still smart as a sneeze spirit, secretly hiding the big head. Swish. The door of the tent was opened, and the sneeze spirit opened his eyes wide in fear, and turned to look over. Tang Mo was also a little surprised when he heard this. Fu Wenduo stood behind him. He opened the tent and looked at the dwarf. The sneeze spirit looked at Tang Mo in a daze, holding a small silver coin in his hand. Tang Mo looked down at the silver coin and said, actually, I wanted to ask you how to get to the dock. Sneezing spirit, A minute later, Tang Mo took the silver coin and 10 copper coins given by the sneezing spirit and walked towards the dock. Fu and Duo. The king's gold coins can be used to forfeit the game. Will the silver and copper coins have any special functions? Tang Mo shook his head. I took these coins, and the Black Tower did not give me any hints. At least for now, we don't know what special functions they have. Maybe they are just ordinary coins. Santa Claus said before that he only has 8 king's gold coins. Special coins are definitely not so easy to get. I am more inclined to believe that these coins are really just coins. Fu and Duo nodded slightly. Tang Mo said again, I also got copper coins from Grandma Wolf before, but Black Tower told me that I could exchange copper coins for other props. In Black Tower's eyes, copper coins are not as important as other props. Fu and Duo grasped the key point. Are you familiar with Grandma Wolf? Tang Mo didn't ask, and he never told Tang Mo what he encountered in the Iron Shoemaker game. Tang Mo thought for a moment, is he a little familiar? Is he the granddaughter of Grandma Wolf? The two did not dwell on this topic. Halfway through the walk, Tang Mo stopped and looked at a tailor shop on the side of the road. Tang Mo, Black Tower will still abide by certain principles of fairness in the game. The opponent is 21 players, and there are only 2 of us. Before the game started, Black Tower did not disclose our names to the other 21 players, but told them that our code names were Mr. A and Mr. B. Fu and Duo added, at the same time, they don't know whether we are players or underground people. The two looked at each other, turned around and walked into the tailor's shop. 10 minutes later, a tall and handsome bard and a knight in armor walked out of the tailor's shop. The gray mask blocked the lower half of Tang Mo's face, revealing only a pair of calm eyes. He wore a great pointed hat with white feathers inserted in the brim, high leather boots wrapped around his legs, and a short flute tied around his waist. At first glance, he looked like a bard in a fairy tale. He turned to look at Fu and Duo. Fu and Duo did it even better. He wore a mighty armor, shining silver, tall and handsome. This knight's outfit was very handsome, with a long sword tied at the waist. If Fu and Duo wore it, he would really look like a medieval knight, but he wore a silver helmet that completely blocked his face. This made him look out of place, strange and weird, like a weird knight, a little funny. Tang Mo thought that he had covered his face well with a mask, and even if those players saw him, they would not be able to recognize who he was. But I didn't expect Fu and Duo to have this trick. He looked at this strange knight with armor on his head, and iron armor all over his body, and suddenly felt a little funny. He said, they don't know that we are players. This will make them mistake us for underground people, reduce their vigilance, and avoid running into players they know. But since we have to disguise ourselves as underground people, it is no longer convenient to call us by our names. Tang Mo thought for a moment, and said, how about your name being Tang Ji? Fu Wen's face was hidden in the helmet, and Tang Mo could not see his expression. He heard a deep male voice from the helmet, change your name, I will take your last name Tang. Tang Mo knew he had misunderstood. It's not Tang, it's Don Quixote's Tangji. You look like him, quite like that crazy and weird knight. Fu and Duo pondered for a while. Your name is Victor. Tang Mo was suddenly stunned. He looked at Fu and Duo with his eyes slightly open. In his chest, he heard his heart beating faster and faster. A person who had been buried in his heart for a long time, and had not been thought of suddenly returned to his memory. An inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. After a long time, Tang Mo asked, why am I called this? Fu Wen's expression was blocked by the helmet, but Tang Mo could feel that this person's eyes were fixed on him. Fu Duo answered quickly, he said lightly, another Christmas is over, red is soaked in stars and stripes. Martial Law Ode, to Victor Voloskilski. You are a bard, very suitable for this name. Tang Mo slowly came back to his senses. He smiled. Okay, then I will be called Victor. Let's go, Tang Ji, go find that monster. Chapter 67. Tang Mo spent 2 copper coins to buy the exact location of the dock from a burly man in a flowery skirt. The strange circus will hold a surprise night performance in 7 days. They rented the best location in the underground kingdom, and set up a tent in the square, with the largest flow of people in the center of the kingdom. The dock is 5 kilometers away. After walking for 20 minutes, Tang Mo looked up and saw the canvas of the boats at the dock hanging high. He turned his head to look at Fu Duo, and they nodded. Tang Mo tightened his mask, put his hands in his pockets, and walked briskly to the dock. Fu Duo disappeared beside him. Tang Mo walked to the dock, his attention focused on the surroundings. He was always alert to possible players, but when he observed the people around him, he did not find anyone who looked like a player. Everything was calm, and Tang Mo successfully walked to a huge ship. He glanced at the 5 words Weird Circus on the canvas, and walked onto the deck. Is this the ship of the Weird Circus? After the words fell, 2 circus members who were working on the deck turned their heads and looked at Tang Mo. When they saw the letters floating above Tang Mo's head, they hurried over. One of them said angrily, "It's been so long. Why are you here only now? The sneeze monster has been looking for you for a long time. Mr. B, we have paid you. Don't think of being lazy. Where is Mr. A?" Tang Mo said lightly, "He has a stomachache and went to the toilet." The tall circus member waved his hand. "Take that monster away quickly. It's so noisy, and I can't sleep well all night." The leader has gone to the palace to send an invitation letter to the respected king and queen. Before he left, he ordered that the disgusting monster should not be brought into the circus before the surprise night. The leader got the information that the thieves have been trying to steal the monster, and they set up many traps near the circus. Tang Mo frowned. "Can't bring the monster to the circus within 7 days?" The short circus member interrupted. "Of course, the thieves have already set up a trap in the square. Are you in a hurry to send the monster away?" "So, I can only send the monster to the circus on the 7th day?" "Tall man, to be exact, on the evening of the 7th day." "Short man, not even a second earlier." "Tall man, look, you see the cage that holds the monster, it's right there. I'd like to remind you that this monster is afraid of light, very afraid of light. If you leave it in the light for 10 minutes, it will die of dehydration. Don't let it die. The head of the troop said he wants to dissect it himself." "Tang Mo, I know." Tang Mo strode to a carriage. This huge carriage was about 3 meters high, 2 meters wide, and 4 meters long. It was placed heavily on the deck of the sailboat. Tang Mo tried to pull its shaft. He used 50% of his strength, and only pulled it half a meter. As he pulled the carriage, a dull knocking sound came from the carriage, as if something stupidly hit the wall of the carriage. Tang Mo pondered for a moment, turned his head and asked, "Where is the horse?" "It's called a carriage, but there's no horse, only wheels, and a black cage covered with black cloth on it." Upon hearing this, the tall member got angry. "Wow, you still want a horse? It's good enough to have a carriage. Why do you want a horse?" The short member grabbed him. "Don't pay attention to him. He's just a detective who can't even lift a carriage. I don't know why the leader hired them to look after this monster with a high salary. In my opinion, we should continue to look after it. It's just a monster. How can we let it run away? If someone comes to steal, I will punch him through the nose." After the 2 circus members finished bragging, they no longer cared about Tang Mo, and talked about going to the Banana Tavern to drink in the evening. Tang Mo was not interested in them either. He pulled the shaft with both hands, exerted a little force, and the heavy object hit the wall twice in the cage. Soon Tang Mo stabilized the speed, and pulled the carriage step by step off the boat. Because this monster was too heavy, Tang Mo did not walk very fast. Every step he took on the ground left a footprint 1.5 centimeters deep. The wheel slid across the ground, leaving 2 deep ruts in the mud. After Tang Mo got used to the weight, he gradually sped up and walked out of the dock. Along the way, many people looked over curiously, as if they wanted to see what was in such a big cage. Wearing a mask, Tang Mo walked calmly under the gaze of so many people. Suddenly, he glanced at a short middle-aged man in the crowd. The middle-aged man didn't expect that Tang Mo would suddenly look at him in the crowd. His eyes changed, and he turned and ran. Tang Mo pulled the cart with both hands, slightly raised the corners of his lips, looked at the direction the man ran, and a faint smile appeared on his face under the mask. Not long after, the huge carriage left the dock. Tang Mo turned a few corners on the street, and disappeared in the winding alley. After placing the carriage and the cage in an abandoned small building, Tang Mo twisted his neck, stretched his muscles, and sat on the ground to rest. He waited patiently, and 10 minutes later, the 2 men were thrown to the ground. Tang Mo glanced at the 2 men, then looked up at Fu Wenduo. "Only 2? A strange knight in armor walked out of the darkness. He only has this one accomplice." He walked around the dock for 5 minutes before meeting this accomplice. "Then I caught them." Tang Mo touched the mask on his face, and after making sure that his face would not be seen, he walked up and kicked the 2 players on the ground. He wanted to speak, but suddenly realized that he had to pretend to be more like an underground person. Various underground bosses flashed through his mind, such as Mosaic, Mario, Pinocchio, Santa Claus. Finally, a player's figure flashed before Tang Mo's eyes. He was silent for a moment, and decided to imitate this person. Tang Mo tilted his head and laughed maliciously. "Are you the thieves who want to steal monsters?" The 2 players were beaten half to death by Fu Wenduo, but they were in good physical condition after all, and Fu and Duo did not give them fatal injuries. The two rolled their eyes and looked at each other. The short and thin man said first, "What monsters? We are not thieves." "Who are you? Why do you beat us up and tie us up here? We are citizens of the underground kingdom. You are violating our civil rights, and will be wanted by the kingdom guards." Citizen rights of the underground kingdom? Tang Mo didn't expect that these two players knew so much. But they have already cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, so it is normal for them to know this information. Tang Mo continued to imitate Bai Royale, laughed disgustingly, picked up a wooden stick on the ground, and poked one of the players in the face. "You want to steal things? The kingdom guards will catch you first, not us." "Why do you say we want to steal things?" "That's right. What did we steal from you?" From beginning to end, the two players did not even look at the tops of Tang Mo and Fu Wen's heads. It seemed that they really could not see the two letters floating above Tang Mo and Fu Wen's heads. They were just citizens of the underground kingdom. Tang Mo wanted to speak, but Fu Duo said directly, "You can't let them go. They will continue to steal monsters next time." "Victor, kill them?" Tang Mo was stunned. It took him a few seconds to realize that the word Victor was calling him. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Tang Mo said, "Then just kill them, Tang Ji." The two players opened their eyes wide in horror and said anxiously, "Don't kill us. We really don't want to steal anything. We are just ordinary citizens." Bang! Bang! Fu Duo put away his hands, and he knocked the two players unconscious with two sharp and clean hands. After confirming that the two had fainted, Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief and stopped pretending to be a snake-like maniac like Bai Royale. He turned to look at Fu Duo. "Are you not injured?" Fu Duo, "No." Tang Mo looked down at the two players and frowned. "I thought we would catch a few more players, but only these two. The other players hid too well. They were probably at the dock just now, observing me quietly, but they didn't show their true colors. Only this guy." Tang Mo glanced at the fainted short and thin man, too stupid to expose himself. Before entering the dock, Tang Mo and Fu Duo separated, one in the open and the other in the dark, and acted separately. The reason for splitting up is that it can put psychological pressure on the 21 players. Tang Mo appeared on the dock openly, and he himself was a king's gold coin. If the 21 players wanted to grab the monsters from the beginning, they might stop when they saw only Tang Mo. Because there was another Mr. A hiding somewhere, they needed to be careful and alert. Second, Tang Mo and Fu Duo wanted to take the opportunity to capture some players and reduce their opponents. On the way to the dock, Tang Mo learned that the news that the strange circus was going to smuggle a monster in the next 2 days had spread throughout the underground kingdom. All the underground people knew that the strange monster was about to arrive at the dock, and it was very likely that the 21 players also got the news. As long as they knew, they would go to the dock to see what was going on. Tang Mo and Fu Duo had 2 letters on their heads, so it was impossible for them to hide their identities, but they could. They could completely hide in the crowd at the dock and secretly observe their future opponents to get more information. Tang Mo could hardly spot them, but they could see Tang Mo clearly. Only the short and thin man. Everyone is more curious about the car I'm pulling, and want to know what kind of monster is in the cage. Except this guy. Tang Mo took off his mask, took a breath, and said helplessly, his eyes stayed on me for a minute. Compared to the box, he wanted to observe me more, and wanted to see what kind of strength my king's gold coin has. Fu Duo said, "It's a pity that among the 21 players, he is the only one who is so stupid." Tang Mo asked, "How strong are these two people?" "Not very good. In terms of pure force, this person is slightly worse than Jax." Fu Duo said lightly. He pointed at the tall man, and then the short man. "This person's force is very poor, and his supernatural power is a flying sparrow. His sparrow makes a very loud sound, which seems to be a sonic attack. I dealt with him quickly, so I was not affected." Tang Mo, it seems that these two people will definitely not be above average if they are placed on the first floor of the Black Tower. After a pause, Tang Mo looked at Fu Duo. "Don't you want to take off your helmet to get some fresh air?" The heavy and strange silver helmet hid the man's face. Fu Duo said in a low voice, "No need. Tang Mo, there are no players nearby." Just now, in order to avoid being followed by players, he deliberately used a fast man. It can only be used 3 times a day, but in order to get rid of the players who might be following him, Tang Mo still used this ability to speed up and come to this abandoned building. "Fu Duo, the helmet is too heavy, not easy to wear. So I just don't take it off." Tang Mo, The 2 players have fainted, and the sky is gradually getting darker. At this time, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo finally have time to see what the monster they are about to guard looks like. The two walk to the huge cage. Fu Wenduo grabbed a corner of the black cloth with one hand, turned his head, and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo, open it. The next moment, the black cloth was quickly lifted, and the monster in the cage appeared in front of the two. In the dim light, a monster as big as a python was curled up in the cage, and was foolishly using its head to push against the steel bars on the cage, as if it could break the steel bars. Suddenly, the black cloth was taken off, and the stupid monster froze in midair. It took 5 minutes for it to react, and it raised its head, and looked at the two underground people in front of it. Tang Mo had been mentally prepared for a long time. When he saw this monster, he sighed in his heart. Fu Wenduo's eyes swept over the big earthworm. Is it an earthworm? Tang Mo, yeah, it's still a big earthworm. Fu Wenduo nodded. This earthworm is indeed a bit too big. It has the capital to become a treasure for the circus to display. But, the voice stopped abruptly. Fu Wenduo paused for a long time, surprised. Did you hear that sound just now? Tang Mo expressionless. Yeah, I heard it. Fu Wenduo keenly noticed Tang Mo's speechlessness. He said, Do you know this big earthworm? Tang Mo looked at the crying earthworm meaningfully, and said with regret, I know it, I have known it for a long time. 2 months ago, I participated in an S-level copy, which is a safe-level copy, which is the name given by Luofeng City. The main task of that copy is to kill a circus member who is guarding the earthworm. In the end, I let the earthworm go. Fu Wenduo, did you let the earthworm go? If I'm not mistaken, it was indeed let go by me. Tang Mo glanced at the big earthworm. There shouldn't be a second earthworm as stupid as it, and it's so big. Fu Wenduo said calmly, Tell me about that copy. Tang Mo told the truth. In the dark and silent small building, a big earthworm was crying, and kept shouting that it was hungry and wanted to see its mother. If you look closely, you will find that this big earthworm crying like a pear blossom in the rain has not shed a single tear at all. It is just fake crying, but it cried like it was real, and while crying, it used its big head to push the cage. When it was tired, it laid down to rest for a while, and then continued to push. After confirming that the monster he was guarding was still a big earthworm, Tang Mo certainly would not hide. Kill Bill. Things in the dungeon. Every detail in the dungeon could be important information, and he would share it with his teammates to avoid cooperation errors due to information misunderstandings in the next 7 days. Meanwhile, in a small wooden house next to the dock, 5 players gathered together, with a square sand table in the middle. A young short-haired woman smoothed the sand table, picked up a branch, and gently drew on the sand. She drew quickly, and in a few strokes, she drew lines one by one. The most amazing thing is that as she moved, a map of the underground kingdom slowly appeared on the sand table. This is not a complete map of the kingdom. This map is in a long strip, starting from the dock and ending at a wide street. After drawing the last stroke, the short-haired woman put away her hands and said, He disappeared here. Loudly and I followed here and made sure he had discovered us, but in just a blink of an eye, he disappeared, vanishing out of thin air. Called. Loudly. The middle-aged man agreed, Yes, I promise I didn't blink, but he disappeared in the middle of the street. Among the 5 people, a gentle man wearing glasses thought for a moment and said, I have encountered a very fast black tower monster before. The short-haired woman looked at him. Captain, what should we do next? We have lost him. I can guarantee that not only I lost him, but the other 3 teams must have lost him too. In addition to us, there are 3 other groups tracking Mr. B. Conservatively speaking, there are at least 5 teams in our assembly copy. A young man asked in confusion, 5 teams? Aren't there only 4 groups of people following Mr. B? Oldie laughed. You are stupid again. Xiao Chun, wasn't there a man found by Mr. B at the dock? I guess he should have been dealt with by Mr. A and Mr. B. If he has companions, it will be even worse. He may go to find his companions. Assuming A and B are smarter, they will not catch him first, but will wait until he finds his companions and catch him and his teammates together. It would be fine if he was alone, so as not to drag down his teammates. But few people enter the assembly dungeon alone, we all enter in groups. I guess their team has been killed by the 2 underground detectives. Xiaochen touched his head. Hey, why should I care about this? Just ask the captain and Sister Lin about this kind of thing, I just fight. The 5 people laughed. The man with glasses slowly stopped laughing. He stretched out his hand and drew a circle on the sand table. The circle he drew was near the street where Tang Mo disappeared. After drawing this circle, he thought for a while, erased it, and drew a bigger circle. He said, choosing to disappear here must have a deep meaning. It is very likely that Mr. A and Mr. B settled here. Lin E, you continue to follow up on the circus. They may send the monster to the circus. Others, come with me. Let's go to this area tomorrow to have a look. Okay. The short-haired woman named Lin E lowered her head and looked at the circle drawn by the man with glasses seriously. After a long time, she asked, "Are Mr. A and Mr. B really underground people? Captain, I just thought that they might be players just like us." The man with glasses narrowed his eyes. "This possibility is too low." Oldly said, "Shaolin, the assembly copy of the Weird Circus's surprise night can only be entered by players who have reached the level of the first floor of the Black Tower. In other words, all of our other 21 players have at least cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, and there may be a big guy who has cleared the second floor of the Black Tower. Currently, no player in the world has successfully cleared the third floor of the Black Tower. No matter how powerful the player is, he has only cleared the second floor of the Black Tower. If Mr. A and Mr. B are 2 players, then they have to face at least 21 players on the first floor of the Black Tower. Even if they are all at the level of the second level of the Black Tower, they can't win." Xiaochen also responded, "That's right. The captain said that the most important principle of the Black Tower game is fairness. Let 2 players fight against our 21 players. This is too impossible. Unless the Black Tower thinks that those 2 players can beat 21 people, don't make a fuss. How can this be possible? Even if they are at the level of the second level of the Black Tower, it is impossible. Is the difference between the second level and the first level so big? I don't believe it." Lin E nodded. "I'm just talking casually." Oldly laughed and said, "Women's sixth sense? You know what, it's great to have a woman in the team, hee hee hee." Ouch. The young woman retracted her feet, left the hut in a haughty manner, sneaked into the night, and headed towards the circus. Banana Tavern, a box. In the dimly lit narrow box, there was a strong smell of blood. Or rather, the whole Banana Tavern was filled with this smell. As the sky darkened, countless underground people rushed into this famous tavern and ordered a glass of spicy and delicious banana wine. The bar was full of the smell of men's sweat, mixed with a hint of foot odor. In the box, a bald man took a bucket of banana wine and drank it all in big gulps. When he finished the wine, a broken human hand appeared in the bucket, and there was a ring on the middle finger of this hand. The bald man pulled the ring off, and the pretty boy next to him looked over curiously and laughed. "No, this banana bar is really no." The bald man pushed the boy away. "Get out, I'm drinking, what are you looking at? Don't you know that minors can't drink alcohol?" The boy licked his teeth. "I've killed people, and I can't drink alcohol." The bald man ignored him. 4 people sat in this box. Except for the boy, the other 3 ordered banana wine. A young woman took a sip of the wine glass and put it aside with disgust. She said, "Is it really okay for us not to follow Mr. B today? If he hides the monster and sends it to the circus on the last day, our chances of success will be even lower. Aren't there teams following us?" 4 teams. The bald man wanted to imitate the underground people and tried to eat a bite of the human hand. But he only took a bite and quickly put it aside. He still couldn't do such things as eating people, but he could drink blood wine. "It's good that they follow us. They follow Mr. B, and we kill them, so we know where Mr. B is." "This makes sense." The beautiful boy clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Who are we going to kill tomorrow? I put the bugs on the 3 idiots." "Whatever. Kill whoever you want." The woman crossed her arms and stared coldly at the 3 people in front of her. She said coldly, "I think Mr. B looks familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere." The bald man looked at her. "Have you seen this, boss?" "In which copy?" The woman thought for a while. "I don't remember. I have been to too many copies." The middle-aged man who sat next to her and had not spoken said, Mr. B showed half of his face. He looked okay. He was a pretty boy. "TSK, you can't stand seeing the pretty boy, right?" The woman said angrily. "Get lost." The bald man tried to smooth things over. Okay, the underground people look no different from humans, so it's possible that they look alike. I think the pretty boy's eyes look like a Chinese star from the past. What's his name? Anyway, he was very popular, and my ex-girlfriend liked him too." The boy smiled dangerously. "After killing him, dig out his eyes and slowly see if they look alike." The young woman glared at the 3 men fiercely, then stood up and left the box, walking out of the smoky Banana Tavern. Similar situations occurred in many places. Some teams consisted of 3 people, and some consisted of 4 people. They gathered together to discuss the countermeasures for the next day. A very fast man. The supernatural power was too great. Tang Mo shook off everyone's pursuit, and joined forces with Fu and Duo to capture 2 players directly. On the first day, they successfully hid the big earthworm, catching 21 players off guard. Because his physical fitness had improved and he didn't need to sleep, Fu and Duo sat next to the cage and looked down at the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. Tang Mo saw that he hadn't moved for a long time, and thought he had fallen asleep with his helmet on. He walked to the cage quietly, and looked down at the huge earthworm. The earthworm stopped pushing against the cage, and the ugly and cute big earthworm faced Tang Mo with its extremely ugly head, as if looking at his face and trying to recognize who he was. Tang Mo stood quietly there, letting the big earthworm look at him. The big earthworm tilted its head and looked at him for a long time. Suddenly, it rubbed its head against the steel bars of the cage, as if it wanted to touch Tang Mo. It seemed that it recognized him. Tang Mo reached out and touched the big earthworm's head, and at the same time secretly thought that if he got another drop of earthworm's tears, would it also become a prop to heal the wound? Tang Mo did it as soon as he thought of it. He had already started thinking about how to get another drop of earthworm's tears. However, at this time, a voice rang in the house. Who is this underground person? He looks a little familiar. Woohoo! I'm so hungry, I want to eat something. His hand looks delicious. Tang Mo, He pulled his hand back, and the big earthworm bit into nothing. Tang Mo stared at the ungrateful big earthworm in front of him expressionlessly. Tang Mo didn't wear a mask. It had only been 2 months, and it couldn't recognize its savior, and it wanted to eat the hand of its savior. This time, Tang Mo didn't hesitate. Even if he chopped the earthworm, he would get another drop of earthworm tears from it. No matter whether the new tears could heal the wound, he had to make this guy cry. At this moment, a dull laugh came from the side. Tang Mo turned his head to look. You didn't sleep? The strange-looking Iron Knight raised his helmet and looked at Tang Mo. It's okay to not sleep for 7 days. The implication is that he doesn't plan to sleep for the next 7 days. Tang Mo coughed twice. Now we have hidden this earthworm. Those players should not make too much noise in the first 4 days. They think we are underground people. This is the underground kingdom, our territory. They will not act rashly, and will try to obtain more information. The final day is the final battle. There is no point in hiding. We must send the big earthworm to the circus on the 7th day. By then, they will know our location and will attack us. Fu and Duo nodded. Do you want to rest? Tang Mo can stay awake for a long time, but staying awake for 7 consecutive days is also a certain pressure for him. He said, I will sleep for a while. Fu and Duo, I will keep watch. Tang Mo walked straight to Fu and Duo and sat down. He leaned against a broken pillar and closed his eyes to sleep. He needed to stay with his teammates, the closer the better, so that if there was a surprise attack, the two could act together. In the dark night, the big earthworm bumped into the cage for a while, slowly fell asleep, and snored. Tang Mo originally slept against the pillar, and Fu and Duo sat beside him. He was fully armed and wrapped tightly in armor, and no skin could be seen. Suddenly, a head leaned on his shoulder. Fu and Duo was slightly stunned. The next second, he calmly reached out his hand and pushed Tang Mo's face back. Tang Mo actually woke up when he accidentally touched Fu and Duo's shoulder. He had slept enough and didn't want to sleep anymore, but Fu and Duo pushed his head back so straightforwardly, his eyelids jumped, and he was embarrassed to wake up at this time, too embarrassing. Tang Mo leaned his head against the pillar, his mouth twitched, and continued to pretend to sleep. A night passed. Before the sun shone on the earth, Tang Mo opened his eyes and stood up, picked up the black cloth from the ground, and directly covered the cage. The big earthworm's gurgling bubble suddenly burst. It was confused for a moment, and then remembered the business, and continued to hit the cage again and again. Woo woo woo, so hungry, woo woo woo, Miss Mom, woo 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 woo. Just because it wanted to eat Tang Mo's hand before, Tang Mo would not give it any food for 3 days, and it had to starve like this. The next day, Tang Mo and Fu and Duo carefully checked the surrounding environment. They did not find any trace of the players. It seemed that those players had not found the small building and did not find them. Tang Mo, the initial plan was successful. If nothing unexpected happens, they can't find this place. This place is too far away from where Tang Mo disappeared, almost half of the kingdom's capital. The real important thing in this game is not how to defeat those 21 players, but to complete the task while keeping your life and send the big earthworm to the circus. The following is how we will send the big earthworm to the circus in 6 days. In fact, Tang Mo never thought about really confronting 21 players face to face. He was confident that he could break through the pincer attack of 19 players. 2 of them had been captured by them, but he was only 10% sure of defeating so many players. Add Fu and Duo, and we have a 30% chance. What he wants is to win the game. This game has been halfway successful so far, and the last half is the 7th day. Tang Mo has come up with an idea. When I was clearing the S-level copy, I found that this earthworm has a characteristic. It is very good at digging holes, and it digs holes very quickly. In this way, in these 6 days we can. A clear child's voice interrupted Tang Mo's words, and he listened to the voice in astonishment. His face slowly sank. Ding! As the most powerful detectives in the underground kingdom, the clever Mr. A and Mr. B played those stupid thieves around. The 21 human players were furious. They didn't know that Mr. A and Mr. B never took them seriously. Stupid humans, is this your method? Trigger effect. Contempt from the famous detective. Contempt from the famous detective. Every 3 days, at 12 noon, 21 players can know the location information of the monster. Ding, young man from the earth. Bravely defeat Mr. A and Mr. B who are helping the evil, and save the poor monster. Fu and Duo, Tang Mo, Chapter 68. A wooden hut next to the dock. The moment the Black Tower's prompt ended, the 4 people in the room all stood there in astonishment, looking at each other. The 4 were just about to go out. It was dawn. Except for Lin E, who had been lurking around the circus and keeping an eye on the movements inside, the other 4 members of the team were ready to split into 2 groups and search carefully at the place where Mr. B disappeared yesterday. Unexpectedly, they received a prompt from the Black Tower before they went out. The bespectacled man in the lead calmed down and looked at his teammates. Did you all hear the Black Tower's prompt just now? The 3 of them nodded in unison. The man with glasses said, Today is the 2nd day, and 6 days later will be the surprise night of the strange circus. The Black Tower said that we have triggered the contempt from the famous detective, and the location of the monster will be announced every 3 days. This means that in the next 6 days, it will announce the location of the monster twice. Oldley immediately said, Captain, in this case, do we still need to find the monster today? The man with glasses thought for a long time and said, No. The Black Tower gave us this hint, which actually implies 3 points. First, the reason why we can trigger this effect is that we are currently at a disadvantage, and cannot compete with the 2 Black Tower bosses. For the fairness of the game, it will give preferential treatment to players. And second, the Black Tower took the initiative to give the location of the monster, which may mean. The man with glasses walked to the sand table in the middle of the room. His 3 teammates came over one after another. The man with glasses stretched out his hand and pointed to the circle he drew last night. When the 5 of them were discussing countermeasures last night, he drew 2 circles where Mr. B disappeared. The first circle was relatively small. Considering that Mr. B might be extremely powerful, the man with glasses erased that circle and drew a second, larger circle. Today, the 4 of them were planning to search for Mr. A and Mr. B in this circle. The man with glasses pondered. Since the Black Tower took the initiative to tell us the coordinates of the monster's location, it means one thing. There is an 80% chance that we can't take the initiative to find the monster's location. As he said that, he punched the circle he drew. The monster is not here at all. Mr. B's strength is beyond my imagination. He disappeared here not because he hid the monster nearby, but because this place can make him disappear. The teammates looked at him blankly. Captain, what does this mean? The man with glasses. Loudly, you and Shieli went to track Mr. B yesterday. All of us at the dock saw that the carriage with the monster was very heavy. Mr. B left deep footprints every time he took a step, and the tracks of the carriage were also embedded in the ground, which could be seen at a glance. Right? Oldley nodded, yes. That monster was really big and heavy, and all the underground people in the dock were watching. The man with glasses pointed to the pile of sand that he had just smashed flat. Mr. B was pulling a heavy car, so the force of the car was on him, so he left footprints. No matter how fast he ran, the footprints and ruts on the ground would not disappear. So from the dock to here. He pointed at the sand with his finger. He didn't run all the way. The street where he disappeared was one of the few stone streets in the underground kingdom, not a dirt street. Oldley reacted immediately. Damn, he disappeared when he got here because he didn't want us to find him by following his footprints. Actually, they should have thought of this a long time ago, but because of the smokescreen of Mr. B's hiding place is nearby, they ignored this key information. I underestimated Mr. B's strength. The captain with glasses blamed himself. If I guessed correctly, he could pull the monster carriage to any place in the underground city, so the Black Tower thought we would definitely not be able to find his location within 3 days. Of course, this actually has an advantage. Mr. B's current hiding place must be reachable from here, by walking on the stone road. He did not walk on any dirt road, otherwise he would leave footprints and ruts. Loudly, Xiaochen, brother Hao, in the next 3 days, we will follow every stone road in the capital to look for it. Maybe we can find Mr. A, Mr. B and the monster. Okay. After explaining the tasks for the next 3 days, Xiaochen asked curiously, Captain, you said that the contempt from the famous detective hinted at 3 points for us. You just said 2 points. Black Tower believes that the players are at a disadvantage, and Mr. B may hide monsters in places where every stone road in the city can reach. What's the other point? The man with glasses raised his hand to adjust his glasses, his expression calm. Didn't you hear Black Tower say that Mr. A and Mr. B played 21 players around? The 3 team members were all stunned. The man with glasses sighed. 23 players, after 1 night, only 21 people are left, 2 people are missing. What does this mean? This means, the man at the dock yesterday had a teammate, and he and his teammate were killed by Mr. A and Mr. B. Abandoned small building, 2nd floor. When Wang Yingui woke up, he opened his eyes and saw darkness. Wang Yingui was so scared that he tried to stand up and run away, but just as he came over and supported himself on the floor to stand up, he suddenly hit his head on something. He cried out and fell back. Soon, he remembered what happened before he fainted. He was caught by Mr. A. Yesterday, Mr. B suddenly glared at him at the dock, and Wang Yingui turned and ran away in fear. He strolled around the dock for 5 minutes before looking for his teammates. He thought Mr. B had forgotten about him, but he was caught by Mr. A as soon as he met his teammates. Wang Yingui couldn't understand why Mr. A and Mr. B found out his identity at a glance when he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that they, like Mr. A and Mr. B, also had their identities on their heads? But there is nothing on their heads. Wang Yingui was puzzled. After being discovered by Mr. A, he and his teammates had no power to fight back. In less than a minute, they were subdued by Mr. A and thrown here with their heads covered. No, Lao Niao and I have been pretending not to know who they are and pretending not to see the letters on their heads. How can they be so sure that we are players and thieves? Wang Yingui thought for a long time and suddenly realized, wait, where is this place? Am I dead? No, I'm not dead, I'm still alive. Wang Yingui groped in the dark, and soon he reached the end of this space. This was a very small cage, so small that it could only hold him alone, and he couldn't even stand up, he would hit his head. He was imprisoned here, and couldn't move at all. He hesitated for a moment and whispered, Old bird? The answer was silence. Wang Yingui asked again, Old bird, are you there? Old bird. After shouting for a long time, a dull hum sounded beside him. Wang Yingui immediately went over, but he was blocked by the cage. He shouted several times. Old bird, and his teammate finally woke up. Wang Yingui told his teammates about his current situation. Old bird felt around for a long time and said, I am also locked in a cage, a small cage, the size of a sparrow that can't even stand up. Wang Yingui, what do you say, where are we? Mr. A, why didn't Mr. B kill us? He didn't kill us because we are still useful. The old bird racked his brains to analyze. By the way, don't underground people and monsters like to eat us players? They must be selling us for money. The banana wine in the gathering copy of the Banana Tavern last month was brewed with the corpses of players. It's over. They must be selling us there. What should we do, Eagle? Wang Yingui was so worried that he was about to speak to comfort his teammates, when he suddenly heard a strange sound. It seemed that something was thumping on the ground and walking towards them. It must be a huge monster. Its footsteps on the ground actually made the cages of the 2 people vibrate slightly. Eagle swallowed his saliva. Did you hear it? Old bird, I heard it. What is it? Old bird, I don't know what is going on. Gee! A surprised cry sounded in front of the 2. The sound was so close that it seemed as if the thing was standing in front of him. But Wang Yingui and his teammates were all in darkness. Their vision had not evolved to the point where they could see without any light. The 2 screamed in fear. Their voices made the thing even more excited. It began to treat the cage they were in as a fun toy ball, throwing it into the air and then dropping it high. In the cage where the monster was locked, Wang Yingui and his companions screamed incessantly. Outside the cage, when Tang Mo heard the old bird say, Mr. A, Mr. B didn't kill us because he wanted to sell us for money, a strange look appeared on his face. Later, when he heard the screams of the 2 people being toyed with by the monster, he shook his head helplessly. After the Earth went online, there are still such naive players, who have cleared the first level of the Black Tower. How lucky they are. It must be said that the luck of these two players is really good. Tang Mo heard from Fu Wenduo that the two men were not very strong in terms of fighting power, and were only at the middle level in the attack organization. Currently, only Qin Shanchen in the attack organization had cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, and the others, including Jax and Tang Xiao, were strictly required by Luo Fengcheng to challenge the first floor of the Black Tower in 2 months to prevent accidents. The fighting power was not high, and the conversation just now did not sound very smart. To be able to clear the first floor of the Black Tower, it is very likely that he got through it by cheating. For example, if you meet a great teammate after entering the game, and if you are lucky enough not to die, you can follow your teammate through the game. In addition, they are even luckier because in this game, Mr. A and Mr. B are not real underground people, but Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo. If they were real underground people, they would never lock them up, but would kill and eat them directly. In fact, killing the two is the best solution. Killing them means 2 fewer enemies, and no more worries. But Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not choose this option. Instead, they knocked the 2 men unconscious and locked them in a cage. Now they had to spend energy to watch over them. The cage still contained the miserable cries of the 2 men. Tang Mo leaned against the pillar and thought, it would be better to kill them to have peace and quiet. Although he said this, Tang Mo still stood there without moving. At noon, Fu Wenduo came back from outside, and Tang Mo immediately walked up to him. How is it? Fu Wenduo's voice came from under the heavy helmet. There are people, about 3 groups of people. 2 of them were hiding very deep, and the exact number and location of the people could not be seen. The other one was a middle-aged man. He picked up a stone from the ground and quickly drew a map on the wall. He drew it very quickly. Although it was a simple map, every location was clearly marked. This is a map near the weird circus. Here and here, there are 2 groups of people hiding. Fu Wenduo pointed to a 3-story building behind the circus with a stone. Here, the middle-aged man is hiding on the 3rd floor. Tang Mo asked, did they see you? Fu Wenduo, the people hiding in this place may have seen you. He pointed to a patch of grass next to the square. When I left the circus, she tried to follow me, but I shook her off. Originally, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo planned to spend the first 6 days peacefully, and then go to the circus to deliver the big earthworm on the 7th day. But man proposes, God disposes. The Black Tower gives players the disdain from the famous detective effect, which disrupts Tang Mo's plan. So Tang Mo changed his plan and asked Fu Wenduo to go to the circus to see if there were any players hiding there, monitoring the circus every move. There are only 3 groups of people. Excluding these 2 people, there are only 19 players left. Tang Mo spoke in a low voice, so Wang Yingui and Lao Niao, who were kicked like a ball by the monster in the cage, could not hear it. Assuming that there are 3 to 4 people in each team of these 3 groups, then there are about 10 people. There are still 9 people left, who did not go to monitor the vicinity of the circus. What are they thinking? Fu Wenduo, maybe there is a team with more than 4 people, a lot of people, up to 5 or 6 people. 5 people are possible, 6 people are a bit difficult. The players who can enter this dungeon are all players who have cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. It is too difficult to let 6 players form a team and clear the first floor of the Black Tower at once. Tang Mo thought, maybe there is a team of 5 people, maybe there are 2 teams that give up monitoring near the circus. Tang Mo picked up a stone and drew on the wall. Those 3 groups of people can be counted as 11 people. There are still 8 people left. There should be 2 or 3 teams that gave up the circus and didn't monitor it. Tang Mo looked at the numbers classified on the wall and fell into deep thought. He slowly turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo was wearing thick armor and a silver helmet. Tang Mo couldn't see his expression at all, but he felt that this person was also looking at him at this moment. The 2 looked at each other for a moment, and Tang Mo asked, what situation would make them give up monitoring such an obvious place? Fu Wenduo said calmly, unable to move freely, or dead. Tang Mo fell silent. About 2 or 3 teams gave up monitoring near the circus, which is indeed too many. If it were me, I would definitely arrange for people to go there early and lurk overnight. Fu Wenduo raised his hand and drew a circle around the circus 1 kilometer away. It's possible that 1 or 2 people didn't think of this, but it's abnormal that 7 or 8 people didn't do this. Tang Mo said, do you think he was imprisoned or dead? Under the helmet, Fu Wenduo's resolute face showed no expression, and the words he said were just like his expression at the moment. His voice was low and firm, dead. The man with glasses and loudly searched carefully along every stone road in the capital of the kingdom, but found nothing. Most of the roads in the underground kingdom are dirt roads, and there are only 18 stone roads. However, these roads are the main roads of the underground kingdom. People come and go on both sides of the road, and it is difficult to find any abnormalities. After searching for a whole day, the man with glasses and his companions returned to the hut by the dock. After waiting for half an hour, Xiao Chun and Hao Gu also came back. Half an hour later, the dusty young woman jumped in from the window. The five exchanged information. Loudly, the captain and I searched 3 roads and found nothing unusual. Although we are now participating in the game, those underground people did not recognize our identities and aid us. But we dare not get too close to them and ask them for information. So we found nothing. What about you? Xiaochen shook his head. No. A young female voice sounded. I saw Mr. A. The 4 of them looked at her. Lenny said calmly. Mr. A, he was wearing armor and a helmet on his head, so his appearance could not be seen. He went to the circus this morning and quietly entered through the back door. No one should have noticed him. At least the players monitoring in the other 2 places probably didn't notice him. I just saw him by chance. My ability is more inclined to hide my body, so I followed him to see where he was going. But Mr. A found me and quickly shook me off. The man with glasses asked, what did he want to do in the circus? Where's the monster? Lenny, I didn't see the monster. He went there alone. The man with glasses tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Oldie thought for a while, turned his head and asked, Captain, since Mr. A didn't send the monster to the circus, what did he do there? He has such obvious letters on his head. Doesn't he know that we players can see that letter? He wants to sneak into the circus. What is he doing? The man with glasses, if he really didn't know, he wouldn't have sneaked in through the back door and avoided sight. What does he want to do? The man with glasses tapped the table faster and faster. The tapping sound echoed gently in the room, and the 4 team members all held their breath, waiting for the captain's answer. 3 minutes later, the man with glasses breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the young woman. Xiaoyi, don't go tomorrow. Mr. A has already discovered you. He went to the circus today to see how many groups of people wanted to steal monsters. They are collecting information about players. Lenny was shocked. Captain, have I been exposed? The man with glasses. Yes, so don't go to the circus to monitor anymore. Tomorrow we will continue to look for each stone road to see if we can find anything. The day after tomorrow is the day when the Black Tower will inform players of the location of monsters. We have been resting for the past 2 days. The day after tomorrow should be a big battle. Lenny said, Mr. A is indeed very strong. He discovered my tracking, and was very fast when he got rid of me. A very powerful enemy. The enemy I'm talking about may not just be Mr. A and Mr. B. Everyone looked at the man with glasses. The man with glasses stopped tapping the table and said, if there are only 3 groups of people monitoring the circus, including us, there are too few people. There were 4 groups of people following Mr. B on the first day, and now there are only 3 groups. At least 10 people are not monitoring the circus. There are too many people who are not monitoring. Something must have happened, so there are only 3 groups of people monitoring the circus. Xiaochen asked nervously, Captain, what could happen? I don't know. But it feels not good. It was the 3rd day of entering the dungeon, and there were still 4 days before the surprise night of the strange circus. When the man with glasses and loudly walked to the 7th stone road they were going to search, they stopped and looked at the crowd gathered in the distance. The 2 looked at each other, and walked over quietly to see what was going on. There were underground people all around, and they had to hide their identities, and pretend to be the same kind of underground people. However, this time, the man with glasses and loudly had not started to act, but they had already seen that thing. The man with glasses looked up, and saw the 3 humans hanging on the eaves, and slowly opened his mouth. Loudly also looked at the 3 bodies in disbelief. When he saw the 3 people's stomachs and internal organs, his face changed. Then, he saw the intestines of one of them hanging down and falling to the ground, with only a section connected to the stomach. When the wind blew, the intestines floated intermittently in the air. Oldley felt his stomach churning, and he almost vomited, but he quickly held it back. The underground people looked at the 3 corpses and swallowed their saliva. 3 human players. It's a pity that they died. The meat is not fresh. If it's not fresh, don't eat it. I saw it first. I want to eat it first. Not long after, the underground people rushed up and pulled the 3 corpses off the eaves. They pulled out the limbs of the 3 people and bit them. Oldley was so nauseous that he walked aside and didn't look. The man with glasses wanted to go up to check the corpses, but he looked at the corpses being eaten and his face turned pale, so he turned around and left. Lowley said uncomfortably, Captain, don't you want to vomit? The man with glasses didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. When they left the street and came to a remote alley, the man with glasses vomited everything out. Lowly also vomited a lot, and in the end, only acid was left. He said angrily, "Fuck, those underground people can kill and eat as they please, but why do they have to cut open people's stomachs and hang them up there for public display? These underground people just look like humans. They are not humans at all. They are all monsters. Not underground people." Oldley was stunned. What? The man with glasses wiped his mouth and narrowed his eyes. I have long discovered that although underground people eat humans like monsters, they rarely attack humans. Especially now, we are players participating in the game. The 5 of us met many underground people in the capital of the kingdom, but none of them discovered our identities and took the initiative to attack us. Oldley, Captain, what do you mean? It's the players, kill them. At 12 o'clock noon on the 4th day, the underground kingdom. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Tang Mo stood by the window of the abandoned building and looked up at the dazzling sun. A clear child's voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Start the contempt from the famous detective. A green light shot out from the center of the sun, split into 18 parts, and shot towards the earth. This light flew very fast, and Tang Mo's dynamic vision could not see where the other 16 rays of light shot to. It was obvious that the Black Tower was hiding the location of other players. Tang Mo turned around and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" Fu Wenduo, "No." The two said no more, and 2 green lights shot into the abandoned building where they were. Among them, 2 beams of light shot into the cage where the monster was locked. There were bursts of sobbing from inside. 2 days later, the 2 players had been exhausted by the monsters and could not even shout. They could only groan in pain and had no energy to read the so-called contempt from the famous detective. Prompt. Flying into the cage, the 2 green lights were caught by Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo before they entered. Tang Mo looked down at the green light that flew to his palm. He observed it carefully for a moment, raised his head, and met Fu Wenduo's eyes in the air. Then, the 2 of them turned on the green light together. In an instant, 2 green lights flew over the heads of the 2 people and enveloped their heads. Tang Mo was stunned. He looked at the green light above Fu Wenduo's head and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Before he realized what was wrong, a map appeared in front of them soon. There was a green heart in the center of the map, and the place drawn was exactly the abandoned building where Tang Mo and the others were at the moment. A line of small words slowly appeared next to the map. Item. Contempt from the famous detective. Owner, Wang Yingui. Quality, none. Level, none. Attack power, none. Function, display the location of the circus monster. Limitation, one-time item, only displayed for 3 seconds, then the map disappears. Please remember the detailed location carefully. Note, want to get information without paying? Little guy, if you want to live a decent life, you have to wear some green on your head. 3 seconds later, the green light above Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's heads disappeared. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. Are you ready? Fu Wenduo seemed to be still immersed in the fact that he had just been forced to cheat, and did not answer. Tang Mo asked again, Fu. Tang Ji? Fu Wenduo looked up at him. Okay. Tang Mo clenched his fingers and raised the corners of his lips. He put his mask back on and smiled. Then follow our plan. Tang Ji, see you in 3 hours. The next moment, the 2 turned into a stream of light, split into 2, and disappeared into the room. In the middle of the room, a huge cage stood quietly in place, and no one asked. Chapter 69. The Contempt of the Famous Detective. At 12 o'clock noon on the 4th day, it flew to the hands of all the surviving players on the first floor of the Black Tower. In the wooden hut next to the dock, the 5-man team also got their own props. After turning on the green light and seeing the symbol on the map, they all looked up. Let's go! 5 figures quickly passed through the crowd, left the dock, and ran towards the abandoned hut. At 12:02, the man with glasses arrived first. He hid behind a big rock, looking at the small building 100 meters away. He stretched out his hand to block his teammates, and lowered his voice. Sure enough, it is near a stone road. It's a pity that we didn't find it here. There should be 18 players still alive. We have to face not only Mr. A and Mr. B, but also other players. The young woman whispered, Captain, my ability is more suitable for detecting the environment. I will go to check if there are other players nearby. Okay, be careful. After the words fell, Lenny moved and disappeared behind the big rock. Only 4 people were left. The man with glasses stared at the small building. After 3 seconds, he said, there is no movement inside. We are relatively close to this building, and we rushed over quickly. Other players may not have arrived yet. Xiao Chun loudly, you stay here. Brother Hao, let's change positions. Xiao Chun was surprised. Captain, why do we have to change positions? To prevent being caught in one fell swoop. The man with glasses said quickly, and he and the middle-aged man got up and left. The five-man team was divided into 3 groups. 2 people were ambushing in the distance, and 2 people quietly approached the small building. Lin Yi, dressed in black, crossed the building at a very fast speed. Most of the houses in the underground kingdom were short and dilapidated, and each house was very close to each other. At this noontime, the sun was scorching and dazzling, and the lazy underground people were lying on their beds and snoring. Lin Yi passed by many houses, and heard the deafening snoring of the underground people coming from the windows. She was so agile that she almost turned into a black shadow. She quickly left the small building and searched around. Her steps were light, and her movements were so fast that people couldn't see her movements clearly. She ran several kilometers away. Suddenly, 3 people appeared in front of her on the left. Lin Yi turned and ran into an alley, hiding in the dark alley. She secretly stared at the 3 people. The 3 people walked very fast, wearing clothes from the underground kingdom. They seemed to be walking casually, and didn't deliberately rush in a certain direction, but their hands were tightly holding their weapons, and their eyes were looking around cautiously. Lin Yi stepped back, and pressed her back against the wall when she saw the alley. The 3 people didn't notice her, and continued to walk forward. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. After the 3 people left, she quietly walked out of the alley. 3 people, and 10 more. There are at least 2 more teams. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into the alley again, and looked in other directions. Time passed by minute by minute. At 1 p.m., an hour had passed since the Black Tower released the monster location. Finally, a player couldn't hold back any longer. 2 figures whizzed through the flowers and flew into the abandoned building. Hao Gu was stunned. He raised his upper body and wanted to catch up quickly. The man with glasses held him down. Don't move. This is the first group of people. There are 2 of them. They may have arranged teammates to support them outside. Don't be careless. Hao Gu nodded, and the 2 of them lay in the grass again and stopped moving. Sure enough, when the 2 ran in, another figure rushed in. The sound of fighting came from the small building. The sound was very light. The man with glasses closed his eyes, and put his ears to the ground to hear it. After a while, a curse came from the small building. Fuck, it's not here, it's too late. The monster has been moved away by Mr. A and Mr. B. The man with glasses was stunned. Hao Gu was surprised. Our dock is only a few kilometers away from here, and it only took us 2 minutes to get here. We also followed your instructions, and came from different stone roads to block Mr. B, who might have sent the monster away from the small building. Could it be that Mr. B was so fast that he sent the monster away in 2 minutes? The man with glasses frowned. If he didn't speak, none of his team members would move. Whether it was Lin Yi, who didn't know if he had returned, or Lao Li and Xiao Chun, who were lying in the distance. After thinking for a moment, the man with glasses said, "Don't worry, let's wait a little longer." 1 minute later, 3 figures flew out of the small building. After waiting for another 5 minutes, the man with glasses and Brother Hao stood up and ran into the small building as fast as possible. After they entered the small building, they found that the ground was covered with blood. The 2 touched it and said, "It hasn't solidified yet." It seems that the blood was left by the 3 people just now. The 2 people in front should be from the same team, and the one behind is from another team. The 3 of them fought here. The man with glasses analyzed. The result of the battle was that both sides were injured. The last person who came in must be stronger, so he dared to come in alone. But unfortunately, they didn't find any monsters here, nor did they meet Mr. A and Mr. B. Brother Hao said, "It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Captain, let's go too." Wait a minute. The man with glasses frowned, his eyes wandering around the dilapidated building. This place is too close. It only took us 2 minutes to run over here, and there are only 4 stone roads leading to this building. The 5 of us have blocked all 4 roads. How did Mr. B transport the monster out? His car is gone, but the cage is still there. He left the cage. Brother Hao was also curious. Why did he change the cage? Is it because the cage is hard to get, or because of other reasons? The man with glasses suddenly said, "Let's look for it too." "How, Captain?" "There is a 50% chance that Mr. B has already transported the monster away. But I believe in our speed. 2 minutes, blocking every road, but never blocking Mr. B and his car. So, there is still a 50% chance that he has not transported the monster away at all, and the monster is still here, hiding somewhere. At this moment, a faint collision sound was heard. The man with glasses and Brother Hao immediately shut up and listened carefully to the noise. 1 minute later, there was another very light collision sound. The man with glasses immediately turned his head to look at Brother Hao. The two nodded. Brother Hao suddenly flew out of the window and landed in the yard of the small building. A silver poker card appeared in the hand of the man with glasses. He hid on the second floor of the small building, hiding in the dark, and did not go out. One in the light, the other in the dark. The strong Brother Hao looked around vigilantly and found nothing unusual. He raised his foot and walked in this small yard. This small building has been abandoned for a long time, and the flowers in the garden have long since withered and fallen to the ground. The path outside the flower bed is full of various weeds. Brother Hao walked step by step in this garden, his eyes fixed on the tree in the center of the garden, but he stared for a few seconds and did not see anything unusual. Then he walked to a small artificial lake in the garden. This is a very small lake, not covering a large area, but the water is very deep. The turbid black water is calm, there seems to be no creatures in the water, and the lake surface is as smooth as a mirror. Brother Hao stared at the lake intently. He seemed to see something and tightly grasped the dagger on his waist. On the second floor, the man with glasses also held his playing cards tightly, ready to help at any time. The next moment, Brother Hao shouted angrily and slapped the lake with one palm. Boom! The dirty water was overturned by this powerful force, and the lake water was separated to both sides, like Moses dividing the sea, revealing the remains of small fish and dead branches and leaves at the bottom of the lake. Seeing this scene, Brother Hao was stunned, and the man with glasses also opened his eyes wide in surprise. Hao checked carefully. There was indeed nothing unusual under the lake. He turned his head to look at the second floor, indicating that he was going to leave. The man with glasses watched his teammates leave the lake in silence and prepared to retreat. His peripheral vision suddenly caught a clump of grass nearby. His eyes were stern and his fingers moved. A poker card flew out quickly, piercing through the soil and shooting into the earth. It seemed to hit something, and a painful groan came from under the ground. Hao stared with his eyes wide open, exerted force with his feet, and ran to the grass in the blink of an eye. He was as strong as an ox, and he dug the soil in 2 strokes, revealing 2 small cages and 2 people locked in the cages. The 2 men were naked, their clothes were stripped off, and their bodies were covered with a layer of shiny oil. One of them had a playing card stuck on his shoulder, which was obviously shot by the man with glasses. Brother Hao continued to dig. He dug so fast that it only took 2 seconds from the time he started digging to the time he dug out the 2 humans. And when he dug up a dazzling A. Only 3 seconds had passed when he saw the letter. On the second floor, the man with glasses saw the letter and exclaimed, "Brother Hao, be careful." Brother Hao kicked the ground and took 2 steps back. But under the ground, the knight hiding in the mud had already pulled out a knife, and with a flick of his wrist, the knife shot out. The knife flew very fast, cutting Brother Hao's arm and shooting through a big tree in the middle of the yard. Boom! The big tree fell to the ground with a bang. Brother Hao's face changed drastically, and the man with glasses jumped down from the second floor. In the pit, 2 players were trapped in a cage exhausted. A tall knight in armor slowly walked out of the pit. He stared at the letter A above his head, and carried a huge sack on his shoulder. In the sack, a huge monster kept twisting its body, and making a chee-chee sound. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Yingui and the old bird in the cage curled up in fear, as if they remembered the most terrifying thing. The man with glasses and Brother Hao looked at each other. The man with glasses took out a white stone from his pocket, and crushed it with force. The next moment, outside the small building, Lao Li and Xiao Chen looked at each other in surprise, stood up together, and ran towards the small building with a whoosh. In the weed-covered yard, the 4 men with glasses stared at the strange knight in front of them with caution. The armored knight with the letter A on his head looked at the 4 people quietly. When he saw the last man with glasses, the 5 of them rushed forward together and attacked. At the same time, Lin Yi had circled the small building 3 times. When the 3 players came out of the small building, Lin Yi also saw them. She thought for a while, and caught up with the lone player. She quietly followed this player. Although this player was very strong and escaped successfully after fighting with the other 2 players, he was also injured. Blood flowed down his arm little by little, and flowed all over the floor. Perhaps because of the injury, his vigilance decreased, and he did not notice Lin Yi following him. Lin Yi thought to himself, "This is the 5th team. The 3 players who died before were in one team, The 2 players killed by Mr. A and Mr. B were in one team, and the 3 people we met on the street just now were in one team. In addition to our team, he belonged to another team. The captain gave her the task of finding as many of the 18 surviving players as possible today. All she needed to do was remember each player's face. Lenny followed this player all the way to the suburbs. Leaving the capital of the kingdom, there were no houses on both sides of the road for Lenny to hide. Fortunately, the weeds here were lush, and each blade of grass looked like a big tree, huge and very much like the grass and trees in the land of giants. Lenny followed the player all the way to an abandoned stone house. Is their team staying here? Seeing the man about to enter the house, Lenny opened her eyes wide, intending to see the other players in the house clearly. But just as the man's hand touched the door handle, Lenny's heart beat wildly, and she secretly said, "Not good." Jung. As the door opened, a silver light shot out from the house, and shot straight through the man's head. The man opened his eyes in horror, and he didn't see the enemy who killed him clearly before he died. He fell backwards and hit the ground. Lenny turned and ran. But she still ran a little slowly. A surprised voice came from the house. "There's another one?" Lin Yi's scalp tingled, and she ran out as fast as she could. Her ability was not a combat one, so if she really encountered a powerful enemy, she would just run away. However, she didn't expect that the enemy was not only in this small stone house, but there were actually 2 ambushed outside. In front of her, a tall and mighty bald man came from a distance, walked through the huge weeds, and stared at her with a sneer. On the left, a handsome boy in a red coat looked at her curiously, his eyes sliding from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet, and finally looking at her face. After looking for a full half-minute, the handsome boy said happily, "I want her head. Dig out her eyes and brain. It will definitely make the best nest for my bugs." Lenny kicked his feet and ran to the right. The bald man shouted, "You want to run away after delivering yourself to the door?" The middle-aged man in the small stone house rushed out, and countless silver knives flew out of his hands and shot straight at Lenny. The bald man roared and beat his chest with both hands. Soon, a thick layer of brown bear hair grew on his face and head. He used his hands as feet and ran towards Lenny on all fours. No matter how fast Lenny ran, she couldn't run faster than the knife or the bald man. And even faster were the thousands of black insects flying towards her. The buzzing sound of insects roared in the suburbs. Wherever the huge black insects flew, the giant weeds were eaten clean by them. Like locusts passing through, no grass grew. The bugs were about to bite her hair. Lenny gritted her teeth, turned around and pulled out her knife, ready to fight the bugs. The bugs approached her, and at this moment, a small pink parasol blocked Lenny's way. Lenny stood there in astonishment. A strange word sounded in her ears, as if it was something. Transformed. Before she could hear it clearly, the black bugs hit the parasol. Like a heavy rain, the bugs hit the parasol and split on both sides of the parasol. After the crackling sound, the swarm of bugs flew into the air and rushed towards them from another direction. The rumbling of insects caused a slight tinnitus in Lin Yi's ears, and she vaguely heard someone shouting something behind her. "Yeah, what yeah?" Before Lin Yi could figure it out, the next moment, an overwhelming fire rushed towards the huge swarm of insects. The blazing flames collided with the black swarm of insects, and the insects were scorched and fell to the ground like rain. The beautiful boy screamed miserably, and the middle-aged man's silver knife had already flown over. Tang Mo raised his small parasol to block the stormy knife, and then the brown bear bald man also arrived. He kicked the ground with his limbs and hit the small parasol head-on. This force was so terrifying that Tang Mo was knocked out with the small parasol, and Lin Yi was also knocked to the ground and spit out blood. Tang Mo swallowed the fishy sweetness in his throat, raised his head, and looked vigilantly at the bald man who turned into a brown bear in the distance. The bald man roared a few times, and the beautiful boy roared behind him, "Kill him! I don't care who Mr. B is, you fucking killed my bug, I'm going to kill you!" The 3 of them attacked together. The silver knife of the middle-aged man was the most powerful hidden weapon. He had countless knives. Each knife shot out, aiming at Tang Mo's weak spot. The insects of the pretty boy kept crawling towards Tang Mo on the ground, blocking Tang Mo's position. And the bald man was the most terrifying. He was the most physically powerful player Tang Mo had ever seen, and his physical strength was stronger than Fu Wind was. His speed was not as fast as Fu Wind was, but his strength was terrifying and amazing. He punched down, and the ground was smashed into countless cracks. His fist hit the small parasol, and the small parasol trembled slightly. Tang Mo's palm was numb from the shock, and he stepped back repeatedly. Fortunately, The bald man was not agile enough and was a little clumsy. Tang Mo kept dodging. Seeing the beautiful boy turn his head to deal with Lin Yi, who was lying on the ground, Tang Mo narrowed his eyes and threw the open small parasol to Lin Yi. Lin Yi hurriedly caught it and imitated Tang Mo's previous use of the small parasol to block those terrible black insects, and at the same time turned around and ran away like a fly. Lin Yi ran away, and the handsome boy turned back to deal with Tang Mo. The three of them attacked together. Tang Mo turned his head to avoid the bald man's punch. He found the right time, took out a big match, and smashed it on the bald man's neck. The bald man didn't expect that he still had a big match. There was a crisp snap, and the bald man roared and glared at him, his eyes red. Tang Mo took the opportunity to raise the big match and smashed it straight at the bald man's head. But at this moment, a cold female voice sounded from behind him, "Checkmate." A sense of crisis of death swept through Tang Mo's brain. He immediately gave up killing the bald man, turned his hand in the air, and blocked the big match behind his head. With a ding-dong sound, a bullet hit the match head, and a thumb-sized pit was worn out on the red match head, and the bullet was deeply embedded in it. It turned out that there were 4 people in total. Tang Mo turned around and ran. He ran too suddenly. He just raised the match to kill the bald man, and now he suddenly ran away. Although his speed was a little slower than Lin Yi, because he was running, the 4 people didn't react. When they thought about chasing him, Tang Mo's figure had disappeared in the bushes. The bald man's neck was broken by Tang Mo's match, but he didn't die. His head was twisted on his shoulder in a weird posture. The middle-aged man approached and twisted his head hard. The bald man's head rested softly on his shoulder, and the brown bare hair on his face slowly disappeared. He roared angrily, "I must kill that man, kill him!" The short-haired woman came over at this time. She put the pistol in her pocket and said coldly, "In fact, Mr. B almost killed you just now. The handsome boy, I want to kill him too. He killed more than 900 of my bugs. I want to kill him. We were caught off guard this time. Next time, I will never give him a chance to escape. The 3 of us can kill him. We can. His strength is not that strong. Why did you underestimate the enemy? You should have smashed his head with a punch just now." The bald man said angrily, "Then what are you doing? Why didn't you let your bugs bite his eyes out? You?" Lin Yi ran for half an hour on the endless wheat grassland in the suburbs before stopping and resting against a tree. After making sure she was safe, she began to think about what had just happened. How could it be possible? How could Mr. B save me? Lin Yi stared blankly at the pink parasol in her palm. The image of the bard flashed before her eyes, with a white feather on his gray hat, and Mr. B wearing a mask that blocked his face. He was tall and thin, with a calm look, and he responded calmly even when he saw thousands of black insects. Then, he gave her this umbrella. Lin Yi murmured, "Am I crazy, or is Mr. B crazy? Hee, are you crazy, or is Mr. B crazy?" There were too many incredible things today, and Lin Yi didn't react for a while, and subconsciously said, "I'm not crazy, it's Mr. B who is crazy." Her voice stopped abruptly. She turned around, pulled out her knife, and looked at the person who came. After seeing the other person's face clearly, she was stunned for a moment. In the sun, Mr. B leaned against an orange tree and looked at her with a smile. He seemed to be smiling, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. That bad smile made Lin Yi feel disgusted, as if this person was laughing at her and always mocking others, but he kept smiling like a psychopath. Lin Yi didn't know how to face Mr. B. It was Mr. B who saved her life and gave her the umbrella. Lin Yi hesitated for a long time and decided to thank Mr. B first. However, when she lowered her head, she saw a sticky pink thing on Mr. B's hand. This thing stuck to a thread in the air, and the other end was actually connected to her body. Lin Yi turned her head in surprise, and saw that there was a pink thing on her lower back. Strawberry gum that can't be removed. Tang Mo smiled and looked at the confused young woman in front of him. He recalled Bai Ruo's behavior and imitated his tone and said, "Once it's stuck, it can't get away. You say, does this mean a love that will never end?" At this moment, Lin Yi's only good impression of Mr. B disappeared completely. The disgusting tone of the other party gave her goosebumps, and at the same time, she realized, "You have already attached this thing to me. You always knew where I was?" So she ran for half an hour, but Mr. B still found her quickly. Lin Yi felt cold all over. Mr. B tilted his head and laughed, "I know." Lin Yi heard her voice trembling. "What do you want to do? Didn't you just save me? Isn't it okay to catch you again after I saved you?" Tang Mo said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi saw Mr. B flash by. When she saw Mr. B again, the terrifying black tower monster was already standing in front of her. He stretched out his hand and chopped Lin Yi's neck with a knife, knocking her unconscious. Before fainting, Lin Yi heard herself curse with full force, "Fuck!" Chapter 70. In the underground kingdom, an abandoned tailor's shop. Lin Yi gradually woke up. She did not open her eyes immediately. She still pretended to be unconscious, and quietly listened to the movements around her. Soon she heard a smirking male voice. "You are already awake. Why are you pretending to be asleep? Do you want me to go to the palace and ask the prince to come out and kiss you before you wake up?" "Hey, this seems to be a good suggestion." Lin Yi's face changed, and she quickly opened her eyes. She looked closely and saw Mr. B, dressed as a bard, sitting on a dirty wooden box, smiling at her. He was still wearing a gray mask, so Lin Yi couldn't see his appearance. His exposed eyes looked good, but when paired with that weird smile that never changed, it made people feel uncomfortable. Lin Yi was tied to a pillar and stared at Mr. B coldly. Suddenly, another figure appeared in her peripheral vision. She looked to the right vigilantly. It was a tall underground man, should be a person, not a monster, wearing strange armor. He was leaning against the table, standing behind Mr. B. A big letter A was floating above his head. Mr. A stood quietly behind Mr. B. The two men were more weird and mysterious than each other. Suddenly, Mr. A turned his head and looked at Lin Yi. Even though the other person's face was blocked by the silver helmet, Lin Yi felt a chill all over her body. She had an inexplicable feeling that Mr. A was more terrifying than Mr. B. She might have a chance to escape from Mr. B, but she would never survive under Mr. A. Lin Yi gritted her teeth, staring at the scary Mr. A and Mr. B without saying a word. Half an hour ago, Tang Mo carried this woman into the hut, waited for 10 minutes, and waited for Fu Wenduo. Lin Yi was still unconscious at the time, so she didn't know that the smile on Mr. B's face that she hated the most disappeared as soon as she fainted. Tang Mo brought her here as quickly as possible, and after meeting Fu Wenduo, the two exchanged information. The two were rescued by 4 players, Fu Wenduo said calmly. The 2 people he was talking about were Wang Yinggue and Lao Niao. He continued, they didn't take the monster away. Now the monster is in the next room. Tang Mo walked into the room and looked at the big monster in the sack, then turned back and said, "Okay, you're not hurt, are you?" Fu Wenduo said, "They're just minor injuries." "Are you hurt?" Tang Mo's sleeves were cut, and there was some blood on his clothes. He said, "It's just a minor injury." Then, the two talked for a while, and waited for a long time before Lin Yi woke up. Tang Mo didn't think that his chop was serious. He really just chopped lightly. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would be unconscious for more than half an hour? The second before Lin Yi woke up, Tang Mo was still thinking about the next plan with a serious look. When Lin Yi woke up, he put on a smile and continued to see us by Royu. Lin Yi didn't speak. She didn't expect that Mr. A and Mr. B didn't speak either. The two sides were deadlocked for a few minutes. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want to do by catching me? Do you want to set a trap with me and catch my teammates? Impossible, the captain will not risk his life for me. You can just kill me and take me as a hostage, you will get nothing." Tang Mo gave her a meaningful look. His tone was certain, and it was obvious that he was not lying. Her team really would not risk their lives for her, and would not come to rescue her. "Who said I want to kill you?" Lin Yi was stunned, and she quickly hid the surprise in her eyes. "Then what do you want to do? Are you asking me to betray the team? This is even more impossible. You might as well kill me. Even if I die, I won't tell anyone about the team's plans." In fact, they didn't have a plan either. The captain said that everything would be done on a case-by-case basis. Tang Mo chuckled. Hearing this laugh, Fu Wenduo's eyebrows slightly raised in his helmet. Lin Yi was waiting for Mr. B to pronounce her death sentence. She was not afraid of death. She was very lucky to be alive until now, and passed the first floor of the Black Tower. The 5 of them were friends, who knew each other before the Earth went online. No matter who joined the team, they had a realization on the first day. They could die, but they would never betray the team. There used to be 7 people in their team. 2 teammates died on the first floor of the Black Tower, leaving only 5 people. After experiencing life and death, they trust their teammates and the team more. Lin Yi clenched her fists. She made up her mind and said, "Kill me." Tang Mo smiled and said, "Then how do you want to kill you?" Lin Yi didn't expect Tang Mo to say not to kill her a second ago, and now suddenly asked how to kill her. This person changes his face faster than turning a book. Lin Yi jumped out 2 words from between his teeth. "It's up to you. How about cutting it into pieces?" Lin Yi, "Whatever." Tang Mo thought, "Fry it in a pan, it will be crispy and taste better, okay?" Lin Yi, "Whatever." Tang Mo, Why not peel your skin first, wash it in water, and then put it in? Zheng. A sharp dagger flew out from behind Mr. B, brushed Lin Yi's face, and stabbed straight into the stone wall behind her. The person who threw the dagger was so skilled that Lin Yi could clearly feel the cold blade cutting off the hair on her face, but it did not pierce her skin. The moment the dagger shot over, Lin Yi tasted death. Her heart was beating so fast that it seemed to jump out of her mouth. She had already made up her mind to die, but she was scared at that moment. She didn't want to die, she didn't want to die at all, she still wanted to live. Fu Wenduo put away his hand and said, "It's crooked." This was something that was not mentioned when discussing the plan before. Tang Mo was shocked, but he quickly replied, "Tang Ji, you scared our lovely food." Lin Yi, who was almost scared to pee her pants, After Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo's repeated threats, Lin Yi was really scared and cried, and she didn't dare to be brave anymore. Tang Mo saw her scared look and realized that the situation was almost ready. He stood up, walked in front of Lin Yi, leaned down, and looked at her at eye level. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. "Hey, you are not a stowaway." Lin Yi swallowed and didn't answer. "You are not a stowaway. Were the humans we met before stowaways?" Lin Yi understood that Tang Mo was referring to the players in the suburbs. She thought for a while. They should be stowaways. Normal players will not kill people casually. I have encountered a team of stowaways in the game before. After the game, they killed a reserve player in the same group and stole his reward. Tang Mo, is that so? How many of you are there? Are you a monster who wants to steal the circus leader? I know that Black Tower will tell you this kind of news secretly. Lin Yi, 36 people. The other party lied about the number, and Tang Mo was not surprised. So many? Tang Ji, you just killed 2 a few days ago, have you killed more recently? Fu Wenduo, who was forced to eat people, glanced at Tang Mo and said, "No. Victor, in fact, I only ate half, and the other half was eaten by you." He kindly reminded. Lin Yi, who tried to be calm, Tang Mo, there are a lot of opponents, Tang Ji, this may be the biggest challenge in our detective career. Do you think I should eat this human now to try it out, or do something else? In order to prevent Fu Wenduo from saying anything shocking again, Tang Mo asked himself and answered, "Well, it's time to do something interesting. Those are some delicious stowaways." Speaking of this, Tang Mo turned his head and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. An hour later, a young woman woke up in a dark alley. The next second after waking up, Lin Yi immediately observed the surrounding environment. Her hand was on the dart in her pocket. This was her secret weapon, because Mr. B was much stronger than her, and she was subdued by Mr. B before she could use the hidden weapon. Looking around, Lin Yi found herself in an empty alley. She stepped on her feet and ran out of the alley quickly. After 2 hours of circling outside and making sure that Mr. A and Mr. B were not following her, Lin Yi ran back to the wooden house next to the dock. After she entered the house, she found that there was no one in the house. Lin Yi remembered the secret contact method that the captain had mentioned. She walked to the sand table in the middle of the house and looked at the few small stones placed in the sand table. 12 small white stones were scattered on the sand. Lin Yi looked at them for a while and figured out the answer, under the dock, location B. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi found her teammates and saw 2 strange people. The teammates were very surprised by Lin Yi's return. Lao Li ran over and said, "Xiao Lin, you are finally back. What happened? Why did you take so long? Are you injured?" Lin Yi's shoulder was bitten by the black insect swarm of the beautiful boy, and it was bleeding. She said, "It's okay." The man with glasses walked over. "Is anyone following us?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Definitely not." The man with glasses breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi glanced at the 2 strange men in the corner, and then turned to look at the man with glasses with a serious expression. "Captain, I met Mr. B today and fought with him. Being suppressed by Mr. B unilaterally can also be considered a fight." Lin Yi said, "Mr. B is very strong. I feel that you and Brother Hao together can barely be considered his opponent. And he saved my life. I ran into a group of stowaways." Lin Yi gave so much information at once that everyone in the room looked at her in astonishment. The man with glasses calmed down. "Xiao Yi, take your time and explain the situation clearly. It's like this. This afternoon, I followed the task assigned by the captain and followed a player. Then I ran into the group of stowaways in the suburbs." Lin Yi told him everything she knew in detail, including that Mr. B saved her and knocked her out. Finally, there was everything she saw in the tailor's shop. Mr. A was there too. Finally, Mr. B said that it was okay to let me go, but there were too many players. I lied to him that there were 36 players in total. He let me go, and asked me to come back and tell you. Lenny raised his head and looked at the man with glasses, his eyes hesitant. Captain, he wants to cooperate. Chapter 71. After entering this assembly instance, when Tang Mo knew that he and Fu Wenduo would face 21 players, he began to think about whether he could cooperate with other players. It was impossible to hide their identities and pretend to cooperate. He and Fu Wenduo had huge letters on their heads, which were hard to ignore. Any player who saw the letters on their heads would know that they were Mr. A and Mr. B. They could not hide their identities. Originally, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo agreed to deal with the players in batches within 7 days. Just like catching Wang Yingui and the old bird, they caught them and put them in a cage, imprisoning them under their noses, which was equivalent to destroying their fighting power and reducing their opponents. After 7 days, they might face less than 10 enemies. At that time, they would use the big earthworm's ability to dig holes, dig a road from the ground, and send the big earthworm to the circus. The big earthworm is stupid and doesn't know what hole it is digging. But the Black Tower caught them off guard. After sending Lin Yi back, Tang Mo returned to the cabin. He brought Lin Yi in and knocked him out to prevent him from seeing their current base. But after sending Lin Yi away, Fu Wenduo said, "Change the place." "Okay." Tang Mo nodded and left the tailor shop with Fu Wenduo. They had to change the location, just in case. Lin Yi guessed the location of the tailor shop. Sure enough, 3 hours later, the 5 players hurried into the tailor shop. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo hid behind a stone wall in the distance, watching the 5 people walk into the tailor's shop. Not long after, they walked out with an empty big sack in their hands. A deep male voice sounded. "Sure enough, I guessed it." Tang Mo nodded. The female player seems to have a supernatural power in reconnaissance, and is very sensitive to the surrounding environment. She may have guessed it. The reason why we chose to capture her was precisely because her supernatural power was not aggressive, and she was likely to be sent to follow other teams and be left alone. After seeing Lin Yi and the other 5 people leave the tailor's shop, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo left together. Fu Wenduo said, "It seems that they are determined to cooperate." They did not arrange people to hide in the dark, but went in with 5 people. This is to negotiate, not to ambush. Tang Mo, seeing the miserable deaths of the 3 players, they should understand that in this game, the most likely person to take their lives is not Mr. A and Mr. B, but the 4 stowaways. After a pause, Tang Mo said, "It's just a pity that I didn't expect the 4 stowaways to be so strong and almost couldn't escape from them." The 2 walked around the capital of the kingdom, and came to the other end of the city. This was a long-abandoned shabby house, and the surrounding area looked like a slum concentration camp. Every room was tattered, with a piece missing here and there, and there was a big hole in the roof. The sunlight leaked through the hole onto the ground, illuminating a large cage in the center of the room. A black cloth covered the cage, hiding the big earthworm inside. The sound of banging against the cage never stopped, accompanied by the sound of fake crying. Tang Mo didn't need to lift the black cloth to know that the earthworm was foolishly trying to break the cage and get out again. It must be crying fake tears without a single tear. He ignored it. After entering this broken house, Tang Mo finally relaxed. Today went smoothly. I didn't get seriously injured, and they didn't steal my earthworm. When he and Fu Wenduo exchanged information before, they were too hasty. Both of them only gave a general idea without giving clear details. Tang Mo asked carefully, "What are the abilities of the players you met?" Fu Wenduo said, "In addition to the female player you are following, there are 4 male players in the 5-man team. The leader is a man wearing glasses. He should be the captain mentioned by the woman. His ability is a black poker card. I didn't see the function of this poker card for a while. We fought for a short time. There are 4 of them in total, and I am the only one. It is very difficult for me to defeat them. The winning rate of both sides is 50 to 50. It will be disadvantageous for me if it drags on. So in the end we only fought for 4 minutes, I escaped first, and they rescued the 2 players and left." Tang Mo had known about Wang Yingui and Lao Niao being rescued, otherwise he would not have deliberately said in front of Lin Yi that he and Fu Wenduo had just eaten 2 players a few days ago. This was to make up for the difference in the number of players, and hide his and Fu Wenduo's identities as players. Fu Wenduo continued, "Among the 4 people, let's not talk about the man with glasses for now. One of them has a crossbow. He can shoot 4 rockets at a time, each arrow is extremely fast, close to the speed of a bullet, and has great lethality. Another person's ability is medical." Tang Mo's eyes lit up. Medical? Tang Mo currently has more than a dozen abilities, none of which are related to treatment. He also only has an earthworm tier prop that can heal wounds. If he is really seriously injured and dying, once the earthworm tears are used up, he will be in danger. However, Fu Wenduo's next words quickly broke Tang Mo's hope, a very strange medical ability. That player was also very strong and very fast, but he never used his superpowers. I looked back as I ran away, and he put his hands on the heads of the two players we caught. Soon, the two players fell asleep, their expressions were very peaceful, and their breathing became calm. After a pause, Fu Wenduo added, when the two players were locked in the cage, they were always kicked around by the monsters, so they were not in a good mood. Tang Mo knew this, of course, but he was more concerned about how the wounds on the two players healed. Their injuries were not serious, mostly contusions. Fu Wenduo, no. Tang Mo pursed his lips. Even the minor injuries on his body were not cured. I'm afraid that person's medical ability is related to mental treatment. This is not the ability Tang Mo wants. After explaining the abilities of the players in the 5-man team, Tang Mo began to explain to Fu Wenduo the abilities of the 4 stowaways he met. He carefully described the abilities of the bald man who turned into a brown bear, the beautiful boy who played with insects, and the middle-aged man who turned into countless flying knives. Finally, he paused, looked at Fu Wenduo calmly, and said, Fu Wenduo, I met an acquaintance. He didn't call Tang Ji, but Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo was very serious this time. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes in the helmet, realizing that what Tang Mo was going to say was very important. Tang Mo said calmly, you know him too. In Pinocchio's honest card game, there is a female player in your team. After we decided to cooperate, she represented the knight card and I represented the queen card. I eliminated her into the tower attack game. She is now in the smuggler team. A short-haired woman immediately appeared in Fu Wenduo's mind. He had a good memory. Before the earth went online, he could remember the appearance of all the drug dealers on the border, and even the appearance of their families. He quickly remembered the woman's appearance and said, are you sure it's her? Tang Mo, checkmate. Her ability is to track the target's bullet. Tang Mo flipped his hand, and took out a large match, and picked out the silver bullet embedded in the match head. Fu Wenduo looked at the bullet and said calmly, she is a stowaway. This is an affirmative sentence. In the Pinocchio game, Pinocchio said there were 2 stowaways on the field. It should be me and her. The two did not dwell on this topic anymore. Fu Wenduo asked directly, did she recognize you? Tang Mo hesitated. I was wearing a mask, and she took action very late. She didn't seem to be there when I fought with her 3 teammates. I ran away when she came. I just don't know when she came, and whether she saw my small parasol. I gave the umbrella to someone else later, but she came soon after. Maybe she saw it, or maybe she didn't. Fu Wenduo made the worst plan. Since she saw it, she has guessed that you are a player. It can be deduced that they guessed that I am also a player. This is the worst case scenario. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo with an unhappy face through his helmet. Being recognized as a player was unplanned. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had never intended to reveal their identities as players from the beginning to the end, but who would have thought that there would be old acquaintances in a copy game of 23 people? Tang Mo's plan was likely to be completely disrupted by this woman, so it was natural for him to be unhappy. Even with the mask on, Tang Mo frowned, his eyes were full of regret that he had not considered it comprehensively enough, and he was very unhappy all over. This kind of Tang Mo was rare. Fu Wenduo looked at him with interest for a while. Do you want to wear my mask? Tang Mo was stunned. Wear your mask. Fu Wenduo thought for a while. In the store where we changed clothes at the beginning, there were 2 masks in total. One was mine, and the other was slightly smaller. Your head is not big, so you should be able to wear it, but there are some patterns on it, and it looks like a women's version. Tang Mo, Although he did regret why he didn't cover his entire face like Fu Wenduo did, maybe he could get away with it. But he was just thinking about it, and didn't want to be an armored freak at all. Tang Mo couldn't understand Fu Wenduo's aesthetics at all, and he didn't want to understand it at all. After all, when Lin Yi was there, her eyes that looked at a weirdo told Tang Mo completely. There was nothing wrong with their aesthetics. It was Fu Wenduo himself who had a problem. In fact, the way Lin Yi looked at Tang Mo was also the eyes of a snake-like lunatic. At this point, after Fu Wenduo was teasing, Tang Mo calmed down. It's useless for those 4 stowaways to know that we are players now. The 4 of them are very strong. I can beat one of them, but it's hard to tell who will win with 2 of them. With 3 of them, I can only take advantage of the situation. With the 4 of them together, I can only run away quickly. And I caught them off guard that time. They are very arrogant. Even though I was Mr. B, they didn't take me seriously, and didn't use their full strength. Obviously, they have killed similar game bosses before. But they will not be so careless next time. Fu Wenduo, Who is the strongest among them? Tang Mo did not hesitate. The bald man who can transform into a brown bear, his physical strength is stronger than yours. Fu and Duo. Brown bears are one of the most powerful animals on land. No matter how powerful the skills are, they cannot compare to absolute strength suppression. When the physical strength is strong to a certain extent, you punch him, and he will not react. For example, Tang Mo used a big match to break the bald man's neck, and he did not die, but he punched you, just one punch, and he can punch a hole in your body. After thinking for a while, Tang Mo slowly raised the corners of his lips. Even if they guess my identity, they may not tell other players this news. This is very important news. They are stowaways, and have killed 6 players. They will not easily tell others important information. It is more likely that they will relax their vigilance because I am a player. Just like what the man with glasses said, how strong can a player be? At most, he is at the level of the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. Mr. B is a player, but he is much easier to deal with than Mr. B is a monster in the Black Tower. At least, he can't have the strength of Grandma Wolf and Santa Claus. Fu and Duo looked at Tang Mo's calm smile and said, even if they think the situation is serious and want to find someone to cooperate, it will be very difficult. Among the 21 players, the 4 stowaways and the 5-man team are the strongest. It's not a big deal if the 4 stowaways cooperate with others, but if they cooperate with the 5-man team, they are likely to steal the monster from us. They can't cooperate, Tang Mo affirmed. Fu and Duo laughed. After you hung the 3 bodies on the wall, they couldn't cooperate anymore. Tang Mo corrected, Tang Ji, in fact, you hung them, I was just watching from the side. The two looked at each other, and Tang Mo couldn't help laughing, not knowing how he saw Fu and Duo through his helmet. Yes. The next night, Tang Mo found the 3 bodies. They were different from other players. They were obviously at a disadvantage in this game, and they would not waste a minute or a second. Since the Black Tower gave the tip contempt from the famous detective, Tang Mo and Fu and Duo have been searching for the players in the capital of the kingdom day and night. They did not find any traces of the players, but they did find 3 dead bodies. The 3 players fell in the dark alley, with dark blood splattered on the walls. The whole alley was full of blood, like a massacre scene, bloody and terrifying. In fact, the 3 players died miserably. The 3 died with their eyes open. When they were alive, their stomachs were cut open, and the internal organs in their stomachs seemed to have been gnawed by some insects, and used as food. It must have been killed by the players, because if they were killed by the underground people, the 3 players would not leave their bodies, and they would be eaten by the underground people. After finding the 3 bodies, Tang Mo had an idea. He and Fu and Duo hung the 3 bodies on the most prosperous stone road in the underground kingdom. The next morning, they ambushed near there to see if they could find the players. Sure enough, they found the 5-man team. Only a smarter team would think of following every stone road to find my trace. Such a team is worth cooperating with. Because they are smart and cautious enough, after seeing the 3 bodies, they will not cooperate with the stowaway players. If the 5-man team did not see the 3 bodies, Tang Mo believed that they would also get wind of the underground kingdom, and know that the 3 players were killed by the stowaways. Tang Mo said lightly, cooperating with them is not to get support, but to make them not cooperate with other teams. But now it seems that as long as the 2 strongest teams of players do not cooperate, we have a 60% chance of winning. Fu and Duo, 70%. Tang Mo looked at him strangely. The weird knight leaned against the wall, and lowered his head slightly. It was unclear whether he was looking at Tang Mo or the ground. Those 2 are very. After a pause, he thought about his words. Those 2 very naive players were rescued by them. Wang Yinggui and Old Bird were rescued by a 5-man team. Tang Mo was stunned for a moment and smiled. Yes, 70%. Time passed day by day, and the underground kingdom was peaceful. The surprise night of the weird circus was approaching, and more underground people came to the kingdom capital from different places. Powerful monsters also came from the monster world by boat. On the night of the surprise, a tattered wooden boat sailed from the monster world to the dock. The boat docked, and a lady wearing a top hat and a pink dress walked down from the boat gracefully. With a click, she opened her pink lace parasol, and the umbrella body was slightly raised, revealing the wolf grandmother's dark green eyes and protruding sharp mouth. The wolf grandmother covered her mouth, smiled reservedly, and walked onto the dock with her hips twisted. Monsters that dare to enter the underground kingdom openly are all powerful. Grandma Wolf walked on the road, and ordinary underground people did not dare to approach her. She passed by a shoe shop, where the shoemaker was diligently repairing shoes. He poured black shoe polish on a smelly shoe, and banged it with nails without even looking at her. She passed by a candy shop again. The sign of this candy shop was made of sweet lollipops. Countless lollipops drew a line of words on the door of the shop. Merry Christmas. At 12 o'clock noon, 15 green rays of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the sun hanging in the sky. Grandma Wolf continued to move forward with small steps. When the 15 green rays of light shot towards the three corners of the capital, Grandma Wolf paused for a moment. But she ignored it, and soon continued to move forward with her small parasol, twisting her hips. Chapter 72. In the private room of the Banana Tavern, the bald man reached out and grabbed the green light that was flying towards him. He turned on the green light and saw the mark on the map clearly. When he saw the location of the monster, the bald man was slightly stunned, and soon he grinned, revealing a fierce and brutal smile. Not far. The beautiful boy looked at the mark on the map, and with his fingers, he crushed the green light map into pieces of light. I will kill Mr. B today. As soon as the words fell, the four of them quickly rushed out of the Banana Tavern and ran towards the slums not far away. There was a reason why Black Tower chose to launch the contempt of the famous detective at noon. At this time, the lazy underground people were lying in bed and sleeping soundly. Even if these players fought openly on the street, no underground people would pay attention. This is a game that only belongs to players. As long as they don't commit suicide, the underground people will not take the initiative to eat them. The bald man did not turn into a brown bear. He was the fastest among the four stowaways. 1 minute later, he rushed to the slum area. With a fierce light in his eyes, he stared at the dozen or so dilapidated bungalows in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed on a dilapidated house at the innermost of the slum. That's it. The four stowaways ran towards the house at high speed. The moment they ran into the slum area, the short-haired girl's heart tightened. She secretly said that it was not good, and at the same time, she turned her head to avoid a triangular boomerang flying from behind her. The black boomerang turned a big circle in the air and returned to the hands of a long-haired woman. The four stowaways stopped and looked at the newcomers. From another road, four black figures ran towards them at a very fast speed. They were very fast and arrived outside the slums in a short while. The reason why the long-haired woman threw the dart in advance was to stop the four stowaways from moving forward. When their team of four came closer, a young and sunny young man smiled and said, "Today is the last day. Monsters can be stolen together, it's no big deal, but the king only has 2 gold coins. I give it to whoever is faster." As he said this, the young man continued to run forward, about to overtake the four stowaways. The bald man didn't react for a while after hearing this. When the young man ran to him, he smiled coldly and punched the young man. The young man who had been laughing suddenly stopped smiling, and swiftly stepped back 3 steps to avoid the blow. His smile was not as mocking as Byroyu's. At this moment, he stopped laughing and looked at the four stowaways coldly. The long-haired girl throwing the boomerang also stopped. This team of 4 stood outside the slum, confronting the 4 bald men. Without hesitation, the leading young man said, "Are you 4 stowaways?" The bald man laughed sarcastically. "So what if you are?" As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man roared. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, and brown bear hair quickly grew on his face. Seeing this, the boomerang girl turned back to look at the young man and said angrily, "I said, if there are stowaways among the players who refuse to end the game peacefully, I will tell you. You have been wandering around, and you said that you can take advantage of the extra time to learn more about the underground kingdom, which will be convenient for future games. Now you have dug a hole and fallen into it. Mr. Liu, you and I are the only ones in our team who are good at fighting. If I die here today, I will kill you in the underworld." The young man surnamed Liu dodged the bald man's attack by turning sideways. He kept dodging the opponent's offensive, and he also thought about fighting back once or twice, but his knife chopped on the bald man's body, and the bald man was unharmed, but his long knife was bent. The young man hurriedly said, "Enchu, come and help." The boomerang girl cursed again, but her body waved the boomerang honestly, helping the young man block the attack of the bald man. Soon, the 2 teams of 4 started fighting. Originally, the young man surnamed Liu thought of a fair game. Even if the surviving players did not work together, they could still steal the big monster together in the end. The task given to the players by the Black Tower before the game started was steal the big monster from Mr. A and Mr. B. It didn't say that only a few people can steal it. The only conflict between all the players is the king's gold coins. There are only 2 king's gold coins in total, and 23 players are definitely not enough to share. But this is an extra reward. The young man resisted the attacks of the bald man, and the beautiful boy while saying, "Wait, wait, wait. Our team is not good at fighting, and is relatively weak. We just want to win this game smoothly. We don't want the king's gold coins. Can we give them all to you? This is the best choice." The young man surnamed Lu has always known the weakness of his team. In fact, strictly speaking, his team only consists of him and his childhood sweetheart Anchu, and the other two teammates are temporary. If conditions permit, they can try to grab the king's gold coins. If conditions do not permit, then forget it quickly and save your life. The bald man heard this, and bared his sharp teeth. After transforming into a brown bear, his teeth are as sharp and terrifying as a beast, like a shark. He punched through a huge rock behind the young man surnamed Lu and said, "I kill you, and then take the king's gold coins." What's the problem? No problem. Young man surnamed Lu, fuck. After the Earth went online, he participated in many Black Tower games, and he inevitably encountered stowaways. But stowaways like the bald man are a minority. Most stowaways behave themselves in the game, and try to hide their identity as stowaways to avoid being excluded by their teammates. But there are stowaways like the bald man who want to kill people even more after gaining powerful power. In the 4-member team of stowaways, the bald man and the pretty boy excitedly attacked the team of the young man surnamed Lu. The middle-aged man assisted with the silver flying knife, and only the short-haired woman who used the checkmate showed displeasure on her face. She didn't seem to want to kill people crazily, but since her teammates did it, she wouldn't object and went up to help. The 8 players had a big melee in the slums. The underground people who lived in the slums were originally at the bottom of the underground kingdom, and were extremely weak. When they heard the noise outside, they would just close the doors and windows and ignore it. The bald man smashed a wooden hut with one punch, and his thick thigh swept towards the young man surnamed Lu. Seeing that the latter could not dodge, Chu swung the boomerang and hit the bald man's legs hard. The bald man fell back a step, and Chu pulled the young man surnamed Lu and ran. Chase! The 4 stowaways chased the 4 players. The 8 people ran to the dilapidated house where the big monster was, and the young man surnamed Lu quickly said, "It stands to reason that there should be 7 other players alive now, and they should also be nearby. They can't all be illegal immigrants, right? Even if they are, they will join hands with us when they see this situation. Let's deal with these 4 people first. Let's go to that room. As long as we drag them down, someone will definitely come." Ahem. What are you doing, Chu? The boomerang girl punched the young man surnamed Lu on the head, and when passing by a tree, she even let him wash his leaf hair for free. Chu said angrily, "You are not the type to go the IQ route at all. What kind of plan are you making? The most important thing now is to escape. Do you understand? Which time has your plan succeeded? Tell me yourself." The young man surnamed Lu stopped talking in frustration. Because what the boomerang girl said was all true. Although he always wanted to take the IQ-based tower attack route, he never succeeded once. He didn't know what was going on every time. His plans always failed strangely, and he won the game strangely again. There are many reasons to win the game, but none of them are related to his plan. The 4 of them didn't dare to think about stealing the big monster. They had to stay alive first before they could consider winning the game. The bald man's speed slowed down after he turned into a brown bear, but the short-haired woman's speed was very fast, faster than Chu. Chu and the other 4 were already within her range. She raised her silver pistol and said coldly, "Checkmate." Bang! A silver bullet broke through the muzzle and shot straight at the back of the Lu youth's head. This bullet seemed to have eyes. No matter how the Lu youth dodged, it always tracked the back of his head and haunted him. The Lu youth's eyes turned cold. He shook off the boomerang woman's hand and turned to face the silver bullet. He waved his right hand, and a strange silver teaching stick appeared in his hand. He read loudly, 3 + 4 is equal to 5. This is the Pythagorean theorem. His action of turning around to meet the enemy was too sudden, and the short-haired girl didn't react immediately. After the words fell, a dazzling white light shot out from his teaching stick and shot straight into the short-haired girl's eyebrows. The short-haired girl opened her eyes in surprise, and soon her brain was dizzy and she fell backwards. The bald man ran over and caught her sleeping body, shook her vigorously twice, and the short-haired girl woke up. The bald man, "What's going on?" The short-haired girl slowly came back to her senses. She gritted her teeth and said, "I suddenly felt very sleepy." Be careful of that person, his ability is hypnotic. At the same time, the young man surnamed Lu, who the short-haired girl said to be careful and alert, was already running back frantically. "I can't hypnotize bullets, Chu save me quickly." Chu herself was also unable to take care of herself. She was constantly attacked by the black insect swarm of the beautiful boy, and could only use boomerangs to disperse the insect swarm again and again. The silver bullet flew after the back of the young man surnamed Lu's head, and it seemed that it was about to hit his head. And Chu gritted her teeth, kicked the ground, and another black boomerang appeared out of thin air in her hand. She swung it out. Her speed was still not as fast as the bullet, but just before the bullet was about to penetrate the young man surnamed Lu's head, a black poker card shot out from the side, pinning the bullet firmly to the ground. The bullet trembled twice in the soil and gradually stopped. On the other side of the slum, for rockets fell from the sky, burning away a small half of the black insect swarm that besieged Chu. At the same time, a middle-aged man waved a long sword and stopped countless silver flying swords that were shot at the young man surnamed Lu. The young man surnamed Lu and Chu had a chance to catch their breath. As for the two teammates they had put together temporarily, they were covered in wounds and fell to the side, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. The man with glasses walked out of the dilapidated house with his 4 teammates. They walked out of the dilapidated house, where the big monster was. This situation startled the young man surnamed Lu, and his eyes stayed on the man with glasses and the other 5. Lenny said, "Captain, these 4 seem to be the last 4 players surviving in the game. The other players should have been killed by the 4 stowaways. Are we following your plan now?" Oldley joked, "It's not the captain's plan, it's Mr. A and Mr. B's plan." The young man surnamed Lu and others were all shocked and looked at the 5 men with glasses in amazement. The man with glasses calmly glanced at the young man surnamed Lu and Chu, and finally looked at the 4 stowaways who were alert not far away. He said, "If we don't deal with these 4 people, the game can't proceed normally. So we are not going to follow Mr. B's plan. This is also my plan." The bald man realized that something was wrong. He turned around and ran. "Go!" But as soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from under his feet. From the bald man's feet to the pretty boy standing at the farthest point, it seemed that something exploded under their feet, and a sky full of pink appeared in front of them. When they came to their senses, they saw layer after layer of sticky things stuck to their feet, sticking them to the ground and unable to move. This pink thing looked like chewing gum. The bald man had 1 foot stuck to it, and so did the female checkmate and the middle-aged man. The pretty boy was in a worse situation, with both feet stuck to it. They tried to struggle, but failed to pull their feet away from the sticky pink chewing gum. A laughing voice came from a distance. "Don't try to remove the strawberry chewing gum. It really can't be removed." The 4 stowaways immediately looked up at the newcomer. When he saw the bard leaning against the wall with a disgusting smile on his face, the pretty boy roared, "I'm going to kill you." Item, strawberry gum that can't be shoveled off. Owner, Tangmo. Quality, excellent. Level, level 2. Attack power, normal. Function, the gum can be disassembled and used, and the object stuck will be subjected to a sticky force 20 times stronger than its own gravity. Restriction, disposable. Very, very smelly, only the user can smell the stench. Note, when Tangmo used Mario's stinky hat to knock out this piece of gum, he must have been wondering, is it Mario's hat that stinks, or this piece of gum with saliva on it that stinks? Maybe Tangmo himself is more smelly, after all, people like each other. Using strawberry gum to stick the stowaways was just a backup plan of Tangmo. He did not dare to guarantee that he could accurately throw the gum bomb at the feet of the 4 people, and stick them firmly. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, the abilities of 3 of the 4 stowaways were long-range attacks. After the handsome boy roared angrily, he waved his arms, and tens of thousands of black insects flew out of his sleeves. The overwhelming swarm of insects attacked Tangmo. The middle-aged man also threw countless small flying knives, with a sullen look on his face. The short-haired woman raised her pistol and shouted 3 times in a row, "Checkmate, checkmate, checkmate." Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets flew towards Tangmo's head, and Tangmo kept dodging. He looked at the man with glasses, and the 2 looked at each other. The man with glasses pushed his glasses on his nose and said, "Kill them first." This is the second purpose of Tangmo's cooperation with this 5-man team. The most important goal is to prevent this powerful 5-man team from cooperating with the smugglers. Otherwise, if all 9 of them are combined, it will be too difficult for Tangmo and Fu and Duo to defeat them, and they may be defeated. The second goal is to form a united front and deal with the 4 smugglers first. The man with glasses raised his right hand, and the black poker card stuck in the ground flew up and returned to his hand. Brother Hao, who was standing next to him, roared and flew towards the bald man, who was stuck in place by chewing gum and could not move. The 2 strong men soon wrestled together, and the other players also rushed up to deal with the 4 stowaways. Hao's ability was not very obvious, his body did not change at all, and he did not produce any weapons. He seemed to have a superpower of enhanced strength. He rushed up and wrestled with the bald man, and the two of them fought back and forth. Because the bald man could not move his right foot, Hao had the upper hand at first, but soon Hao was knocked to the ground by the bald man's punch, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The next moment, the bald man roared at the sky. The brown bear hair on his body became denser and denser. When the bear hair completely covered his body, his limbs fell to the ground, and his face slowly changed. His mouth became convex, and his facial features were crowded and shifted. The young man surnamed Lu exclaimed, "Not good." The players all moved away, and even the bald man's 3 teammates looked at him in horror and wanted to run away, but their feet were stuck to the ground and couldn't move. Soon, the bald man completely turned into a huge brown bear. He slapped his chest, and used all his strength on his right foot to break through the sticky force that was 20 times his own gravity, and pulled his foot out of the gum. When he was free, the first person, he looked at was brother Hao lying on the ground, and then he rushed up fiercely. Lenny immediately rushed up and rescued brother Hao as quickly as possible, but a large piece of flesh and blood was dug out of his shoulder by the brown bear. The brown bear roared and glared at Tang Mo again, and Tang Mo stopped smiling. Just now, in order to deal with the 3 silver bullets of the short-haired girl and the black insect swarm of the beautiful boy, he had used some superpowers, many of which could only be used once a day. Tang Mo could sense that the bald man was very dangerous now. This danger made him keenly aware that he was definitely not the opponent's opponent. Tang Mo turned around and ran away without hesitation. The bald man roared and kicked the ground with his limbs, rushing towards him. Lenny took a step forward. "Captain, they..." The man with glasses stopped her from saying the next word, narrowing his eyes. "That's a king's gold coin." Lenny stopped talking. The plan to kill the stowaways has not stopped yet. The man with glasses continued to arrange his teammates to deal with the 3 stowaways stuck to the ground. He just didn't save Mr. B. If Mr. B died, it would not be a loss for him. He might even be able to take the king's gold coin from the bald man. The black swarm of insects and silver knives were like heavy rain, shooting at the surviving players. The battle here was not over yet, and a loud bang came from the small stone house behind the players. Everyone turned their heads, and saw Mr. B running out of the house. Behind him, the brown giant bear kicked the ground with its hind legs and pounced on him. When the brown bear flew into the air, a knight in strange armor suddenly appeared. He blocked the bear's claws with his hands in midair. Fu Wenduo didn't expect that the bear's power would be so strong. After he blocked the attack for Tang Mo, he was actually knocked out and hit a boulder, smashing it to pieces. The armor on his body was broken, and Fu Wenduo supported himself with one hand, stood up, and looked at Tang Mo not far away. He blamed his teammates for not giving accurate information. "Victor, you said he was very strong, but you didn't say he was this strong. This is stronger than him." Tang Mo was chased by the bear, and was in a mess. He finally managed to hold on until Fu Wenduo came. He quickly explained, "The last time I saw him, he didn't completely transform into this." After completely transforming into a brown bear, the bald man seemed to have lost his mind. He stared at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo with red eyes. I don't know if he thought about it, but he rushed towards Fu Wenduo, the opponent who seemed to need more precautions. Fu Wenduo dodged the attack, and the brown bear smashed a big hole in the ground. Soon, the brown bear flew out of the cave and rushed towards Fu Wenduo. The man and the bear kept changing positions in the air, making a bang 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 sound. A terrifying claw slapped down from the top of his head, knocking Fu Wenduo to the ground. When Fu Wenduo landed, he turned over nimbly to relieve most of the force. But his armor was completely torn in the middle. Fu Wenduo slowly stood up and looked at the brown bear in the distance, who was also panting. There are terrible opponents everywhere. Fu Wenduo was notified twice in a row by the Black Tower, becoming the first player in China to pass the first and second floors of the Black Tower. This certainly means that his strength is top-notch in China, but it does not mean that he can easily defeat all Chinese players. He has always known that if he fights Tang Mo, who has mysterious superpowers and seems to have something hidden, such as the leader of the Beijing smuggler organization, he will only have a 70% chance of winning. Fu Wenduo stared at the beast steadily, twisted his wrist, and the silver armor fell off his body with a crackling sound. These armors were broken into several pieces when fighting with the brown bear, but they just stayed on his body and didn't fall off. Now he easily took off the troublesome things, and finally put his hand on his helmet. Fu Wenduo slowly took off the silver helmet. Tang Mo was shocked, thinking that his appearance was going to be exposed, but who knew that the next moment the helmet was taken off. A gray mask exactly like Tang Mo's face covered the lower half of Fu Wenduo's face, revealing only a pair of determined eyes. Wearing a black long coat, Fu Wenduo looked at the brown bear in front of him with cold eyes. He raised the corner of his lips. "This is more convenient." As he said, he swung his right hand, and a black triangular sharp weapon suddenly appeared on his arm, and his hand disappeared. The next moment, Fu Wenduo's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already above the brown bear's head. He waved the black sharp weapon on his right arm, and stabbed the brown bear's head. The brown bear fell backwards. When the black sharp weapon pierced the brown bear's scalp, dazzling metal sparks splashed out. A trace of red blood flowed down from the brown bear's head and rolled into his eyes. The brown bear roared furiously. Fu Wenduo never underestimated his enemies. He attacked again without giving the brown bear a chance to react. On the brown ground, the man was agile and kept attacking the stupid giant bear from all angles. The bald man was confused by Fu Wenduo's extremely fast speed. Every time he swung his claws, Fu Wenduo disappeared. He roared angrily, but his skin was too hard. Fu Wenduo only scratched his skin again, and failed to cause a fatal injury. After Fu Wenduo appeared, Tang Mo ignored him and left the bald man to him. Tang Mo believed that Fu Wenduo could definitely deal with the powerful brown bear. He trusted his teammates enough, and he turned around and attacked the pretty boy who used the insect swarm. The pretty boy's ability was the most difficult among the 4 stowaways. He was not the most powerful, but his insects were omnipresent and hard to defend against. Tang Mo held the big match, blocked the match in front of himself, and waved the match with both hands to block every black insect flying towards him. He quickly ran to the side of the man with glasses. The two looked at each other and nodded in unison. The man with glasses shot out 3 black playing cards. The playing cards were like black lightning, constantly flying in the air, splitting each black bug flying towards Tang Mo in half. Tang Mo rushed to the front of the beautiful boy in one go. The boy's face showed fear. For him, I'm afraid that every time he killed someone before, he hid behind his teammates, and few people could get close to him. His ability was not a melee type, and he immediately took countermeasures after being approached by Tang Mo. The dense black bugs wrapped him into a cocoon to protect him. Tang Mo reacted faster than him. Before the cocoon was thick enough, he waved his right hand, and countless flames burned the black bugs, burning them to pieces. The black bugs gathered faster than Tang Mo could burn them to death, but because Tang Mo reacted in time, a small gap the size of a palm appeared just 1 second before the thick cocoon completely covered the boy. A black poker card flew out from behind Tang Mo, passed over his shoulder, and flew straight into the small hole. The next second, the black bugs flying around in the slum suddenly stopped, no longer attacking other players, and turned to look at the beautiful boy in the center protected by the black bugs. The black bugs protecting the boy also stopped, twisted their bodies, and stared at the master who was protected by them in the center of the cocoon. Then, they all rushed forward. They drilled into the boy's nose, eyes, ears, mouth, every hole that could be drilled into, and drilled into the boy's body. In fact, this was already a corpse. The man with glasses took back the black poker card. The poker card cut a bloody wound on the neck of the pretty boy. He opened his eyes wide, his face was full of horror, and he fell to the ground. The buzzing sound of the insects came from inside his body. In just 10 seconds, Tang Mo saw something moving in the boy's stomach. Tang Mo took 2 steps back, and tens of thousands of black insects pierced the boy's stomach and rushed out from his body. After flying out of the boy's body, these insects no longer gathered together. They seemed to become ordinary insects and flew in all directions. The boy's body was left with only an empty shell, and his internal organs were eaten clean by those insects. His brain was eaten, and his eyes were gone. Like every player who had been eaten by bugs, he stretched out his limbs and looked at the sky with his eyes without eyeballs. At the same time, a black boomerang flew through the air and cut off the middle-aged man's head. As a result, only the bald man and the short-haired woman were left among the 4 stowaways. Seeing that the situation was not right, the short-haired woman gritted her teeth, took out a knife, cut off her foot that was stuck with chewing gum, and turned around and ran. After losing a foot, her running speed dropped significantly, but she still ran desperately. A giant match drew an arc in the air and hit her knee hard, knocking her to the ground. The short-haired girl turned around and saw Tang Mo. Her eyes kept trembling when she saw the letter B above his head. She suddenly shouted to the glasses man and other players not far away, "He is a monster in the Black Tower. I am a player. We are in the same camp. You are not dead, and I don't want to go against you." It is the three of them who want to kill you, not me. The glasses man didn't say anything. Tang Mo turned his head and raised the big match at the same time, blocking a bullet shot at the back of his head. He laughed softly and said, "Is this your fifth bullet?" Tang Mo remembered that in the Pinocchio game, this woman's hair turned completely white in order to shoot the fifth bullet. Unexpectedly, after 2 months, she could already shoot 5 bullets without any cost. Obviously, her ability has also improved. The fifth bullet was embedded in the red match head. This was the short-haired girl who secretly shot at Tang Mo when she just escaped. She spoke with the intention of thinking whether she could get help from the man with glasses and let him turn around to help her. On the other hand, he wanted to delay time, divert Tang Mo's attention, and take the opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, Tang Mo still found out. Tang Mo chuckled, "Your hair doesn't need to be white anymore." The short-haired girl was stunned, and slowly, she seemed to remember something. Looking at Mr. B's familiar eyes, she finally understood what the familiar feeling she had when she saw Mr. B at the dock 7 days ago was. Her eyes were burning with hatred and anger. She used her right hand to raise the pistol and pointed it at Tang Mo's neck. Checkmate. Crack. Tang Mo broke her neck directly. On the other side, Fu and Duo kicked the strong brown bear into the air, and he kicked the ground and flew into the air. The black triangular pyramid-shaped weapon pierced the heart of the brown bear from bottom to top. Tang Mo noticed that the black weapon was shining with a cold silver light, which seemed to be a little different from before. Bang! The bald man's body fell to the ground, and Fu Wenduo shook his right hand, and the weapon disappeared and returned to its original appearance. At this point, all 4 stowaways were killed. On the other side, the young man surnamed Lu picked up his companion. In his team of 4, the other 2 were of average strength. One of them had woken up, but the other closed his eyes forever. There were traces of bullets piercing his chest, and he must have died long ago and could not be saved. The short-haired girl was still wrong. She actually killed someone. Before today, she and her teammates had killed more people together. After finishing off the 4 stowaways, Tang Mo walked to Fu Wenduo. It was the first time for the players to see Mr. A without his armor. Seeing Mr. A beating the brown bear unilaterally, they all picked up their weapons vigilantly and stared at Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo. If the bald man had not been so tough, he would have been beaten to death by Fu Wenduo. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to survive in Fu Wenduo's hands. The young man surnamed Lu turned his head and looked at the man with glasses. 2 king's gold coins. Do you want to do it? The man with glasses gave him a look. Let's go. The young man surnamed Lu was a little surprised, but he believed in the man with glasses who was also a player. He picked up his other surviving teammate, and turned and ran away with Chu. After Tang Mo killed the short-haired girl, the man with glasses also turned and ran away. 7 players fled in a swarm. Just now, they worked together with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo to kill 4 stowaways, but now they ran away without a trace. They were never companions, but were forced to cooperate for the sake of temporary benefits. When the man with glasses ran away without hesitation, Tang Mo showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Soon he said, "Not good." Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo all reacted, and they ran into the hut. Sure enough, the cage in the middle of the room was empty. When they killed 4 stowaways just now, the big monster in the cage had been rescued by the players. Tang Mo looked at the empty cage, and his expression changed. Finally, he raised the corners of his lips, shook his head slightly, looked at Fu Wenduo beside him, and smiled. "Major Fu, I thought you were only wearing a helmet, but it turns out there is a mask inside. The preparations are too thorough." Fu Wenduo, not smiling anymore. Tang Mo was stunned. After a while, he understood what Fu Wenduo meant. Smiling like that is to hide your identity in front of those players. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo meaningfully, and said something ambiguous. "I would rather have a normal teammate." Tang Mo was stunned for a while, and then quickly said, Could it be that in the past 7 days, he has always been abnormal in Fu Wenduo's eyes? Tang Mo stopped talking, walked forward expressionlessly, picked up the cage, and said coldly, "Major Fu, let's go." Under the mask, Fu Wenduo smiled calmly and followed. The sewers of the underground kingdom are intricate. Unlike the interconnectedness of real cities, their sewers are small, dirty, and smelly. The 7 players moved forward in this sewer at the fastest speed. An hour later, they successfully left the kingdom's capital, and stopped in a long-abandoned suburban hut. The young man surnamed Lu gasped for air. "Finally I can breathe. If I walk in that sewer for another half an hour, I will definitely be suffocated to death." This cough. What is this friend's name? My name is Lu Xing, and she is my friend Chu. This is my teammate Andrew. He is a foreigner. Since everyone has passed the first floor of the Black Tower, it seems that they are not stowaways, and they all have superpowers. Are they official players? And Chu glanced at him. No plan, a lot of nonsense. After the man with glasses sat down, he said, "My last name is Luo, and these are my teammates, Lao Li, Xiao Chun, Xiao Lin and Hao. We are all official players." He concealed the information of his team, but Lu Xing didn't seem to care. After everyone got to know each other, they all felt relieved. The assembly copy is different from other copies. Most of them participated in the Banana Tavern assembly copy last month. In it, as long as the players are in the same camp, they will basically choose to cooperate, because cooperation can give them more hope of winning. Moreover, even if you lose in the assembly copy, you will not die, but there will be some punishment. They have never seen each other's team. It is obvious that they are in different camps in the last assembly copy of the Banana Tavern. After resting, Lu Xing asked, "Is it because Mr. A and Mr. B are too strong that you don't take the king's gold coins?" The man with glasses smiled slightly. This is the first time in 7 days that he has smiled so peacefully. There is this reason. You have also seen how powerful Mr. A is, and Mr. B is also very strong. We had fought with them a few days ago, so we know this. But a more important reason is that compared to the extra reward of the king's gold coins, we have to escape quickly to avoid letting Mr. A and Mr. B find out that the monster has been stolen. Lu Xing was surprised. Stolen? Xiao Chun laughed. That's right. Our captain has already made a plan. We split up and stole the big monster. Everyone is rested, and the man with glasses brought Lu Xing and Chu to the fireplace of the cabin. He leaned over and pulled the wooden board apart, revealing a dark hole. The man with the eye said, "The king's gold coins are important, but I personally prefer a conservative plan. Not counting your injured teammate, the probability of the 7 of us killing Mr. A and Mr. B together is less than 20%. If the 4 stowaways are not dead, the probability of the 11 of us working together is 70%. And Chu said curiously, "In this case, why didn't you say it earlier? We can kill Mr. A and Mr. B together with the 4 stowaways and get the king's gold coins. It will be easy to steal the big monster this way." The man with glasses shook his head. "No. There is a 70% chance of killing Mr. A and Mr. B, but after that, all 7 of us will die. Mr. Lu, Mizzen, the 7 of us are definitely no match for the 4 stowaways. Compared to getting the gold coins first and then being killed, and not getting the gold coins and being able to survive, I choose the latter. This is also the reason why I choose to cooperate with Mr. B." Lu Xing, you actually cooperated with Mr. B? And Chu, this is what we call an IQ stream. The crowd kept walking forward, and when they reached the end of the cave, they saw 2 middle-aged men. Wang Yingui and Lao Niao saw the man with glasses and others coming back, and hurried over and said excitedly, "I stole it. Just as you said, Mr. A and Mr. B didn't notice me at all during the melee, and Lao Niao and I successfully stole the monster out." The man with glasses said, "Thank you for your hard work." As he said that, he walked forward and wanted to uncover the black cloth covering the cage. Wang Yingui shrank his neck. "Leonio and I were tormented by this monster for 3 days and 3 nights, and we don't want to see it again." Lu Xing asked curiously, "You are also players? How did you get tortured by this monster for 3 days and 3 nights? Wang Yingui swallowed his saliva and briefly told how he and his teammates were caught by Mr. A on the first day, thrown into the monster cage by Mr. B, and then kicked around by the monster for 3 days and 3 nights. He still felt scared when he thought about it. Fortunately, everyone saved us, otherwise Lao Niao and I would have been tortured to death. After lifting the black cloth, everyone looked at the huge monster. Wang Yingui said depressedly, "It's this abominable monster." He kicked the cage hard, and the monster in the cage opened its eyes in fear and made a chee-chee sound. After waiting for a long time, no one heard any movement, and the man with glasses thought, "It's not the surprise night of the strange circus yet. The surprise night event starts at 6 o'clock in the evening. Maybe we have to wait until then to be judged as having successfully stolen the monster." Everyone nodded. Time passed by minute, and when 6 o'clock in the evening came, a crisp child's voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then they heard, ding, players Lu Xing and Chu, Lin E Luoze. Wang Yingui failed to pass the level, and did not steal the poor monster, and the poor monster is about to be dissected. The assembly copy of the Weird Circus's Surprise Night is crossed out, and the assembly copy of the Weird Circus's Horror Night is officially opened. Penalty for failure to pass the level. Before 7 o'clock in the evening, 10 players sneak into the Weird Circus and ruin the Surprise Night. Ding, players Lu Xing and Chu Lin Yi. There was a hint of gloating in Haida's voice, and he happily reported it 3 times. Luo Zhe opened his eyes wide in shock. At this time, he no longer cared about the fact that his and his teammates' names were directly reported by Haida, and his previous concealment was useless. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, and soon, another child's voice sounded in their ears. Ding! Players Fu and Duo and Tang Mo successfully passed the surprise night of the Weird Circus and received a reward of a customizable prop upgrade package. Chapter 73. The narrow, dark cave was dead silent. The malicious voice of the Black Tower was broadcasted back and forth 3 times in the ears of the 10 players, as if mocking the stupidity and complacency of these players. In the Glasses Man's team, his 4 teammates' faces fell at once. Even the Glasses Man himself couldn't believe such an answer. He opened his mouth with a funny expression. This was the first time he had such an expression in all the games he participated in after the Earth went online. Seeing her captain's expression, Lin Yi felt a little unwilling and angry. Lin Yi, how is it possible? The monster is right here, and we stole it successfully. Where did those 2 new players come from? When did they steal the monster? Isn't the monster right under our noses? Not only her, but several other players also said, what the hell is going on with the Black Tower? We successfully stole the monster, and it's right here. Isn't this the monster? You 2 have been tortured by this monster for 3 days and 3 nights, and your spirits are almost broken. Wang Yingui was completely confused, and he was puzzled. It is it. As he said, he pulled his teammate over, and the 2 walked to the huge cage. Wang Yingui pointed at the giant black long-tailed rat in the cage. The rat was 1 person tall, and looked very strange. At this moment, it was blinking and staring at Wang Yingui. Old bird, do you think it is it? It was it. It kept kicking our cage like a ball. I will never forget it in my life. Don't you think so? The old bird also said, yes, that's right, it's it. They tried their best to explain to the other 8 players. In the cage, the big black rat tilted its head. Chiji? After its chirping sound, the noisy tunnel gradually became quiet. No matter how much they refused to admit it, their game was now lost. This rat was not a monster. They stole the wrong object. Lu Xing's fingers tightened slightly. He tried to calm down and analyze the current situation. So there are 2 possibilities now. First, the monster was replaced by someone on the way, and what you stole was a mouse that looked like a monster. You said before that this monster was afraid of light. Mr. A and Mr. B always pulled the black cloth during the day when they lock you up with it. Maybe you didn't see its appearance clearly and made a mistake. Wang Yingui said, it's impossible. I will never forget its appearance for 100 years. There is also this cry. Gigi. The mouse cried in cooperation. Lu Xing sighed. Before he spoke, the man with glasses beside him said coldly, there is only the second possibility. From the beginning to the end, this mouse is not the monster that the strange circus will show tonight. Wang Yingui and Old Bird looked at the man with glasses in confusion. The man with glasses had long since regained his composure, but his face was a little pale, not very good looking. But now the game failed, he could only force himself to calm down and think rationally. Mr. A, Mr. B must know what the monster in the circus is, and we have only seen that monster at the dock, and it was covered with a black cloth and locked in a carriage. Lin Yi understood it all at once. Captain, what you mean is that Mr. A and Mr. B wanted to mislead the players from the beginning and hide the real monster. They locked the 2 people in a fake monster cage, making them think that the mouse was the monster. In fact, the mouse is not a monster at all. Lin Yi's words were a bit confusing, but she made it clear, and the other 8 players present suddenly realized it. Wang Yingui also reacted after a while, and he kicked the cage angrily. Mr. A and Mr. B are too insidious. They caught me and Lao Niao on the first day. It was only a few hours ago, and they thought of locking us in a fake monster cage to pass us off as real. After a pause, he thought, that's not right. Mr. A and Mr. B can deceive people, but Black Tower can't. Black Tower gave us the coordinates of the monster. This location can't be wrong, right? Hal also said, Captain, when I dug out Mr. A on the 4th day, he was carrying a sack on his shoulder, and the things inside made chirping sounds. It looked about the same size as this mouse. The man with glasses understood what Brother Hal meant. He closed his eyes, and repeatedly thought about everything that had happened in the past 7 days. Finally, he took a long breath and smiled bitterly. He said slowly, the 2 greatest detectives in the Underground Kingdom, the contempt from the detectives. I finally understand. In fact, the game that Mr. A and Mr. B set for us is like this. First, they kidnapped 2 players and misled them to mistake the real big monster. The capital of the underground kingdom, the strange circus. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stepped into the circus with sacks of earthworms on their backs, they heard the same task notification as the other 10 players. When Tang Mo heard the Black Tower say that there were 10 players left and the scary night of the strange circus was opened, his face changed. He realized that the Black Tower might have told other people about the information that he and Fu Wenduo had completed the task. As expected, the Black Tower would never disappoint people in terms of pitting players. Then it notified Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo that they had completed the game. Black Tower was kind enough to reveal their names, and the identities of the 2 players who had been hiding for 7 days were directly exposed. When Tang Mo was at a loss for words, Fu Wenduo's calm voice sounded, "At least the face was not seen. We only know the name, not the face." Tang Mo turned his head to look at him and smiled. "Major Fu, you are not afraid of being bitten by lice. Every player in China knows your name, and it is well known." Tang Mo said it very politely, implying that Fu Wenduo was talking without any pain, and he himself was notorious, but Tang Mo was not. Tang Mo did not want to be famous at all. Fu Wenduo carried the big earthworm on his back and looked at Tang Mo meaningfully. "Maybe they can't guess that we are Mr. A and Mr. B. Tang Mo, maybe. Maybe the captain with glasses will guess it? Forget it. Let's go and hand in this earthworm." The 2 of them continued walking. In the sack, the big earthworm stupidly nudged the sack with its big head, and the sack was nudged up and down by it. When the force was released, the sack bounced back by itself. It felt so much fun that it nudged for a long time and forgot to call for its mother. It didn't pay any attention to where the 2 players who were carrying it were going to carry it. In fact, Tang Mo's plan was very simple from beginning to end. On the first day of the game, he and Fu Wenduo set up a trap at the dock and successfully captured the stupid Wang Yingui and Lao Niao. While capturing these 2 people, Tang Mo discovered a problem, that is, on the first day of the game, the other 21 players did not join hands. At least it can be said that they are currently each in their own camp and have no intention of forming a group. This is the best news for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The most feared thing about this game is that players form an alliance right from the start. The game tasks of the 21 players are non-conflicting. Their biggest conflict is the 2 King's Gold coins. These 2 King's Gold coins are like the King cards in the Pinocchio game. They tempt players to eliminate others and enjoy the reward alone. If it were Tang Mo, he would look for a suitable player to form an alliance as soon as he entered the game. Because of the temptation of the 2 King's Gold coins, it is a reward and a bomb. This means that the game is very difficult. The worst case of this game is that the players start fighting before the big monster is stolen. Tang Mo would not let the Pinocchio game repeat itself. He would give up the King's Gold coins at the beginning, not actively fight for them, and put completing the game first. Fortunately, none of the 21 players chose this option, and even 4 stowaways decided to slaughter other players. The situation suddenly turned out well for Tang Mo. Putting Wang Yingui and the old bird in the fake monster cage on the first day was a consideration and a coincidence. Logically speaking, the situation was so good that Tang Mo didn't know that the Black Tower would give out the next day. Contempt from the famous detective. In this case, they would not plan for the last thing. It was Fu Wenduo who said, "Be prepared and avoid future troubles. If they escape, they will be the only players who see the monsters. It's okay to mislead them." Fu Wenduo caught a giant rat in the sewer of the kingdom's capital. He stuffed the rat into a cage and locked Wang Yingui and Lao Niao in it. Then the contempt from the famous detective effect was triggered. At the same time when the Black Tower announced this effect, Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo looked at each other and immediately thought of a plan: deliberately give Wang Yingui and Lao Niao to other players. This is a big gift package they gave to the man with glasses. Fu Wenduo said that when the 2 players were rescued, their winning rate rose from 60% to 70%. It's not because Wang Yingui and Lao Niao are very stupid, but because the pig teammates will drag their feet. But they will mislead the man with glasses and make him recognize the wrong monster. In the dark tunnel, the man with glasses said, "The contempt from the famous detective, the Black Tower announced the coordinates of the big monster to us, but none of us saw the big monster at the moment the location was announced. While we're rushing to the coordinates, Mr. A and Mr. B can just carry the big monster away. Besides, there's no need for them to carry it away." The man with glasses drew a rough map of the kingdom's capital on the ground. The map the Black Tower gave us is a quadratic plane, that is, an XY coordinate axis, without height coordinates. Mr. A and Mr. B can just dig a hole, hide the real monster underground, and hide the fake monster above the real monster. In this way, we will never find out that we have found the wrong monster. Xiaochen looked at the map. Fuck, we were cheated. The man with glasses was very calm. We were cheated in more ways than that. They used 2 players, who had seen the monster to mislead us, deliberately cooperated and revealed the flaws. On the 4th day, they also let Mr. A act in front of us and misled us about the real monster. With the combination of the 2, we would definitely think that this squeaking mouse was a big monster, and would not doubt it. Oldly sighed. This loss is not unfair at all. The man with glasses pushed his glasses. There is one more thing. If Mr. A and Mr. B were a little more ruthless, and planned a little more deeply maybe. Loudly, the 3 players' bodies we saw on the stone road on the 3rd day might not have been killed by the 4 stowaways, but by Mr. A and Mr. B. Loudly was shocked. Mr. A and Mr. B killed 3 players, and cut open their bodies, and hung them on the street for public display. After a pause, he understood. Is this to alienate us? The man with glasses, I don't know. I can't tell whether this incident has anything to do with Mr. A and Mr. B, because when the young stowaway died, his body that was eaten by bugs looked very similar to the 3 dead players. I can only say that whether they did it or not, it was a good move. Because of the cruel way those 3 bodies died, I made up my mind not to cooperate with those stowaways. So now we have lost the game. Lu Xing said from the side. Didn't 2 players finish the game? Fu Duo, I know this name. He is the first stowaway in China to pass the 1st and 2nd floors of the Black Tower. He is also a stowaway. But who is that Tang Mo? I have never heard of this name. And Chu touched his chin. I have never heard of it either. Wang Yingdue felt a little guilty, because he had misled everyone. He interrupted awkwardly. Yes, how did those 2 people complete the task? Could it be that after Lao Niao and I stole the monster, they arrived a step later than us, and just happened to not find the monster in the house, so they dug the soil and found the real monster buried underground? When Wang Yingdue said this, he even laughed dryly, thinking it was incredible. 2 players, who had never appeared before, were notified by the Black Tower that they had completed the task as soon as they appeared. It felt like the 10 of them were charging in front, fighting half to death, and both sides were about to perish together, when suddenly 2 people appeared. So they, a group of martial arts masters, were seriously injured and unable to move, and watched 2 unknown juniors take away their rewards effortlessly. Lu Xing said, although I don't know who Tang Mo is, if Fu Wenduo is really that Fu Wenduo, he shouldn't be so stupid and useless, hiding behind us to take advantage. Lenny also felt that something was wrong. In these 7 days, I really didn't see those 2 players. If we count the number of people, there are 5 people in our team, and 4 people in your team, Mr. Lu. 3 players died on the 3rd day, and the smuggler team had a total of 4 people. In addition to these 2 players, there was also the team I followed to the suburbs that day, and they had 3 people. There are 21 people in total. The only missing ones are Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo. But on the 4th day, I searched for a long time near the abandoned building, and didn't see any trace of them. Could it be that their reconnaissance ability is better than mine, and they hid their tracks, so I didn't find them? Or did they not go looking for the big monster at all? Everyone looked at each other, and put forward various possible reasons. Suddenly, the man with glasses widened his eyes. Our game mission failed because we didn't rescue the real monster. Everyone turned their heads and looked at him. The man with glasses focused his eyes, his brain was working fast, and he recalled every detail of the 7-day game. The game failed, we received the punishment of mission failure. The horror night of the weird circus begins. Before 10 o'clock in the evening, 10 players sneak into the weird circus and ruin the surprise night. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Lin Yi, Captain, is there any problem with this? The man with glasses has completely figured it out, and there is a hint of fanaticism in his eyes, suppressing his excitement and anger. He was excited because he discovered the truth, but also angry because of this truth. Why do we have to ruin the surprise night? If the real monster was really stolen by the player, the surprise night would have been ruined, and we don't need to ruin it again. So, the surprise night started smoothly, and the big monster was not stolen at all. Everyone looked at the man with glasses in astonishment, only to see him clench his teeth and angrily say word by word, Mr. A, Mr. B successfully sent the big monster to the circus. They completed their mission. They are Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo. On this side, although he knew that his identity might have been discovered by the other 10 players, Tang Mo was not panicked. First of all, even if the 10 players knew that they were Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo, they didn't know who was Fu Wenduo and who was Tang Mo. Secondly, they had never seen their faces. To some extent, Tang Mo felt that his acting skills were still good. He and Bai Royo were about the same height. If they covered their hair and mouth, only a pair of eyes were exposed, the difference should not be too big. Those 10 players didn't spend too much time with me. Except for Lin Yi, they hardly looked me in the eye. Maybe when they see Bai Royo in the future and hear his psychotic behavior, they will shout Mr. B to him and rush to take revenge. They may even think that he is Fu Wenduo, the public enemy of Chinese players. The premise is that Bai Royo is still alive. The two walked into the circus. After walking for a few minutes, a short and fat dwarf jumped over from a distance. As soon as they met, the sneeze spirit sneezed loudly, and the green snot bubble swelled up in the air, forming a big ball. Sneeze sucked the green snot back and rubbed his nose. Where's the monster? Mr. A, Mr. B, I have to tell you that the surprise night has begun, and now it's the acrobatic show. At 7 o'clock, if you can't hand over the monster, not only will you not get the remaining balance, you will also get the wrath of our great circus leader for free. Tang Mo looked behind him. Didn't you prepare a cage? Sneeze replied, What cage? Didn't we give you a big monster and a cage 7 days ago? We also gave you a carriage. Tang Mo smiled and said, That's great, let's go out and talk. The three of them walked outside the circus. There was a huge iron cage on the ground outside the circus. Fu Wenduo put the sack on the ground, and he opened the mouth of the sack. The sneeze spirit looked at it and said, Ah, it's this damn monster. The big earthworm suddenly found that it couldn't hold up the sack. It raised its head, looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and then looked at the sneeze spirit with a vicious face. The next second, the big earthworm burst into tears. Woo woo woo, where is my mother? I want my mother, I want my mother woo woo woo. It was fake crying, but without tears. The sneeze spirit said angrily, Put it in the cage quickly. Quick, I will hand it over to the great circus director, and let the great circus director cut it into pieces in front of more than 1,000 spectators. Wow! The sneeze spirit's manic roar, and the big earthworm's fake crying mixed together, making Tang Mo's ears hurt. He exchanged a glance with Fu Wenduo, who picked up the sack and threw the big earthworm into the cage. With a loud bang, the heavy fat earthworm was thrown into the cage. It was hit so hard that it was dizzy, and didn't react for a while. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked to the back of the cage and pushed the cage hard, pushing it up and rubbing it on the ground. They pushed the cage very slowly, like ants crawling. It took a minute to push it 1 meter away. The sneeze spirit was stunned. What are you doing? Hurry up and send this monster in. Fu Wenduo glanced at the sneeze spirit. It's too heavy. Sneeze spirit, what? Tang Mo glanced at the circus bodyguards patrolling around. How about you push it? Well, where's our money? Do you want to take our money again? Sneeze spirit's face changed. Who wants to take your money? You hurry up and send the monster in, and I give you the money. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo slowly pushed the cage containing the big earthworm into the circus. No one noticed that their action of pushing the cage was a bit strange. Every time they pushed it, they kicked the cage quietly with their feet. When the big earthworm was pushed to the backstage, the two stopped. The big earthworm thought the cage pushing game was very fun. It put its disgusting big head in front of Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo and pushed them through the cage. Fun, push again, push again. Tang Mo said helplessly, You really don't know how to live or die. Fu Wenduo glanced at him. Time passed by minute, and it was almost 7 o'clock, and the acrobatic performance was about to end. A deep and magnetic voice sounded from the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, underground people and monsters, this is the weird circus. This is the night of surprises. Who am I? Yes, I have received Wang Xiaotian's flying kiss. I am your greatest circus leader. The cheers resounded throughout the circus, as if to overturn the tent. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stood backstage and could not see the leader's appearance, but the moment this voice sounded, their hearts tightened. The two of them quickly glanced at each other and understood what the other meant. Danger. Just a voice. The terrifying power was suppressed, making Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo dare not ignore it. The circus leader is definitely a wolf grandmother, a black tower monster at the level of Santa Claus. After understanding this, Tang Mo's forehead was slightly sweaty, but he was not shaken by it. He looked at the curtain in front of him calmly. He knew that behind the curtain were thousands of spectators, and the terrible circus leader. He quietly waited for time to pass. Listening to the stage, the circus leader announced that he would perform in person tonight and dissect the weird monster earthworm. The underground people who perform acrobatics came down from the stage, and a group of circus staff began to prepare the dissection tools again. The backstage was in chaos, with a crowd of people huddled around Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. It could be said that this was the most chaotic time in the circus. The entire backstage was in such a mess that even Sneeze had no time to look at Tangamo and Fuwaduo, as he had his own things to do. Of course, before he left, Tangamo grabbed him and took away 3 silver coins. This was the salary for him, and Fuwaduo this time. The whistles and roars of the audience echoed in the tent, and the terrifying laughter and music made the stage behind the curtain a world of absurdities and weirdness. The circus leader said loudly, "Then let's invite tonight's VIP guest." The acrobats in the backstage had not yet left. When they heard this, they hurriedly ran away. "This is the time," Tangamo and Fuwaduo said in unison. Boom! 1 second before the curtain fell, Tangamo and Fuwaduo kicked the iron cage at the same time. To be precise, they kicked the bottom of the iron cage and kicked the bottom of the cage away. The huge cage bottom flew out of the curtain. The circus leader jumped up in surprise to avoid the cage. The cage continued to run forward and was about to hit the audience. The wolf grandmother sitting in the first row opened her small parasol with a click, and the bottom of the cage hit her small parasol and fell to the ground with a bang. The wolf grandmother covered her lips and smiled softly, as elegant as a lady. "Oh, what is this thing? It scares me to death." She patted her heart with her big black hairy hands, looking scared. On the other side, the Sneeze spirit exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" Tangamo and Fuwaduo didn't care about him. They kicked the cage so suddenly that none of the circus members reacted. Even the big earthworm didn't react. Tangamo said quickly, "Why don't you run?" The big earthworm was stunned for a moment, then twisted its butt and burrowed into the hole. It burrowed very quickly. There was no iron cage. As soon as it touched the soil, it dug a big hole and disappeared into the deep tunnel. Tangamo and Fuwaduo immediately turned around and ran away. The circus was in chaos. Some staff members wanted to catch them, but they were all busy. When one person moved, another person tripped and fell. People stepped on each other and crowded together. Tangamo and Fuwaduo stepped on the crowd and ran out of the circus. The next second, the Glasses Man and 10 other players arrived. When they arrived at the circus, it was already a sea of people, so chaotic that they couldn't find a way out. The circus members were like ants on a hot pot. "You stepped on me, and I must kick you." Their funny performance made the audience laugh. The circus leader reacted at this time. The Glasses Man only saw a flashy back, and then this back stepped on the crowd frantically and chased Tangamo and Fuwaduo. The man with glasses looked at this scene in astonishment. Lu Xing asked in amazement, "Is this a surprise night? Have we ruined the surprise night now?" The surprise night of the weird circus ended in a commotion. Tangamo and Fuwaduo left the game smoothly. The circus leader did not catch up with them. After all, everything happened too suddenly, and the members of the circus also fell down, tripping the leader's footsteps. When leaving the game, a child's voice sounded in Tangamo and Fuwaduo's ears. "Ding! Players Fuwaduo and Tangamo have completed the extra game of Horror Night at the Weird Circus. Rescue the poor big monster, and ruin the surprise night. Reward, the favor of the earthworm." Before Tangamo had time to think about what the favor of the earthworm was, he and Fuwaduo had been teleported out of the game. As soon as they opened their eyes, they returned to Nanpu Bridge. There was no time to think about it. They kicked their feet and quickly left Nanpu Bridge and found an empty house to stay. Tangamo closed the door, leaned his back against the door, and sat on the ground to rest. Although they were not caught by the circus leader in the end, they used up all their strength to escape. Tangamo leaned against the door and panted heavily. He took out a withering moon flower from his backpack. The last silver petal fell from the bud. The flower completely withered and turned into ashes, rolling out of Tangmo's hand. A silver light flashed on Tangmo's forehead. The silver light weakened a little, as if it was because of the lack of a moon flower. Soon the silver disappeared, and Tangmo's forehead returned to normal. Item: Moon Flower of the Queen of Hearts. Owner: Tangamo. Game clearance instructions. Send the big earthworm to the circus at 6 p.m. to clear the level. Surprise night of the Weird Circus. This assembly copy is a double game, a hidden game. Horror Night of the Weird Circus. At 7 p.m., help the big earthworm escape to clear the level. Horror Night of the Weird Circus. Destroy the surprise night. Yes, after entering the game, Tangamo used the moon flower to get the method to clear the game. He used the moon flower to determine the conditions for himself and Fuwaduo to pass the game. Originally, he was worried about how he and Fuwaduo could successfully deliver the big earthworm to the circus in 7 days, and he needed to get more information. Later, the contempt from the famous detective effect was triggered, and the game became more difficult, so using the moon flower became a matter of course. However, the moon flower was indeed an incomplete version of the game's strategy. It only told Tang Mo the final method to complete the game, and did not tell him any secrets to pass the game. The two of them rested against the door for a while. Tang Mo looked at the dark ceiling. Recalling what he had experienced in the past 7 days, he laughed, and Fu Wenduo turned to look at him. Tang Mo said, "Although I know that the difficulty of the game will increase if we team up, but this difficulty seems to increase a bit too much." Fu Wenduo bent his right leg, his right hand rested on his knee, and said in a low voice, "It's not small, 2v21. Yeah, 2v21. Fu Wenduo said, "How does it feel?" Tang Mo thought for a moment. "It's great. It's great." After playing so many games, this is the first time that Tang Mo feels so happy after winning a game. The more difficult the game is, the more he has to work hard in it. He played 21 enemies around, and finally snatched their Horror Night rewards. It felt so great. This is a game. You have to be careful when playing it, and you feel so happy after winning the game. However, having a great time playing games is one thing. After teaming up with Fu Wenduo, the difficulty of the game for the two of them has increased too much. If it weren't for the help of the murderous 4-member smuggler team, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo would never have been able to complete the game so easily. Of course, they didn't win easily at all. After a break, Tang Mo took out a white gem from his pocket, and Fu Wenduo also took it out. Freely customizable prop upgrade package. "Are you going to upgrade the king's gold coins?" Fu Wenduo said affirmatively. Tang Mo turned his head and looked at him, without denying. "What are you going to upgrade?" "Weapons." This answer is normal. Fu Wenduo doesn't have rare items like the king's coins, so it's natural for him to upgrade his weapons. Tang Mo thought, "Have you ever thought about upgrading Mo? Upgrading the turkey eggs?" Fu Wenduo, "Once every 7 days, each time you can save for an hour. It's enough for now. This kind of item can easily make people slack off." Tang Mo nodded, he thought about it, and didn't plan to upgrade the turkey eggs. Turkey eggs are absolutely enough for them now. Fu Wenduo looked at him steadily. "Do you really want to upgrade the king's coins?" Tang Mo, "Why?" "The king's coins can be used to forego any Black Tower game. The best result of upgrading it is to get multiple opportunities to forego games, no more than 3 times. The Black Tower will not give you too many opportunities to forego. It is very likely that the increased opportunities are not for foregoing games." Fu Wenduo said, "Upgrading weapons is more suitable for you. What Tang Mo needs is combat ability." This time, with Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo was able to complete the game safely. In the previous Black Tower game, Tang Mo only encountered by Ruoyao, who had a higher force value than him and almost killed him. Now Tang Mo encountered a bald man again. Tang Mo was not his opponent for the bald man who could transform into a brown bear. If it weren't for Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo might have turned into a king's gold coin in this assembly copy. Players who cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower may not necessarily beat players on the 1st floor of the Black Tower. The Black Tower game is not just about force. Sometimes it also depends on wisdom, judgment, determination, and even a little luck. Fu Wenduo, the game of abandonment can only be played once, and upgrading weapons can handle many games. Tang Mo fell silent. After a long time, he whispered, "Thank you." Fu Wenduo raised the corners of his lips. Soon, Tang Mo upgraded the big match. The big match and the small parasol are his most frequently used weapons at present. The small parasol is powerful, and can be used for both attack and defense, but it cannot be put into the tattoo. It is a bit troublesome to hold it, and it cannot achieve the effect of winning by surprise. You must also shout out extremely shameful words before using it. Tang Mo upgraded the big match without hesitation. Item, Mosaic's Big Match. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, excellent. Level, level 3. Function, unquenchable flame. You can light a match at will. Once the flame of the match ignites an object, the law of cause and effect will apply. Only when the object is burned clean can the flame be extinguished. It is stronger than you can imagine. Limitation. Repeated use of the unquenchable flame will reduce the service life of the match. It can be used up to 50 times. Note, although I set fire and killed people, I am still a good girl, Mosaic said. Chapter 74. After daybreak, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo returned to the mall cautiously after confirming that there were no other players ambushing near Nanpu Bridge. Tang Mo had previously used the moon flower to discover the hidden game in the assembly dungeon, and he also cleared the game and got the reward. He had tricked other players again. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. If those 10 players were really angry and decided to join forces to attack Tangemo, it would be difficult for Tangemo and Fu Wenduo to escape. It was difficult to check whether there were hidden enemies nearby at night, and it was difficult for players to hide in the bright sunlight during the day. After Tangemo returned to the mall as quickly as possible, he said goodbye to Fu Wenduo at the entrance of the mall. The two had their own little calculations, such as Fu Wenduo wanted to upgrade his weapons. Tangemo didn't know what Fu Wenduo's weapons were. When he saw Fu Wenduo fighting before, he almost never took out any props, and always used his own powerful force to fight against the enemy. Everyone has their own secrets, just like Tangemo has not told Fu Wenduo about his superpowers so far. After entering the mall, Tangemo found a hidden place in the underground parking lot, turned on the flashlight, and took out the superpower book from the air. He lowered his head and turned to the last page, where lines of small black characters slowly emerged. Superpower: destroy you on behalf of the stars. Owner: Jin Jingyuan Smuggler. Type: 4-dimensional. Function: fires bullets with tracking effects. Aim at the target, shout. Checkmate: the bullet will fly to the target until it hits, or the bullet's kinetic energy disappears. Level: Level 4. Restrictions: each bullet requires the launcher to control it with mental energy, and a maximum of 5 bullets can be fired at a time. More than 5 bullets will cause mental damage to the launcher. Reparable. Notes: knowledge and courage, beauty and wisdom. Instructions for use of the Tangemo version: can be used once a day, and can fire up to 3 bullets each time. Before use you must shout, "I will destroy you on behalf of the stars, checkmate," and let the other party hear it. Jin Jingyun is a messenger sent by the heavens. Her biggest task is to help Tangemo punish the enemy on behalf of the stars after transforming into a magical girl. Now she has completed her mission. Live gloriously and die magnificently. After experiencing the fairy returning the small parasol to my grandfather and the wolf grandmother, Tangemo has a high degree of acceptance of this extremely shameful prop. But this time, his eyes were fixed on the 6 words, "let the other party hear it." After a long time, Tangemo closed the book with a bang and secretly decided, "I would never use this ability." After closing the book and thinking for a while, Tangemo said, "I will not use this ability unless it is absolutely necessary." From a certain perspective, this ability is indeed a bit useless for Tangemo now. If it does not require shouting spells, and the enemy can hear it, Tangemo can completely use it as a sneak attack ability for long-range attacks. He can hide in the dark with a sniper rifle, and use his supernatural power to fire a shot, which is definitely a deadly weapon. Unfortunately, it must be heard by the enemy. This means that the moment the bullet is fired, Tangemo's position is also exposed. However, if it is used in close combat, when Tangemo fights the enemy, he fires bullets to interfere with the enemy's movement, which is also a big killer. After thinking for a moment, Tangemo threw the supernatural book into the air, and turned to walk to the 3rd floor of the underground parking lot. He knocked on the door of Luofeng City, and the person inside was drawing a picture with his head down. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Luofeng Chung looked up at Tangemo. He smiled and said, "It seems that you and Major Fu have won the assembly copy?" His tone was certain, and he had no doubt that Tangemo and Fu Wenduo would lose the game. There was no need to hide this. Tangemo walked to Luofeng Chung's table and sat down. "Well, we won. It was a difficult game." He did not say that he and Fu Wenduo were forced to play 2v21 by the Black Tower in the game. After a pause, Tangemo asked, "What day is today?" Luofeng Chung, February 13th. "You entered the dungeon on February 1st, and now 13 days have passed." Tangemo said, "We spent 7 days in the underground kingdom." Luofeng Chung, "This is normal. The flow of time in the Black Tower dungeon and the real world is not the same. Sometimes the flow of time in the two is the same. Sometimes 1 day passes in the Black Tower dungeon, and 2 days pass in the real world. Sometimes 2 days pass in the Black Tower dungeon, and only 1 day passes on Earth." Tangemo understood what Luofeng Chung meant. Take the game he had participated in, for example. The time flow rate of the whack-a-mole game was the same as that of the real world, so Tangemo could learn from Fu Wenduo that his time was messed up and complete the game. But the Queen of Hearts Gem Castle was different. Tangemo only stayed in it for a few hours, and when he came out, 2 days of Earth time had passed. The two chatted for a while, and Tangemo simply recounted what he and Fu Wenduo had encountered in the assembly copy. He did not talk about the specific content of the game, nor did he talk about the process of the 2 people defrauding 21 players. He mainly talked about the strange circus. "I have heard of this circus in the games I participated in before, and I have also participated in games related to it. It is a very important organization in the Underground Kingdom. According to my speculation, there are probably more Black Tower games related to this circus. Luo Fengcheng tapped the table lightly with a pen and looked up at Tang Mo. Banana Tavern, Strange Circus. These are the two large organizations of the Underground Kingdoms we know of so far. Since the update of the Black Tower 2.0 version in 2018, the two assembly copies are related to them. Luo Fengcheng's eyes paused, and he suddenly picked up a pen and started drawing on the paper. He seemed to be drawing a map, but his drawing was too abstract, and Tang Mo could not see the specific location from these curved lines. Luo Fengcheng stopped writing and looked at Tang Mo steadily. The assembly copy is different from all other copies. Generally speaking, the assembly copy is not life-threatening. Even if the game fails, you will only receive game penalties and new tasks. After successfully completing the penalty tasks, you can leave the dungeon. Then, with the help of the assembly dungeon, Tang Mo, we may be able to truly understand the Black Tower, at least the Underground Kingdom, and the Monster World. Tang Mo also thought, this time I really visited the capital of the Underground Kingdom. The assembly dungeon has no fixed area restrictions for players, and they can move around at will. If the location of the next assembly dungeon is placed in the Monster World. Tang Mo stretched out his hand and drew a circle outside the map drawn by Luo Fengcheng. Then you can know more about the world of the Black Tower. The two looked at each other. The more information you have, the more confident you will be when facing new games. Luo Fengcheng smiled and said, even in the future, if conditions permit, players can take advantage of the situation. So, you must participate in the assembly copy. Not only can you improve your strength, but you can also get more information. Next week, Jax, Tang Qiao and others will challenge the first four of the Black Tower together. Tang Mo was slightly stunned, and soon he said, with the current strength of Jax and Tang Qiao, if nothing unexpected happens, they will pass the level smoothly. All the players I met in this assembly dungeon have passed the first level of the Black Tower. There are indeed strong ones among them, but some are far inferior to Jax. Luo Fengcheng grasped the key words, and he said, it seems that you and Major Fu are the only two players on the second level of the Black Tower in this game. Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, and quickly admitted, yes. Talking to smart people has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that if you just mention something briefly, the other party will immediately understand what you mean, which makes it very convenient to talk. But this also means that the other party can also detect some information that you did not reveal from your few words. Tang Mo only said, all the players I met have cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. Luo Fengcheng immediately thought that he and Fu Wenduo were the only players on the second floor of the Black Tower in the entire assembly copy. If he thought more deeply, he might be able to guess his and Fu Wenduo's game tasks. This is the scary thing about smart people. You must be careful when talking to them, as you may expose yourself at any time. But there will be no such opportunity in the future. Tang Mo looked at the young Luo Fengcheng in front of him quietly. For months have passed since they first met. Without the Black Tower, Tang Mo would never have met a high-level national secret personnel like Luo Fengcheng in his life. After the Earth went online, Tang Mo spent most of his time in Shanghai. Here, he met Chen Shanshan, Little Fatty, Luo Fengcheng, and Jax. If he decides to stay in Shanghai next, it will undoubtedly be much easier. He is not a member of Attack, but Lu Fengcheng, Jax does not treat him as an outsider. Even though he and Lu Fengcheng are a little wary of each other, and have not become real close friends, basic trust is not a problem. However, on one side is Chen Shanshan, Lu Fengcheng and the familiar area, and on the other side is a friend who is far away in Beijing and may not have survived at all, plus Fu Wenduo at most. Tang Mo raised his lips. Tomorrow, Major Fu and I will leave Shanghai. The smile on Luo Fengcheng's lips slowly paused, and after a moment, he said, I thought you would stay. Tang Mo keenly sensed something wrong. What? Luo Fengcheng, you and Major Fu want to team up together in the future and play the Black Tower game, right? Tang Mo didn't say it, but it was not difficult for Luo Fengcheng to guess this. He said, it was Shanshan's idea. Tang Mo, you are not a member of Attack, and I don't even know what kind of strength you have now, but if you stay, you will not ignore anything that happens to Attack. If I fail to attack the tower and die in the future, you will most likely replace me and become the leader of Attack. Tang Mo was shocked and realized something. He quickly calmed down and his brain worked quickly. From 2 weeks ago, when Luo Fengcheng recommended himself and Fu Wenduo to participate in this assembly copy game, to now when they won the game. Tang Mo said, 2 weeks ago, you deliberately told me about this assembly copy and asked me to participate. That's right. Tang Mo, Chen Shanshan's idea? Luo Fengcheng, it's her idea, and it's also my idea. If you leave, attack strength will decline. This is my consideration. The girl's thoughts may not be as complicated as mine. She and the fat guy don't want you to leave. She told me that she had a hunch that if you and Major Fu participated in this assembly copy, you would feel the game difficulty soar after you two teamed up. You will hesitate whether to go with Major Fu in the future. This is the best opportunity to persuade you to give up teaming up with Major Fu. Tang Mo's mind flashed with the girl's always calm face, and he suddenly found it a little funny. Qin Shanshan's super intelligent thinking, she would never have thought that she would use it in such a place. She guessed right. After knowing that he and Fu Wenduo had teamed up and triggered the public enemy effect, Tang Mo did regret it when the game difficulty increased to 21 players. But in the end, he still decided to team up. On one side of the scale is the soaring game difficulty, and on the other side are excellent teammates. The ending of the game's surprise night at the Weird Circus gave Tang Mo the best answer. A good teammate is more important than a difficult game. Tang Mo asked, Chen Shanshan, are the little fat guy in the infirmary? Luo Fengcheng shook his head. They went to participate in a real copy with Jax and Tang Xiao, and they found it recently. I'm afraid they will be back in a few days. Do you want to wait for them? Tang Mo will leave tomorrow, and the kids will not be back until 2 days later. Tang Mo was silent for a while. No more waiting. Luo Fengcheng had guessed this answer long ago. The two chatted briefly for a while. When Tang Mo stood up and prepared to leave, Luo Fengcheng looked at Tang Mo's back and suddenly said, if I have superpowers, or if I successfully pass the first level of the Black Tower and survive, I will get superpowers. Tang Mo. Maybe you and I will be good teammates. Tang Mo stopped and turned his head. Looking at the calm smile on Luo Fengcheng's face, Tang Mo remembered the first time they met. At that time, he suspected that Luo Fengcheng was a stowaway, and also suspected his identity as a Black Tower researcher. Now, thinking about it, for months have passed. Tang Mo thought for a while and said, you will have superpowers. You will pass the first level of the Black Tower, and you will also have superpowers, and you will become more powerful, at least enough to protect yourself. Luo Fengcheng smiled. I hope so too. The two looked at each other steadily. A minute later, Tang Mo smiled, and Luo Fengcheng also smiled. Goodbye. Goodbye. The door clicked shut, and Tang Mo left the office in Luofeng City. After resting in the parking lot for a night, Tang Mo came to the clothing store on the first floor of the mall the next morning. When he walked into the clothing store, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and stretched out his hand to block his head. A fierce attack came from behind Tang Mo's head. Tang Mo jumped forward, rolled on the ground, stabilized his body, and kicked the man behind him. The man dodged sideways and punched him at the same time. Fists and kicks collided. Each fist broke through the air, making a whistling sound. They were merciless and went to each other's weak points. The two of them used the wall to gain leverage and attacked each other at a terrifying speed in every corner of the clothing store. Tang Mo kicked the wall with one foot, flipped in the air, and passed behind the man, punching him with his right fist. Unexpectedly, the man was prepared. He tilted his head, held Tang Mo's fist with his left hand, and grabbed Tang Mo's arm with his right hand. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide in surprise, and when he came to his senses, he had been pressed to the ground by Fu Wenduo, and his limbs were captured. The small parasol behind his waist was pressed against the ground, which hurt Tang Mo. He twisted his strangled neck and said helplessly, Is this considered weight training, Major Fu? Fu Wenduo put away his hand. The enemy will not care whether you are carrying a bag on your back or sleeping or eating. Tang Mo got up from the ground and patted the dirt on his body. He looked at Fu Wenduo. Let's go, Beijing. Fu Wenduo's movements paused for a moment, and soon he turned and walked towards the door, quietly raised the corners of his lips. Let's go, Beijing. This mall in Pudong district has more than 70 players living in it. The departure of the two players did not cause any sensation, and no one even noticed their departure. Tang Mo carried a small bag with a small amount of water and food, plus a map of China from Shanghai to Beijing. He and Fu Wenduo set off like this. They looked like ordinary hikers before the earth went online, walking lightly, walking under the sun, heading north. Of course, it was impossible for them to really walk all the way to Beijing. A journey of more than 1,000 kilometers would take a month. Fu Wenduo found an abandoned off-road vehicle on the road. He tried to start it, and the two of them got in. Fu Wenduo drove, and Tang Mo sat in the passenger seat looking at the map. The car drove past a police station, and Tang Mo said quickly, Wait a minute, I want to go in and take a look. Fu Wenduo turned his head and looked at him. Here? Tang Mo nodded. Fu Wenduo didn't ask any more questions. He stopped the car, and Tang Mo walked into the police station alone. There was no one in the empty police station. The tables and chairs were turned over, and the police station was in a mess. Tang Mo searched for a long time in the police officer's office of this police station, but did not find any guns. He quickly went to the third floor, and saw the arsenal sign at the end of the corridor. He immediately walked over. The door made of fine iron had been knocked down long ago. The armory was empty. Not to mention pistols and sniper rifles, there was not even a stun baton. It seems that after the Earth went online, many players have come here and taken away pistols and other weapons. Tang Mo carefully searched again, but still couldn't find a gun. He returned to the car, and Fu Wenduo glanced at him. Didn't you take anything? Tang Mo, I wanted to look for guns, but unfortunately they were all taken away. Fu Wenduo nodded thoughtfully. Earth has been online for 4 months, and it's very strange that Tang Mo is only looking for a gun now. With his current strength, he doesn't need to take a gun to protect himself. Enemies that can threaten him can't be solved with just a gun. But Fu Wenduo didn't ask any more questions. He calmly put his hand into his pocket, and the next second, a silver light flashed past Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo looked carefully, and he looked up at Fu Wenduo in surprise. The sun shone through the car window, and the golden sun was reflected from Fu Wenduo, with a faint golden glow. He lowered his head and looked at Tang Mo, with a beautiful silver pistol in his palm. He looked at Tang Mo steadily, as if he was holding an ordinary little thing in his hand, and he raised the corners of his mouth and spoke calmly. The gun you want. Tang Mo's heart twitched violently. After a long time, he picked up the beautiful silver pistol in Fu Wenduo's hand, and said with a smile, Why don't you ask me why I suddenly want a gun now? Fu Wenduo stepped on the clutch. You want me to ask? Tang Mo looked down at the beautiful pistol that looked like a work of art, and did not answer. It was obvious that this gun was not a mass-produced common product. The lines of the gun body were smooth, and the handle was rubbed so that the threads could not be seen clearly. It was obvious that its owner used it frequently. At the bottom of the gun handle, there is a small letter V. Tang Mo vaguely guessed that this gun might be Fu Wenduo's personal belongings, or a very important personal belongings. However, after the Earth went online, guns were no longer important to players, especially to Fu Wenduo. This gun might not be a powerful weapon. But in any case, Fu Wenduo did not throw away this gun, which shows that this gun is very important to Fu Wenduo. After realizing this, Tang Mo suddenly remembered something. His face changed. Tang Mo hid his emotions instantly, and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The other party did not notice his abnormality. Tang Mo calmly put the gun into his pocket. A black SUV slowly drove across the Huangpu River. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo officially left Shanghai. Chapter 75. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was getting dark. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo left Shanghai and got on the highway. There were more cars on the road. They drove very slowly, and it took them 2 hours to drive a few dozen kilometers. Fu Wenduo pulled the handbrake and stepped on the brakes hard. The off-road vehicle drifted a lot on an empty highway. There was a harsh brake sound, and the whole car stopped sideways in the middle of the road. The car stopped, and Tang Mo was a little surprised. At night, they really shouldn't rush anymore. Firstly, it was dark, and many cars on the highway collided with each other because their owners suddenly disappeared, making the road a mess. They couldn't see the cars clearly at night, so it was easy to collide. Secondly, it was very likely to run into other players at night. But Fu Wenduo's intention of parking the car like this made him a little puzzled. As if he had noticed Tang Mo's doubts, Fu Wenduo said, On the way from Beijing to Shanghai, I met 3 groups of people. They were lying in ambush on both sides of the highway. There are always people who are in a foreign land and want to go home to check on the safety of their relatives and friends. Because they have to travel a long distance, these people must have brought water and food, and perhaps weapons. Robbing them is a good choice. Tang Mo has never been far away. Suzhou and Shanghai are very close, but he has long guessed that there must be such players. Soon he understood what Fu Wenduo meant. You put the car like this, want to pretend that this is a car whose driver suddenly disappeared and lost control? Yes. The front of the car was against the fence of the highway, and it was strangely across the road. It really looked like an abandoned car. The two did not say anything more. Fu Wenduo gave the back seat to Tang Mo, so that Tang Mo could lie down and rest. He himself put down the driver's seat, and closed his eyes to rest. Tang Mo was not polite. He lay down, and looked at the dark roof of the car. His eyes were calm, but his mind was full of thoughts. In the silent car, Fu Wenduo's steady breathing sounded softly. Tang Mo knew that even if Fu Wenduo's breathing was stable, he was not sleeping now. With their current strength, 3 days of sleeplessness would not affect their normal activities at all. Today was the first night after they left Shanghai. Fu Wenduo gave the back seat to Tang Mo and lay uncomfortably in the front seat, which meant that he would not sleep. He would be on guard tonight. If he didn't sleep, Tang Mo could not make any special movements. Even if Fu Wenduo fell asleep, once Tang Mo took out the supernatural book, he would probably find Tang Mo's unusual movements and wake up immediately. Yes, ever since he got the silver pistol, Tang Mo has been looking for an opportunity to take out the supernatural book. He was struggling with his conscience. On the one hand, he and Fu Wenduo had become teammates, and they even decided to go on the road together to faraway Beijing. He seemed to be able to tell the other party about his supernatural power. But on the other hand, he still didn't believe it. After all, they had known each other for too short a time. It had only been 2 months since they met, and they hadn't been in touch for a long time. Let's wait for a while. Tang Mo decided that if he took out the superpower book tomorrow and found that he had obtained Fu Wenduo's superpower, he would no longer hide it and tell him his superpower. After a night, Fu Wenduo seemed to find that Tang Mo did not sleep, but neither of them spoke. Tang Mo closed his eyes to rest, and when the sun rose, they opened their eyes at the same time. The first night passed smoothly. Fu Wenduo opened the car door, walked to the front of the car, and pushed away the 3 cars that had collided with each other in front. When he returned to the car, Tang Mo had already sat back in the passenger seat. He held up the map and said, "Go this way and get on the Beijing-Shanghai Expressway. After 10 kilometers we should pass a service area. I go down and see if there's any food and water." Fu Wenduo said, "It's probably been taken away. When I came from Beijing 2 months ago, the supermarkets in the service areas along the way had already been looted." "Tang Mo, what if there's?" Fu Wenduo said nothing more, and the two continued on their way. Just like friends traveling together, Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo were not too nervous and looked calm. In fact, with their strength, there are very few players in China who can rob them. If they can only encounter them on the highway, then they are unlucky. Most of the dangers from players can be dealt with by the two of them, unless the danger does not come from players. Tang Mo suddenly thought, in addition to the real copy, Luofeng City divides the Black Tower copy into 2 types. One is the S-level security copy, and the other is the other copy. For months ago, I participated in another copy, which attracted the attention of the Black Tower, and was forced to challenge the tower attack game. After a pause, Tang Mo said, "It's the game I saved with the turkey egg for the first time. You should have heard it." Fu Wenduo recalled while driving. "Mario, what grid?" "Yes, that one." "Is it possible that we were driving on the road and suddenly triggered a copy? It could be a real copy, an S-level copy, or some other copy." After saying that, Tang Mo laughed to himself. My luck shouldn't be that bad. But gradually, Tang Mo recalled his experiences in the past 4 months, and he fell silent. His luck is really that bad. At this time, Fu Wenduo said, "Generally speaking, my luck is not bad. I came all the way from Beijing to Shanghai, and never encountered any dungeons. This should be considered good luck." Tang Mo did not comment on this. Soon the two arrived at the service area. Fu Wenduo parked the car in the parking lot of the service area, and Tang Mo walked straight into the supermarket, and Fu Wenduo waited for him outside. Tang Mo put his hand on the small parasol, always on guard against possible enemies hiding in the supermarket. After a while, after making sure that there was no one in the supermarket, he began to look carefully. The supermarket in the highway service area was not big, and Tang Mo finished looking through it in half a minute. As Fu Wenduo said, it was a mess here. All the edibles on the shelves were snatched away, leaving only some useless toys, and the books were left in place. As if he didn't want to return empty-handed, Tang Mo walked to the deep end of the shelf and took 2 toothbrushes and a toothpaste. When his figure was completely blocked by the shelves and could not be seen from outside the supermarket, Tang Mo quickly reached out his hand and took out a book of supernatural powers from the air. He turned to the last page as quickly as possible and looked at the line of words on it. "Supernatural power. Destroy you on behalf of the stars." Tang Mo sighed softly, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. It was not regretful, nor was it disappointing, and it even felt a bit natural. He walked out of the supermarket with toothpaste and toothbrush. When Tang Mo walked out of the door, Fu Wenduo was leaning against the front of the car, looking down at the map. The two looked at each other, and Fu Wenduo saw the toothpaste and toothbrush in Tang Mo's hand. He raised an eyebrow, curled the corners of his lips, and asked, "No?" Tang Mo said regretfully, all taken away. Maybe it was taken away by the players who walked on the highway before. Fu Duo said, after taking the toothpaste and toothbrush, why didn't you take an extra towel? Tang Mo, Ignoring his teasing, Tang Mo opened the car door and sat in. Fu Duo followed him into the car, and the two continued to move forward. After making sure that he didn't get Fu Wenduo's superpower, Tang Mo finally took out the silver pistol. He sat in the passenger seat and carefully observed the gun. The bright sunlight shone through the car window onto the gun, flashing a cold silver light. As he observed the gun, his brain worked rapidly. Eat it all without paying. The superpower is Tang Mo's own superpower. He got the superpower book 4 months ago, and has since collected the superpowers of many players. Most of these abilities are reduced versions, and the owners of the abilities will not notice that their abilities have been taken away by Tang Mo's talisman paper, and Tang Mo also has various restrictions when using them. There are 2 ways to obtain abilities. The first one is the simplest. Kill the player, and you will definitely get the player's abilities. Tang Mo still hasn't figured out the second one. The first ability Tang Mo obtained, Draw a Circle to Curse You, was when the official player Li Bin inadvertently handed him a flashlight, and Tang Mo inexplicably possessed his abilities. Tang Mo guessed that if he wanted to obtain other people's abilities, he had to take something from them without paying. He literally took everything without paying. He then did the same thing and obtained the ability to find friends to identify the identity of players, Qin Shanshan's super intelligent thinking, and the ability to return my grandfather to the fairy. However, he never got the little fat man's ability. On the surprise night of the weird circus, Tang Mo did another thing in front of Fu Wenduo. When he imprisoned Wang Yingui and Lao Niao, he stripped them naked and smeared a layer of oil on their bodies. At that time, he explained to Fu Wenduo, this can deceive other players. We caught these 2 people because we wanted to eat them, but we didn't have time to eat them. So when the glasses man and others rescued Wang Yingui and the other 2, they found that they were not wearing clothes and were still covered with oil. This was a move to mislead players Mr. A and Mr. B to really eat humans, so that after they rescued Wang Yingui and the old bird, they mistakenly thought that the 2 missing players were eaten by Mr. A and Mr. B. At the same time, Tang Mo got Wang Yingui and the old bird's clothes without paying, but he still didn't get the 2 people's abilities. Now, Fu Wenduo took the initiative to give Tang Mo a very precious pistol, but Tang Mo still didn't get his superpower. This is the 4th superpower he didn't get. Tang Mo hid his emotions in his heart. The doubts in his heart grew bigger and bigger. He really wanted to know how he got his superpowers, but unfortunately, that cheap superpower book would never tell him in this life, and he had to find everything by himself. Thinking of his cheap book, Tang Mo sighed helplessly. Why, do you regret not taking a towel? Tang Mo, This joke was so cold that it wasn't funny at all. Tang Mo wrapped his coat a little tighter. He said calmly, we've pushed a lot of carts along the way. Let's stop and rest sometime. We can probably reach Nanjing tomorrow. We won't rush at 5 in the evening. I want to try this gun. Fu Wenduo, okay. Tang Mo asked, is this gun important to you? After a pause, he added, I saw a letter on the bottom of the butt. Is it your name? It could also be someone else's name. Fu Wenduo did not hide it, he answered, my code name is Lao V. In the Special Forces, none of us call each other by our real names, we call each other by code names, which can hide our identities, and is more convenient. My code name is Lao V. Tang Mo originally thought that this meant victory. He heard that many athletes in the Olympic archery events would carve the letter V on their best longbows for good luck, which means victory. I didn't expect it to be Fu Wenduo's code name. But in this case, this gun is even more important. Tang Mo, is it okay to give it to me? Fu Wenduo drove the car with one hand. The road was very wide, and there were not many cars. He turned his head and glanced at Tang Mo. My ability doesn't really need it. I have more powerful props than it. It's useless to me now. I didn't throw it away purely because I was used to it before, and I have some feelings for it. Besides, you need it more than me, don't you? Tang Mo did not answer. He turned his head calmly and continued to observe the gun. Fu Wenduo laughed and continued to drive. Tang Mo did not know what the man had discovered, but in any case, everything was just his guess. As long as Tang Mo did not admit it, Fu Wenduo would never know the truth. Even if he guessed it, Tang Mo just had to deny it. The setting sun was falling, and a thick black cloud floated over the horizon, blocking most of the setting sun. It was about to rain, and Fu Wenduo had to stop the car in advance this time, so he parked the car on the side of the road. Tang Mo took the pistol and walked down the highway alone. He came to the farmland next to him and tried to raise the pistol. After he got the checkmate ability, he looked up some knowledge about shooting. Tang Mo opened the safety and pulled the slide up. There was a crisp click, and Tang Mo held his breath. He raised his hand and pointed the muzzle at a small tree 10 meters away. With his eyes narrowed, Tang Mo suddenly pressed the trigger. Bang! The huge recoil made Tang Mo open his eyes in surprise and fell back half a step. He never expected that the recoil of this gun would be so shocking. With his current physical fitness, his arm was numb after he fired the gun unexpectedly. He looked at the small tree again and saw the branches shaking and a few leaves falling to the ground. There was not a single bullet hole in the tree. Tang Mo had just shot at the trunk, but now it was obvious that he missed, and the bullet flew away by the leaves. Tang Mo gritted his teeth. He was prepared this time. He held the pistol with both hands and pressed the trigger hard. With a roar of gunfire, the silver bullet quickly pierced the air and shot through the tree trunk. In Tang Mo's eyes, his dynamic vision barely caught a silver light. This light did penetrate the tree trunk, but it was more than 30 centimeters away from where Tang Mo aimed, representing the stars to destroy you. Although the ability says that as long as you aim and shoot, the bullet will continue to track the target, but all this is based on your true accuracy. The part Tang Mo aimed at changed at the moment the bullet was fired, so even if he used this ability, he clearly wanted to shoot the enemy's head, and the bullet might only track the opponent's shoulder, and it would not be a big deal if it was shot through. This is still the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that he fired a bullet and missed the target completely. Tang Mo's face darkened. Without saying anything, he raised his pistol and fired 2 more shots at the tree trunk. The error was more than 20 centimeters in one shot and half a meter in another shot. There were 5 bullets left in the pistol. Tang Mo raised the gun and prepared to shoot again. A deep voice came from above his head. You haven't played before? Tang Mo turned his head and looked. No. Like this. Fu Wenduo stood on the highway. He drank some water, put the empty plastic bottle on the front of the SUV, supported himself on the fence with one hand, turned over and jumped off the highway. Fu Wenduo walked to Tang Mo, and Tang Mo said, I have a little motion sickness. Car sickness is not bad, but playing 3D shooting games usually makes me a little dizzy, so I rarely played them before. I usually only play some gambling games. Fu Wenduo looked at him in surprise and said, I mean playing with guns in the club, not shooting games. Tang Mo understood. I'd never played it. In modern society, many people go to clubs to play archery and shooting, so it's understandable that Fu Wenduo asked this question. After all, he saw Tang Mo suddenly want a pistol, thinking that he knew a little bit, but he didn't expect that Tang Mo really didn't know how to do it. Fu Wenduo took the gun from Tang Mo and pointed it at the tree 10 meters away. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly opened the safety quickly, pulled the holster up, and pressed the trigger. Bang! This series of actions was as smooth as flowing water, so fast that Tang Mo didn't react. The next second, a loud gunshot sounded beside Tang Mo's ears. The huge recoil seemed to be non-existent. Fu Wenduo didn't even move his fingers. A bullet shot out from the muzzle and shot straight through the center of the small tree, making a smooth little hole. Tang Mo's level is pretty good among beginners. After all, he has top vision, strong physical strength, and can concentrate on finding the center. Give him a few days, and he should be able to reach the level of an ordinary shooting enthusiast. But compared with Fu Wenduo, the shots he fired just now were really the difference between an amateur and a professional. Fu Wenduo barely aimed, he just glanced and shot directly at the spot Tang Mo originally wanted to shoot. Tang Mo didn't say that spot, and his previous 4 shots had never hit it, but Fu Wenduo stood on the highway and saw through the spot he wanted to aim at with just his naked eyes, and shot it. Tang Mo said, Do you know that I was aiming at the spot where the bark was missing? The shots you fired before were all around that point. Fu Wenduo asked as a matter of course, You don't want to shoot there? Tang Mo was really speechless this time. It's a good thing that the Earth is online. Everyone has superpowers, and everyone's physical fitness has improved. Otherwise, before, 10 of him would not be enough for Major Fu to shoot alone. Fu Wenduo returned the gun to Tang Mo. Tang Mo held the gun, and tried to recall Fu Wenduo's actions just now, wanting to imitate him and shoot. However, the next moment, a warm hand covered the back of Tang Mo's hand, which made him tremble all over. He turned his head in surprise, and saw that Fu Wenduo had walked behind him without knowing when. His movements were extremely natural, as if he was training a new soldier. He skillfully pulled Tang Mo's hand and helped him hold the gun. Fu Wenduo pressed Tang Mo's hand and put his hand in the right position. He said in a low voice, With your strength, it is not difficult to aim at an object 10 meters away. The reason you can't shoot accurately is that your hand is crooked when the bullet leaves the gun. My gun uses a special muzzle brake to reduce the recoil. But it is specially made, the bullet is very powerful, and the recoil is also very large. When you shoot, as long as you are not stable at all, coupled with the influence of recoil, it is easy to shoot off the target. Do it again, okay? Fu Wenduo lowered his head, and looked at Tang Mo steadily. Tang Mo's heart moved, but he quickly collected his thoughts, and looked at the small tree 10 meters away. Fu Wenduo held his hand, and he held the gun. Then he gently pulled the trigger. Bang! This time the error was within 5 centimeters, and the bullet that Tang Mo fired left a small round hole next to Fu Wenduo's previous bullet hole. Fu Wenduo, not bad, you should be able to get the feeling after a few more times. As he said that, he did not let go of Tang Mo's hand, and continued to hold it, intending to shoot again. Tang Mo, this feeling is really weird. Even if a girl was holding his hand now, he didn't feel so weird. Fu Wenduo seemed to be a straight man, but Tang Mo knew that he was a gay. Tang Mo felt uncomfortable being held by a man so old, but he did get a vague feeling from the shot he just fired. He secretly decided that if he fired another shot, he would definitely let go and shoot alone. Under Fu Wenduo's guidance, Tang Mo fired another shot, and this time the error was still 5 centimeters. Fu Wenduo pulled his hand, and seemed to want to fire another shot, and Tang Mo immediately said, "I do it myself." Fu Wenduo looked down at him. Tang Mo looked calm. "I think I have a sense of it. Let me try it myself." As he said that, Tang Mo tried to break free from Fu Wenduo's hand calmly. But at the moment when he was about to break free, Fu Wenduo's eyes changed, and he suddenly held Tang Mo's hand tightly. Tang Mo's face showed a moment of surprise, but the next second, his face also changed slightly, and he and Fu Wenduo turned their heads to look behind them. Fu Wenduo held Tang Mo's hand, and with the other hand, he held Tang Mo's waist and turned him 180 degrees backwards. As he turned, he whispered quickly, "Shoot!" Tang Mo didn't see clearly where he was aiming, but as soon as Fu Wenduo said this, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. He fired the bullet with great confidence, and then, there was only a short exclamation. The bullet shot into a large stone at the edge of the field with a bang, and shot a small round hole through the stone. Fu Wenduo held Tang Mo's hand, and was about to shout the second word "shoot." At this time, a female voice came from behind the stone. Don't, we have no bad intentions, we really have no bad intentions. We just heard the gunshots and came to take a look, really. Another male voice sounded, "Don't get me wrong, don't shoot. We were just passing by. Really just passing by." Dark clouds gradually pressed down from the horizon, the sun set, and 2 figures raised their hands and walked out from behind the big rock. Chapter 76. The one walking in front was a young woman in black. She had short hair and wore a thin black cotton jacket. She seemed to be afraid that Tang Mo would shoot again, so she raised her hands vigorously to show that she had no ill intentions. Behind her was a short and thin young man. The 2 men were of similar height, and both raised their hands and walked out of the big rock where they were hiding. In this kind of farmland, the sound could not be contained, and many subtle sounds were swallowed by the wind. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had been concentrating on practicing shooting before, and the 2 men were hiding quite far away, so they did not notice them at the first time. Tang Mo glanced at the 2 people coldly. After looking them up and down, he turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The 2 nodded, confirming that the man and woman were not threatening. Fu Wenduo loosened his grip on Tang Mo's hand, and Tang Mo put the gun into his handbag. They didn't come closer, they just looked at the couple from a distance. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo didn't say anything. The 2 gradually couldn't hold on any longer. The short-haired woman said first, "Do you believe that we have no ill intentions?" Fu Wenduo did not answer. Tang Mo said indifferently, "No." After a pause, he added, "I didn't believe it." The woman's face froze, and she looked at her companion beside her at a loss. The man explained, "It's like this, we live in a house not far away. This is a small town under Wuxi. She is my sister. My name is Wang Wenhao, and her name is Wang Wenwan. We both grew up in this town. After graduating from college, we have been working in Wuxi City. Later, when the earth went online, she and I returned to our hometown to avoid the limelight." Tang Mo didn't say anything, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on the man's face. He looked at Tang Mo, then at Fu Wenduo, and after a moment, he continued with a stiff upper lip, "We are just ordinary reserve troops. The city is a bit dangerous, and there are many powerful players. We don't dare to stay there. We just want to go back to our hometown to grow crops and eat, and avoid those scary Black Tower games. The short-haired woman hurriedly said, "That's it. We really don't have any bad intentions. We haven't seen a living person for a long time, and we came to take a look when we suddenly heard gunshots. Don't get me wrong, we're leaving now." The brother and sister looked at Tangamo and Fu Wenduo in embarrassment. They didn't know whether to stand or walk, and their faces were full of embarrassment. The two people's temperaments were not like ordinary farmers. They spoke and talked in a cultured manner. It sounded like they really went to college and later worked in the city as white-collar workers. Seeing that Tangamo and Fu Wenduo didn't talk, the two of them also made themselves look boring. The brother and sister looked at each other and turned around to leave. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed across the sky. The next second, deafening thunder sounded above the four people's heads. A terrifying curved lightning bolt struck from one end of the sky to the other, almost hitting the land. The Wong brothers and sisters were frightened by the thunder and tightened their necks. Fu Wenduo also frowned and looked up at the dark sky above his head. A thick dark cloud pressed heavily on the land, and the air pressure was extremely low. The wind stopped on the farmland, and the airtight feeling foreshadowed the coming heavy rain. This was the first rain in spring. It was just after the new year, and this year might be an early spring. The young man and woman looked at the dark clouds in the sky. The man turned to look at Tangamo. "It's going to rain soon. Do you want to take shelter? Our home is nearby. Oh, by the way, you should have a car. You can take shelter in the car. But I think the rain may be a bit heavy." The two young men and women looked at Tangamo and Fu Wenduo sincerely. They didn't force it too much. They just said it casually. Fu Wenduo's eyes swept over the hands of the two people. He raised the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Tangamo's voice calmly asked, "How far is it?" Fu Wenduo turned around and looked at Tangamo in surprise. Wang Wenhao was stunned for a moment and said, "It's not far. The two-story building in the middle of the row of farms in front is my home." Tangamo looked up at the farms in the distance. It was indeed not far, only 100 or 200 meters. He said, "Thank you for the trouble." Unexpectedly, these two people would really go home with them to avoid the rain. The Wang brothers and sisters were a little curious and quickened their pace to take the guests home. However, no matter how fast they walked, the rain was not as fast as before. Halfway through the walk, bean-sized raindrops fell directly on the four people. After entering the house, Tangmo's hair was all wet. Fu Wenduo raised his hand to push the wet hair back. The Wang brothers and sisters diligently found a chair for them, and the two sat down casually. The city has sufficient supplies, but in fact, it is far inferior to the countryside in terms of food and water. The short-haired woman took out a bowl of vegetable soup from the kitchen, and served 2 bowls of hot rice to Tangamo and Fu Wenduo. The two took it calmly, put it on the table, and did not eat it. "Tangamo, I just ate, so I'm not hungry." The Wang family brothers and sisters laughed dryly twice, and the four of them sat in the large living room of a rural family, looking at each other. Fu Wenduo also sat with his back straight. He sat by the door and pulled the chair to the door. The chair was against the door, and the 2 doors were half open. Rain blew into the house from time to time with the wind, but he seemed not to notice it, looking down at the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. Tangamo glanced at the sky outside. "It will rain for at least another half an hour." The young man asked curiously, "You also know how to read the weather?" Tangamo did not deny it. The rain outside was coming hard and fast, and it was a spring rain. With the thickness of the dark clouds, it would definitely not stop for half an hour. He raised his head and scanned the room. This was an ordinary 2-story rural building. Most rural people did not do decoration, and the floors were all paved with cement. A large mirror occupied half of the wall, and on the opposite wall was a long cabinet with a shrine Buddha statue on it, as well as a picture of Guanyin and Chairman Mao. The brother and sister seemed to have lived here for a long time, and every corner of the house was clean. Tangamo looked away for a while, and then looked at the embarrassed young man. "What do you want to say?" The young man was stunned, and after a moment he said, "You know?" Tangamo did not answer. The young man coughed, a little embarrassed. "You are not bad people. If you were really bad people, I'm afraid you wouldn't have let us go just now. My sister and I have been in my hometown for a long time, and we are the only 2 living people in our town. We don't encounter any Black Tower games here, so we can survive by farming. But," his voice became bitter, this, Tangamo, my name is Victor, and his name is Tang Ji." The young man nodded. He knew that Tangamo was using a pseudonym, but he didn't point it out. He said, "Victor, you know, a month and a half ago, Black Tower suddenly said that every player must attack the tower once within 3 months. In this case, my sister and I must participate in the Black Tower game. Tang Mo, what games have you participated in? The short-haired woman said, we have never participated in any games. We don't know what happened. For months ago, all the colleagues around us disappeared, and we too survived. Then we went back to our hometown together, and didn't participate in any games in the middle. Oh yes, there was one time, that time in November last year, we were dragged into the tower attack game by the stowaway named Fu Wenduo. It was the game that all Chinese players participated in. Fu Wenduo, who was sitting by the door, looked at the rain outside calmly, and Tang Mo looked at him calmly. The young man said helplessly, so the two of us have no experience in playing games at all. We are very happy to meet you this time, so we thought. Mr. Victor, Mr. Tang Ji, can you tell us some relevant information about the Black Tower game? Also, what is the outside world like? Tang Mo, after you went online from Earth, you came back here and never went out again? The young man nodded and said yes. On November 18th, the Earth went online, and everyone around us disappeared. On the morning of the 20th, my sister and I returned here. After that, at most I was dragged to participate in a strange tower attack game, and then I didn't see anyone again. Mr. Victor, can you tell us about what's happening outside? It's not free, we grew some vegetables, and made some steamed buns. The supplies outside should be quite tight now. If you don't mind, you can take them away. Bang! A gust of wind blew from outside the house, blowing open the door on the other side. The ironclad door hit the wall hard, making a rumbling sound. Fu Wenduo was unmoved, as if he didn't hear the terrible noise, and sat alone at the door. The short-haired woman looked at him strangely. She walked forward, closed the door, and said carefully, Mr. Tang, why don't you sit here? It's raining here. Fu Wenduo looked up at her. He looked calm, his dark eyes stopped on the short-haired woman, and looked at her steadily. Wang Wenwan was nervous when he looked at her. She swallowed her saliva, but then she heard Tang Mo's calm voice. He likes to get wet in the rain. After going down the stairs, the short-haired woman hurried back to the house. The brother and sister hesitated. The young man said again, we really don't have any good things here. If you don't want to say it, Mr. Victor, we can understand. I guess the world outside is definitely not that good. Where are you going from the highway? Do you want to go home too? Tang Mo, we plan to go to Nanjing. Nanjing, that's far away. There are a lot of cars stuck on the highway now. It will take a day and a night to drive there. The three talked for a while. The rain outside was getting smaller and smaller, and gradually, the sound of rain stopped. Only some raindrops were still floating in the air. The Wang siblings did not give up, and still wanted to get some news from the outside world from Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The rain is about to stop. Why don't you eat something before leaving? The short-haired woman quickly ran into the kitchen, and brought out another bowl of hot vegetable soup. This time, Tang Mo actually took the bowl of hot soup. A trace of surprise flashed across the woman's face. She thought for a moment and said, Mr. Victor, can't you really tell us something about the outside world? We only need a little bit. We haven't seen a living person for too long. The brother and sister looked at Tang Mo expectantly. Tang Mo's hand touched the edge of the soup bowl. He lowered his head, and looked at the hot soup with vegetable leaves floating in the bowl. After a long while he said, it's actually not a big deal. It's rare for everyone to know each other. It's nothing to talk about it. The Wang family siblings looked at him in surprise. Tang Mo raised his head and smiled, but before that, I want to ask, have you heard of the name Li Wan? Chapter 77. Hearing the name. Li Wan, the brother and sister showed a trace of confusion on their faces. The young man looked at Tang Mo and asked, Li Wan? I haven't heard of this name, what's wrong? He turned to look at his sister. Sister, have you heard of this name? The short-haired woman also said in surprise, no. The expressions on the faces of these two people did not seem to be fake. They really did not know Li Wan. Tang Mo's eyes slowly dropped, and he stared at a watch on the man's wrist. Outside the window, the whistling wind became lighter and lighter, and the sound of the pattering rain gradually disappeared. Fu Wenduo's deep voice sounded, the rain has stopped. The man said, the rain has stopped, are you leaving? Although the rain had stopped, it was dark outside, and a waning moon hung in the sky. Tang Mo didn't say anything, and the short-haired woman said, it's dark outside, we won't send you off. Her tone was a little hurried, and she didn't hide her intention to drive people away. But soon she added another sentence to cover up her emotions. If you want to stay at our house for one night, it's not impossible, but we don't have any extra rooms, you can only sleep in the living room. Without answering this question, Tang Mo asked calmly, Where did you get this watch on your hand? The man paused for a while, then he raised his wrist and looked at his watch. He put his hand in his pocket and smiled. I bought it before. Mr. Victor, if you really don't want to tell us the news outside, it's okay. I can understand. He changed the subject, but Tang Mo continued to ask, where did you buy it? The man was stunned. Just bought it at the mall. Tang Mo looked up at him, his lips smiling, but his eyes were extremely cold. How much? The Wang siblings kept their mouths shut, not saying a word, and looked at Tang Mo in silence. The three looked at each other, and the next moment, the siblings turned around and ran at a very fast speed, but Tang Mo was faster than them. He kicked the ground, jumped into the air, and grabbed Wang Wenhao's collar. Seeing this, Wang Wenjuan's eyes widened, and she took out a black pistol from her pocket and fired directly with a bang. Her gun-holding posture was not standard, but her shooting speed and accuracy were better than Tang Mo's, and it was obvious that she had fired many times in private. The sharp gunshot pierced the sky. Tang Mo turned his head to avoid the bullet and let go of Wang Wenhao's hand. But because the distance was too close, the bullet still grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark. After the brother and sister broke free, they supported themselves with their hands and jumped back 3 steps, 2 meters away from Tang Mo. The three of them looked at each other and quickly moved together. They rushed towards Tang Mo together, rushing from 2 directions, one on the left and one on the right. The brother walked past the table and pulled out a sharp dagger directly from the bottom, while the sister escorted her brother with a pistol. They didn't care about Fu Wenduo sitting at the door at all, and focused on attacking Tang Mo. Because in the blink of an eye, 3 black shadows rushed out from the bushes outside the house. The 4th person suddenly jumped down from the roof, holding a round curved knife in his hand, and shouted angrily, slashing at Fu Wenduo's head. Fu Wenduo raised his arm to block the knife, and the blade slashed on a piece of metal, splashing metal sparks. The person who slashed the knife was startled and secretly said that it was not good. Inside the house, the Wang brothers and sisters and Tang Mo were fighting. Outside the house, 4 people fought with Fu Wenduo. The bullets of the short-haired woman did not have the checkmate ability to track the target, but the house was too small, and Tang Mo had limited space to hide. She could block Tang Mo's movement with just a random shot. Wang Wenhao was also very strong. His dagger was extremely sharp. It hit the table and split it in half. Tang Mo dodged the dagger sideways, and then tilted his head to avoid the bullet. He rolled on the ground, took out a silver pistol, and pointed it at the short-haired woman. Seeing this, the woman was startled and hurriedly ran to the side. Tang Mo fired very quickly. He narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet passed by the woman and embedded in the wall. Tang Mo fired another bullet, but it missed. The brother and sister realized, he can't shoot accurately. They were no longer afraid. The pistol was the only weapon on Tang Mo. Since Tang Mo couldn't use it well, they rushed up to fight. The brother punched fiercely from Tang Mo's right side, and at the same time, the sister bent down and swept towards Tang Mo's left leg. The two cooperated tacitly. Tang Mo stretched out his hand to block the fist and took a step back. Before Tang Mo could stand firm, his sister raised her pistol and shot at Tang Mo's forehead, and his brother took up the dagger and stabbed Tang Mo's throat. At this moment, Tang Mo's hand bypassed the dagger at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye and grabbed the man's neck. He turned his head, and the bullet shot into the wall behind him. The brother and sister stopped moving at the same time. Their foreheads were covered with sweat. Although it seemed that they had been attacking Tang Mo all the time and Tang Mo kept dodging, from beginning to end, Tang Mo handled it with ease. Seeing her brother being caught, the short-haired woman hesitated for a moment, turned around and ran. A round curved knife suddenly shot out from in front of her, pierced into the wall, and blocked her escape. Outside the house, 3 bodies were lying on the ground, and a middle-aged man covered in blood was desperately crawling out. Fu Wenduo stood at the door and threw the knife. All this happened in just 3 minutes. The short-haired woman saw the 4 companions outside and turned to look at her brother. There was a trace of fear in her eyes, and she slowly knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. These 6 people are just ordinary players, and they may even be reserve players. Before Tang Mo took action, he used the ability to find friends to check Wang Wenhao's identity. He was really a reserve player. It was easy for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo to deal with 6 reserve players. In fact, the moment they met the Wang brothers and sisters, they realized that they were not good people. First, Wang Wenhao said that they wanted to come and take a look after hearing the gunshots. They hid in the countryside and hadn't seen a living person for a long time. According to common sense, If that was the case, they fled to the countryside to avoid danger and avoid conflicts with other players. Now that they suddenly heard gunshots, they should hide and would not come out to check, let alone spy on the side. And there were no calluses on their hands from doing farm work. Not to mention the more flaws they revealed later. Fu Wenduo once said that he encountered 3 waves of players who ambushed and robbed on the highway on his way from Beijing to Shanghai. Obviously, the Wang brothers and sisters are such players. Tang Mo was not interested in dealing with such players, nor would he be so righteous as to eliminate harm for the people. But he saw a watch that Wang Wenhao was wearing. After the earth went online, Tang Mo's memory became very good. He remembered some words and things from a few months ago clearly. He remembered that when he was in Sherbei Middle School, Li Wen once boasted to him very proudly, "You ask this? You have good taste. This is a birthday gift from my father, a Rolex Global Limited Edition watch. There are only 3 in China." At that time, Tang Mo just wanted to ask the time and glanced at Li Wen's watch. This naive rich second generation told all his stories, without caring whether others wanted to hear it or not. The name Li Wen was already very distant to Tang Mo. For months ago, Li Wen found out that his mother was still alive. He decided to go to the countryside to find his mother. The two separated in Shanghai. Tang Mo grabbed Wang Wenhao's neck and asked, "Are you from Shanghai?" Wang Wenhao didn't know Tang Mo's intention. He swallowed and answered honestly, "No. No, we came from Nanjing. We really don't know any Li Wen. I stole this watch from a stowaway 2 months ago." His eyes rolled and he suddenly thought, Brother, do you think I killed your friend? I really didn't. This watch was also stolen from somewhere by that stowaway. It's obvious that he is not someone who can afford such a watch. I just killed him, not your friend. We haven't seen any Li Wen really, and we didn't kill him," the short-haired woman also said anxiously. Tang Mo looked up at him, then lowered his head, and looked at the anxious short-haired woman. These 2 people did not lie, they really did not kill Li Wen. The watch was taken from someone else, and that person took it from Li Wen. Seeing that Tang Mo did not speak, the brother and sister felt a little lucky. They did not kill this person's friends, and they were not an unsolvable mortal feud. In fact, the moment they saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, the brother and sister found that they seemed very powerful and very difficult to deal with, and they did not intend to really attack Tang Mo. It was Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo who found him first, and then Tang Mo decided to take shelter in the house. The 4 people took shelter in the house for half an hour, and they did not take action because they realized the strength of the enemy. Wang Wenhao said tremblingly, Brother Victor, I will give you all the props we have robbed, all. Please don't kill us, don't." Tang Mo, "Do you have a lot of props?" The man's eyes lit up. "Yes, we have. It's in the room at the corner of the 2nd floor, where all the things we robbed are. There are a lot of props and weapons. All for you, as long as you don't kill us, as long as—" The voice stopped abruptly. The man's eyes widened, staring at Tang Mo's back. Tang Mo turned around and looked. Fu Wenduo chopped the short-haired woman's head with a knife, and there was a crisp sound of the skull cracking, and blood flowed from the woman's head. Tang Mo didn't expect Fu Wenduo to suddenly attack. He looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise. Wang Wenhao saw his sister being killed. He realized that he would definitely die, suddenly became ruthless, and punched Tang Mo with both fists. "I will kill you." Tang Mo turned his head to avoid his fist, and used force with his fingers. Crack. Wang Wenhao's neck was twisted by Tang Mo, and placed on his shoulder. Tang Mo let go of his hand, and walked towards Fu Wenduo. He pondered for a moment and asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Wenduo looked at him, and said lightly, "Nothing, I will kill him anyway." Tang Mo vaguely sensed something. He turned his head, and looked outside the door. After the heavy rain, the fishy smell of the soil filled the air. In front of this 2-story building is a farmland, which seems to have been turned over by someone, and the soil has been dug up and covered up. After watching for a long time, Tang Mo smiled and said, "That's right, they will be killed anyway." If they hadn't chosen to take shelter from the rain, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo might have pretended not to see it. There have been too many murders since Earth went online. Tang Mo didn't know what Fu Wenduo thought, but he couldn't take care of so many things. As long as they were not as rampant as the murderous smuggler organization, he would never care. After dealing with these 6 players, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo searched the house for a while to make sure there were no other people hiding. They began to look for the props that the 6 players had snatched. There were indeed a lot of props in the room at the corner of the 2nd floor, mostly weapons, ranging from daggers to guns, but there were no small parasols, and large matches were useful. Neither Tang Mo nor Fu Wenduo took these weapons. Tang Mo saw a small wooden horse. He walked up and picked it up. After tapping it 3 times, a line of small words appeared on the wooden horse. Prop, Trojan horse. Owner, Lu Feng crossed out. Wang Wenhao crossed out, Tang Mo. Quality, excellent. Level, level 1. Function, a wooden horse with a magical invisibility effect. Hide something in the belly of the wooden horse, and the horse will turn on the invisibility effect. Except for the user and the receiver, no one else can see the Trojan horse. Limitations. The invisibility effect lasts for a maximum of 1 hour, and the movement speed of the Trojan horse is 5 kilometers per hour. It can only be used once every 3 days. Note, if you hide the love letter in the Trojan horse, it will never be discovered. This Trojan horse is quite interesting. Tang Mo took it away in the end, and did not take other weapon-like props. The two returned to the car, and it was dark. After checking the surroundings and making sure that the things in the car had not been touched and there were no enemies around, the two returned to the car to rest. Tang Mo lay in the back seat of the car, observing the small wooden horse. This wooden horse is too small. It is hollow, but the whole horse is only the size of a human palm. At most, it can hold some sundries, or a love letter as the note says. This thing seems useless, and Wang Wenhao and others didn't pay attention to it at all, but if used in the right place, it may have the effect of turning the situation around. Fu Wenduo asked, "Who is Li Wen?" Tang Mo was looking at the wooden horse. Hearing this, he was slightly stunned and said, "A friend I know. After the Earth went online, I went from Suzhou to Shanghai and met him on the way. We spent some time together afterwards. His relatives were still alive, and he wanted to find his family, so we parted ways." Fu Wenduo said softly, and didn't ask any more questions. Tang Mo stuffed the wooden horse into his backpack. He looked at the ceiling and couldn't tell what he felt. Li Wen should be dead. Tang Mo and him hadn't known each other for long, and he didn't feel sad or painful, but he still felt something. So after seeing Li Wen's watch, Tang Mo decided to go to the Wang family's house to take shelter from the rain. After thinking for a while, Tang Mo closed his eyes and put the matter behind him. The two rested for a night, and they continued their journey early the next morning. The ground was washed clean after the heavy rain. The two drove forward for half a kilometer and found that more than a dozen cars were blocking the road, completely blocking the road. Tang Mo got out of the car and pushed the cars blocking the road away. He thought, did those 6 players use this method to stop other players and then kill them to rob them of money? Fu Wenduo, it should be. These 2 cars were obviously pushed here by humans, not blocked by a car accident. He pointed at an old jeep and a car. Wang Wenhao and his group were all reserve players. Although some of them were very strong and fast, and their physical fitness was not worse than some regular players, they had no special abilities. If they wanted to rob people on the road, they had to stop people first, so they blocked the road and forced other players to get off the car, and then they captured the people in one fell swoop. Tang Mo thought, they are not strong enough. Block the road and force others to come down to clear the roadblocks. They will have the opportunity to observe the enemy's strength from the side. If they are weak players, they will directly rob and kill. If they are strong players, they will leave without taking action. Just like yesterday, the Wang brothers and sisters watched Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo from a distance and did not dare to take action. Fu Wenduo suddenly said, "You fired 2 shots yesterday and both missed?" Tang Mo was stunned. He turned to look at the man beside him. Fu Wenduo pushed a van with one hand, gently pushing it off the highway. Finding Tang Mo looking at him, he turned his head, slightly raised the corners of his lips, and smiled deeply. "I don't think I'm wrong. It's 2 shots. Didn't they hit?" Tang Mo turned around expressionlessly, and continued to push the car. Fu Wenduo laughed and said nothing. On the 3rd night after leaving Shanghai, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo drove to the junction of Zhenjiang and Nanjing. They decided to rest for a night, and then enter Nanjing early the next morning. Fu Wenduo's pistol had 8 bullets in total. Tang Mo had fired 7 of them before, leaving only the last bullet. Fu Wenduo, my bullets are specially made, with great power. They will explode after entering a person's body, similar to dum-dum bullets. I have a lot of these bullets at home. If you need them, I can take you to find them after we arrive in Beijing. But now, I don't have any bullets either. You can try other bullets for the time being." Tang Mo nodded. Tang Mo searched the Wang brothers and sisters' house, and found a lot of guns and bullets. In the end, he only took some bullets, not the gun. He put the bullet that Fu Wenduo had taken away into his backpack, ready to use it at an important time. Tang Mo loaded the ordinary bullet into the pistol, held his breath, and walked to the side of the road, aimed at an old tree, narrowed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Tang Mo practiced for a whole hour, fired more than 30 bullets, and hit 14 bullets in total. Every time he fired a bullet, he would recall his shortcomings just now, and make adjustments next time. Fu Weduo was watching him while he was practicing shooting. Tang Mo returned to the car only after it was completely dark. It was actually very strange to be in the same car with Fu Weduo. Tang Mo didn't have many friends since he was a child. There were 4 people in his dormitory when he was in college. One of them moved out in his freshman year, leaving only him and 2 friends. Boys in college often joke around or play games. For example, Tang Mo was tricked by his friends into playing bridge. But the topic that can be discussed with college friends, it is awkward to put it on Fu Weduo. Tang Mo finally did not speak. Perhaps because he was too tired, he fell asleep soon after closing his eyes. He slept very lightly, and the faint breathing sounded in the small car. Fu Weduo heard that Tang Mo fell asleep. He sat in the driver's seat, calmly looking up at the starry sky. Without the light of the city, more and more stars can be seen in the night sky now. Fu Weduo looked for a while, and he opened the car door very gently. The moment he opened the car door and went out, Tang Mo woke up. He opened his eyes and looked out the window, only to see a tall and strong figure slowly walking to the front of the car and standing against it. Fu Weduo took out a cigarette from his pocket, flicked open the lighter, and lit the cigarette. He stood outside the car, looking up at the starry sky, smoking quietly. Tang Mo looked at his back in the car. A little red fire burned in the dark night, and in the dark night, Fu Weduo's figure seemed to melt into the darkness. After watching for a while, Tang Mo turned his head, closed his eyes, and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, the two drove off. Fu Weduo supported his chin with one hand and drove with the other. After getting off the highway, he had to find the right road. Tang Mo looked at the map carefully and pointed the way for him from time to time. The two entered Nanjing safely. At the same time, a red Beetle sedan left Shanghai and drove onto the Shanghai-Chengdu Expressway. In the passenger seat, a handsome and sunny young man complained speechlessly, "Can't you choose a better car? This car is so feminine, so sissy." In the driver's seat, a short-haired young woman sneered, "It's good to find a car that can be driven. Stop talking nonsense, Master Lu, you drive." Lu Xing suddenly wilted, sitting silently aside and not daring to speak. After a while, he couldn't help but say, "If I could drive, I would definitely drive." And Chu laughed. "I don't know who took the driver's license test 4 times and failed once, and couldn't even tell the difference between the brake and the accelerator. Who was it, crying and shouting at the driving school, but the instructor didn't let him pass? Hey, do you remember who it was? Lu Xing, eh?" Lu Xing didn't dare to say anything more. He had a hunch that if he said one more word, this childhood sweetheart, who grew up with him, would hurt him to the core of the earth. After a while, he asked, "Yeah, that person was right, wasn't he? Brother Xiao is really that powerful in Nanjing? It should be my brother. He has been working in Nanjing. And there are very few people with the same name as him. People like my brother should live. He is a disaster, and the disaster will last for thousands of years." Although she said those words of disdain, and Chu's expression was a little excited. After all, he is her own brother, and it is best for him to be alive. She said with certainty, "He must be alive, it is him." Lu Xing glanced at her and said, "Yes, it must be Brother Xiao." Hundreds of kilometers away, the landmark sycamore trees on both sides of the road came into view. Tang Mo looked at the signs on the map, and then at the surrounding buildings. "Tang Mo, we are here." They officially arrived in this ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Chapter 78. After the beginning of spring, a large area of spring rain fell in the Jiang'an area, and the weather gradually warmed up. Tang Mo rolled down the car window and looked at the building signs on both sides of the road. His eyes lingered on the billboards of each building to understand his current location. Turn left at the intersection ahead. Fu Weduo turned the steering wheel to the left, and they continued to drive west. After finding a clear road sign, Tang Mo no longer needed to use the building to find his location on the map. Although he grew up in Suzhou and was a native of Jiangsu, he had never been to Nanjing. So he was not bad at finding his way, but he did not dare to be careless in this strange city, and kept staring at the map and road signs. Fu Weduo drove very slowly because he had only been to Nanjing once. The black SUV drove slowly on the wide road. There were some cars that collided and were congested on the road. They bypassed these cars and entered the prosperous city step by step. As the buildings on both sides of the road became more and more dense, there were more and more people on the roadside. Tang Mo gradually put down the map, turned his head, and looked out the window, looking at the people walking on the roadside. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and after entering the city, their speed was slower than on the highway. Fu Wenduo saw Tang Mo's movements in his peripheral vision and said, "Something is wrong." His tone was very sure. Tang Mo retracted his gaze and looked at Fu Wenduo. He thought for a moment and said, "It can't be said that it's wrong, it can only be said that this city is a bit strange. I've never seen so many people in Shanghai." After a pause, Tang Mo looked to the left, where 3 middle-aged men carrying large bags were coming out of a building. He said, "At night, there are never any people on the streets of Shanghai. After 6 p.m., it's not game time. You don't have to worry about being suddenly pulled into the game, but players who want to kill and rob can also kill without restraint. The danger at night comes from humans themselves, so I never go out at night." Not to mention Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo usually chooses to conserve his energy at night and wait until the day to act. Fu Wenduo said, "There won't be so many people in Beijing during the day." Yes, the same is true in Shanghai. At night, everyone hides in the buildings. There are people on the streets during the day, but not so many. The players in Nanjing seem to be bolder and dare to go out casually. Their expressions don't seem to be fake, they are very relaxed. At least it can be said that they really don't worry about being attacked by illegal immigrants or other players. Tang Mo pointed at the 3 middle-aged men. The car flashed past the 3 men. After saying this, Tang Mo said, "They are the reserve forces." Fu Wenduo raised his eyes and looked at the backs of the 3 men in the rearview mirror. His eyes were different from Tang Mo's. He was looking at the walking posture, speed, and the state of the back and waist muscles of the 3 men when walking. After watching for a while, he said, "They have not experienced much combat, and their physical fitness has not been very high. They should be the reserve forces." Tang Mo said, "There are 3 types of players: official players, reserve players, and stowaways, and the largest number is the reserve players." Luo Fengcheng once roughly calculated that the proportion of official players to survivors is about 5%, and the proportion of stowaways is also about 5%, and the remaining 90% are all reserve players. There are more than 80 players living in the mall where the attack organization is located, not including members of the attack organization. According to Luo Fengcheng, among these 80 players, only 1 is a formal player, 1 is suspected to be a stowaway, and the rest are all reserve players. Tang Mo continued, 4 months ago, there were 490 million players in the world. At the beginning of this year, on January 1st, Black Tower updated to version 2.0, leaving more than 100 million players in the world. 2 months later, it is estimated that there are less than 100 million players left. Most of the dead should be in the reserve, but even so, the reserve still accounts for the majority. Their base is too large. The car passed by a passerby, and Fu Wenduo suddenly slammed on the brakes. Tang Mo fell forward, but fortunately he had the habit of fastening his seat belt at all times, so he did not fall out of the car. Tang Mo looked up and saw 2 young girls coming out from nowhere. They obviously didn't expect that there were still people driving in downtown Nanjing, and they were also shocked. The 2 high school-looking girls looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in the car warily. The ponytail girl in front took her friend's hand and ran away quickly. Tang Mo watched the 2 girls run away, and Fu Wenduo started the car again. Fu Wenduo's fingers tapped on the steering wheel. Although they dared to walk around outside casually, they are not really without vigilance. After hearing this, Tang Mo fell into deep thought. His mind replayed every scene he had seen since entering the city. In fact, they didn't meet many players, no more than 30 in total. But this number is absolutely impossible in Shanghai. On the streets of Shanghai, even in the daytime, on the most prosperous Nanjing Road, it is impossible to meet 20 people in 3 hours. After thinking for a long time, Tang Mo concluded, Nanjing's reserve is protected by something. This answer made Fu Wenduo raise an eyebrow, and he glanced at Tang Mo through the rearview mirror. Tang Mo's expression was calm, as if he just said it casually, but Fu Wenduo could hear that his tone just now was not just a simple speculation. "So sure?" Tang Mo smiled, and he leaned back in his seat. "No, I just have this hunch." Chen Shanshan's super intelligent thinking, when placed on Tang Mo, every time he made a judgment, he had a 10% accuracy rate. Tang Mo didn't say this after all, this was just his feeling, and he didn't dare to guarantee it. He explained, "In terms of proportion, most of the people we just saw should be reservists. The reservists dared to walk on the streets so easily, and were not afraid of the 2 of us driving. They were obviously strangers from other places. They had something to rely on. Maybe something or someone gave them this guarantee, so they dared to be so confident. After saying this, Tang Mo himself felt that it was a bit far-fetched. The conclusion that the more than 30 people they met before were reservists was originally guessed by him and Fu Wenduo. Now that they had just entered Nanjing, they felt that someone was protecting the reservists. There was still not enough evidence, and more information was needed to prove it. At this time, Fu Wenduo's deep voice sounded, "I think so too." Tang Mo was slightly stunned and turned to look at the man beside him. Fu Wenduo drove the car with one hand and looked up at the road sign in the distance. Official players and illegal immigrants must have superpowers, and reserves can also have superpowers. Reserves who pass the first level of the Black Tower will definitely have superpowers. If a reserve is very powerful, and even dominates Nanjing, then he can protect other reserves. Even if he doesn't do this, other reserves will follow his example, no longer be timid and afraid, and dare to go in and out of the city. The voice suddenly stopped. Fu Wenduo reached out his hand and touched Tang Mo. "Where's the map?" Tang Mo was listening to him, and suddenly he felt heat on his legs. His eyelids jumped, and he looked down. Fu Wenduo continued to drive with his eyes looking forward, but his right hand reached out to his legs, his palm against the base of his thigh, and his fingertips were about to touch the map on his legs. The scorching temperature was transmitted through the thin jeans, and this place was really not right to touch, too close to a certain place, and might even touch it a little. Fu Wenduo touched him carelessly, and Tang Mo felt uncomfortable. Tang Mo pulled his legs aside, pursed his lips, and took the initiative to hand the map to Fu Wenduo. He asked, "You want a map?" Fu Wenduo looked at the detailed map of Nanjing City in the map book, glanced at the road names on it, and made a 180-degree turn at the next intersection, turning the car around. Tang Mo frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Wenduo put the map aside. He turned his head and looked at Tang Mo. His lips curled slightly, and he raised his finger to point at a huge company logo beside the road. Tang Mo looked in the direction of his finger, and was surprised for a moment when he saw the logo clearly. Fu Wenduo smiled and said, "We're here." After parking the car in front of the company, Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo entered the long-abandoned high-rise office building together. This is a 43-story high-end office building. In front of the building is a dry fountain. Without electricity, the water inside has become turbid and green. The company was empty, and Fu Wenduo walked to the front desk, opened a small book on the table, and looked through the company information. He looked for a while, on the 42nd floor. Tang Mo nodded. The next moment, he suddenly realized, "We have to climb up the stairs?" Fu Wenduo looked at him, but didn't say anything, but his expression said, "Do you still want to take the elevator up, Tang Mo?" Fortunately, after the Earth went online, his physical fitness has greatly improved. When Tang Mo climbed to the 42nd floor, he only felt a little short of breath and a little tightness in his calves. In the past, he would never have been able to climb such a high building. Fu Wenduo, Fu Wensheng. He seemed to think that this name was too similar to his own, and it was easy to mishear, so he changed his words. "My cousin's grandfather started from scratch in Nanjing, and has only one son and one daughter. I don't know where they live, but I know their company. We can look in his uncle's office, and maybe find his home address." On the way to Nanjing, Fu Wenduo realized a crucial problem. He didn't know the address of Fu Wensheng's grandfather's home. According to his previous speculation, Fu Wensheng came to Nanjing to spend a vacation at his grandfather's house. He might have just come to play for 2 days on the weekend, but he didn't expect that the Earth would be online, so he stayed here. In this case, the last place Fu Wensheng appeared was most likely his grandfather's house. Before leaving home, Li Wen's mother thought of leaving a note for her son in Nanjing, telling him that she was still alive, and where to find her. Fu Wensheng was very smart, and he should have thought of this. In addition, his cousin's reputation has spread all over the world early, so he should leave a message at home in case Fu Wenduo comes to find him one day. Tang Mo said, "If you are lucky, maybe the child will guess that you don't know where his grandfather's house is." So he ran to the company and left a message in the company. Fu Wenduo opened the drawer. While looking for information, he said casually, "He may not want to see me very much." Tang Mo was stunned. "Why?" Fu Wenduo closed the drawer. After hearing this, he raised his head and smiled at Tang Mo. "When I was young, I didn't know much and bullied a lot." Tang Mo couldn't imagine Fu Wenduo bullying the kid Fu Wensheng. The longer he spent with Fu Wenduo, the more distorted Tang Mo's evaluation of this person became. Unlike the pure strength and reliability he looked like, Fu Wenduo was sometimes quite unreliable, and was very good at making some particularly cold jokes. He showed his strong straight man aura all the time, and many times Tang Mo felt that he was just like a girlfriend showing her cosmetics to her boyfriend. There were many such videos on the internet before, and Tang Mo's roommates in college had also been tested by their girlfriends. What girlfriend showed her cosmetics to her boyfriend, and the boyfriend's performance was so bad that it could be called a textbook for breaking up. Tang Mo felt that Fu Wenduo had such a temperament, and was very good at talking about a topic to death. Thinking of this, Tang Mo searched in the folder while saying, "How do girls get along with you? How can girls tolerate you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Mo reacted first. He stopped his action, turned around and said, "I didn't mean that, I just said it casually. Why should I get along with girls?" Fu Wenduo stood by the window and asked confidently. Tang Mo didn't expect this answer and was stunned. "Ah, wait, what does this mean? Fu Wenduo, there are only me and Fu Wensheng in our family. There were no women in my father's generation, all men. I didn't need to get along with girls since I was a child, all men. After I joined the army, there were no women either." Tang Mo finally reacted. So that's it, not what he thought. He thought Fu Wensheng meant that he didn't need to get along with girls at all. Relieved, Tang Mo explained, "That's not what I meant." Wanting to end this strange topic, Tang Mo picked up a thick folder and opened it to check the information inside. His mood gradually calmed down. Tang Mo felt that he was a little weird today. Maybe it was because he had been with Fu Wenduo for a long time, and it was easy to be infected by his strange straight man's aura. The two continued to look for clues, but unfortunately they searched the entire office and didn't find any information about the address. Fu Wenduo, if it's not on this floor, it's very likely that it's not on other floors either. I go look for it in the vice president's office outside. Tang Mo, I go look for the secretary's office. The two of them went their separate ways. An hour later, Tang Mo moved quickly and searched the secretary's office first. He waited for a while, and Fu Wenduo walked in. The two looked at each other, and without saying a word, they understood each other's meaning. After a long silence, Tang Mo asked, "What if we can't find it?" "Look for a few more days." After a pause, Fu Wenduo said calmly, "If you can't find it, go back to Beijing." Tang Mo didn't say anything else. If they really can't find Fu Wensheng, they can't do anything. Nanjing is so big, even if the Earth is online and the population is sharply reduced, they can't just find someone in the huge Nanjing. What's more, no one knows whether Fu Wensheng is still in Nanjing. Tang Mo can't spend all his time in this place. He wants to go to Beijing to find his friends. He said so, but Fu Wenduo continued to search in the office calmly. He turned the trash can upside down and searched carefully for clues inside. However, there was only a pile of waste paper in the trash can, without any information. Tang Mo looked at him, and after a while, he also helped to continue looking. The two of them started to search the office again. Before it was completely dark, they finished searching the entire office for the second time. Tang Mo suggested, "There shouldn't be many wealthy residential areas in Nanjing. We can go there again tomorrow to look for them." Fu Wenduo stood in front of the huge mahogany table, lowered his head, and looked at a photo on the table. Tang Mo leaned over to take a look. It was a family photo of Fu Wensheng's family. The little boy Fu Wensheng in the photo was a little different from the one Tang Mo saw. He seemed to be only 8 or 9 years old. The cute little boy grinned and showed a bright smile. Next to him stood a man and a woman, obviously his parents. In the middle of the photo was an old man with white hair, and on the right was a middle-aged man with a warm smile. Tang Mo thought Fu Wenduo was moved by the scene. After all, he was his own brother, his only relative. It was understandable that Fu Wenduo would be shaken no matter how firm his will was. Tang Mo asked, "This is his grandfather, that is, his uncle?" Fu Wenduo didn't say anything. Tang Mo was not very good at comforting people, so he didn't say anything. At this time, Fu Wenduo suddenly reached out, picked up the photo, and put it in front of Tang Mo, pointing to a skyscraper behind the photo and said, "Have you seen this place anywhere?" Tang Mo was stunned. It was getting dark. He took out a flashlight from his backpack, pointed it at the photo, and looked at it carefully for a long time. He was surprised and said, "It looks familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere." Tang Mo had never been to Nanjing, but he had seen the building in the photo. The only way he could see the building was. Tang Mo suddenly had an idea. A map book? He quickly took out the map book from his bag and opened it to the Nanjing map. He turned the page. New Century Plaza. This is one of the landmark buildings in Nanjing, and it is introduced on the map. Soon, he realized, This photo was taken by your cousin at the entrance of his villa. The villa is in the photo, and there is also New Century Plaza behind it. Then their home is near the New Century Plaza, or at least in a place where they can see the New Century Plaza. I didn't expect to find a clue from a photo. Tang Mo realized that Fu Wenduo was not looking at the photo just now, because he was not looking at Fu Wensheng in the photo, but the background behind the photo. With the clue, today's busyness was not in vain. It was dark outside. The two searched in the company for a whole afternoon, and now they can finally rest. Uncle Fu Wensheng's office is very large. Tang Mo lies on the sofa, looking at the black ceiling, thinking about every scene he saw after entering Nanjing today. The atmosphere in Nanjing is better than Shanghai. In a huge city under the terrifying environment of the Black Tower, the weakest reserve dares to walk around the streets openly, which shows that this city has a certain order. There may not be a real government agency or leadership organization, but there must be order. Tang Mo remembered that the Wang brothers and sisters he met on the highway came from Nanjing. The Wang brothers and sisters are in the reserve force, and the reserve force in Nanjing is very unique. Is there any connection between the two? Which two? Tang Mo paused for a moment and said, "Nothing, just thought of something strange. It's best not to drive when we go to find someone tomorrow. New Century Plaza is not far from here, and the car is a big target and very conspicuous. Well, just walk there." Fu Wenduo lay on the sofa next to him to rest. There was a small coffee table between him and Tang Mo. In the quiet office, the breathing of the two was steady and orderly, and sometimes almost merged together. Actually, there is a bed in this office, but it is a single bed, which is not suitable for two people to sleep on. Tang Mo was not interested in sleeping on it alone, and Fu Wenduo did not mention it, so they were very fair and each occupied a sofa and lay on it to rest. It seemed like they were back to the 3 days in the car. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo often looked at each other in silence when they rested. They had a tacit understanding when playing games, and even if they did not play games, they had a tacit understanding in daily life. They could understand each other's meaning with just a glance. But they didn't know each other, and didn't know what to talk about. Tang Mo looked at the ceiling quietly, and suddenly said, "How old is your cousin this year?" 12, seems to be in the 6th grade. This age is similar to what Tang Mo guessed, but he is more curious about another thing. He is so much younger than you. You are so far apart in age, how did you bully him? Fu Wenduo noticed the meaning of Tang Mo's words, and in the dark, he raised the corners of his lips and said lightly, "He is 14 years younger than me. I joined the army when I was 18, and there were 4 years, which was enough time." You joined the army when you were 18? Tang Mo remembered that when he was 18, he seemed to be in the 3rd year of high school, preparing for the college entrance examination. At that time, his parents were still alive, and like ordinary parents, they were worried about his college entrance examination. Fu Wenduo's voice was low, which sounded very good in the dark night, very late. "My father died, and I officially joined the army." Tang Mo fell silent. Fu Wenduo didn't say anything else. Neither of them liked to talk about their private affairs. Tang Mo never told Fu Wenduo about his past. Similarly, he learned about Fu Wenduo's affairs from Luo Fengcheng. So Tang Mo knew a little about Fu Wenduo and his previous work, but Fu Wenduo didn't know Tang Mo at all. Tang Mo couldn't sleep after a nap a few days ago. 10 minutes later, he stood up and walked to the window, looking at the black giant tower floating on the Qinhuai River not far away. This black tower is exactly the same as the black towers in Shanghai and Suzhou. It weighs heavily on the ground and on everyone's head. Tang Mo heard Fu Wenduo's breathing was very steady, but he knew that this person was not asleep. Tang Mo thought for a moment and said, "I used to be a librarian at the Suzhou Municipal Library. Our municipal library is in the city center, next to a very famous commercial street in Suzhou called Guanqian Street. It's similar to Nanjing Road in Shanghai." The voice stopped, and there was no response for a long time. Tang Mo didn't care, he looked at the dark tower. After a while, he heard a male voice behind him, with a strange tone. "Are you a librarian?" Tang Mo smiled and said, "Yes, it's a career system, which is also a stable job. It was not easy for me to pass the exam, as I had to graduate from a 211 university. After the exam, I thought that this was the end of my life, but I didn't expect that the Black Tower would appear only half a year later. There's a Black Tower every 10,000 square kilometers, and there are a total of 1,021 Black Towers in China. If it appears in a city, it is in the most prosperous area. The Black Tower in Suzhou is right next to our library, about 200 meters away." Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. He said, "The Black Tower in Beijing is suspended above Tiananmen Square. Tang Mo, the Black Tower in Shanghai is on the Huangpu River. Almost all of them are in the most prosperous places. During that half year, I would pass by the Black Tower every day on the bus when I went to and from work. The Black Tower is a phantom, without a physical entity, but before the Earth went online, I saw something." I told Luo Fengcheng about this. "The night before the Earth went online, I saw that the Black Tower seemed to become a physical entity for a moment. I thought I saw it wrongly." Fu Wenduo, maybe you are not mistaken. It doesn't matter whether you are mistaken or not. The Earth is online, and there are only tens of millions of humans left in the world. Tang Mo looked at the dark tower in the distance for a long time, then turned around and wanted to go back to the sofa to rest. He just turned his head, and suddenly saw Fu Wenduo suddenly sitting up straight. His back was straight, sitting on the sofa, looking at Tang Mo steadily. The dim moonlight and starlight poured into the room from behind Tang Mo, illuminating a little light. Fu Wenduo's face was hidden in the darkness, and could not be seen clearly, only his dark eyes were staring at Tang Mo. Tang Mo paused, he stood by the French window, and looked at Fu Wenduo. The two looked at each other for a while, and Tang Mo smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Wenduo shook his head, "Nothing. I just didn't expect you to be a librarian. You look down on librarians?" Fu Wenduo looked up at Tang Mo. Tang Mo raised his lips and said calmly, "Do you know who is the greatest librarian in China?" Fu Wenduo thought for a long time. Just when Tang Mo was about to give the answer, Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows and said, "Chairman?" As soon as this was said, both of them laughed. Tang Mo felt that his jokes were much more interesting than Fu Wenduo's, and his jokes were very meaningful, and not cold at all. After this pleasant conversation that night, Tang Mo thought so, the relationship between the two seemed to be closer, no longer a cold teammate relationship. To be a good teammate, not only must there be tacit understanding, but the intimacy of the relationship can also promote the future cooperation between the two. Early the next morning, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo packed up their things and left the company with the photo. It was about 3 kilometers from here to New Century Plaza. Tang Mo said, "From the perspective of the photo was taken in the south of New Century Plaza. We are now in the north of it, and it may take some time to find it. Nanjing is a city with many players on the road." Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo were walking on the road with their bags on their backs, and they were not conspicuous. Walking under the dense sycamore trees, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked very fast, and they walked downstairs of New Century Plaza in 15 minutes. Tang Mo held the map, and Fu Wenduo held the photo. The two walked around New Century Plaza half a circle, and found the most similar angle. Fu Wenduo, New Century Plaza is about 8 centimeters high in this photo, and the 2-story villa behind them is also 6 centimeters high. It's still far from New Century Plaza, and it may take a long time to find it. Just find the villa area, it should be easy, but it may take a long time to walk. Without further ado, the two set off after finding a direction to find Fu Wenqing's home. There are many players like Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in Nanjing, and no one noticed them when they walked on the road. As if subconsciously, Fu Wenduo walked on the outside of the road, and Tang Mo walked on the inside. The fallen leaves of the sycamore tree were scattered on the ground, laying a thick carpet of leaves. There was a creaking sound when stepping on it. When they arrived at an abandoned shopping mall, Tang Mo's pace gradually slowed down, and Fu Wenduo also squinted his eyes, and looked at the empty shopping mall. This is a 3-story shopping mall, covering a large area, only slightly smaller than the one occupied by the attack organization in Shanghai. Tang Mo carefully observed the mall, and found nothing unusual, so they continued to move forward. Next to the mall is a Subwa supermarket. This is a very large Subwa supermarket. Because it is too large, it is not set up inside the mall, and is separated from the mall. Tang Mo walked to the door of the supermarket step by step. His steps suddenly stopped and looked at Fu Wenduo. "How long have you not seen people?" Fu Wenduo, 19 minutes ago, I met a man and a woman at the intersection. Tang Mo's face changed slightly. "Let's take a detour." Fu Wenduo also guessed something unusual, so he turned around and left. But they had only taken 2 steps when they heard a crisp click. Tang Mo raised his foot and looked at the place where he had just stepped. On the green stone brick road, many tiny milky white fragments fell. A closer look revealed that these seemed to be some egg fragments that had been crushed by someone, leaving only some tiny fragments. After Tang Mo stepped on them again, these eggshell fragments became smaller and harder to find. Tang Mo had already noticed something was wrong. He looked at Fu Wenduo, and Fu Wenduo also looked at him. Before the two could speak, A rapid cooing sound came from the supermarket behind them. Coo, 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 my child, where is my child, coo. Tang Mo turned his head, and saw a huge white figure flying out of the supermarket and rushing straight towards him. He did not dare to be careless, and directly took out a small parasol from his backpack and chanted a spell to block the terrifying white thing. The big white turkey hit the small parasol with a bang, making a deafening sound. Tang Mo was shocked by the force and took a half step back. A trace of surprise appeared on his face, and he looked up at the turkey. What really shocked him was not the turkey that suddenly appeared, but Tang Mo turned his head to look at Fu and Duo and said quickly, I can't use my superpowers, Fu and Duo, and my physical fitness has also declined. Fu and Duo was shocked, and he tried, I can use it. The big white turkey was not angry after being blocked by Tang Mo. She cooed and fluttered her wings, and walked to the eggshell that Tang Mo had just stepped on. Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had stepped on the eggshells just now, and stepped on the turkey's children? But the eggshells had already broken before he stepped on them, and there was no chicken inside. And these were not turkey eggs, but ordinary eggs. However, no matter what, once the Black Tower determined that these were turkey eggs, they were turkey eggs, and they were still crushed by Tang Mo. Tang Mo, this is probably a real copy. I crushed the turkey's eggs, and crushed its children. I can't use my powers now, but you can. Fu and Duo twisted his wrist, and looked dangerously at the big turkey in front of him, looking down at the broken eggshell on the ground. The big turkey put its sharp beak in front of the eggshell and poked it gently, then tried hard to smell the smell inside. It seemed to be feeling the breath of its dead child, as if it could bring the child back. Watching its movements, Tang Mo clenched the small parasol, ready to face the battle at any time. The big turkey raised its head, and its small black eyes stared at Tang Mo and Fu and Duo. When it looked at him, Fu and Duo's expression was cold, ready to attack at any time. But it looked at Fu and Duo without any reaction. It seemed that it was not the turkey that Fu and Duo had beaten half to death. The two chickens stared at each other, and the next moment, the big turkey suddenly attacked, flapping its wings and flying towards Tang Mo. Goo, my child. Fu and Duo glared at his feet, and in the blink of an eye his right hand turned into a black sharp weapon. Tang Mo put away the small parasol, and stabbed the big turkey's chest with the tip of the umbrella. Fu and Duo's movements were faster than his. He dodged in front of the turkey, and raised his hand to chop it down. However, when his hand was still 10 centimeters away from the turkey's neck, a bang sounded, and an invisible barrier appeared in the air, blocking Fu and Duo from touching the turkey. Fu and Duo was startled and rolled back a step. Tang Mo became more alert when he saw this. He dodged the turkey's attack by turning sideways, and stabbed the turkey with a stab. Just when he was about to stab the big turkey, the air barrier appeared again, and a crisp child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's ears at the same time. Ding! Player Tang Mo triggered the effect of the heartless mother killer, and was punished by the 5 thunders from the sky. Boom! A silver lightning bolt fell from the sky, a bolt from the blue, and hit Tang Mo hard. Tang Mo had no time to react, and could only subconsciously raise the small parasol to block his head. The lightning struck the small parasol and fell along the ribs of the small parasol. A violent silver electric current passed through Tang Mo's body, and Tang Mo froze. After the current passed, his throat felt sweet. He swallowed the blood. The big turkey took the opportunity to hug him, and it used a pair of plump chicken wings to hold Tang Mo in its arms. Oh my child, you finally came out of the shell. Mom misses you so much. Tang Mo was struck by lightning, and his whole body was stiff. He had no strength to break free from the big turkey's arms. He could only be held tightly in its arms, with an expressionless face. The big turkey held him like a chick, and pulled Tang Mo's collar to take him into the supermarket. Gugu, my lovely child, your brothers and sisters have been waiting for you for a long time. You and your younger brother are the laziest among the 7 brothers, and you refuse to come out. Now you finally come out. Tang Mo has come to his senses. He put his palms on the ground, and struggled to break free from the turkey's shackles. The big turkey turned around and tilted his head to look at him in confusion. Gugu, my child. Tang Mo looked at it deeply. After a few seconds, he finally accepted his fate, and confirmed that he had been pulled into a strange reality copy. His kick just now did not crush the big turkey's child, because he was the big turkey's child. He crushed the egg, and he became a little turkey that broke out of the egg. He could not use his superpowers, and he could not even use force against the big turkey, otherwise he would be struck by lightning. Tang Mo took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. I can walk by myself." The big turkey clucked, twisted its butt, and happily led the way for Tang Mo. Suddenly, A crisp snapping sound was heard behind Tang Mo. Tang Mo's body stiffened, and he turned his head quickly. At the entrance of the supermarket, a tall and handsome man looked at Tang Mo and smiled. He lifted his feet from the broken eggshell and looked at the big turkey. "Am I your child now?" The big turkey was stunned for a second, and then pounced on Fu Wenduo enthusiastically again, with the speed and posture of Tang Mo. "Cuckoo, my child." Ding! Players Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo triggered the side quest The Little Turkey that broke out of the egg, and officially entered the real copy. A golden nest, or a silver nest, is not as good as your own chicken coop. Please follow the enthusiastic big turkey, enter your chicken coop, and officially start the game. Chapter 79. The fat turkey popped out its chest, and happily led its 2 chicks into the supermarket. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo followed the turkey. They cooperated well, and walked forward on their own initiative. Tang Mo glanced at Fu Wenduo quietly, and couldn't help asking, "Why?" Fu Wenduo put his hands in his pockets. After hearing this, he turned to look at Tang Mo. He knew what Tang Mo meant. He thought for a while, and gave an answer. "It just said that it has 7 children in total. You are the 6th one. There is another one that has not yet hatched. This is a 7-player game. In addition to you, there are already 5 players waiting in the supermarket. No matter what, you need a 7th companion." Just like the Iron Shoemaker game that the two had participated in before, in the real copy of the Iron Shoemaker, the players are divided into 2 groups. One group needs to participate in the happy questions and answers to get shoe polish clues, and the other group needs to look for shoe polish. The former only requires 1 player to play, and the minimum number of players is 1. The latter, because the shoe polish is made of the blood of the players, must have more than 2 players to participate in the game before it can be played. This big turkey copy is similar. There must be 7 players to start the game. But Fu Wenduo did not trigger the side quest at all, so he did not need to actively enter the game. Why did he come in? Tang Mo did not ask this question out loud. He guessed an answer. This answer made him a little moved, and a little self-reflective. Putting himself in his shoes, if it was Fu Wenduo who was pulled into the big turkey game, there was a 50% chance that Tang Mo would not follow him in. They were teammates, but an unknown Black Tower game was too dangerous. Tang Mo would not enter easily. But after thinking for a long time, he might still come in, because he has the king's gold coins. If it doesn't work, just give up. He has such a life-saving method, but Fu Wenduo doesn't. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo steadily, and the latter also looked at him. After a moment, Tang Mo smiled and said, "Come on." I didn't expect that Tang Mo would say these 2 words after holding it in for a long time. Fu Wenduo showed a hint of surprise on his face. Soon he said, "Yeah." After entering the supermarket, the big turkey swaggered through a row of cash registers and entered the interior of the supermarket. This supermarket is so big that there are more than 100 cash registers alone, and you can't see the end at a glance. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo followed the big turkey carefully. After entering the game, neither of them can use supernatural powers, but they can use props. Tang Mo held the small parasol, and looked at the big turkey in front of him vigilantly to prevent it from making any sudden moves. The big turkey walking in front happily waved its wings. "My lovely children, we are finally home." The 2 of them, and the chicken walked through the frozen food section, and into the meat section deep inside the supermarket. Tang Mo paused slightly, his nose moved, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo was also frowning like him, sniffing the air carefully. The 2 of them smelled what this strange smell was almost at the same time. The 2 of them fell silent. They walked forward for a few more minutes, and the ground was covered with broken bodies and blood. A sour taste surged in Tang Mo's throat, and he forcefully suppressed the strong desire to vomit. Fu Wenduo's situation was much better than his. Perhaps he had seen many corpses on the battlefield before. A flash of surprise flashed across his face, but he soon regained his composure. In front of the 2 men, the enthusiastic white turkey seemed to have seen nothing. It walked forward and stepped on a round eyeball. The eyeball was crushed, and blood splattered everywhere. The blood splattered on the turkey's claws, and all over the ground. After the earth went online, Tang Mo had seen many corpses, and even seen scenes of monsters eating people, but he had never seen such a bloody scene. The meat section of the supermarket was covered in blood. The bright red color on the ceiling, the freezer, and the floor was extremely dazzling. In the middle of the pool of blood, there were many pieces of meat. They seemed to be torn apart alive by something, and were torn into countless small pieces. When the big turkey stepped on them, there was a crunching sound. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stood in front of the meat section for a long time without moving forward. The big turkey turned his body and tilted his head. Goo goo, children? Tang Mo took a deep breath, took a step, stepped into the blood, and followed the pace of the big turkey. Tang Mo held the small parasol tighter. In front of him, the big turkey passed by a large freezer, with a broken arm hanging on the freezer. It chuckled, tore off the arm, put it in its mouth and chewed it. While chewing the arm, the big turkey said, "My children are finally born. Mom prepared delicious insects for you, Chuckle. They are all very delicious insects. My child, do you like to eat bugs?" It turned its head to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo said expressionlessly, "I like it." The big turkey bit off the finger on the arm, chewed it, and said, "It is indeed my good child. You wait obediently, and you can eat it when you find your brother and sister." Without superpowers, Tang Mo's strength dropped sharply with only physical fitness and props. He relied on Fu Wen to take it away, so that if something unexpected happened, the two of them could take care of each other. After the big turkey finished eating the arm, it threw the broken bones aside. It turned its head and looked at Tang Mo again, seeming to be very satisfied with this child. It said, "My dear baby, what kind of insects do you like to eat? Mom will give it to you." Bang! Just when the big turkey walked to the junction of the beef area and the pork area, something strange happened. Tang Mo and Fu Wen were slightly stunned. The next second, they retreated at a very fast speed and escaped 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Under the feet of the big turkey, a bomb exploded. The fat turkey was blown away by the terrible shock wave, and the whole chicken hit the ceiling. It hit the ground with a bang, twisted its butt, and got up angrily. "Goo goo, who dared to sneak attack me?" As soon as the voice fell, the big turkey's wings hit the glass of the beef freezer, and the glass shattered. Countless tiny silver needles shot out from under the freezer, and shot straight at the big turkey. The big turkey was startled and raised its 2 chicken wings to block in front of it. The silver needles hit its wings with a bang, making a metal collision sound. Without giving it any breathing time, when the big turkey was forced to take a step back by these silver needles, a small toy truck swayed out from under the pork freezer. Tang Mo stood in the distance, looking at the toy car in surprise. This is really just a toy car, the kind of small truck that preschoolers often play with. After the bombs and silver needles just now, Tang Mo has guessed that this kind of attack method is definitely not something that monsters and underground people can do. It is the work of players. But he couldn't think of what props like a toy truck could do for a while. Then, a deafening voice answered his question. "Beep, beep. Please pay attention to reversing. Please pay attention to reversing." The headlights of the small truck suddenly lit up, and a familiar voice sounded in the supermarket. After hearing this voice, the big turkey standing behind the small truck said angrily, "What is this, ah?" Tang Mo saw that after saying this, the big turkey suddenly retreated to the side in a stiff posture. It was obviously out of its control, and it walked to the wall step by step with strange movements. At the same time, the small truck began to reverse, and it rolled its small wheels and hit a red button. With a click, the button was pressed, and a sharp knife popped out from the wall, pointing directly at the chest of the turkey. The turkey flapped its wings, but its feet were out of its control. With the sound of, "Please pay attention to reversing," it slowly walked towards the wall, towards the sharp knife pointed at it. All this happened too fast. Tang Mo and Fu Wen had just entered this reality copy, and now they were watching the turkey being killed. In the quiet supermarket, only Tang Mo and the turkey stood in the open and saw all this happen. However, just when the sharp knife was about to pierce the chest of the big turkey, a crisp child's voice sounded. Ding. Player George Edward triggered the effect of the Mad Mother Killer, and was punished by the 5 thunders of heaven. F*******. A strong curse came from the depths of the supermarket. A silver lightning fell from the sky, passed through the ceiling of the supermarket, and hit the back of the freezer. The crackling silver electric sparks danced in the supermarket like silver snakes. This was a pain that could be seen with the naked eye. Tang Mo looked in that direction with deep understanding. On the other side, the sharp knife still stabbed the big turkey's chest. But the big turkey didn't lose even a feather after this cut. Its hard chest was like steel, bending the knife. After completely walking out of the rear area of the pickup truck, the big turkey relaxed and gained freedom. It angrily put its arms on its waist, and walked to the back of the freezer with a bang. Like a chick, it took out a blonde and blue-eyed little boy from the back of the freezer. The big turkey stared at the resentful little boy and said angrily, "My child, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill your mother?" The blonde boy also glared at the big turkey. He cursed in a very unfluent Chinese with a mixture of English. "Who is your son, ing turkey?" The big turkey raised its wings and slapped the boy against the wall. The boy, who looked only 10 years old, slid down the wall, with a trace of blood oozing from his mouth. He wiped the blood off stubbornly. He knew he couldn't say anything more, so he hurriedly said, "I was wrong, Mom." But the big turkey had already approached him and grabbed his neck tightly. "You actually wanted to kill your mother. You disappointed your mother so much, cuckoo." Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and Fu Wenduo's hand moved in his pocket, holding a black knife. At this time, a smiling male voice sounded from behind the freezer. "Mom, Xiao Qiao didn't want to kill you." "Did he want to kill you? This is all a misunderstanding." Everyone looked at the source of the voice, only to see a gentle young man standing up from behind the freezer. He was hiding in the same place as the little boy. After he stood up, 2 little girls and a young woman with long hair stood up. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the 2 little girls. The young man glanced at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in the distance, and he squinted his eyes and looked at the 2 people. After a moment, he retracted his gaze, walked towards the big turkey, and smiled helplessly. "Mom, Xiao Qiao is just playing with a toy. Look, that's his favorite toy truck. We couldn't wait for the 2 younger brothers to hatch, and we were hungry and bored, so Xiao Qiao played by himself for a while. Mom, are they our younger brothers?" As he spoke, the man touched the wings of the turkey. As if convinced by him, the turkey muttered, "My children, are you really hungry?" Then it let the man rescue the little boy who was being strangled and dying from its hands. After being rescued, the little boy stood behind the man with grievance, lowered his head and said nothing. "You are all hungry. My children are here, so let's eat quickly. Don't let my children starve." The big turkey flapped its wings and flew to the back of the meat cabinet, looking for something. Taking this opportunity, the young man brought the foreign child and the long-haired woman to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The 2 little girls walked at the end, trembling, and followed, hiding behind the woman. When they saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, one of them was surprised and said, "Ah, it's you, the one on the street yesterday." These 2 little girls were the 2 people Fu Wenduo almost hit when he was driving yesterday. Tang Mo glanced at the 2 men, then looked at the young man. He said calmly, "Are you the captain?" The man looked at Tang Mo seriously, and after a while, he looked at Fu Wenduo. Seeing Fu Wenduo, a trace of caution flashed in his eyes. He did not answer this question, but asked, "Come to Nanjing from other places?" Fu Wenduo stood beside Tang Mo, and Tang Mo said, "Yes." The man nodded. "No wonder you came here. I didn't know about the blockade order. I thought I couldn't get 7 people together, but now it seems that I have. Then we have to enter the game. Only by using the game means can we pass this dungeon." After the voice fell, the big turkey shouted in surprise from behind the cabinet, "Cuckoo, I found it, a bug. My children love to eat it the most." The big white turkey flew out of the freezer and flew in front of the 7 players. Its chicken mouth was holding a strange long worm, and the green worm was wriggling desperately in its mouth, as if it could break free and escape. The big turkey spit out the worm and threw it on the ground, raised his head happily, and looked at his 7 chicks. It clapped its hands and said loudly, "Then, Goo-goo, children, start lining up. Ding! Trigger the main quest. Obedient chicks get worms." Game rules. First, players must line up in the correct order and cannot cut in line. Second, once the order is wrong, the effect of angry turkey will be triggered. The turkey will turn into an eagle due to schizophrenia, and the side game Eagle Catches Chicken will be launched. Third, the queuing time is 1 hour, and the game time of Eagle Catches Chicken is 1 hour. Fourth, before queuing each time, players can ask the turkey 2 questions. The turkey must answer at least 1 question and cannot lie. Fifth, once a chick dies, the heartbroken turkey effect is triggered, temporarily relieving the schizophrenia state. Sixth, except for the eagle state, the turkey will not kill its own children. The lovely turkey cousin originally did not want to come to Earth to hatch eggs, but her cousin was beaten into a beggar chicken by someone, so the turkey cousin had to bite the bullet and come here. All the monsters in the monster world know that her temper is not as good as her cousin's. Chapter 80. The Black Tower's prompt sound ended, and the 7 players stood in front of a huge green worm, looking up at the huge turkey in front of them. The big turkey seemed to have heard the Black Tower's voice, and it was very dissatisfied. It stomped its feet in anger, splattering the blood on the ground. "Damn Black Tower, coo, it actually said that I would harm my own children. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My children, you are all my sweethearts, how could I harm you?" The big turkey looked at the 7 players in front of him with his small green eyes. His expression didn't seem to be lying. However, in an instant, when he found that the 7 players were standing in a pile, he suddenly turned his face, and a terrifying fierce light flashed in his eyes. "Why haven't you lined up yet?" The angry roar fell, and the big turkey stepped down hard, breaking a tile. It glared at its 7 children. "Everyone wants to be the first to eat the bugs, but you have to line up. Why are you so disobedient? Mom asked you to line up. What are you doing?" Tang Mo frowned and was about to speak, when a male voice sounded beside him. "Mom, we will line up soon. But before that, do you want to answer some questions for us?" This mom was called very naturally, as if it was really a little chicken. Tang Mo turned his head to look. The one who spoke was the tall and thin young man, with a smile on his face, looking at his mother seriously. With such a good child around, the anger of the big turkey slowly dissipated. Its temper is like the weather, it comes and goes quickly. The big turkey said, "Cuckoo, my child, you are just born. Do you want to understand the world so much?" The young man said calmly, "Yes, mother, I have a question to ask you." The big turkey looked down at the big green worm on the ground, it raised its head again and said, "Then you have to ask quickly. Mom has to help you deal with this stinky big worm. It is so stinky, how can my lovely children eat it?" The man smiled and said, "Then I ask." After a pause, the young man stared at the big turkey and asked, "What is the way to clear this dungeon?" The voice suddenly became cold. The big turkey was constantly flapping the big bug with its wings, making its meat more tender and delicious. After hearing this, it paused slightly in flapping the big bug, and soon it raised its head and looked at the young man, revealing a kind but malicious smile. It was smiling, but this smile was completely different from the previous one, as if it was looking at a self-righteous smart human. It said, "My child, so? What is your second question?" The young man narrowed his eyes, and stared at the big turkey without saying anything. The big hen looked at him with a sarcastic smile. The mother and son, who were just in harmony, suddenly became hostile. After a moment, the young man smiled and said, "Must ask 2 questions?" The big turkey blinked. "Cuckoo, this is your second question. What is the correct order of queuing?" A voice came from behind the young man. He turned his head and saw Tang Mo calmly adding, "This is the second question." The big turkey seemed to have just noticed Tang Mo at this time, and its eyes moved around Tang Mo and the young man. It picked up the big bug on the ground and put it on its back. The big turkey replied, "Didn't Black Tower tell you how to pass this dungeon? Cuckoo, my child, line up to eat bugs. Don't make it difficult for your mother. This is how you pass the dungeon." As for the correct order, the big turkey looked up at Tang Mo, and Tang Mo calmly followed it. The big turkey could not see any expression on Tang Mo's face. He was neither excited nor anxious. It was a little disappointed, but as a mother who loved her children, it encouraged, "My child, you are really a smart child. Mom has already told you the correct order. Didn't I say that you have older brothers and sisters, and a younger brother?" A female voice said in surprise, "You mean, the order in which we enter the copy is the order in which we line up?" The big turkey turned to look at the girl who spoke. One of the 2 little girls, she seemed to realize that she was too excited just now, and quickly closed her mouth and hid behind her companions. The big turkey fixed the big bug on its back with its wings. "Child, you are too greedy, you can only ask 2 questions. But Mom loves you so much, of course she won't criticize you. You must line up well." The big turkey smiled and stepped on a ball of red soft meat, and the little girl nodded in fear. In the pungent smell of blood, the big turkey looked around and looked at his 7 children. It smiled kindly and said, "Mom has to deal with this big bug. Cuckoo, kids, you must have lined up here waiting for your mom in an hour, right?" No one spoke. A wicked light flashed in the turkey's tiny eyes. It turned around happily and hummed a little song. 7 cute chicks and a bad big green worm. The chicks want to eat the big green worm. Where is Mom? Mom? Suddenly, it turned around, its eyes locked on the girl who had just spoken, and smiled strangely. "Mom wants to eat the chicks." The little girl was so frightened that she trembled all over. The big turkey smiled at her strangely, humming this strange nursery rhyme, and swaggered out of the meat food area. After the big turkey left completely, the 2 little girls hugged each other in fear, at a loss. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and they gradually had some guesses in their hearts. At this time, a male voice sounded in front of the 2 of them. "It seems that the queue time has reached an hour now. Let's get to know each other. What's your name?" Tang Mo turned to look at the person who was speaking. This young man had always been very calm. Even though Big Turkey had just turned against him and mocked him, he did not lose his composure. He walked in front of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, his eyes wandering between them. There was a look of scrutiny in this look, but no malice. Tang Mo said indifferently, "My name is Victor, and he is Tang Ji." It was obvious that this name was a pseudonym. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo meaningfully, and did not refute this statement. The young man was not angry either, and smiled. "Xiao Jitong of the Nanjing Raiders group. These two are my teammates, Xiao Qiao and Ningning." He pointed at the blonde foreign kid, and the long-haired young woman. The two nodded to Tang Mo, and finally Xiao Jitong said, "I don't know what happened to these two kids. They didn't see the blockade order and came here." He was talking about the two girls. The psychological quality of the two girls was obviously not as good as Xiao Jitong and the other two, let alone Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. They were frightened and pale. The girl with short hair was a little tougher. She swallowed her saliva, suppressed the fear in her heart, and explained, My name is Xiaoyuan, and her name is Yuan Yuan. We were pulled into a dungeon 2 weeks ago, and just came out of it yesterday, so we didn't know about the blockade order." Xiao Jitong, no wonder. Fu Wenduo said in a low voice, "What is the blockade order?" Xiao Jitong, "When you came to Nanjing, you should have noticed that Nanjing is different from the city you stayed in before. From your accent, you are from southern Jiangsu." He looked at Tang Mo, then at Fu Wenduo. "Are you from Beijing? I don't know what the situation is like there, but in Nanjing, someone pulled a group of people and decided to establish a certain order in the city. Is that you?" Tang Mo asked. Xiao Jitong smiled. "Of course not me. I don't belong to that organization. They have too many things to do. They have to find all the dungeon entrances in Nanjing, and find ways to learn more about the Black Tower. They have to find a game strategy that allows everyone to pass the Black Tower game smoothly, and they have to protect a bunch of very weak reserves." After a pause, he looked at the two girls. "Are you reserves?" "Don't get me wrong, I am also a reserve." The short-haired girl shook her head quickly and said respectfully, "Captain Xiao, we didn't misunderstand, we understand." Hearing the title Captain Xiao, Tang Mo raised his eyebrows, and Fu Wenduo also looked at the young man with interest. Xiao Jitong said, "You will have a lot of time to learn about the city of Nanjing in the future. Let's get back to this game now." Xiao Jitong's two teammates listened to him very much. The little boy and the long-haired woman stood by and didn't say anything. They wholeheartedly believed in their teammates and let him arrange everything. But the two girls also trusted Xiao Jitong very much. The two girls obviously didn't know Xiao Jitong beforehand, but they looked at him with trusting eyes. This discovery made Tang Mo feel a little interesting. Xiao Jitong said, "First of all, it's the game itself. That big turkey is not as simple as it looks. It doesn't really treat us as its own children. This is a Black Tower game. All it wants to do is eat us and turn us into these things on the ground." The ground was full of shredded meat, and it was impossible to tell which piece of meat belonged to which person. The turkey's malicious intent was completely exposed when Xiao Jitong asked it a question. This reality copy was ultimately a game, and the turkey was the copy boss. If it really treated the players as its own children, there wouldn't be meat all over the ground now. Xiao Jitong's thoughts coincided with Tang Mo's. Tang Mo didn't speak, and listened to the other party continue to say, "We have an hour to queue. Ask questions first, then think about queuing. If you make a mistake in queuing, you will enter the game of Eagle Catches Chicken, which lasts for 1 hour." The short-haired girl thought, "Captain Xiao, does this mean that as long as we can survive 1 hour, we can get through the game of Eagle Catches Chicken?" She thought, "We can ask 2 questions each time." Captain Xiao just asked the turkey how to pass the game, and it obviously didn't want to answer, so it asked a second question. "I guess. Can it choose one of the 2 questions to answer? That's why it asked what the second question was." Her companion quickly retorted, "No, Xiaoyun, if that's the case, it just answered 2 questions." Xiao Jitong smiled and said, "She's right. The 4th rule of the game is that the big turkey must answer at least 1 question and cannot lie." The timid little girl asked, "But it just answered 2 questions." "The Black Tower only requires her to answer at least 1 question and not lie. If it randomly gives a correct answer to the 2 questions, it will not be considered a violation of the rules of the game." Everyone looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were like 2 players, who were just playing by the side, rarely talking. They were new and had only known each other for less than half an hour, so the 2 girls almost ignored them. Hearing him say this, the short-haired girl showed a thoughtful expression on her face. Xiao Jitong smiled, "Yes. So of the 2 answers it just said, it is possible that both are true, or it is possible that only one is true. We have to prepare for the worst," it lied, "and only one answer is true." Everyone was lost in thought. Tang Mo suddenly asked, "Did you make the bomb, the small truck, And the knife that attacked the big turkey? The long-haired woman who had not spoken pointed to the blonde child beside her. Xiao Qiao made it. The little boy said proudly. The captain and we came prepared this time, and brought a lot of props. I just didn't expect that this copy can't use superpowers. *****ing turkey, I hate it so much, it hits me. The little boy was angry and agreed. Xiao Jitong explained, we entered the game this morning, and found that we could no longer use superpowers, and could only use props. Fortunately, we brought a lot of props, and there were 3 of us, so we had a fight with the big turkey before entering the supermarket. As a result, you saw that if we hit it, we would be judged as matricide and would be struck by lightning. So when the big turkey went out to pick you 2 up, Xiao Qiao and I planned to set some traps. Those props have been there for a long time, and we didn't try to kill the big turkey again. I want to try to avoid the matricide effect and cause some damage to it. Tang Imo recalled. It was indeed injured, but once the trap that wanted its life was triggered, it would still trigger the matricide effect. When the big turkey was injured by the bomb, the Black Tower did not respond. But when the knife was about to pierce its chest, the Black Tower struck the little boy with a thunderbolt to punish him for his attempt to kill his mother. Now the question is back to the beginning. So how should we queue up? The short-haired girl named Xiaoyun said. Big Turkey gave 2 answers. One is that we can only pass the dungeon by queuing up to eat bugs, and the other is that the order of queuing is the order in which players enter the dungeon. I don't think it can tell us the queue order so easily. It can't answer this question, otherwise we can pass the dungeon immediately. It must be lying about the second question. Why did the second question ask this? The girl didn't say the rest of the words. She looked at Tang Imo strangely, but the meaning was very clear. Tang Imo mostly played the role of a think tank when participating in the Black Tower game. In the past, it was not just the second question, but the first question was most likely raised by him, not Xiao Jitong. There are many leadership players in the Black Tower game, but most of them are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They can't give correct opinions at all, and instead lead the team to the end of the game failure. The first question Xiao Jitong asked was also what Tang Imo wanted to ask, so he didn't say much. Tang Imo likes 2 types of teammates. One type is those who have the same ideas as himself, and everyone can understand each other's meaning with just one look. For example, Fu and Duo, such as this seemingly powerful and mysterious Xiao Jitong. The other type is a fool. Don't think about anything, just do what others say, obey orders unconditionally, and don't cause trouble to the team. This female high school student is also very smart, but there is still a little difference. Fortunately, she was quite modest and not too ostentatious. If it were some players who pretended to be smart, it would give Tang Imo a headache. When he and Fu Wuduo first met in the Pinocchio game, Tang Imo was tricked by his smart teammate and fell behind at the beginning of the game. Tang Imo was about to answer, but at this time, a male voice spoke before him. There are 2 purposes for asking this question. First, to ensure that the answer to the first question is definitely correct. Second, even if it is a wrong answer, we don't know the correct queue order at present. There is a 50% chance that the big turkey will tell the truth. If it tells the truth, we will line up in this order, and it will be a blessing in disguise. Tang Imo turned around and looked at Fu Wuduo. Fu Wuduo stood beside him. Seeing Tang Imo looking at him, he raised the corners of his lips and smiled gently. With Fu Wuduo's explanation, the little girl understood now. It doesn't matter what the second question is. The only important thing is that they must be able to tell which answer is correct through this question. In addition, asking about the order of queuing can also show some of the attitude of the big turkey. It does not want the players to pass the level smoothly. The short-haired girl suggested. Anyway, the order in which we entered the dungeon is definitely not the correct order, so let's not queue in this order and change the order. This also eliminates one way of queuing. Tang Imo shook his head and said, let's queue in this order. The short-haired girl was surprised and said, why? Do you know how many ways there are to sort 7 people? A low female voice came from the back of the crowd. Tang Imo raised his head and looked at the person who was speaking. It was the one called Ning Ning, the long-haired woman. She was wearing a black tights, and glanced at the 2 high school girls with an indifferent look, and said in a cold voice, assuming that the forward and reverse sorting are the same, regardless of the head and tail, there are a total of 2,520 ways to sort. Assuming that the big turkey requires us to give the head and tail, that is 5,040 ways. The voice stopped, and she looked at the 2 girls coldly. Which of the remaining 5,039 ways do you choose? The long-haired woman spoke mercilessly, and the 2 girls shut their mouths after hearing her words, and stopped talking obediently. Xiao Jitong smiled and said, with a chance of 1/5039, I don't want to choose randomly. And the big turkey may have the same idea, thinking that we must think it is lying, so we think in reverse and let us exclude the correct answer. So I also agree to queue up in the order of entering the copy. Since the queue method has been determined and there is no extra information for reference, we can now prepare our own props separately and welcome the next game of Eagle Catches Chicken. The 7 people gradually separated, each preparing their weapons and gathering their strength for a big battle. Neither Tang Mo nor Fu Wenduo thought they could win the game in the first round. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked to the corner of the supermarket. Tang Mo took the little parasol of Grandma Wolf and tried to wave it. Then he took out 2 knives and a pistol. There was only one special bullet left of Fu Wenduo, and Tang Mo didn't plan to use it. He filled the magazine with ordinary bullets. Yours. Tang Mo handed over the pistol. Fu Wenduo was standing next to the frozen food cabinet, observing the surrounding environment. After hearing this, he turned his head and looked at Tang Mo. He was slightly stunned, and quickly took the silver pistol and asked, Can I use it? Tang Mo nodded. We don't know how powerful the big turkey is for now. From the situation that it was calculated by the foreign child just now, it doesn't seem to be strong. But it will transform into an eagle next time. Whether this transformation can improve its strength is unknown, but we must be fully prepared. Tang Mo explained carefully, and Fu Wenduo looked at him and listened quietly. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and found that Fu Wenduo was looking at him steadily, with a slight smile on his lips. Tang Mo was stunned, and Fu Wenduo asked, So why give it to me? Tang Mo, Isn't this your gun? Tang Mo was silent for a moment, and said honestly, When the real fight starts, with my current level, I can't shoot accurately. Fu Wenduo nodded, as if accepting this answer. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo didn't know that after the ban on the use of superpowers, guns were not that important to Tang Mo. His gun skills were not good. Without the checkmate superpower, guns were not as good as knives for him, let alone small parasols. Unable to use superpowers, Tang Mo's most reliable thing at the moment was the small parasol and Fu Wenduo. He used superpowers to seal the big matchstick in the tattoo on his wrist. The big matchstick itself could be used, but his superpowers could not be used, so he could not take out the big matchstick. Without his superpowers, his physical fitness has also declined. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Tang Mo's biggest reliance is Fu Wenduo. But Tang Mo was also worried, so he gave the pistol to Fu Wenduo. If you can't use your superpowers, you don't have a weapon, it would be better to take a gun. Fu Wenduo's superpowers are related to physical changes. Every time he fights, he uses his body as a weapon. Now he can't use it, and his strength may drop sharply. Fu Wenduo said, I have a weapon. Tang Mo was stunned. You have? As soon as the words fell, a dark knife flashed past Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo's breathing stagnated, and his body reflexively dodged backwards, but Fu Wenduo's movements were faster than his, and his left hand wrapped around Tang Mo's waist, cutting off his way back. This thing followed him like a shadow, like lightning, brushing against Tang Mo's eyelashes. The feeling of the cold blade brushing against his eyelashes was clearly reflected in Tang Mo's heart. He felt his heart stop for a beat, and his scalp tingled. When Fu Wenduo retracted the dagger, he came back to his senses and looked at the knife in the other's hand. However, it was the length of an adult man's palm, sharp and pointed, all black, imitating the shape of a military dagger. In the dim light, a deep blue light flashed across the blade. This dagger was ordinary, and Tang Mo would not take a second look at it anywhere, but he remembered deeply the feeling of this knife passing in front of his eyes just now. It was as if the god of death had come, and as long as he moved a little further, this knife could easily cut off his hardest skull. Tang Mo asked, Is this your weapon? He had never seen Fu Wenduo use it. As if he had sensed Tang Mo's meaning, Fu Wenduo said, Important weapons should be hidden so that they can defeat the enemy when necessary. This answer is easy to understand. Tang Mo also kept the big match hidden in his wrist tattoo, and never took it out until it was necessary. He had taken out the big match several times, and caught the enemy off guard. The two did not say anything more. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not have as many props as the little boy. They did not have many props, but each of them was exquisite. Tang Mo tied the small parasol around his waist, Fu Wenduo put away the pistol, and with a flick of his finger, the black dagger disappeared in his palm. When the two returned to the meat food area, the long-haired woman and the little boy were setting up new traps. Seeing them come back, Xiao Jitong smiled and said, Are you ready? Tang Mo nodded gently. He looked at the little boy squatting on the ground to set up the trap, and said in surprise, "You have so many props?" Beside the little boy was a small pile of about half a meter high, all of which were all kinds of strange and bizarre props. The small truck that had just plotted against the big turkey was scrapped, and was kicked into the corner by the big turkey, but they still had so many props. The number of props surprised Tang Mo. He had been participating in the game non-stop for 4 months after the Earth went online, and he had received many props as rewards, but he had never seen so many props. Fu Wenduo also looked at the prop mountain with great interest. Xiao Jitong said, "Because I am going to participate in this dungeon, I brought some more with me." He smiled slightly, and said nothing more. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked away, and looked at Xiao Jitong and the other two from a distance. These 3 people are really interesting. A child of 8 or 9 years old is not afraid of blood and flesh. He is smart, has many ideas, and is very calm in the face of emergencies. A long-haired woman with an indifferent face, a very cold temper, exuding an aura of keeping strangers away, and refuses to communicate with anyone. There is also a captain who looks the most ordinary, but is actually the most mysterious, always smiling, but no one knows what he is thinking. They are also very famous, so famous that 2 Nanjing players, who have never seen them before, can easily say their names and show great respect. Nanjing Raiders Group. Tang Mo recited the name. Fu Wen's low voice sounded, "Are you interested in them?" Tang Mo was stunned, looked at Fu Wenduo, and shook his head. "No, their organization seems to be different from the attack group in Luofeng City. It seems to have its own set of rules. He just said that they brought a lot of props because they participated in this dungeon. You and I don't have that many props combined. The props we have are probably considered a lot among players. Strategy group, take the initiative to participate in the Black Tower game. The players in Nanjing are really special." Tang Mo was not particularly interested in the strategy group, but he remembered one thing. Since they are so powerful, many Nanjing players know them, maybe we can find your cousin through them? Fu Wenduo did not answer this question. He said, "Who do you think is the strongest among the 3 people?" Tang Mo was still a little lacking in fighting. He observed carefully for a while. "That Xiao Jitong?" The voice stopped, and Tang Mo said again, "Is it the long-haired woman?" "It's the long-haired woman." At the same time, the blonde and blue-eyed foreign boy was busy arranging props. He moved very quickly, just like playing with building blocks, easily finding the props he needed from the mountain of props, and then putting them in the right place. From time to time, he would measure the distance between the props, muttering to himself. After placing a black stone, he suddenly said, "Sister Ningning, what are you doing? Come and help me calculate." The long-haired woman looked down at him, and said coldly, "Looking for the captain." The little boy curled his lips, muttered something, and said nothing more. Xiao Jitong came over. "What's wrong?" "They are talking about us." The long-haired woman pointed at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in the distance. Fu Wenduo had already noticed her gaze. He looked up at the long-haired woman and Xiao Jitong, then quickly turned his head, and continued to talk to Tang Mo. The long-haired woman frowned when she was discovered peeping and said, "They were just discussing who is the strongest among us." "Xiao Jitong, there is no need to discuss this. They will soon find out that you are the strongest." The little boy squatting on the ground raised his head and asked curiously, "Who is the strongest among them?" The long-haired woman closed her mouth and did not speak. Xiao Jitong turned his head and looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in the distance. Tang Mo was also looking at him with a smile. Fu Wenduo only took a glance and then shifted his sight to the pile of props on the ground. Xiao Jitong looked at them for a while and answered his companion, "Both of them are not simple. They have at least cleared the first level of the Black Tower, or even the second level. The one who is a little easier to talk to should be very good at playing games. He is very good at playing the Black Tower game. However, if they really fight, the man in black may be stronger. He smells of blood. He has killed people." Xiao Jitong smiled and gave a decisive conclusion. "Xiao Qiao Ningning, he is a stowaway." Chapter 81. Heavy footsteps came from a distance. In the dim supermarket, there was no electricity, and all the lights were off. A beam of white light shone into the supermarket from the direction of the door. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, banging on the ground. A huge turkey suddenly appeared in the light, with a skinned big bug on its back. The small eyes quickly scanned the supermarket, and the big turkey found Tang Mo and others. A strange smile appeared on its mouth, and it ran over happily. "My children, have you finally lined up?" The turkey's greedy eyes swept across the faces of each player. It couldn't help swallowing its saliva, but it wanted to show its love for its children. This kind and greedy look made the turkey look a little funny. It said, "Cuckoo, you must be hungry. Mom brought you some delicious bugs. Bang. The huge bug was thrown to the ground by it, hitting in front of the players. This bug was not dead yet. It was skinned alive by the turkey, and its bloody body was twisting desperately on the ground. The big turkey stepped on its head with one foot, and its sharp claws sank into the insect's flesh, causing the insect to scream in pain. The two little girls couldn't bear the sight at all, and both turned their backs and retched. The blonde and blue-eyed little boy also turned pale, and the long-haired woman Ning Ning stretched out her hand to block him from looking. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked over from a distance. Xiao Jitong glanced at the miserable insect, and he raised his head and said, "Mom, we already know how to line up." The big turkey said in surprise, "Then hurry up and line up, and let your mother feed you worms." No one in the supermarket spoke anymore. The order of the queue had been discussed clearly before the players dispersed. For the first time, they planned to line up in the order of entering the dungeon. The two little girls were the first to enter the dungeon, and the short-haired girl was the first. She walked to the front row tremblingly. Then came Xiao Jitong and the other two. They walked over one by one and stood in a row. The short-haired girl stood in front of the big turkey, and she felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to vomit. Tang Mo was the sixth one. He walked over, and soon, Fu Wenduo followed him and stood behind him. All 7 players lined up. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the big turkey. His eyes were fixed on the face of the big turkey, trying to detect a clue from the pointed beak and small eyes. As each player walked up, Tang Mo did not miss any expression of the big turkey. Similarly, Fu Wenduo did the same. He carefully observed the changes of the big turkey. Half an hour ago, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo returned to the meat food area. Tang Mo found Xiao Jitong and said straight to the point, "There are 2 possibilities. First, the big turkey doesn't know the correct order either, only the black tower knows. When we stand in the right order, the black tower will give a hint. Second, the big turkey knows the correct order. So when we line up, we have to observe its expression. Maybe we can get a hint from its expression changes." After hearing this, Xiao Jitong showed a hint of surprise on his face, and looked at Tang Mo with deep eyes. At this time, the short-haired female high school student next to him said, "Ah, Captain Xiao just said that. The big turkey might expose information, so Captain Xiao asked us to line up one by one, not together." Tang Mo looked at Xiao Jitong, who smiled back at him and tacitly agreed to this. The queuing was settled. There were 7 players, or 7 positions. If the big turkey was not prepared, when a player stood in his position, it might show some special emotions. Tang Mo's eyes never moved away from the big turkey, but unfortunately, the big turkey stared at the player with hungry eyes from beginning to end, without too many other emotions. Fu Wenduo stood behind Tang Mo, and he leaned forward and whispered, "There is indeed no change. Fu Wenduo has received special training, and has strong reconnaissance ability. Among the 7 players, he is the one who is most likely to find the abnormality of the big turkey." Tang Mo said calmly, "It is very likely that none of the 7 of us stood in their own position. It may also be that it really does not know the true order. Fu Wenduo, or maybe it doesn't care whether the players stand in the correct position." The two exchanged opinions quickly. Over there, when the big turkey saw Fu Wenduo standing, it made a strange clucking sound and lowered its head. Right in front of the big turkey was a short-haired female high school student. She fearfully grabbed the hand of her companion behind her and stared at the strange big turkey in front of her. The next second, a sharp laugh sounded. "I asked you to line up, why? Didn't you line up?" The players' faces darkened instantly, and they held their weapons. The 2 female high school students standing in front turned around and ran away in fear, but the big turkey suddenly raised its head. Tang Mo was shocked when he saw the turkey's eyes suddenly turn blood red. It looked at the backs of the 2 high school girls running away with excitement, kicked the ground, and rushed up fiercely. At this time, a clear child's voice sounded, "Ding." The player queued up incorrectly, the turkey was schizophrenic, and the side game Eagle Catches Chicken was launched. The game time is 1 hour. After the beep sounded, the countdown began. Ding, 3599, 3598, 3597. Xiao Jitong shouted, "Run." After he said this, the 7 players had already turned and fled. Xiao Jitong and the other 2 ran in 3 different directions, and the 2 girls also ran away in 2 directions according to his previous instructions. There was only one big turkey, and running in different directions could ensure the safety of the players as much as possible. But Xiao Jitong obviously underestimated the strength of the transformed big turkey. The 2 girls started running when the big turkey laughed for the first time, but they only ran 10 meters away, and the timid long-haired girl was caught by the big turkey. The huge chicken claw attacked from behind and slapped the girl's back fiercely. The sharp claws tore the girl's clothes in the blink of an eye, leaving 3 deep bloody wounds on her back. Ah! The girl was hit against the wall by the big turkey's claws, and 2 pieces of meat were dug off and fell to the ground. She vomited blood in large mouthfuls, and the big turkey became more excited when he saw her wounds, and excitedly made a high-pitched cuckoo sound. The next second, it turned around again and chased the next person. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did not run separately. Seeing this scene, Tang Mo realized something terrible and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They rushed to the electric staircase on the 2nd floor of the supermarket at the fastest speed. The big turkey was about to catch up with the second female high school student. The short-haired girl kept running forward in fear. She was a little calmer than her companions. When she ran away, she kept throwing knives. This was the weapon she prepared to slow down the speed of the big turkey. But the big turkey was much faster than her. It caught up with her in 3 seconds and slapped her. At this moment, a cheerful music sounded in the supermarket. La la la, la la la, I am a little expert in selling newspapers. The big turkey's movements paused for a moment, and it lowered its head to look at its feet. Under its feet, it saw a yellow newspaper, and its huge chicken feet stepped on it, and the newspaper emitted a faint white light. Suddenly, the newspaper broke, and the big turkey's blood-red eyes immediately looked up, and saw countless brick-like thick newspapers falling from the sky, burying the big turkey in the newspaper pile in the blink of an eye, and the newspapers he pushed down 3 shelves in a row. The short-haired girl ran away in a hurry. At this time, the Black Tower continued to count in a cheerful voice. 3539, 3538. 1 minute had passed. Tang Mo saw countless newspapers burying the big turkey, and he and Fu Wenduo quickly went up to the 2nd floor of the supermarket. The two ran directly to an employee office they had found before, locked the door, and hid inside. 1 minute was enough time for the 7 players to run away separately. Tang Mo took a breath and said quickly, "That was a prop just now." Fu Wenduo, disposable props. Before those newspapers fell, the newspapers that the turkey stepped on disappeared. Tang Mo nodded, but it finally delayed time. The girl went there on purpose. She knew the location of the trap set by the little boy. If the turkey didn't step on the prop and fell into the trap, she would be seriously injured like her companions. The voice stopped, and Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. "How powerful do you think it is?" Fu Wenduo was silent. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo have participated in many games together. Whether it is Pinocchio or the shoemaker, Fu Wenduo has not reacted much. But this time is a little different. Fu Wenduo said calmly, "The turkey without the eagle transformation is very weak, much weaker than its cousin. If there is no lightning strike penalty, we can kill it at any time without superpowers. But after it transforms into an eagle, it is very strong. Its speed just now is not slower than Pinocchio's teleportation speed, and its power is greater." Tang Mo recalled what he had just seen, and said, "It may not be weaker than the iron shoemaker in the eagle state. The most important thing is that our superpowers are now blocked, and our physical fitness has also declined. I feel that my speed and strength are only half of what they used to be. How about you?" "Almost. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo may not be defeated by the iron shoemaker if they join forces. Add Xiao Jitong, Ningning and others, and their props, and they have a great chance of winning. But they don't have superpowers now, and their physical strength is also limited by this copy." Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo cooperated, and at most they could save their lives, but it was impossible to kill the big turkey. The countdown sound of the Black Tower was still ringing. The big turkey had been buried in the mountain of newspapers for 2 minutes. There was no sound in the silent supermarket. All 7 players found a hiding place and hid without showing up. Another minute later, a dull sound came from the 1st floor of the supermarket. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked to the door vigilantly, and the two put their ears to the door. It seemed that something was hitting a heavy object again, and it pushed away the newspapers that hid it. Suddenly, "Cuckoo, where are you? I'm going to eat you." With a loud rumbling sound, the mountain of newspapers was pushed away by the turkey. It roared in extreme anger and searched frantically in the supermarket. This supermarket is very big, but the turkey is faster. It is as big as lightning, huge but not bulky, and it ran ferociously on the 1st floor of the supermarket. When it ran to the supermarket bakery, it ran 2 meters forward and suddenly stopped. The turkey stopped beside the shelf and did not move. 2 seconds later, it let out a deep hee-hee laugh. It suddenly turned its head and looked towards the dark bakery. 1 second later, a roar rang out, F ****ing turkey. A small figure came out of the bakery, and then the blond boy ran out of the bakery with all his strength, followed by the insidious turkey. The boy's physical fitness was not as good as that of an adult, and his superpowers were restricted. He ran only 2 steps before the turkey caught up with him and cut his throat with one claw. But at this moment, a silver light flashed from a distance, and the big turkey tilted its head back to avoid the knife. With a bang, the flying knife pierced into the wall. In the school supplies area on the first floor of the supermarket, a woman in black stood between the shelves with a cold expression, staring coldly at the big turkey. The man and the chicken just looked at each other. The next second, the two moved together and rushed towards each other. The sound of bang 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 continued to sound on the first floor of the supermarket, and soon the sound reached the second floor. Ning Ning waved a slender silver tang sword to block the big turkey's claw, but she was blown away by the big turkey's powerful force and hit the wall. The big turkey had no scars on its body, but Ning Ning's body was covered in blood. She leaned against the wall and panted heavily. The big turkey did not give her a chance to rest. It kicked the ground with a strong claw and rushed over again. Ning Ning hurriedly rolled to the side to avoid the attack. The big turkey laughed and was prepared. It flapped its huge wings towards her head. Ning Ning opened her eyes wide, unable to dodge, and blocked the long knife in front of herself, intending to resist. At this moment, the big turkey suddenly stopped and took a step back. The sound was slower than the bullet, and a sharp gunshot rang out in the supermarket, and the bullet shot through the wall. The bullet was too accurate, just forcing the big turkey to stop. The big turkey turned his head, and his red eyes stared fiercely at a small house deep in the supermarket. The next moment, 2 figures broke through the door and ran out of the house. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo attacked the turkey from 2 directions. Ning Ning was stunned for a moment, but soon she came to her senses and joined the team attacking the turkey with her long knife. The 3 of them were very fast, and Ning Ning was the fastest. She was agile and nimble, like a fish, attacking the turkey flexibly. Fu Wenduo was the main attacking force. He kept blocking the turkey's movement with his gun. The turkey stretched out its claws angrily and slapped Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo chanted a spell, and a small pink parasol appeared from behind Fu Wenduo, opened with a click, and blocked him. The big turkey's claws hit the small parasol, and Tang Mo was shocked and fell backwards. Fu Wenduo grabbed his hand and pulled him back. The two looked at each other tacitly, and they understood each other's meaning with one look. At this time, Ning Ning shouted, "Go to the first floor, Xiao Qiao is ready." Tang Mo put away the small parasol with a swish and stabbed the big turkey with force. Fu Wenduo went around behind him and attacked from another direction. He stepped on the wings of the big turkey. The big turkey avoided Tang Mo's small parasol and waved its wings to drive Fu Wenduo down. Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo. Tang Mo, okay. Fu Wenduo moved his fingers, and a black dagger appeared in his hand. He held the dagger in his backhand, pointed the blade at the wings of the big turkey, and slashed it with all his strength. At the same time, Tang Mo opened his small parasol. The big turkey looked at him in horror when Fu Wenduo's dagger appeared, and tried his best to avoid the dagger. But Fu Wenduo was too fast, and it still couldn't dodge. The seemingly ordinary black dagger slashed the wings of the big turkey. Just now, even Tang Mo's small parasol couldn't cause any scars on it, but this dagger easily slashed the wings of the big turkey, and it let out a painful and angry roar. Gugugugu. At this time, Tang Mo had already opened the umbrella completely, and put it in front of the big turkey. He looked at Fu Wenduo, and Fu Wenduo looked at him. Fu Wenduo reached out and grabbed the handle of the small parasol with Tang Mo. The two shouted angrily, and pushed the big turkey down to the second floor of the supermarket. With a bang, the big turkey fell from the stairs on the second floor and hit the first floor. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and Ning Ning supported the stairs with one hand and jumped down from the second floor. In the frozen food area in the distance, a blond boy waved his hand. "Here, here!" Tang Mo and the other two looked at each other and rushed forward together, attacking the turkey that gradually came to its senses. After its wings were cut by Fu Wenduo's dagger, the turkey became more cautious. It was no longer careless, and kept an eye on Fu Wenduo's dagger at all times, not giving him a chance to attack itself. The 3 people entangled with the turkey, and forced the turkey to move in the direction of the little boy. The turkey also noticed something was wrong, and realized that it would be disadvantageous if it continued like this, so it suddenly turned its head and looked at Ning Ning. The blood-red eyes stared at Ning Ning, and Ning Ning's heart tightened. She stopped attacking the big turkey with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and turned to run away. But how could the big turkey let her run away? Cuckoo! The big turkey entangled Ningning, Tang Mo, and Fu Wenduo chased behind, and Ningning ran behind. Tang Mo, run to where you should run. Okay. Ningning nodded, turned around and ran towards the blonde boy. At her speed, she would definitely be caught up by the big turkey before she ran over. The blonde boy soon discovered this problem, and his expression changed. Suddenly, he lowered his head and picked up a piece of red jade from the ground, shouting, "Captain, come and save me." The little boy ran towards Ningning and the big turkey holding a stone. Just before the big turkey was about to catch up with Ningning, the little boy threw the red stone at it and hit it. The moment the stone fell on the big turkey paused, and the place where it was hit by the stone turned into stone. A palm-sized area on its chest turned into stone, but soon, the stones gradually returned to their original state. The little boy shouted shrilly, "Captain!" Swoosh! Tang Mo saw a black figure sliding over from the ground, holding a black object in his hand. A closer look revealed that it was actually a kite reel. Xiao Jitong rolled and crawled from the second floor to the first floor. 1 second before the stone on the big turkey's chest completely returned to normal, he finally ran to the position where the little boy had just stood and threw the kite reel forward. With a rustling sound, a thin kite rope flew out from the reel and tied up the wing of the big turkey that was scratched by Fu Wenduo. The big turkey was stunned for a moment. It didn't understand what the rope was trying to do. The next second, when it was tied by the rope and dragged forward, it finally understood the intention of the group of players. Cuckoo, cluck, cluck! The big turkey roared angrily, but it had already entered the serial trap set by Xiao Ji and the other two. After the first mechanism was triggered, the mechanisms were triggered one after another like falling dominoes. Tang Mo watched helplessly as the poor big turkey was tortured by various props one after another. One moment, it was cut into pieces, but its skin was thick and tough, so it was not injured at all. Another moment, it was roasted by a fierce fire, but just as the big mole said, ordinary fire could not burn the turkey at all, so it was unharmed. The black tower was still counting down happily, and Tang Mo also watched the big turkey being tossed around by traps and clucking. No props could hurt this big turkey, it was like a solid wall. Although it was clucking angrily, there was no fear on its face. Until it was pushed to the center of the supermarket by a red puppet, a drop of blue transparent water slowly fell from its head. For the first time, a look of fear appeared on the face of the big turkey. It looked at the drop of water, and kept clucking. Gugugugu. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo took a step forward in surprise, while Xiao Jitong, Ningning, and Xiao Qiao also looked on in surprise and expectation. The water drop was about to fall on the turkey, only 2 centimeters away, 1 centimeter away. A clear child's voice rang out, "Ding!" Player George Edward triggered the effect of the heartless mother killer, and was punished by the 5 thunders of heaven. The water drop evaporated in the second before it touched the turkey. The blonde boy was still ecstatic in the last second, and his face was like an overturned pallet in the next second. All kinds of emotions burst out in the end, turning into a hateful international curse. F*********. Boom! Silver lightning fell from the sky and struck the little boy's head, knocking him backwards. The big turkey gained freedom, and roared at all the players again. It stretched out its claws, and fiercely slashed at Ningning, who was standing at the back of the crowd. This time it came with great momentum, and its speed was twice as fast as before, and everyone didn't have time to react. It slapped Ningning away with one claw. Ningning spat out a mouthful of blood, and the big turkey was about to go up again, when a voice full of regret sounded, 1-0. Ding! The side game Eagle Catches Chicken ends. After the sound fell, the big turkey froze in place. Its eyes slowly turned back to black, and it walked stiffly to the side of the green bug, folded its wings, and lay on the ground, and fell asleep. After waiting for a while, all the players breathed a sigh of relief when they were sure that the big turkey was no longer moving. Tang Mo put away the small parasol, propped the ground with the tip of the umbrella, and wiped the blood from his lips. After an hour of fleeing and fighting, Ningning and the girl who was attacked by the big turkey at the beginning were the most seriously injured. Tang Mo was slightly injured, and Fu Wenduo was not seriously injured. The big turkey fell asleep, and the 2 girls hiding in the dark finally dared to come out. The short-haired girl carried her companion on her back, and ran out of the darkness crying. The companion on her back had already fainted at this time. She was covered in blood, and the wound on her back was split open, revealing the red internal organs inside. "Save her, save Yuan Yuan. I beg you, save her." Xiao Jitong walked up, took a look at the injury, took out a bottle of mineral water from his pocket, and poured it on the girl's wound. After the mineral water was poured on her, the blood on her wound gradually stopped. Xiaoji said, "Her physical fitness is not high enough, and now her physical ability is restricted. Her life is temporarily saved. The wound should heal in an hour, but it will be difficult to save her if she is seriously injured again." The 7 people checked their own injuries and treated their own wounds. There was a crack on the back of Tang Mo's hand, which was cut by the claws of the big turkey. Because of the decline in physical fitness and the weakened healing ability, the wound did not heal completely, and the flesh turned to both sides, revealing the blood vessels and white bones inside. There are 2 more chances to use the earthworm's tears. This item can heal bones. Tang Mo doesn't plan to waste the earthworm's tears on this minor injury. A deep male voice sounded, "Is that a prop?" Xiao Jitong turned around and saw Fu Wenduo. "What are you talking about?" He shook the Nongfu spring mineral water in his hand. Only half of the water was left in the bottle. He said, "Well, it's a prop. It can heal some minor injuries. Do you want it?" Fu Wenduo, "Thank you." Fu Wenduo took the bottle of mineral water back and walked to Tang Mo. "Do you want it?" Tang Mo was not polite and stretched out his hand. Fu Wenduo poured mineral water on Tang Mo's hand and poured some on the wound on his arm. As soon as the mineral water was poured on, their wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This healing speed was too fast, even faster than Ning Ning's. Xiao Jitong narrowed his eyes at this scene. After a moment, he smiled and said, "The second floor of the Black Tower?" Tang Mo looked up at him. He knew what Xiao Jitong meant, and Tang Mo did not refute, but asked, "What about you?" Xiao Jitong, "Black Tower second floor, Black Tower second floor." He pointed at himself and Ning Ning, and finally pointed at the little boy. "Xiao Qiao and other teammates will go to the second floor in 2 days, now it's the first floor. I am very grateful that we are participating in a real copy. The difficulty of the real copy does not change much with the player's strength. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of game we will encounter." The short-haired girl thought, Yuan and I haven't cleared the Black Tower yet. Could it be that the order of this queue is related to the number of floors we cleared in the Black Tower?" This suggestion gave Xiao Ji the same idea. Just as he was about to speak, a yawn sounded behind them. Everyone looked back vigilantly. The big green bug was not dead yet, and tried to wriggle its body to escape towards the door. The big turkey opened its eyes lazily, and slapped the bug's body with one wing. It cursed, "Stupid, you still want to run?" It raised its head, and looked at the player. A scream sounded. "Ah, who is it, who beat my lovely children like this?" No one paid attention to the big turkey's pretense. Its poor acting skills seemed to be mocking the players present. It wiped the tears from the corners of its eyes, which did not exist at all, and said sadly, "My child, are you okay? Oh, are you dead?" It walked to the side of the unconscious little girl. The short-haired girl stood in front of her friend angrily. The big turkey smiled at her strangely. The short-haired girl did not dare to speak, and could only stare at the big turkey fiercely. The big turkey raised its wings, and wiped its tears in a hypocritical manner. It was about to say some more caring words full of maternal love, but a deep and magnetic male voice interrupted it, and said lightly, "The second round of questions can begin. The first question is, what is the special meaning of the game of eagle catching chickens?" The big turkey froze in wiping its tears, and it turned its head, and looked at Fu Wenduo. Chapter 82. The turkey stared at Fu Wenduo with its small eyes fixed on him for 2 seconds. It clucked and smiled sinisterly. "Do you have a second question?" The turkey's expression when asking this question was exactly the same as when Xiao Jitong asked it before. No one could tell what had changed. However, both Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo clearly understood that the problem of the game of eagle catching chickens was as important to the turkey as the correct way to pass the game. It may even be more important. Tang Mo looked at the big turkey and fell into deep thought. He didn't notice it at first, but when Fu Wenduo asked this question, he also found something wrong. In the 1-hour game of eagle catches chicken, except for Xiao Jitong who did very well, the other 6 players all had a direct confrontation with the big turkey. The big turkey seemed to attack every player fairly, with cruel means, but the person it really targeted the most was the cold-faced long-haired girl Ning Ning. This was most clearly demonstrated in the last wave of counterattacks by the big turkey. At that time, the big turkey fell into a series of traps designed by the little boy, and was almost killed by the blue water drop. When it escaped, it did not attack the little boy who almost killed it, nor did it attack Fu Wenduo who injured it with a dagger, but aimed its spearhead at Ning Ning who was standing at the back of the 5 people. Whether from the hatred value, or the position it stood, it should not attack Ning Ning. But it chose to go far away, and gouged a piece of meat from Ningning's chest with one claw. It was targeting Ningning. This fact hinted at a very important clue. The game of eagle-catching chickens was very problematic. Tang Mo carefully thought about how to ask the second question. Before he could think of the most appropriate question, he heard a male voice from the side. The second question, where is George Edward ranked? Tang Mo's eyes widened, and he looked at the man who spoke in astonishment. Not only him, Fu Wenduo frowned and looked at Xiao Jitong. Even his teammates Ningning and Xiao Qiao stared at him in astonishment, not understanding why he asked this question. The first question was raised by Fu Wenduo. Does the game of eagle catches chicken have any deeper meaning? The second question was raised by Xiao Jitong. What is the ranking of his teammate George Edward? This question is too selfish. Although only knowing one person's ranking will not have any impact on the final result, even if the little boy knows where he ranks, as long as the other 6 people are in the wrong position, he will still be pulled into the game of eagle catches chicken. But Xiao Jitong's question was indeed very abrupt, and it seemed to be a waste of an opportunity to ask a question. Tang Mo quickly calmed down and thought about the reason why Xiao Jitong asked this question. He believed that the latter would not ask such a question so rashly, perhaps after some consideration. It's a pity that he knows too little information now, and it's hard to understand why the other party did this for a while. The big turkey was also a little surprised when he heard this question. Soon it laughed. My lovely child, you actually forgot your position? It walked to the little boy, stretched out its wings, and tried to touch the boy's head. Blood was still dripping from its wings, which were just cut by Fu Wenduo. The little boy wanted to fan away the disgusting chicken wings, but he held back and stood silently beside Xiao Jitong, feeling a little wronged. Tang Mo, so what's the answer? In any case, the question has been asked, and they need an answer now. The big turkey flapped its wings. What's the deep meaning of the game of eagle catching chickens? Isn't it just a disgusting eagle trying to catch my lovely children? Don't worry, my child, Mom is here, and Mom won't let that hateful eagle take your goo. After a pause, the big turkey continued, as for your position in the queue, kid. The big turkey touched the little boy's head and smiled. Goo goo, you are in second place, my lovely child. Have you forgotten this? After saying this, the big turkey laughed, stood up and looked at the high school girl lying on the ground. It looked at the dying girl meaningfully, and the next second it turned its huge body and looked at the big green worm on the ground, which had completely died. A shrill scream sounded. The big turkey seemed to have just discovered the problem, and shouted with poor acting skills. Cuckoo, how did this bug die? How can I feed my children with dead bugs? Eating them will cause diarrhea. Damn bug, can't you live a little longer? Why did you die? Now Mom has to find food for the children again. The big turkey turned his head and looked at all the players in a hypocritical manner. My children, are you very hungry? Xiao Jitong nodded. Mom, we are very hungry. The big turkey shouted. Mom will find food for you right now. Its fat body was flexible in a way that did not match its appearance. It sang the strange nursery rhyme chickens eat worms, I eat chicks, and quickly disappeared in the supermarket. Now all the players know that this big turkey is just acting. It plays the role of a loving mother hen at one moment, and then returns to its nature, and becomes a fierce and brutal eagle at another. It played the players around, acting, but it seemed more like watching the jokes of these players. The unpleasant singing echoed in the supermarket. When the big turkey disappeared completely, the short-haired female high school student could no longer hold back her tears. The poor girl hugged her companion whose life, or death, was uncertain and cried loudly. After crying for a few minutes, she gritted her teeth to hold back her tears, hugged her companion, fed her companion water, and gently called her name, hoping that she would wake up soon. The two players were weaker. If it weren't for Tang Mo and his group, their most likely ending would be to become the pieces of meat on the ground, torn apart by the big turkey. After the 2 questions were finished, Tang Mo was sure that the big turkey had gone far away. He looked at Xiao Jitong and said calmly, It lied in the first question, so the second question is correct. Mr. Xiao, I want to know why you asked this question. Tang Mo didn't know Xiao Jitong, but after a brief contact, he knew that he was a smart man. Cleared the second floor of the Black Tower, a very famous smart man in Nanjing. Such a person should not ask useless questions. Xiao Jitong smiled. I did ask this question for a reason, because I have a little more information than you, so I asked this question. But before that, I would like to ask this. Mr. Tang Ji. Xiao Jitong did not expose Tang Mo, and Fu Wind was pseudonyms. He looked at Fu Wenduo. What do you think is special about this game of eagle catching chickens? Fu Wenduo said lightly. If you just want a penalty for queuing errors, You can just say queuing errors, the big turkey catches the player for an hour. There is no need to design a branch game. Unless this game itself is a clue. Fuwaduo did not say the rest, but Tangamo had already understood it. He looked at Fuwaduo and smiled softly. Yes, I have also thought about why a side game called Eagle Catches Chicken was specially created. If it just wants to kill players, it doesn't matter what the game is called. And it has murderous intent. That murderous intent is directed at her. Fuwaduo pointed at Ningning. Ningning's injuries have mostly healed, but her face is still a little pale. She pursed her lips and said nothing. The little boy said dissatisfiedly, "Why does it only target Sister Ningning? Could it be because Sister Ningning is a woman? Yeah, wasn't that sister also scratched by it? She hasn't woken up yet. Does it really target women the most? Of course not." Tangamo shook his head. The game of eagle catching chickens is very common. I believe most people have played it when they were young. This game has two characteristics. The first is that there is an old hen protecting the chickens, and the second is that the eagle can only catch the chicken at the end of the line each time. We players have to line up and sort. The game of eagle catching chickens itself also has an order. If the eagle wants to catch chickens, it must start from the last chicken. The little boy thought for a while, and suddenly asked in surprise, "You mean, Sister Ningning is the last chick in the queue?" The boy was very smart, and soon he thought, "Wait, Sister Ningning was ranked 5th just now, and he was the last one in the queue." He pointed at Fuwaduo. The big turkey caught Sister Ningning, not him. Does it mean that the order in which it caught people is not the order in which we players line up? It caught the chick that was actually in the last place, and Sister Ningning's correct queue position is the last one? There is no need to say much. After the little boy explained it, everyone understood what he meant. In fact, Tangamo and Fuwaduo had already thought of this answer, otherwise Fuwaduo would not have asked that question. It is very likely that Xiao Jitong also guessed it. The big turkey was obviously targeting Ningning. Considering that it was lying, the game of eagle catching chickens has a deep meaning. Obviously, the order in which it catches people is related to the correct queue order of the players. Tangamo, 9 times out of 10 this. Tangamo didn't know how to address Ningning. After a pause, he said directly, "She should be the last one in line." Based on this clue, we can basically determine who the last player is, which is why we asked the first question. Now it's your turn. Tangamo smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao, why did you ask that question? What is the information you said you have that we don't know?" When Fuwaduo found that Ningning was targeted by the big turkey, he immediately thought of the special rules of the game of eagle catching chickens. When the answer of the big turkey proved that this game was indeed meaningful, they could really determine Ningning's position in the queue. I dare not say for sure, but at least there is an 80% chance that this female player is in the last place. Then it is Xiao Jitong's turn now. Fuwaduo stood beside Tangamo. He seemed to have no interest in Xiao Jitong and others. He looked at them calmly without saying anything. Tangamo patiently waited for Xiao Jitong to give him a suitable answer. I must have a reason for asking that. Xiao Jitong looked at his teammate Ningning, and then turned his eyes to Fuwaduo, who was standing next to Tangamo. He laughed and said straight to the point, "Mr. Tangji, you are a stowaway, right?" Fuwaduo's expression did not change, and he did not answer. Tangamo asked coldly, "Is this the information you said, Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Jitong, I think you misunderstood. I didn't mean to target the stowaways. I can see from the 1-hour game of Eagle Catches Chicken just now that you didn't mean to kill anyone. This game has a very obvious loophole. The 5th rule of the game states that once a chick dies, the heartbroken turkey effect is triggered, temporarily relieving the schizophrenia state. In fact, this means that as long as a player dies, the Eagle Catches Chicken game will end immediately. If you really don't want to be chased by the turkey, there is a very simple way. Tangamo said lightly, "Kill someone and end the game." Xiao Jitong, "Yes. But you didn't do that. When Ningning was chased by the turkey, I was far away. I wanted to come to help, but I didn't make it in time. I saw you guys take action. There are many kinds of stowaways. Some stowaways kill people without hesitation. After the earth is online, they are even more unrestrained. They kill people crazily in any game without any care. I have seen such stowaways. Tangamo has also seen such stowaways. A total of 10 players died in the game of the Strange Circus. 4 of the stowaways were strangled by Tangamo and others, and 6 players were killed by the 4 stowaways. Tangamo said, "This loophole is more likely to be a trap. If killing people can really end the punishment, then among the players who died here before, someone must have made such a choice. In the end, there will be only one person left in the game. One person does not need to queue up, he is the team. But he did not pass this real copy. It seems that you can pass the game by killing your companions, but in fact there must be a bigger trap hidden in the end. Mr. Xiao, maybe this is why we did not choose to kill people. When I play any Black Tower game, I rely on strategy first and feeling first. I have always believed in my intuition, and every game I have completed also recognizes my intuition. Xiao Jitong smiled and said, stowaways are not necessarily bad people, and regular players and reserve players are not necessarily good people. You can say what you just said, Mr. Victor, which has proved that you are not bad people. Tang Mo did not speak again. Xiao Jitong continued, I did not notice the problem of Ningning being targeted at the first time, until Mr. Tangji asked about the Eagle Catches Chicken game. I realized this clue. At this time, I thought of another question. Tang Mo, what's the question? First of all, there is one thing we all agree on, that is, we all believe that there is a 90% chance that the queue order of this game is not randomly arranged, but follows a certain pattern. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to win, and there would be a lack of strategy. Then the little girl said. Xiao Jitong looked at the short-haired female high school student sitting on the ground. This game may be arranged according to the number of tower floors attacked by each of us players. Now we know that these two girls have never attacked the tower, and Xiao Qiao is a player on the first floor of the Black Tower. Mr. Victor, you, and your companion Mr. Tangji, plus me and Ning Ning. We are all players on the second floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo immediately understood. When you asked about the ranking order of the little boy, are you excluding the speculation that the ranking order is related to the number of tower floors attacked by the players? Yes. Xiao Jitong smiled, but there is one thing that you don't know, but I know. The biggest reason why I asked about Xiao Qiao's ranking order is because of this clue. What? Xiao Jitong looked at his companions. The cold long-haired girl Ningning folded her arms, and stood aside, without any expression. Xiao Jitong retracted his gaze, and said, in this game, these two girls are reserves. I used to be a reserve player, and now I am a regular player, but strictly speaking, my identity is more inclined to be a reserve player. Then Xiao Qiao ranked second. As long as he is not ranked third, this game is definitely not ranked according to the order of the number of tower floors attacked by players. Excuse me. Mr. Victor, are you a formal player? Tang Mo was shocked. His brain worked quickly, and he had completely understood what Xiao Jitong meant. But this guess was wrong. There was one last loophole. Unless she is a stowaway? Tang Mo looked at Ning Ning in surprise. Xiao Jitong smiled and nodded. Yes. I am a reserve. Xiao Qiao is a formal player. Ning Ning is a stowaway. Chapter 83. 15 days ago, Nanjing, Suwa Supermarket. In the dim and smelly supermarket, a ferocious giant turkey slowly stopped its raised wings and stared at the short human standing in front of it with its tiny eyes. This was a thin middle-aged woman. Her body was covered in blood. She knelt in a thick pool of blood, staring at the ground with a dull look, gasping for breath. Beside her was a young man who had just died. He died with his eyes open, holding a sharp long knife in his hand, and staring at the middle-aged woman when he died. There were 4 or 5 black gun muzzles on his chest, and the gun that killed him fell between him and the middle-aged woman. A closer look revealed that the young man and the middle-aged woman looked somewhat alike. The middle-aged woman trembled. After a long time, she covered her face in pain and shouted in despair, I am the only one left, only me. Even if you line up in a head-to-tail order, I am the only one left, and they are all dead. I didn't kill them, they deserve to die. No, I killed them. They're dead. All dead. I'm alone, I won, I'm in line. I'm alive now. You feed me bugs? The woman was a little crazy, talking incoherently. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes red as she looked at the giant turkey. 5 hours ago, the 7 of them were dragged into this game, and the giant turkey asked them to line up. 7 people, how to line up. At first, they didn't notice the trap that the hen could only answer one correct answer, and wasted several opportunities to ask questions. They were too weak, and no one could survive the 1-hour game of eagle catching chickens, so they could only kill people. As long as someone died, this terrifying turkey would stop and directly start the next round of queuing. She didn't want to die, she didn't want to die at all. So even if she killed her own brother, she didn't want to die. The supermarket was dark, with only a ray of light coming in from the direction of the door, barely illuminating a bright straight passage. When the middle-aged woman shouted these words frantically, the big turkey's eyes had turned from bright red to normal black. It stared at the frightened and excited human in front of it, and slowly, it laughed. The middle-aged woman froze, and looked up at the turkey stupidly. The big turkey laughed sinisterly, and to the end, its sarcastic laughter echoed in the supermarket. It walked to a shelf at the innermost side, stretched out its claws, and easily picked up a bloody red piece of meat. Then it walked to the cashier counter on the other side, and took out the body of a man with his stomach ripped open. Then a female junior high school student, a young and beautiful woman. Finally, it picked up the middle-aged woman's brother, and threw him in front of the woman like throwing pork. Blood splashed on the woman's face. She looked at the turkey stupidly, as if she didn't understand what it was doing now. The turkey chuckled, looked at the woman with a loving look, and said with a smile, "My child, congratulations, you survived to the end. Mom forgot to say in the previous rounds that you are all brothers and sisters. Even if your brothers are gone, you can't forget them. So, line up. Mom has brought the brothers' bodies here, you can line up at will." As soon as the voice fell, the big turkey picked up the young man's body, and threw it heavily on the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman turned around and crawled back in fear because of the brothers' wide eyes. She raised her head, and the big turkey stepped on her brother's body and smiled gently. "Goo-goo, what do you think? Where is he in the list? Their bodies are all moving with you. So where are you in the ranking, my child?" The evil laughter became louder and louder, and the big turkey swallowed his saliva and looked at the middle-aged woman greedily. Whether the big turkey forgot to say it or deliberately told the truth, when there was only one person left, it was already unknown. The middle-aged woman's eyes reflected a fierce and terrifying big turkey, which looked at the human in front of it mockingly, with a malicious smile on its face. The woman looked at it stupidly, and after a long time, she lowered her head to look at her brother. She saw those people who were torn apart by the big turkey and killed by the players as sacrifices, and she opened her mouth. "Ah!" The big turkey laughed even louder. 15 days later, Sugua's supermarket. When Xiao Jitong revealed the true identity of the long-haired girl, Tang Mo completely understood the meaning of his question. Ningning was a stowaway, and she was the last one in line, which might imply that the queue order was arranged in the order of official players, reserve players, and stowaways. But this cannot deny that the order may be players who have not cleared the Black Tower, players who have cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, and players who have cleared the second floor of the Black Tower. Ningning is a player on the second floor of the Black Tower, and her identity cannot rule out this possibility. So Xiao Jitong asked, "Which one is Xiao Qiao?" If Xiao Qiao is the third one, it is very simple to prove that there is a 90% probability that the queue order is the number of floors each player has attacked. Now Xiao Qiao is the second one, which also proves that there is a 90% probability that the queue order is the identity of the player. Xiao Jitong smiled and said, "Xiao Qiao is a very special character. There are at most 2 official players in the field. As long as he ranks in the first 2, it proves the inference that the player's identity is the order of the queue. And he is also the only player in the field who has only cleared the first floor of the Black Tower." Fu Wenduo is observant, and noticed the murderous intent of the big turkey towards Ningning at a glance, and quickly figured out the problem of the eagle catching the chicken. Xiao Jitong is also very smart. After he understood Fu Wenduo's meaning, he added another trick, giving the player a great advantage. Each Black Tower game has a game strategy. Whether it is a real copy or other copies, Black Tower must give players hope of victory. According to the usual routine of Black Tower, the queue order must have certain rules, and it cannot be a random arrangement without any rules. Official players, reserves, stowaways. This is a queue order that is very consistent with the style of Black Tower. Black Tower hates stowaways, and monsters also want to eat stowaways the most. So the stowaways are placed at the end, so that the big turkey transformed into an eagle can eat them naturally. Under the careful care of the short-haired girl, after applying mineral water, the unconscious long-haired female high school student finally woke up. The mineral water props worked well. After waking up, the long-haired girl's injuries gradually improved and she was able to speak gradually. Tang Mo carefully thought about all the clues he had obtained before, and combined with Fu Wenduo and Xiao Jitong's speculation, he concluded, "Then our correct queue order is me, this little friend, Mr. Xiao, and these 2 little girls, Fu Tang Ji, and this Miss Ningning." Xiao Jitong nodded, "Yes. Xiao Qiao is definitely ranked second, and Ningning is definitely ranked last. In the middle are me, and these 2 girls. Tang Mo, there is no big doubt about the order of official players and stowaways. What is more important now is the order of the 3 of you. You are all reserve players. I used to be a reserve player, but now I have completed the tower attack game and become a formal player. There is an 80% chance that I will be ranked 3rd. Xiao Jitong said. Tang Mo also agreed with this view, But another more important question was placed in front of him. What order should they be in? Everyone's eyes were on the two high school girls sitting next to them. The long-haired girl had not fully recovered yet. She leaned on her companion's arms and breathed softly. The short-haired girl listened to what Tangemo and others had just said, and now she also knew that the order of her and her companion's positions was crucial. She racked her brains to recall for a long time, trying to tell all the information she knew. Yuan and I are classmates in the same high school, but in different classes. On the day Earth went online, we were in the first class, and suddenly everyone disappeared. We were the only two left in our school, and we have been together ever since. The two girls' gaming experience is similar to that of most reserve forces. They have no special abilities, they are not stupid but not smart either, and they always carefully avoid dungeons and avoid participating in games. The luckiest thing for them is that they live in Nanjing, where the Reserve Force organization has searched for the dungeon entrance locations throughout the city as much as possible, and selflessly announced this information. The two girls lived peacefully for 4 months. They participated in some games in the middle, but they were all safe. Players like them accounted for the majority of the surviving players. The two people did not have any characteristics. Their strengths and other aspects were similar. It was impossible to rank them. Xiao Jitong pondered for a moment. We only queued once, which was a rare occurrence. Even if we make a mistake next time, it's not a big deal, as long as we can survive the game of eagle catching chicken. This time, you are ranked 4th. He pointed at the short-haired girl, then looked at the long-haired girl. You are ranked 5th. Fu Wenduo said lightly. What basis? Everyone turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Xiao Jitong smiled and said, Intuition. Mr. Tang Ji, I have said before that I believe in intuition when playing any game. Just like old policemen often don't need too many clues to solve a case, they will have a feeling when they see the murderer. This is the murderer. I have played many games since the launch of Earth, a lot, and my experience tells me that intuition is sometimes more important than rational thinking. Moreover, after a pause, he continued, this is only the second time to line up. Even if we make a mistake this time, we still have the next chance. Fu Wenduo did not speak again. In fact, Tang Mo also thought so. Tang Mo Xiao Qiao Xiao Jitong, the girl with short hair, the girl with long hair, Fu Wenduo Ningning. This order became the default correct order of the 7 players. Even if there was a mistake, it should be that the positions of the 2 girls were reversed. At least 80% of the time, they did not find the wrong sorting method, nor did they make the wrong order. Then the next step is to wait in line. During this hour, the long-haired girl's injuries gradually recovered. It's impossible to be as healthy as before, but she can stand up and run away again. Next time she will stand in the 5th place, and the big turkey will no longer take her as the first target, so she should be much more relaxed. The short-haired girl shamelessly borrowed the mineral water prop from Xiao Jitong again. She poured the remaining half bottle of water on her companion's wounds, and these wounds recovered faster. Even if the eagle catches chicken game was mistakenly started in the queue, the long-haired girl would not be without the power to escape. Tang Mo looked at the pale little girl, and he remembered something. It doesn't want to kill her. Fu Wenduo heard Tang Mo's words, and immediately understood what he meant. He said, according to the rules of the eagle catches chicken game, it has to catch the last chicken. So, maybe it can only kill that chicken. Tang Mo glanced at Xiao Jitong, who was discussing things with his teammates in the distance, and he turned to look at Fu Wenduo. It should kill Ningning, but before that, it did not deliberately attack Ningning. It attacked all the players as much as possible. It only needed to wave its claws slightly again, and the girl would die. But it didn't do that. There are 2 possibilities. First, it can only kill Ningning, not anyone else. Second, it wants to hurt more players. Not fatal, but seriously injured. This is the horror of the big turkey. In the 1-hour game of eagle catching chicken, the players can hardly fight back against the big turkey, and can only defend themselves. But the big turkey can easily catch the chickens and injure the players one by one. It won't kill them, it will only seriously injure them. This will make it harder for these players to escape in the next game. They may even die from serious injuries before the next game. Although there is an 80% chance that the queue order is correct this time, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo are still fully prepared. Fu Wenduo reloaded his pistol. After the last lesson, Tang Mo knew that the small parasol could not cause any wounds on the big turkey, but he still chose this weapon. At least it could be used as a shield. After everything was ready, the 7 players gathered together and waited for the second round of queuing. Nanjing is a very good city. At least after the Earth is online, most players with average strength can survive well here. Tang Mo turned his head and looked at Xiao Jitong. Xiao Jitong was looking at the big turkey walking slowly in the distance. Xiao Jitong was right. Nanjing was a safe city, but it was also extremely dangerous. Tang Mo was silent for a moment, and was about to speak, but before he spoke, a deep male voice sounded beside him. Every player must attack the tower once within 3 months. Xiao Jitong's smile froze, and soon he continued to smile. Yes. The premise is that players are not forced to attack the tower. Nanjing is a good city, provided that players are not forced to attack the tower. Too much protection is actually chronic suicide. Nanjing's powerful players protect ordinary players, tell them the entrance to each game copy, and restrict illegal immigrants from killing people casually. But this also gives other players a cradle that is too warm. In this cradle, players without perseverance will not grow, but will only live in mediocrity. Perhaps the Black Tower was worried about this kind of situation, so it added a rule requiring every player to attack the tower within 3 months. The big turkey was getting closer and closer. Tang Mo's peripheral vision saw the blood on the ground, and he suddenly said, "There are at least 100 players who died here." Xiao Jitong, there are records, about 150 people. 150 people. No one found the correct way to line up. This number made Tang Mo feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of any doubts for a while. This is not like the Mario dungeon. More than 6,000 people died in the Mario dungeon. 6,000 people showed that there was definitely something wrong with this game. It was impossible for players to reach the end according to the normal process. Tang Mo was still thinking, and the big turkey had approached. Boom boom. The big turkey walked in front of the 7 players, holding a black giant shell-shaped insect. It threw the huge insect to the ground with force. The insect wanted to escape, but the big turkey stepped on its shell. With a force under his foot, the insect screamed, and the black shell was cracked by the big turkey. No one knew where the big turkey found such a giant beetle. It stepped on the big beetle, and swept the faces of all the players with cold and greedy eyes. The big turkey clapped his hands and smiled kindly. "My children, have you thought about how to line up?" The short-haired girl glared at the big turkey with hatred and gritted her teeth and said, "I have thought about it." The girl's resolute attitude made the big turkey look at her more. The big turkey scratched his head. "Okay, then start lining up. Mom can't wait to feed you bugs. Do you feel hungry?" Tang Mo wanted to let everyone line up directly. Now every word of the big turkey is mocking the players, and will not give any useful clues. But before he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt hungry. Tang Mo opened his eyes in surprise, felt it carefully, and quickly looked at Fu Wenduo. The eyes of the two met in the air. Fu Wenduo nodded and whispered, "Yes." Not only them, but also Xiao Jitong and other players felt a long-lost hunger after Big Turkey said this. This feeling was too strange. Tang Mo had just eaten yesterday. With his current physical fitness, he would not feel hungry even if he did not eat for 3 days and 3 nights. Tang Mo immediately thought, "Our physical fitness has declined, and the feeling of hunger has also returned. Fu Wenduo, it's not back, it's even hungrier. I ate a piece of compressed biscuit this morning." Tang Mo was shocked. The turkey heard what they said and chuckled. It twisted its feet on the black insect's shell, and said deliberately, "Mom knows you are all hungry. Come and line up for dinner, my lovely children." The feeling of hunger was very unfamiliar to Tang Mo. He felt a little strange for a while, but it was fine after getting used to it. This level of hunger would not make them unable to move, but they were afraid that this hunger would double. Tang Mo stopped talking nonsense. Before the turkey finished speaking, he strode forward and stood at the front. The big turkey was stunned. Tang Mo looked at it expressionlessly, turned around and said, "Hurry up." Fu Wenduo understood what he meant, and Xiao Jitong also guessed something terrible after feeling the long-lost hunger. He pushed the little boy, and the blonde boy hurriedly ran up and stood behind Tang Mo. Then it was Xiao Jitong, the short-haired girl. When Tang Mo stood in front of the big turkey narrowed its eyes, smiled sinisterly, and stared at every player who came to line up. It didn't show too many abnormalities, but its normal behavior was also an abnormality. This seemed to confirm that the player's current queue order was likely correct. When the long-haired girl trembled and stood in the 5th position, Fu Wen stepped up and stood in the 6th position. Finally, it was Ningning. All 7 people stood still. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the big turkey. The big turkey withdrew its gaze from Ningning, lowered its head, and looked down at Tang Mo. Its black shadow enveloped Tang Mo, almost illuminating most of him. The man and the chicken just stared at each other quietly, Tang Mo's hand on the small parasol ready to fight back at any time. There was no sound in the silent supermarket, and the big turkey did not get angry directly like last time. Tang Mo heard the sound of his heart, thump thump. His heart was beating rapidly in his chest. Standing so close, he realized that this turkey was really amazingly tall and extremely strong. It was like a mountain blocking the way of every player. When its eyes turned red and it turned into an eagle, its terrifying speed and powerful strength, coupled with its unusually hard body, were all the most terrifying weapons. It wasn't just Tang Mo. Behind him, the little boy gritted his teeth and looked at the turkey angrily. His fingers stirred in his pocket, hoping that the cue order would be correct this time and the game would end. Xiao Jitong looked calm on the surface, but his eyes never left the turkey. He was also nervously waiting for the answer. Fu Duo looked calm, his dark eyes stared at the turkey quietly, ready to attack at any time. In the dim light, the turkey stared at Tang Mo steadily, and Tang Mo also stared at it calmly. Suddenly, the big turkey raised its small beak and laughed strangely. The smile soon stretched to the corners of its mouth, and its small eyes turned blood red in an instant. The big turkey suddenly flapped its wings at Tang Mo. Even though Tang Mo was prepared, he was still shocked. Wrong, Tang Mo opened his small parasol to block the big turkey's attack, and at the same time, he was pushed back 3 steps by the strong force. A crisp child's voice sounded. Ding! The player queued up incorrectly, the big turkey was schizophrenic, and the side game Eagle Catches Chicken was launched. The game time is 1 hour. After the beep sounded, Tang Mo's eyes widened, and he shouted loudly, "Run!" The next second, the 7 players ran desperately in different directions. The fastest one among them was Ningning. In the game of eagle catching chickens, the eagle must catch the last chicken. Ningning suffered a lot in the last round of the game. This time, Xiao Ji and the other 2 discussed carefully for a long time and gave Ningning many life-saving props so that she could survive better. Ningning knew that the big turkey was targeting herself, so she ran to the 2nd floor of the supermarket as fast as possible, where Xiao Qiao had set a series of traps for the big turkey with the remaining props. Without the blue water drop, their most powerful item was gone. Other items could not pose a fatal threat to the big turkey, but at least they could help Ningning so that she would not have to escape so hard. Although the big turkey's ultimate goal was Ningning, other players did not dare to be careless. The long-haired girl could not help crying after the black tower prompt sounded. Her wound had just healed and her body was extremely weak. She did not dare to ask others to help her. She could only use her greatest strength to escape and pray that the big turkey would not notice her. Perhaps because of the ranking, the big turkey really didn't attack the long-haired girl first this time, but saw the blonde boy standing in the 2nd place at a glance. Tang Mo was agile and turned to run away after blocking the big turkey's attack, and the little boy became the first one. The big turkey's eyes lit up and slapped the little boy with one claw. Xiao Jitong stood behind him. He hugged the blonde boy's waist from behind and carried him on his back with one force. The big turkey's claw fell down. Xiao Jitong protected the little boy, and a piece of meat was cut off his arm by the big turkey. Xiao Jitong groaned and ran with the boy on his back. When the big turkey wanted to chase people again, Tang Mo had already reunited with Fu Wenduo, and the 2 ran into the darkness and disappeared. It wanted to chase Xiao Jitong, but it only took 2 steps, and seemed to remember the miserable state of being tormented by countless props before, so it stopped. Finally, its eyes were still on the 2 weakest girls. Goo goo. The laughter was weird and strange, and the big turkey kicked its feet and rushed towards the short-haired girl, who had not yet completely hidden. The short-haired girl was originally in 4th place, and she didn't run that fast. When she found that the big turkey was chasing her, she turned pale with fear and ran forward with all her strength, about to run to the place where the little boy set the trap. However, the big turkey had already caught up with her. Just like dealing with her companions, the big turkey waved its wings and easily slapped the short-haired girl against the wall. The girl's body hit the wall heavily, and she groaned in pain. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and the short-haired girl fell to the ground and spit out blood heavily. Bright red blood flowed down her forehead. The short-haired girl tried to stand up and run away with her arms, but somehow she fell to the ground, holding her stomach. Her body began to tremble, she couldn't speak, and could only twitch constantly. The short-haired girl's injury didn't look as bad as the long-haired girl's before, but the blood in her mouth kept flowing out. She struggled to run, but the big turkey attacked again. The big turkey laughed sinisterly and ran towards the short-haired girl, wanting to attack again. Halfway through the run, the short-haired girl vomited blood again. The big turkey moved suddenly, as if it had noticed something, with a look of horror in its eyes. Gugugugu. Tang Mo saw this scene while hiding in the dark. He was stunned at first, and then immediately understood. Is she going to die? Many people's injuries did not look serious, and there were no marks on the surface of their skin, but they were much more serious than those who were covered in injuries. It is easy for humans to die from a hit to the back of the head, and a ruptured blood vessel somewhere could also be fatal. The short-haired girl was just lightly hit by the turkey and fell against the wall. Her companion was injured by the turkey, but was not killed. No one expected that with such a simple blow, the short-haired girl was already on the verge of death. Fu Wenduo stared at the short-haired girl calmly, observing her twitching reaction and her continuous vomiting of blood. He concluded, she is dying. It should be that the ribs are broken and pierce the internal organs, or even the heart. The physical fitness of the players in this copy is reduced. This injury is not fatal to you and me. It can be recovered, but she can only hold on for 5 minutes at most. This result was unexpected by everyone. Even the big turkey was not prepared. The big turkey stood there in astonishment, looking at the girl who was twitching constantly. Apparently, it also found that this player was about to die. On the other side, in the darkness, Xiao Jitong pulled Xiao Qiao to hide aside, and he also found this situation. He frowned, and Xiao Qiao said in surprise, "If you don't save her, she will really die." "Captain, I brought a bottle of banana wine. Do you want to save her?" The same situation happened to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo's hand pressed on the earthworm's tears. He did not move, and looked calmly at the short-haired girl who was dying not far away. Time passed by minute. The girl's breathing became lighter and lighter. She closed her eyes, and could no longer move. The blonde boy looked at this scene and remembered something. As long as a player dies, the game will end immediately. Xiao Jitong whispered, "Save her." The next moment, two figures rushed out from the dark and rushed straight to the big turkey and the short-haired girl. Xiao Jitong and Xiao Qiao were a few seconds faster than Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Before Tang Mo could make up his mind, they had already rushed out. Seeing them stand out, Tang Mo's eyes turned cold and he said, "Go?" Fu Wenduo had already drawn his pistol. "Go!" The two of them were like black lightning, whizzing out of the shelf and running towards the big turkey. The big turkey was also stunned to find that 4 players had actually rushed out, but it also knew that as long as the girl died, it would no longer be able to attack the players. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the big turkey, and it turned its head to look behind. There was the handrail staircase of the supermarket, and Ningning had been hiding on the second floor waiting for it to go up at any time. The big turkey's feet slammed the ground, and it roared and rushed forward. It waved its claws, and slapped the man who rushed towards him. Fu Wenduo didn't expect that the big turkey turned a corner at the stairs, and didn't go upstairs, but rushed towards him. Bang! A bullet passed by the big turkey's head, and cut off a few of its feathers. The big turkey kicked the ground hard, and the floor shattered. Tang Mo was surprised to see this. He stopped running towards the short-haired girl, and turned to run towards Fu Wenduo. Using almost all his strength, the big turkey ran to Fu Wenduo at a very fast speed, aimed his sharp claws at his face, and chopped it down. Tang Mo just ran there. He had no time to hesitate, and shouted a spell loudly. He stood behind Fu Wenduo, and opened a small parasol to block the attack. The terrifying impact force knocked Tang Mo away, and Fu Wenduo grabbed his hand. The two of them actually retreated 7 or 8 steps together before they stabilized their bodies. The power of the big turkey this time was much stronger than the last time. As if it knew that the short-haired girl was about to die, it had no time to waste. This attack failed, and it did not give Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo a chance to breathe. It screamed sharply and rushed forward again. The speed was too fast. Fu Wenduo pulled Tang Mo's hand and blocked the second attack of the big turkey with a small parasol. This time, when the small parasol blocked the attack, Fu Wenduo fired an accurate and fast shot at the same time. The big turkey was forced to dodge to the side. It stuck to the handrail of the supermarket and stared fiercely at the 2 players in front of it. Finally, it looked at Fu Wenduo. "Cuckoo!" The next second, the big turkey rushed up again. Chapter 84. The huge turkey was agile, huge but not bulky, like a giant bomb, slamming towards Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo turned over to avoid the attack, and after a loud bang, 2 rows of shelves were knocked over by the big turkey. In the billowing smoke and dust, the big turkey suddenly turned its head and attacked again. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, and the two of them split into 2 opposite directions to attack the big turkey. The small parasol opened with a snap, blocking the sharp claws of the big turkey. Fu Wenduo then held a dagger in his hand, and rushed up from under the small parasol at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to see. The tip of the knife was pointed upwards, cutting towards the breast of the big turkey. The big turkey already knew the power of this dagger, and pressed down Fu Wenduo's dagger with one claw. The red chicken claw and the black dagger collided with each other, and sparks of metal collision splashed out. Cuckoo! With a sharp scream, the big turkey waved its wings angrily, and slapped the small parasol away, and Tang Mo took 3 steps back. The big turkey shook off Tang Mo, and attacked Fu Wenduo again. Fu Wenduo immediately dodged and retreated when he saw that the situation was not good. In the dim supermarket, 2 people and a chicken stood 5 meters apart, forming an isosceles triangle. The big turkey's sinister eyes lingered on Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The next second, the 3 attacked at the same time. Bang bang bang. While Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were fighting with the big turkey, Xiao Jitong and the little boy quickly ran to the corner and carried the dying short-haired girl on their backs. Xiao Jitong, find a safe place, and prepare the banana wine. The little boy nodded vigorously. With Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo holding the big turkey aside, Xiao Jitong quickly disappeared into the supermarket with the short-haired girl on his back. They came to the manager's office on the first floor of the supermarket. Xiao Qiao quickly locked the door as soon as he entered the room. He took out a yellow box drink from his pocket. This drink looked a bit like the banana milk sold in the supermarket. There were 3 big words written in blood-red font on the yellow paper box: banana wine. Below was a line of crooked small words: the most beloved wine of all underground people, with annual sales volume that can circle the Black Tower 100 times. Xiao Jitong took the box of banana wine, tore open the straw, and put the straw to the short-haired girl's mouth to force her to drink it. At this time, the short-haired girl's companion also ran over secretly. When the big turkey attacked the short-haired girl just now, she was watching from a distance, and she didn't dare to get close. Now seeing the miserable state of her companion, the long-haired girl's tears flowed down, and she hugged her companion and sobbed softly. The banana wine in the box was getting less and less, and the short-haired girl's face gradually became ruddy. Outside the office, the sound of fighting never stopped. The big turkey was getting faster and faster. This time, its strength was even greater than the last round of the eagle catching the chick. It smashed Tang Mo with one claw, and Tang Mo turned his head to avoid it. It easily scratched 3 deep marks on the wall, revealing the steel bars inside. The big turkey's skin was hard, and the small parasol could not penetrate it. Only Fu Wenduo's dagger could cause damage to it. But with the lesson from the last time, the big turkey had already been on guard against Fu Wenduo's dagger, and did not give him a chance to attack. It keenly realized that Tang Mo was the weaker of the 2, and it kept attacking Tang Mo, forcing Fu Wenduo to chase. The 2 men and the chicken fought in every corner of the first floor of the supermarket. Fu Wenduo had used up all his bullets, and the big turkey seized an opportunity and pretended to attack Fu Wenduo, with its sharp claws raised above his head. Fu Wenduo rolled on the ground to avoid the attack, but the big turkey suddenly turned its head and kicked the ground to fly towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo was about to come to save Fu Wenduo, but things suddenly changed. He opened his small parasol in horror, but the big turkey was faster than him. Seeing that the sharp claws were about to pierce Tang Mo's chest, whoosh, a silver light flashed in front of Tang Mo. The big turkey immediately stopped attacking and dodged the arrow. It turned its head and looked. Above the automatic staircase, a cold woman in black stood on the second floor of the supermarket, staring at it coldly. Ning Ning held a silver crossbow in her hand. It was she who shot the arrow that forced the big turkey to dodge. Tang Mo took the opportunity to run to Fu Wenduo and join him. The big turkey made a series of dull calls from its nose, and its small eyes switched back and forth between the 3 players. Suddenly, it roared and rushed towards Ning Ning, who was alone. Ning Ning pulled up the crossbow, and a silver light appeared on the crossbow as she pulled the bow. The next second, she shot an arrow quickly, and 3 silver lights shot at the big turkey at a very fast speed. The big turkey dodged left and right, and rushed to the second floor of the supermarket. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo immediately climbed up the stairs and chased after it. Time passed by minute, and the joyful countdown of the Black Tower sounded in the supermarket. The first floor of the supermarket was dead silent, and on the second floor of the supermarket, 3 powerful players were fighting with the big turkey. Without the deadly blue water drop, the trap set by Xiao Qiao could only delay the turkey for a while, but could not cause any real harm. Tang Mo and the other 2 joined hands. The turkey could not hurt them, but they could not hurt the turkey either. Fu Wenduo, be careful. The turkey attacked again with one claw. Tang Mo turned over to avoid it, but it was still too late. A thin wound appeared on his cheek. Red blood slowly seeped out. Fu Wenduo's face showed a trace of salinity. Tang Mo supported himself with one hand and raised the other hand to wipe the blood off his cheek. He looked at Fu Wenduo solemnly, then at Ning Ning. The three of them nodded in unison. No one spoke, but they had reached an agreement. Their speed slowed down. The feeling of hunger was not obvious at the beginning, and Tang Mo did not pay attention to it when the fight started. But the feeling of hunger would not disappear. As they continued to fight with the turkey, the feeling of hunger gradually surged to their limbs. Tang Mo realized that his speed had slowed down and his strength had also decreased. Otherwise, he would not have been able to avoid the attack of the turkey just now. Tang Mo said quickly, "They have already rescued the people. Let's retreat." "Okay." The three of them immediately fled separately, but the big turkey kept chasing them. In the supermarket, the countdown of the Black Tower continued. 60, 59, 58. There was only 1 minute left. After Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo ran down the second floor of the supermarket, Tang Mo ran west and Fu Wenduo ran east. The big turkey didn't even look at Tang Mo and chased Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo hesitated for a moment, he gritted his teeth, turned around and chased after him to help Fu Wenduo. For a moment, the turkey chased Fu Wenduo, and Tang Mo chased the turkey. The two and the turkey ran back and forth in the supermarket. When the countdown reached the last 10 seconds, the turkey caught up with Fu Wenduo. It knocked over the shelf next to it with a crash, blocking Fu Wenduo's way. Then it kicked the ground hard and rushed towards Fu Wenduo. At this moment, a small pink parasol appeared in front of it, covering its big face and pulling it back. Tang Mo shouted, "Fu Wenduo." Fu Wenduo immediately understood what he meant. Tang Mo stood behind the turkey, holding its head with a small parasol. Fu Wenduo stopped running and turned to attack. The black dagger was like the god of death, slashing from under the turkey's wings, as if cutting tofu, and with a tearing sound, it cut the hard wings in half. The turkey's painful and angry roar echoed in the supermarket. At this time, the Black Tower clearly reported the last two numbers, 1-0. Ding! The side game Eagle Catches Chicken ends. The angry clucking of the big turkey was still echoing in Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's ears. When the Black Tower prompt sound fell, the sound stopped immediately. Only a layer of skin was left on the right wing of the big turkey, and Tang Mo put away the umbrella. It stared at Fu Wenduo in front of it with a pair of blood-red eyes. Slowly, its eyes turned black. The big turkey turned its head stiffly, walked to the meat food area, and fell to the ground with a rumble, snoring and falling asleep. At this point, the second round of the game of Eagle Catches Chicken officially ended. When this round of the game was completely over, Tang Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he was fighting with the big turkey, his adrenaline was secreted rapidly, and he could not feel any pain or tension at all. But now everything was over, he felt a piercing pain in his arm. Tang Mo opened his sleeves, and saw a deep bloody wound running from his wrist to his elbow, revealing the white bones inside. Fu Wenduo was also injured. His thigh was slapped hard by the turkey, and his leg bones were slightly broken. He didn't show it when he ran away just now, but now he limped to Tang Mo's side and looked down at his arm. "Fu Wenduo, how is it?" Tang Mo rolled up his sleeves to his arms to prevent his clothes from touching the wound. He shook his head. "It's okay, the turkey tried to break free from my umbrella just now, and I was cut by its claws. What about you?" "It's okay, I should be able to walk normally in an hour." The game of eagle catching chickens ended, and the turkey fell asleep again. Ning Ning, who was hiding on the second floor, and Xiao Jitong, who was hiding in the office, came out again. Seeing the big turkey sleeping foolishly, the long-haired girl was so angry that her eyes turned red. She wanted to kick the turkey, but her companion held her back. The short-haired girl had recovered after drinking the banana wine. She didn't look like she was dying just now, but her face was still a little pale. She looked at the big turkey with hatred. She also wanted to cut the turkey into pieces, but she knew it was useless, and kicking it would not help. The short-haired girl took a deep breath and looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. "Thank you." Tang Mo raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "They are the ones who saved you." He glanced at Xiao Jitong and the little boy. The short-haired girl looked determined, "But you just delayed the time, so that Captain Xiao and Xiao Qiao could come to save me." "I heard Captain Xiao say thank you." The other party said so. Tang Mo did not refute it again, he looked up at Xiao Jitong. The big turkey was not awake yet, and the 7 players did not look very good. Xiao Jitong saw that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were injured, so he took out the second bottle of mineral water to treat Ning Ning's wounds, and then he handed the mineral water to Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo was not polite, and used the mineral water to treat himself and Tang Mo's wounds. With their body recovery speed, They can indeed move normally after an hour, but the wounds will not be completely healed. Using props to speed up the recovery of wounds is the best choice. After treating everyone's injuries, and confirming that the big turkey has not woken up, Xiao Jitong's face gradually darkened. He looked at all the players present, and said in a serious tone, "We queued up in the wrong order just now. The big turkey may lie, but the black tower will never lie. They queued up in the wrong order just now." The short-haired girl thought for a while. "Captain Xiao, did Yuan Yuan and I reverse the order? Next time, I will switch positions with Yuan Yuan." Tang Mo, maybe it's not that simple. Everyone looked at him. Tang Mo's brain was spinning rapidly. He carefully recalled everything that happened in the past hour. Finally, he said calmly, "In the last game of Eagle Catches Chicken, we noticed that the target of the big turkey's attack was this. Ning ning. The big turkey has a fixed target. It may hurt other players in the middle, but the person it wants to kill in the end is her. But this time, the eagle catches the chicken game. The big turkey did not catch her again." Xiao Jitong continued his words. "Yes, we previously speculated that the big turkey must follow the rules of the game of Eagle Catches Chicken and can only kill the last player, so we think Ning Ning is in the last place." After a pause, Xiao Jitong looked at Fu Wenduo. "But this time, the eagle catches the chicken game. It caught this Mr. Tang Ji." The long-haired girl didn't understand at once. "Why is this? Shouldn't it catch the player ranked last?" Tang Mo frowned and thought, and Xiao Jitong didn't say anything. Their previous reasoning was based on Ning Ning ranked last, Xiao Xiao ranked second. If Ning Ning was not the last, then the order they speculated, official player, reserve, stowaway, would most likely be directly overturned. Things suddenly returned to the starting point. Fu Wenduo's deep voice sounded, and he gave a guess. It can only catch the last player in the first place. When the player successfully escapes, it can move forward and catch the second last player in sequence. Xiao Jitong, it is indeed possible, but the rules are different from the ordinary eagle catching chicken game. Tang Mo also thought about the possibility mentioned by Fu Wenduo. His opinion is the same as Xiao Jitong's, which should not be this problem. But there are only two answers to explain the problem of the big turkey catching different people twice. Tang Mo, the first possibility is the same as what Tang Ji said. It can only catch the last chick in the first place, and then move forward to catch the second to last, and the third to last. But this speculation is a bit far-fetched. Tang Mo thought for a while, and continued, "This does not conform to the normal rules of the eagle-catching chicken game. There is a second possibility." Fu Wenduo directly said Tang Mo's guess. "The order is changing?" Tang Mo glanced at him and nodded. "Yes, the order is changing. Assuming that the big turkey really only caught the last player in the queue, then Ning Ning was really in the last place in the first queue. Tang Ji was in the last place in the queue just now. It is very likely that the queue order is changing. However, the possibility is less than 20%. Xiao Jitong smiled and shook his head. Everyone looked at him. After Tang Mo made two speculations, Xiao Jitong immediately noticed the point he was worried about, and he said what Tang Mo had always suspected: this game is very unfair to the players. Every game in Black Tower has always been mostly fair. There is no absolute fairness in this world, and Black Tower cannot do it, but Black Tower will try to be as fair as possible. At least the two sides of the game will not get too much resource tilt. Unless one of the game parties is too powerful, Black Tower will make resource concessions in the game itself. However, the restrictions on the real copy game this time are all for players, not for the big turkey. Xiao Jitong looked at the sleeping big turkey. Players cannot kill the big turkey. When the turkey transforms into an eagle, you can injure it, but you can't kill it. When it doesn't transform into an eagle, it is not allowed to hurt it subjectively. The turkey has only one restriction: in normal form, it can't hurt its own children. In contrast, players are subject to many restrictions. But the Black Tower is definitely fair. Fu Wenduo said, "It has another restriction. In the game of eagle catching chicken, it can only kill a certain fixed player." Xiao Jitong's voice suddenly stopped and looked at Fu Wenduo. Not only him, Ning Ning also turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The short-haired girl and the long-haired girl didn't understand what Fu Wenduo meant. The long-haired girl said, "We already knew this before. It must kill the last player. It must follow the rules of the game of eagle catching chickens." "Why do you have to say it again?" Fu Wenduo didn't say anything. Tang Mo stood beside him and said calmly, "Let's continue. Don't worry about this." The two little girls were confused, and the little boy looked at the adults strangely. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said two words in astonishment. "Could it be?" But he soon covered his mouth and stopped talking. If the main game, queuing to eat bugs, is a restriction on players, then the side game, Eagle Catches Chickens, is actually a complete restriction on the Big Turkey. First of all, the Big Turkey can only kill a certain player in the game, that is, the player in the last place. It can hurt other players at will, but if it really wants to kill someone, it can only kill the last one. This was a fact that everyone discovered in the first round of the game. But what Fuwaduo just said was another more cruel thing. In the previous round of the Eagle Catches Chicken game, the Big Turkey had no idea that the short-haired girl would die with just a casual swing. This was also unexpected for the Big Turkey. Because it really didn't make too many attacks, if the short-haired girl died, it would definitely be an accident, and it didn't want to. At that time, the Big Turkey was stunned for a few seconds, and then its first reaction was, go find Fuwaduo. It tried its best to kill Fuwaduo. At least before the short-haired girl died, Fuwaduo had to die. In the first round of the game, it revealed its desire to kill Ningning at the end. This time, the short-haired girl was dying, and the game had just started for 10 minutes. But the Big Turkey chased Fuwaduo without any scruples, wanting to kill him wholeheartedly. If the death of the short-haired girl would trigger the heartbroken Big Turkey effect, the Big Turkey would immediately end its schizophrenia state, and the eagle-catching chicken game would end. Then it didn't need to be so anxious at all. It was just the end of the game. At that time, the anxious behavior of the Big Turkey did not seem to be out of the mentality of since one player is about to die, I have to rush to kill a few more players. It was more like grasping at a life-saving straw. Before the short-haired girl died, it must kill Fuwaduo, it must kill him. The game of eagle catching chickens requires the eagle to catch the last player. What if the eagle does not catch the last player? The eagle violated the rules of the game. The fifth rule of the game seems to be a hint to the players, suggesting that the players can end the game of eagle catching chickens by killing their companions, but in fact it is also a constraint on the Big Turkey. It can hurt any player at will, but it can only kill the last chick. It has nothing to do with the chicks in other positions dying at the hands of players, but if they die at its hands, it will be a violation of the rules of the game. This is the biggest restriction on the Big Turkey. Tang Mo's eyes slid across the corpses on the ground, and he couldn't help but wonder, what did these players who survived by killing their companions see in the end? When there was only one person left, what did they encounter that made them not arrange the real order? Tang Mo thought helplessly, maybe when there is only one person left among the 7, the Big Turkey will hand him the bodies of the 6 dead people, and tell him that he still has to queue up. Everything is just Tang Mo's guess. But there is no doubt that at least half of the more than 150 players before died by killing each other. It's just a pity that none of them discovered the real restrictions of this game on the Big Turkey. If they found out, they might design a plan, not to kill their companions themselves, but to find a way to let the Big Turkey kill the players by mistake. In this way, the Big Turkey violated the rules of the game. Even if the players did not win the game, the Big Turkey lost. The ending is still the same. Among the 7 players now, neither Tang Mo nor Fuwaduo is interested in calculating their companions and using. The Big Turkey killed the wrong person. As a way to pass the game. At least until the last moment, Tang Mo thinks he will not do that. Unless there is really no way. Things are back to the starting point. Xiaoji said, I believe the order of the queue is fixed. The 4th rule of the game is that players can ask questions to the turkey, and the turkey cannot lie. Assuming that the order is constantly changing, the correct answer given by the turkey should also change. For example, if I ask it where Xiao Qiao ranks, it should tell me that Xiao Qiao ranks 2nd in this round, 3rd in the next round, and so on. But it didn't say that. The short-haired girl thought, maybe it doesn't count as lying as long as it tells the order of this round? Xiao Jitong. In this case, the game will be even more unfair to the players. The short-haired girl thought for a while, and stopped talking. She also agreed with Xiao Jitong's opinion. If the queue order changes, even if it changes regularly, it will have a certain impact on the players' questions. The answers to the questions cannot be guaranteed to be clues, and the player's right to obtain information is at a great disadvantage. This is not fair to the players. After a pause, Xiao Jitong continued, it is not impossible that the queue order changes regularly, but the possibility is less than 20%. I prefer the order to be fixed. The little boy raised his hand. I think so too. Ning Ning, no objection. The 2 girls also nodded in agreement. Xiao Jitong glanced at Tang Mo and Fuwaduo. Tang Mo stood aside and did not speak. Fuwaduo stood beside Tang Mo and did not mean to interrupt. It was obvious that everyone had reached a consensus. Xiao Jitong smiled and said, in that case, for the next round of queuing, we will follow the order just now, but you 2 will switch positions. 2 little girls, okay. Tang Mo, then what are we going to ask? Xiao Jitong paused, and just as he turned around and was about to say, let's discuss this later, a yawn of a lazily stretched body sounded behind them. Everyone froze and turned to look at the big turkey that had just woken up from a deep sleep. After 5 minutes of sleep, the blood on the big turkey's wings had dried up, and the wounds were gradually scarring. It has a terrible recovery ability. Fu Duo almost cut off its wings just now, but now the tender meat has grown out at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is estimated that its wings can grow back in an hour, but it will no longer have the fierce power as before. Turning its head, it saw its 7 chicks. The big turkey chuckled, "Cuckoo, my lovely children." It looked like it was laughing, but its voice was mixed with hatred and anger. After being seriously injured and almost killing the short-haired girl by mistake, causing itself to violate the rules, the big turkey was no longer in the mood to play a good show of mother-child love. It glared at the 7 players angrily, but said caring and nice words, like a schizophrenic old hen. The big turkey gnashed his teeth and said, "My children, Mom is going to find bugs for you again. What do you want to eat this time?" When it came to the words "what do you want to eat," the big turkey emphasized his voice and stopped his eyes on the players. It seemed that as long as the Black Tower allowed it, it would pounce on it without hesitation, skin and bone its 7 children, and eat them all. Tang Mo had already thought of the question to ask, and he stepped forward. "She." The voice stopped, and Tang Mo thought about the answer. From the beginning to the end of the game, where was Yuan ranked? The long-haired girl never thought that her name would come out of Tang Mo's mouth. She looked at Tang Mo in astonishment, feeling that something was wrong. The big turkey squinted and stared at Tang Mo. It would not forget that it was this human, and that human who joined hands and almost cut off its wings. With a sneer, the big turkey looked up at Xiao Jitong. "My lovely child, what questions are you going to ask this time?" Xiao Jitong smiled. "From the beginning to the end of the game." This is a good way of saying it. "Then I also want to ask, Mom, from the beginning to the end of the game, where did Xiao Qiao rank?" The big turkey's cold eyes circled around Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong. After a long time, it smiled grimly. "These are really 2 good questions. Then Mom will tell you. Of course he ranks 2nd. The big turkey pointed at Xiao Qiao, then turned to the long-haired girl. "She ranks 5th. Xiao Jitong nodded thoughtfully. He was about to say a few more words when the big turkey suddenly said, "Mom will go catch bugs for you." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. His angry feet seemed to be able to crack the floor. It was obvious that he was furious and didn't want to say any more nonsense to this group of players. He couldn't wait to turn into an eagle and tear these players into pieces. The sudden departure of the big turkey surprised the players for a moment, but soon they no longer cared about it. Everything must be fully prepared. Xiao Jitong. "Just as I guessed, Xiao Qiao is still in the 2nd place." It didn't lie. It lied about the 5th place. The correct order should not change, it is fixed. The reason why the people who chased and killed changed twice has nothing to do with the change in the queue order. This time we arrange them in this order. There is an 80% chance that there will be no problem, and this absurd game will end. Everyone nodded. After a while, the long-haired girl suddenly thought, "Wait, Captain Xiao, if the order is still wrong, then it will start to catch players again?" Xiao Jitong was silent for a moment and nodded. The long-haired girl's eyes widened. "The first time I caught the last one, the second time I caught the second to last one. Then next time, won't it be me?" The voice stopped abruptly, and the long-haired girl turned her head to look at her companions. She realized, "No, I'm not the 5th one, the 5th one is Xiaoan?" The short-haired girl's face was pale. She bit her lips and didn't say anything, and her lips were soon bleeding. In this game, no one can help you. Under normal circumstances, Tang Mo would not watch the short-haired girl die, he would save people. But if the short-haired girl was being chased by the big turkey and her life was not in danger, he would only help her if he could ensure his own safety. The same was true for others. The only one who could help the short-haired girl was herself, but she knew that she was no match for the big turkey. The short-haired girl lowered her head and said nothing. In the quiet supermarket, everyone had their own things to do, and no one took the initiative to comfort her. At this time, no one expected Ningning to suddenly say, "This game obviously has a trap. It wants to mislead players to kill each other and get a chance to survive." But more than 150 people died before, and no one passed the level. So killing companions is definitely not the way to pass the level in the end, and even the reduction of companions may affect the queue. The short-haired girl looked up at her quickly. Ningning had no expression on her face, but what she said just now had hinted to the short-haired girl, At least everyone would not watch her die, because this game is obviously not a game that can be won by killing companions, and the death of companions is likely to lead to another trap. As for her getting hurt, it was her own problem. No one was obliged to help her. The two girls didn't pester other players for help. They searched the supermarket by themselves, and took out their few rare props to try their best to save their lives. Everyone prepared themselves. When it was almost time to line up, 7 people gathered together. Tang Mo took out a pack of compressed biscuits and handed it over. Ningning was standing next to him. He handed it to Ningning first. Ningning raised her head and looked at Tang Mo expressionlessly, without moving. Tang Mo, I just found it in the corner of the supermarket. It's not expired. Eating something may reduce the hunger a little. Ningning also found that because of this strange hunger, their speed and strength decreased when she fought side by side with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. She did not refuse and took 2 biscuits and ate them quickly. Then, Xiao Jitong and others also ate the biscuits. The feeling of hunger did not seem to decrease, but at least everyone would feel a little comforted psychologically. Xiao Jitong, this feeling of hunger may belong to the chicken's hunger. The chicken should have eaten the bugs a long time ago, but we have not arranged the correct order. If we can't eat the bugs, this feeling of hunger will become stronger and stronger, and our strength will decrease, making it more difficult to avoid the big turkey. This game can't be dragged to the end. With the strength of a normal player, without killing his companions, he can only survive 3 rounds at most, and it is impossible to continue. He can only let the big turkey play and tease him, and his spirit will collapse. The answer was the sound of Tang Mo biting off a biscuit. Fu Wenduo also took a biscuit from Tang Mo and bit it off with a snap. Xiao Jitong smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. It was useless to know the reason. They would still be hungry, and their strength would decline. An hour later, the big turkey came back on time. This time it came back empty-handed. Tang Mo observed carefully for a while, before finding a tiny green worm in its claws. The big turkey didn't even bother to pretend this time. It threw the little worm on the ground and asked with a sneer, "Are you in line, my lovely children?" Everyone stopped wasting time. Tang Mo finished the last cookie and stood in the first position. Then came Xiao Qiao and Xiao Jitong. 7 players stood in their positions. Each of them stared at the big turkey vigilantly. When Ningning was the last one to stand up, the big turkey laughed strangely. The next moment, it didn't even waste a second and rushed towards Tang Mo frantically. Even though Tang Mo was prepared, he was still injured by it, and a deep bloody wound appeared on the back of his hand. The crisp child's voice sounded like the horn of the god of death. Above everyone's head, ding, players line up incorrectly, big turkey is schizophrenic, start the side game. Despair has inevitably come, the short-haired girl's eyes are wet. She turned around and ran without looking back. Fortunately, Tang Mo stood closest to Big Turkey, and Big Turkey attacked him first, giving the short-haired girl time to escape. Tang Mo opened his small parasol to avoid several attacks, found an opportunity, and took advantage of it to escape. In the huge supermarket, 7 players hit again, and Big Turkey stood in the middle of the meat food area, staring around with a pair of small red eyes. The next second, it ran madly. The terrifying laughter and the sound of feet slamming on the ground echoed in the supermarket. The big turkey looked for players and laughed like crazy. "Come out, come out. Kill you, I will kill you, cuckoo." A game of eagle catching chickens turned into a game of hide and seek. The big turkey searched for 20 minutes on the first floor of the supermarket, but didn't find anyone. It quickly ran to the second floor of the supermarket. Players cannot leave the supermarket, but they can walk anywhere inside the supermarket. The short-haired girl was trembling with fear. She was lying in the ventilation duct of the supermarket, and fear swept her brain. When she heard the turkey run to the second floor, she breathed a sigh of relief, and a drop of sweat fell from her forehead and fell to the ground along the vent. The expected sound of sweat drops falling to the ground did not sound, and the short-haired girl's body stiffened, and she slowly lowered her head. Under the vent, a big turkey covered in blood stood below, raised its head, and looked at her with a smile. Its chicken claws raised up and caught the drop of sweat. The corners of its mouth slowly widened, and it looked at the little girl and said softly, "My little chick. Mom is here." Boom! The big turkey scratched the stone on the ceiling with one claw, and the short-haired girl screamed in pain and fell to the ground. But she had no time to hesitate or be afraid. She got up and ran. The big turkey chased after her like it was playing with a prey. The girl ran away with all her strength, and the big turkey followed her 1 meter behind. Keeping this distance, it kept attacking her with its claws. Although she knew that the other party was playing tricks on her, and could catch up with her at any time, the short-haired girl did not dare to slow down. She was chased by the big turkey for half an hour. She was covered with wounds, and her spirit was on the verge of collapse. With only a few minutes left, a greedy light flashed in the big turkey's eyes, and it laughed softly. "Gugu, I can eat you." As it said that, it chopped down with another claw. This time it was not a random attack. It chopped towards the short-haired girl's head. The short-haired girl shouted in fear, "Help!" Whoosh! A silver light came from behind, brushing past the big turkey's claws. The big turkey's smile froze, and it turned around to see Ning Ning holding a crossbow, staring at it coldly. Then, in the next second, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo attacked from both sides. The small parasol opened with a click, and Fu Wenduo's bullets followed like a shadow. The bullet was the fastest, brushing past the small parasol, forcing the big turkey to take a step back. The big turkey had nowhere to hide, and the small parasol hit it right on the body. Tang Mo ran up quickly, picked up the small parasol from the ground with one hand, and pulled Fu Wenduo's hand with the other hand, and threw Fu Wenduo into the air with a force. Fu Wenduo flew 3 meters high in the air, close to the ceiling. He placed his palm on the ceiling, using the force to fall from the air, and the black dagger flashed from his sleeve. When he looked again, his dagger had already cut the chest of the big turkey. Gugugugu. Blood flowed from the chest of the big turkey. Haida counted down cheerfully. 198, 197, 196. Time was running out, and the big turkey turned his head to look at the short-haired girl and said angrily, "Kill her." Tang Mo quickly opened the small parasol and used the umbrella to pull the big turkey from behind, just like last time, to prevent it from moving forward. However, this time he never expected that his umbrella would cover the big turkey. He only pulled for 2 seconds, and suddenly, he noticed that the big turkey was no longer exerting force. Tang Mo felt something was wrong, and before he could open his mouth to remind her, he saw the big turkey using the force of the small parasol to rush towards Fu Wenduo in the opposite direction. Fu Wenduo frowned and dodged quickly. But the big turkey's attack came suddenly, and his chest was cut by the big turkey, and blood flowed down. It seemed that a bone was also cut off. Fu Wenduo knelt on the ground, his eyes were cold, and he raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips. The big turkey stood next to the shelf and smiled sinisterly. "Gugu, kill him! Kill him!" As soon as the voice fell, the big turkey rushed up again, and the target was still Fu Wenduo. Chapter 85. With a whoosh, the turkey rushed in front of Fu Wenduo, its huge wings flapping in the air, making a rustling sound. Fu Wenduo had just been injured by its sneak attack, and now it attacked again. Fu Wenduo turned his head to avoid the turkey's sharp beak, but he couldn't avoid its wings. At this time, a hand stretched out from behind Fu Wenduo and grabbed his waist forcefully. Tang Mo tried his best to pull Fu Wenduo back to avoid the turkey's attack, but a piece of meat was cut off his arm by the turkey. The big turkey kicked the ground, not giving Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo a chance to react, and attacked again. Bang 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 sounded continuously in the supermarket. With only 2 minutes left, the turkey's screaming made all the players' scalps numb. It was faster and more powerful. Fu Wenduo's chest was already wet with blood. Xiao Jitong and Ning Ning saw this, and immediately rushed over from the side. The 4 people and the chicken immediately fought in a group. Under the pressing hunger, the strength of each player declined, but the big turkey became stronger and stronger. Fu Wenduo was the strongest player present, followed by Ning Ning and Tang Mo. Now that Fu Wenduo was injured, the turkey's attack was even more difficult to defend against. Everyone who rushed forward would be slapped away by its wings, and it was chasing Fu Wenduo wholeheartedly. The last 10 seconds. The turkey roared angrily, flew into the sky, and its wings fluttered. It actually leaped over Tang Mo and Ning Ning, and stretched out its claws to stab Fu Wenduo directly. Time was infinitely stretched at this moment, and Tang Mo said in surprise, "Be careful." The turkey had never flown before, and no one had ever thought that it could actually fly. This attack was also beyond Fu Wenduo's expectations, and could not be avoided. Fu Wenduo tried his best to sidestep the turkey's claws, and at the same time his eyes were stern. Since there was no way to avoid it, a black dagger appeared in his hand, and he went forward. When the black tower counted down to the last second, the two clashed in the air, and the extremely fast speed almost surpassed Tang Mo and Dongdong's strength. He didn't see clearly what happened. Fu Wenduo fell heavily to the ground, and the turkey's body stiffened for a moment and stopped in midair. At this time, a clear childish voice sounded, "Ding." The side game Eagle Catches Chicken ends. As soon as the voice fell, Fu Wenduo coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. One of his ribs was broken and pierced into his internal organs. The last blow of the big turkey just now went straight through his right abdomen, and blood could not stop flowing out of his mouth. Tang Mo ran over quickly, took out the earthworm's tears from his pocket, and put them on Fu Wenduo's chest. A warm white light flashed in Tang Mo's hand, and Fu Wenduo's face returned to normal. He seemed to hear the sound of his bones growing. As the light disappeared, Fu Wenduo's injuries gradually healed. On the other side, the turkey's wings banged and broke from its body and fell to the ground. The turkey's body was trembling, but the game was over. It didn't make any sound. It walked forward stiffly and fell asleep on the ground. The turkey's attack just now was too sudden. No one expected it to attack Fu Wenduo, and it almost used all its strength to kill Fu Wenduo. This is actually easy to understand. This kind of game shouldn't have had no deaths until now. The more questions players ask, the more information they get, and the easier it is to sort out the correct order. So with the ability of the big turkey, ordinary players can't last more than 3 rounds in its hands. At most, 3 rounds. If they can't sort out the order, they will lose their combat effectiveness, and the only ending waiting is death. But Tang Mo and others haven't died yet, and they can even be said to be alive and well. The snoring of the big turkey echoed on the first floor of the supermarket. Fu Wenduo's injury was not particularly serious. If his physical fitness was not restricted, he could recover on his own without the tears of the earthworms. Of course, this severity is relative to Fu Wenduo. If it were someone else, they would probably be dying, such as the short-haired girl just now. Xiao Jitong took mineral water to heal everyone, and his eyes stayed on Fu Wenduo's black dagger for a moment. Fu Wenduo walked forward and picked up the dagger that fell on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he didn't know where he put it. The battle just now lasted only 2 minutes, but it was more tragic than the previous 2 times. The player's physical strength and power decreased too much. The big turkey conserved his energy and deliberately attacked at the last moment, which put the players at a disadvantage in an instant and had to defend continuously. This turkey was also becoming smarter, and it insidiously designed all the players. Neither Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, nor Xiao Jitong noticed who it really wanted to attack. Everyone was injured. After 3 consecutive mistakes in the queue, everyone was silent and healed quietly. A clucking sound came from the back, and the big turkey had woken up. It felt the pain of a broken wing, and as soon as it opened its eyes, it turned its head and stared at Fu Wenduo. It stared at Fu Wenduo silently, with a cold look in its eyes, as if it wanted to skin this human and tear his bones apart. After a long while, it chuckled, got up from the ground, and walked to the player. "My lovely children, does anyone know? Why did Mom's wings disappear?" It asked this, but its hateful eyes were fixed on Fu Wenduo. It looked at Fu Wenduo and gritted its teeth and said, "Children, where did Mom's wings go? Can you tell me?" The first question. A cold male voice sounded from behind Fu Wenduo, and the big turkey raised his head and looked at the other party. Tang Mo put his hands in his pockets and looked at the big turkey coldly. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and they didn't expect him to speak at this time. Tang Mo said calmly, "The first question, which one is he?" Tang Mo was referring to Fu Wenduo. The big turkey's hypocritical smile froze on his face. It didn't answer. After a while, it smiled and asked, "What about the second question, my lovely child?" Since the question was already asked, it could only continue. Xiao Jitong quickly thought about what to ask the second question, but at this time, he heard Tang Mo continue. "The second question, which one is he among the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh?" Xiao Jitong looked up at Tang Mo in astonishment, and Fu Wenduo also looked at him in surprise, and soon understood. A trace of astonishment flashed across the face of the big turkey. It thought for a while, but didn't find anything strange in these 2 questions. These 2 questions are essentially the same, both asking where Fu Wenduo ranks. Unless Tang Mo is stupid, there is no need for him to ask this question. The big turkey thought for a long time without a clue, and laughed. "Kid, you can't ask the same question twice, don't you know? Tang Mo, the Black Tower prohibits players from asking the same question?" The big turkey's smile froze, and it quickly said, "Mom is just worried that you will suffer if you ask the same question." Tang Mo did not speak, but Xiao Jitong nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Tang Mo's performance. Although he didn't know what Tang Mo had discovered, he knew that Tang Mo already knew the correct cue order. But he didn't know it yet. Xiao Jitong closed his eyes, and carefully recalled everything he had experienced since entering this reality copy. From the initial cue, the first round of the game of Eagle Catches Chicken, to the 4 questions asked by players within 6 hours. What did Tang Mo discover What is the correct order? After going through all the things in his mind, Xiao Jitong suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Tang Mo. At this time, he heard that Tang Mo seemed to be joking and asked a question that everyone found extremely strange. What will happen when there is only one person left in the game? The big turkey's smile slowly disappeared. It stared at Tang Mo for a long time, then smiled and said, "Good question. My child, you are really curious. Coo, Mom thinks the second question is very interesting. The answer is very simple. Even if there is only one child left, Mom likes good children who line up. You have to line up to eat bugs." And the first question. The big turkey's eyes kept rolling, and it seemed to be thinking about something. The next second, it said loudly, "This child is ranked 5th. Tang Mo's 2 questions made Big Turkey suspicious. If it could probably guess what the players were thinking with the previous 4 questions, it was completely confused by the 2 questions Tang Mo asked. Especially the second question. Why ask what will happen when there is only one player left? Could it be that this player is ready to kill and intends to kill his teammates to get a chance to survive? Big Turkey vaguely felt that something was wrong, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in its heart. It looked at the other players again. Xiao Jitong looked at it with a smile. The human who cut off its wings folded his arms, stood beside the human who asked the weird question, and looked at it with deep eyes. No. The big turkey turned around and wanted to run, at least to leave this place first. Mom will find bugs for you. What do you want to eat? Why run? A deep male voice sounded. The big turkey turned around in astonishment and looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips and looked at it calmly. Xiao Jitong smiled and said, "Isn't this bug still alive?" The turkey turned his head to look at him again. Xiao Jitong walked to the front of the big turkey and picked up a small black bug from the ground. This was the small bug that the big turkey just took out to fool the players. The small bug was very tenacious and lived longer than the 2 big bugs. It has not died yet. Xiao Jitong said. The black tower said that the queue time is 1 hour, and the eagle catches chicken game is also 1 hour. I think we don't need an hour to queue now. After a pause, he raised his head. Can we queue up now? The expression on the big turkey's face changed. Just as it was about to speak, a cheerful child's voice directly answered Xiao Jitong's question. Ding! The upper limit of the player's queue time is 1 hour, and the lower limit is uncertain. The big turkey opened its mouth, but before it could speak, Xiao Jitong said, "Then let's queue up." Among the 7 players present, 2 little girls, Ningning and Xiao Qiao, were confused. Xiao Qiao grabbed Xiao Jitong's clothes and whispered, "Captain, what's wrong? Don't we need to discuss how to line up? How should we line up?" Xiao Jitong didn't answer him. He turned his head and looked at Ningning. "You and Mr. Tang Ji should switch positions." Ningning didn't know why they had to switch, but she believed in her captain unconditionally. "Okay." Tang Mo's voice sounded. "You 2 should line up according to the second position." The 2 little girls looked at Tang Mo in a daze. They didn't understand anything and could only nod. The big turkey was confused beside him. It didn't know who Tang Ji was. It saw that these players ignored it and directly arranged the 4th queue order. What's going on? Did they already know the correct queue order? Impossible. The 2 questions just now were nothing special, and it even thought carefully before answering. Big Turkey, "My children, are you so impatient to queue up to eat bugs, cuckoo?" Tang Mo, "Yes, mother." Big Turkey, eh. Xiao Jitong often called the big turkey mom without changing his expression, but this was the first time Tang Mo called it mom. The big turkey did not feel the slightest warmth, but instead felt a panic in his heart. It was not very smart in the monster world, nor was it particularly powerful. It was just insidious and perverted enough to be qualified to become the boss of a real copy, like the powerful Iron Shoemaker. The big turkey rolled his eyes and wanted to say something else. In fact, it felt that this group of players could not have arranged the order wrong before, and now after asking 2 irrelevant questions, it suddenly understood everything. But it didn't have time to speak. Tang Mo had already stood up, standing in front of it without looking back. Tang Mo had stood in front of it twice, but this time, the big turkey paused. It seemed that something was different from before. The blond boy touched his head and muttered, "What on earth do the captain and this guy want to do?" Then he stood up and took the 2nd place. Then came Xiao Jitong, the short-haired girl, and the long-haired girl. The 6th place, Ning Ning, had a cold face. Even though she was confused, she had no expression on her face, and stood over coldly. Finally, it was Fu Wenduo. He walked forward calmly, and stood behind Ning Ning. Just before Fu Wenduo was about to stand up, the big turkey opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Wait, my child, in fact, Mom just lied to you. He is not the fifth at all, he is the first. Yes, he is the first. Fu and Duo seemed not to hear, laughed softly, and stood straight to the last position. The 7 players lined up, and the big turkey's eyes opened as wide as possible, and the only wing left was shaking gently. The next second, a clear childish voice sounded, ding. The players lined up correctly, and completed the main quest. Obedience of Chicks Gets Worms. Cleared the real-life dungeon. A homemade chicken coop is worth a homemade chicken coop, and receive the reward My Chicken Coop. Tip: this reward is automatically obtained after the chicks eat the worms. The hunger disappeared at this moment, and everyone clearly felt that their abilities seemed to have returned. The 2 little girls were still immersed in the shock of having cleared the game like this, and they had not recovered. The little boy walked out of the team in horror, and looked back and forth 3 times, but could not figure out why they had to line up like this. Although Ning Ning didn't understand anything, she snorted coldly, disdainful to understand. Then, they remembered what Haida had just said. Everyone looked at the black bug on the ground, everyone swallowed their saliva, and their backs were cold. When the big turkey heard that the game of Haida was over, all kinds of complicated emotions flashed through his heart. It glanced at its wings that fell on the ground not far away, and finally looked at the 7 players. Its hateful eyes swept over Tangamo, Fuiduo, Xiao Jitong and others one by one. The big turkey clucked, and it remembered the appearance of these 7 people in its heart, then waved its wings and turned around to leave. At this moment, a male voice sounded from behind it. Are you planning to leave now? Cuckoo? The big turkey was stunned, and it turned around and looked at Tangamo. This fair-looking human smiled at it, and then he flipped his fingers, and a giant match suddenly appeared in his hand. Looking at this familiar match, the big turkey clucked in fear, and it was about to run away with its wings flapping. However, the next moment, Fuinduo swung his right hand, and a black weapon appeared under his arm. Fuinduo's movements were much faster than before, almost turning into a black lightning, and rushed forward directly. Seeing this, Ning Ning was stunned for a second and rushed forward. Tangamo shouted angrily, and the huge match head rubbed on the ground, burning a dazzling flame. Gugugugu. 5 minutes later, the 2 little girls looked at the 4 players sitting around the fire with complicated expressions. Only Tangamo, Fuinduo, Xiao Jitong and Ning Ning were sitting there. Even the little boy was shocked and didn't dare to sit over there. The tempting smell of meat permeated the supermarket, mixed with the fresh aroma of meat oil. The crackling sound of the flame sizzled the hearts of every player, and a drop of oil fell from the tender turkey, dripping into the flames, splashing a wonderful sizzling sound. Xiao Qiao and the 2 little girls stared at the roasted turkey with their eyes wide open, swallowing saliva frantically. Ning Ning expressionlessly cut off a piece of tender and juicy turkey meat with a knife and handed it to Xiao Qiao. Didn't you say you wanted to eat turkey? Oh, it's not cooked yet, wait a little longer. He threw the piece of turkey into the fire. Xiao Qiao, This was a living, talking turkey 5 minutes ago. It can talk. It's not an ordinary turkey. The little boy couldn't accept it for a while. The turkey is too much like a human. It has thoughts and can talk. He can't eat it. At this time, Tangamo tore off a piece of turkey meat that was closest to the fire, and was already cooked. He chewed it twice, and said lightly, after eating it, I feel that my superpowers are stronger and my physical fitness is also a level stronger. Xiao Qiao, 2 little girls, A minute later, 7 players sat around the roasted turkey, waiting for it to be cooked. While the turkey was roasting, the short-haired girl held back for a long time, and finally couldn't help looking at Tangamo. She asked curiously, Mr. Victor, can I ask why it is that queue order? If the order of the queue remains unchanged, in the first game of eagle catching chicken, the big turkey. Smelling the tempting aroma of turkey, the short-haired girl couldn't help turning her head to look at the plump and shiny roasted turkey. She swallowed her saliva, and forgot what she was going to say. After a while, she came back to her senses. Well, I mean, why did it catch Miss Ning Ning the first time? Isn't she ranked second to last? Chapter 86. After entering the real copy of the big turkey, the players have queued up 4 times. The last time they queued up correctly, they passed the game. The first time, they had no idea about this game, so they decided to queue up in the order they entered the game. In that eagle catches chicken game, the big turkey desperately chased Ning Ning, and it severely injured Ning Ning at the last second of the game. Ning Ning almost died. Because the big turkey could not hide its murderous intention towards Ning Ning, Tangamo determined. Eagle catches chicken. There is a certain order of capture in the game, and Ning Ning is identified as the last one. The short-haired girl is not very smart, but she tried very hard to recall. At that time, I remember Mr. Victor and Captain Xiao, You all thought that Sister Ningning was ranked last. But now we know that Mr. Tang Ji was ranked last. So why did the big turkey capture Sister Ningning at that time? Could it be that? The short-haired girl's eyes lit up, and she thought, is the big turkey deliberately misleading us? In the 3 eagle-catching chicken games, the first one targeted Ningning, and the next 2 times were all Fu Wenduo. The big turkey did try its best to catch the chicks, but in fact it didn't kill any of them. Maybe it was just pretending to catch people, but actually misleading the players to get the order wrong? The short-haired girl thought more and more that her guess was correct. Did it deliberately mislead us to catch Sister Ningning? It didn't kill Sister Ningning in the end, and this behavior of wanting to kill made us mistakenly think that Sister Ningning was the last one. Xiao Jitong, your guess is not impossible, it's probably 20% possible. The short-haired girl was stunned. Xiao Jitong, more than 100 players played this game before us, and none of them survived. Most of them definitely didn't find the rules of the game of Eagle Catches Chicken. After all, this is a real copy of Nanjing, and they are players from Nanjing. The 2 girls were confused. Tang Mo looked up and glanced at Xiao Jitong when he heard this. Xiao Jitong didn't care. Don't air your dirty laundry in public, he said generously. Earth has been online for more than 4 months. I don't know the specific level of players in other cities, but the level of Nanjing players is definitely below the average level of China. Because there is a strategy group and a Nanjing group, Nanjing players don't need to work hard to survive. They live too comfortably, and have experienced too few games. If those more than 100 people can come up with a little more, our strategy group will have no meaning to exist. The 2 female high school students were also the Nanjing players mentioned by Xiao Jitong. They understood what Xiao Jitong meant, and lowered their heads in shame. In fact, there is nothing to feel guilty about, but they just feel a little embarrassed. Especially in front of 2 non-Nanjing players, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Of course, the 3-month deadline soon came, and at most 1 month, all Nanjing players must attack the tower once. The Black Tower is forced to attack the tower, and no one can save them. This is also the reason why the 2 high school girls participated in a Black Tower game before. They also want to become stronger. Xiao Jitong continued, at the beginning of the game, this big turkey didn't know our strength. And it's arrogant. In the first round of the game of Eagle Catches Chicken, it looked down on us, otherwise it wouldn't have fallen into Xiao Qiao's trap so easily. It didn't fall into the trap twice afterwards. Its contempt means that it doesn't think we can detect the truth of the game of Eagle Catches Chicken at once, so there is a 70% chance that it is Ningning that it wants to catch for the first time. 80%. A male voice sounded from the side, and Xiao Jitong turned his head to look. Tang Mo was roasting the turkey seriously. He turned the tender and juicy chicken over and said, it not only looks down on our brains, thinking that we can't guess the rules of the game of Eagle Catches Chicken, it also looks down on our strength. It really wanted to kill Ningning at that time. Xiao Jitong smiled and said nothing more, and acquiesced to this view. The short-haired girl was confused. Then it should catch Mr. Tang Ji, not Sister Ningning. Tang Mo looked at the serious girl. Nanjing players have the protection of powerful players. They seem to have lived in a greenhouse all the time. They have experienced too little wind and rain, and their strength is generally weak. These 2 girls are good enough. They have not completely lost their fighting spirit and beg for protection from the strong. But compared with many cunning players in Shanghai, who can kill people without blinking, they are really not good enough. But the 2 girls did not give up. The short-haired girl really wanted to know the answer, to improve her strength and make up for her shortcomings. It's not hopeless yet. Thinking of this, Tang Mo explained, the Eagle Catches Chicken game requires at least 3 characters to play. The first is the eagle, the second is the chicken, and the last is the hen. Who do you think is the hen in the game just now? The long-haired girl quickly said, the first one is the hen. Are you the hen? Tang Mo shook his head. The short-haired girl thought for a moment. Is it Mr. Tang Ji? The big turkey has been attacking him. The hen wants to protect the chicks and fights with the eagle. Tang Mo said, it's the big turkey. Ah? No one expected this answer. The big turkey turned into an eagle, but the Black Tower kept reminding that it was our mother, and it turned into an eagle because of schizophrenia. It is still a hen in essence. As an eagle, it must start from the last chick. So in the first round of queuing, our order is you, her, Mr. Xiao Xiao. Tang Mo's voice echoed in the empty supermarket. Among the 7 players present, Fu Wenduo and Xiao Jitong have already understood the truth of this game, only the other 4 are still confused. The 2 girls listened carefully. Xiao Qiao and Ningning also looked at Tang Mo. They all wanted to know the real answer. In fact, the matter is very simple. At first, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo thought Ning was the last chick because the first target of the big turkey was her. In the game of eagle catching chickens, the first chick to be caught must be the last chick, and there is no mistake in this logic. The only thing they miscalculated was that there was a big hen in this game. The big turkey became schizophrenic and became an eagle, but it was still a big hen in essence. It wanted to protect its children, but according to the rules of the game in the Black Tower, it lost its mind and only wanted to eat the chicks. So how can it protect its children? Line up and eat bugs? This is what the big turkey, who is a hen, always says. Yes, only the chicks that line up can be blessed by the big turkey. It will not attack the chicks that line up correctly, but only the chicks that line up incorrectly, because it cannot recognize that they are its children. This is the underlying rule of the game of eagle catching chicks. Counting from the back to the front, the first chick that lines up incorrectly is the one that the eagle wants to catch. In the first queue, Fu Wenduo was in the last place, and Tang Mo was in the second to last place. Fu Wenduo queued correctly, and the second to last place should be Ning, so the big turkey did not recognize its own child, and it frantically chased Ning, which was the chick it could kill. In the next two queues, Ning was in the last place, and Fu Wenduo was in the second to last place. At this time, because Fu Wenduo should be in the last place, he was the first chick in the wrong place from the back, so he became the player chased by the eagle this time. Tang Mo, in fact, we should have thought of it earlier. The second time the queue was wrong, the big turkey chased Tang Ji, which proved that the eagle catching chicken game we speculated had a loophole. It is not that the order of chasing and killing is recursively pushed forward one place. This reason is indeed a bit far-fetched. It's just that Tang Mo and others at that time only thought of the surface of the problem, and did not fold the logic again and think about the second level of logic. It really caught the first chicken that was in the wrong position from the back to the front. Official players, reserve players, and stowaways. The reason why the Black Tower arranged them in this order is to make it easier for the big turkey to kill the stowaways. The least likely to die in this order is the official players. The Black Tower hates stowaways. When Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong determined the order of the queue, they did not say this, but they all accepted this fact in their hearts. It is precisely because the Black Tower hates stowaways and recognizes official players the most that they will arrange. Official players, reserve players, and stowaways. Order. Because the most likely to die are the stowaways, and the most likely to survive are the official players. This queuing method is very consistent with the preferences and rules of the Black Tower. Tang Mo is ranked first, because he has cleared the second floor of the Black Tower, is better than the little boy, and is more recognized by the Black Tower, so he is the first. Xiao Jitong is the first in the reserve, because he has cleared the second floor of the Black Tower and has become an official player, and is also recognized by the Black Tower. They are not sure about the positions of the two girls. The only mistake is the position of Ning and Fu Wenduo. Ning and Fu Wenduo are both players who have cleared the second floor of the Black Tower, and both are stowaways. It is really difficult to decide the order between the two of them. Ning is very strong, and there is also the pursuit of the big turkey. Although Tang Mo thought in his heart that compared to Ning, the Black Tower probably wants to cut Fu Wenduo into pieces, he still dare not blindly believe in such subjective things. His reason makes him believe more in the rules of the game of eagle catching chickens, so he arranged the wrong team twice. Fortunately, their final order was correct. After Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong's explanation, the two girls finally understood the truth of the game. Xiao Qiao suddenly realized, and suddenly he said in surprise, "Oh, wait a minute, when we asked the third question, the big turkey said that I am the second place and this sister is the fifth place. Both answers are correct." At this time, Xiao Qiao realized. Is it cheating? In the first two rounds of questions, the big turkey's answer has always been one correct and one wrong. When the third question is asked, the players will also take it for granted that the big turkey will lie once, and this will fall into its trap. In fact, it did succeed. It misled Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong, who ranked the short-haired girl fifth and the long-haired girl fourth. 7 people roasted turkeys around the fire. The game was over, the big turkey died, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Xiao Jitong said, "I did explain all the reasons just now, but there is one thing I still have some doubts about." After a pause, Xiao Jitong smiled and looked at Tang Mo. "Mr. Victor, the order of these two girls is really untraceable and completely impossible to reason. I want to know, how did you determine their correct positions?" After the words fell, everyone looked at Tang Mo. The two girls also stared at him curiously. They also wanted to know how this magical foreign player guessed their positions. If Tang Mo ranked ahead of Xiao Qiao because he had cleared the second floor of the Black Tower, and Xiao Ji ranked ahead of the two girls because he had become a formal player, and Fu Wenduo and Ningning's order was revealed by 3 games of eagle catching chicken, what about them? Why are girls with short hair ranked 4th and girls with long hair ranked 5th? Xiao Qiao stared at Tang Mo eagerly. Ningning pretended to be indifferent, and her eyes also secretly glanced at Tang Mo. Tang Mo stood up calmly, walked to the fluffy chicken feathers, the feathers plucked before roasting the big turkey, bent down, and picked up a small black insect from the ground. The tenacious little insect has not died yet. It struggled hard in Tang Mo's hand. Tang Mo pinched it and walked back to the fire, put it on the ground, and then expressionlessly slapped it to death with one palm. Xiao Jitong, Ningning, Xiao Qiao, 2 little girls, Even Fu Wenduo was stunned for a moment. Soon, he raised the corners of his lips and glanced at Tang Mo's face with a deep gaze. Fu Wenduo stretched out his hand. I do it. Tang Mo nodded and made way. Fu Wenduo's movements in dealing with insects were faster, more accurate and more ruthless than Tang Mo's. He ground the small black insects into powder in a few strokes, then pinched them with his fingers and sprinkled them directly on the roasted turkey with a tempting aroma. Several screams suddenly rang out, and the 2 little girls and Xiao Qiao stared with their eyes wide open, saying in horror, what are you doing? Even Ningning opened her mouth and stared at Fu Wenduo as he sprinkled the insect corpses on the turkey. Tang Mo said indifferently, you can only get the reward if you eat the insect. You don't want the reward, or do you want to eat the insect directly? Everyone then remembered the cheating reward for clearing the Black Tower. Comparing eating a bug dry and grinding the bug into powder, and sprinkling it on the fragrant roast chicken, everyone fell silent. It's better to eat roasted chicken with insect smell. The big turkey was gradually cooked, and Tang Mo cut off a chicken leg with a knife. He took the chicken leg and ate it without hesitation, without any intention of giving it to the child. Fu Wenduo was not very interested in eating turkey meat. He helped to kill the turkey only because he found out that Tang Mo wanted to kill the turkey. When he found that eating one piece of chicken and eating many pieces of chicken increased the supernatural power and physical ability the same, he put away the knife and stopped eating the chicken. The 2 little girls and Xiao Qiao ate the most. Within 3 minutes, the huge turkey was divided up by 7 players. The next moment after eating the insect corpse, a crisp child's voice sounded in their ears. Ding! Got the dungeon reward, my chicken coop. Tang Mo flipped his fingers, and a mini chicken coop appeared in his palm. Tang Mo raised his head calmly and looked at Xiao Jitong, who was sitting closest to him. When he saw the chicken coop in the other's hand, his eyes flashed. Tang Mo calmly put the chicken coop into his pocket, without taking it out to check the effect of the props. After eating the big turkey and getting the copy props, the real copy of the big turkey came to an end. The 2 girls kept thanking Xiao Jitong and the other 2. If it weren't for the box of banana wine, the short-haired girl would have died in the copy. She kept saying that if she survived, she would definitely find a way to return the box of banana wine. Before leaving, the 2 high school girls also thanked Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo again. But there was a trace of vigilance and timidity in their eyes. After the game was over, they were no longer teammates. It could even be said that in the game of Big Turkey, they, Tang Mo, and Fu Wenduo were not teammates, but temporary allies at most. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had the ability to kill them, but they did not do so, and helped everyone win the game together. The 2 girls were very grateful. However, after thanking them, they turned around and ran without looking back. It was getting dark, and they had to find a place to rest. The 2 girls left, leaving only Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and Xiao Jitong in the supermarket. The 5 of them walked out of the supermarket together. The sun was setting, and it was already evening. Perhaps it was the evening of the next day. The slightly warm spring breeze blew on people's faces, and the sunlight stretched the shadows of the 5 people long. Tang Mo kept his hands in his pockets, and he walked to Fu Wenduo, and the 2 of them were ready to leave. At this moment, a laughing voice sounded, Mr. Victor, Mr. Tang Ji, it seems that you haven't answered my question just now. Why are you so sure about the order of the 2 girls? Tang Mo paused. He turned around. At the entrance of the supermarket, a gentle and handsome man was looking at him with a smile. There was no malice in Xiao Jitong's eyes, but there was a deep scrutiny. For questions he didn't understand, this person always had a skeptical attitude. He could give a reasonable answer to any of Tang Mo's speculations, except this one. Why were the 2 girls in that order? Why did Tang Mo ask those 2 questions in the end? What did he find out from those 2 questions that made him come to such a positive answer? Under the warm sunset, Xiao Jitong smiled gently, and Tang Mo looked at him indifferently. The two looked at each other for a long time, and Tang Mo's fingers tapped gently in his pocket. He seemed to be tapping something. In addition to being able to read lips, Ningning actually had amazing hearing. She listened attentively for a while, and thought that Tang Mo might be tapping the chicken coop just now. Tang Mo smiled and said, "Captain Xiao, I believe in intuition just like you." Xiao Jitong was stunned, and soon he understood what Tang Mo meant. When they lined up for the second time, Xiao Jitong said the same thing. Fu Wenduo asked him why he let the short-haired girl line up in front of the long-haired girl, and his answer was, "I believe in my intuition." But in fact, he, Tang Mo, and Fu Wenduo all knew that the reason they lined up like this was because the three of them agreed that the short-haired girl seemed to be stronger than the long-haired girl. And now, Tang Mo used this reason to shut him up. Xiao Jitong moved his lips, then closed them again, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. Tang Mo's reason really left him speechless. Even though he knew that the other party was definitely not relying on intuition, he had no way to refute it. At this moment, Xiao Jitong would never have thought that in the pockets of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, a turkey egg that was flickering with a faint light suddenly dimmed. It had been flickering for a whole hour, and its two owners did not choose to reload the file, so to save time this time ended. No matter what questions he asked the big turkey, Tang Mo knew deeply that he could not really determine the correct order of the two girls. It is not possible to determine the position of the two people by subjectively judging who is stronger and who is weaker. The cunning and insidious big turkey would not tell them this most important information, so Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo unanimously decided to open the save file the next moment after the third round of the Eagle Catches the Chicken game ended. They already knew the order of the other 5 people, and the next step was nothing more than a 1 in 2 chance. Either the girl with short hair is in front, or the girl with long hair is in front. They have this chance to start over. They will never lose. So the questions they want to ask have become a non-essential. Tang Mo asked 3 questions. The first 2 questions are essentially the same question, because he wanted to know, if a player asked 2 identical questions, how would Big Turkey answer? The answer is, you cannot ask 2 identical questions. Big Turkey will ask you to change a question. The second time, Tang Mo wanted to know what would happen when there was only 1 player left. More than 150 people died here, and there must have been countless times when only the last person was left. What happened that person couldn't survive? The answer given by the big turkey to Tang Mo was ambiguous, but Tang Mo vaguely guessed the final truth. When you survive to the end by killing your teammates, the big turkey will tell you with the most loving and ruthless smile, "Kid, you have to queue up to eat bugs. From the beginning to the end, you have to queue up. No matter how many teammates die, you have to queue up. If only 1 person is left, let that person queue up for 7 people. This game never cares how many people can survive. There is only one way to pass the game. Queue up and eat bugs." This is also the first question Tang Mo asked the turkey. It didn't lie. It said the final truth. In this world dominated by the Black Tower, having a teammate you can trust is really the greatest luck. Recalling the bloody and violent game of Big Turkey, Tang Mo deeply understood that if there were no powerful masters, like Fu Wenduo and Ningning in this game, it would be difficult for them to pass it. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked quickly, and disappeared at the corner of the street in no time. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them. "Mr. Fu." Fu Wenduo paused. The sunset sank below the horizon, and Fu Wenduo turned around and looked at Xiao Jitong not far away. Hearing this voice, Tang Mo also turned around quickly, and stared at Xiao Jitong, and Xiao Qiao, and Ningning beside him vigilantly. The little boy looked confused, as if he really didn't know what happened. Ningning's hand was already on the crossbow at her waist, ready to attack at any time. Xiao Jitong kept smiling. Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips. "Captain Xiao, what's the matter?" Xiao Jitong smiled. "I thought you guys had something to do with us, am I wrong? Knowing that in the game just now, I have always suspected that if a player died, the game would not be able to pass, so it is impossible to kill anyone, so he deliberately revealed his name and revealed his identity to us." The voice paused. Xiao Jitong said with a smile, "Mr. Tang Ji, or Mr. Fu Wenduo, the most powerful illegal immigrant in China, and Mr. Tang Mo, who is also very powerful. You two suddenly appeared in Nanjing. You should not just pass by casually, right?" Hearing the 3 words Fu Wenduo, the little boy was stunned for a moment, and then he said in horror, "He is Fu Wenduo?" Ningning said coldly, "He has always been." Xiao Qiao, "Then why don't I know?" Ningning, "Because you are stupid." Xiao Qiao, Xiao Jitong, "You must have something to do in Nanjing. You told us your name to see if we can help you accomplish this. You want to use the power of our Nanjing strategy group, or the power of the Nanjing group, to do something. Let me guess. Xiao Jitong touched his chin, pretended to be silent for a while, and smiled. Ah, are you looking for someone? Tang Mo's eyes fixed. Xiao Jitong smiled. Are you really looking for someone? As soon as Xiao Jitong finished speaking, Ningning said in surprise. She rolled her eyes, and said in a strange tone, Didn't the guy keep saying that he didn't know Fu Wenduo, and that Fu Wenduo was a coward, and that he would chop Fu Wenduo into pieces to vent his hatred for being dragged into the tower attack game? He must have nothing to do with Fu Wenduo, right? Fu Wenduo, eh. Tang Mo, eh. Fu Wensheng, who had just come out of a copy, sneezed. He touched his nose and looked at his teammates. Didn't they say the weather is getting warmer? Chapter 87. In the real copy of Big Turkey, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had revealed their names. In fact, Tang Mo's name is not very important. He is not famous in Nanjing, and Black Tower has never announced his name worldwide. Even when clearing the first floor of Black Tower in the difficult mode, the name reported was Momo, and only the most powerful players in the world could hear it. But Fu Wenduo's name is different. He was the first to start the tower attack game, dragging all Chinese players into the game, and the first to clear the first and second floors of Black Tower, making him a great presence in the hearts of players around the world. And he was a stowaway. Tang Mo asked himself, if he hadn't had the turkey egg, and was familiar with Fu Wenduo in advance, he would have inevitably looked at Fu Wenduo with tinted glasses when he first met him. So when it was agreed to reveal the names of the two, Tang Mo's name was revealed first, and then he confirmed that Xiao Jitong and the other two were fine before revealing Fu Wenduo's name. As Xiao Jitong said, the Big Turkey game seemed to be able to survive by killing teammates, but they all understood that when there was only one person left, the game would not be completed, and killing teammates would definitely not win the game. No one knows why this method cannot win, but Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong's cautious character destined them not to take risks. Unless they have no choice, they will not abandon any teammate, let alone kill their teammates themselves. That's why Xiao Jitong used banana wine so decisively to save the short-haired girl. This is also one of the reasons. When they knew Tang Mo's name, they didn't spread it everywhere, but pretended that they didn't hear anything. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo knew that there was a 50% chance that these three players in the so-called Nanjing strategy group could be trusted. At least, they wouldn't tell anyone their names. Later, when we found out that Ningning was a stowaway, the possibility increased to 60%. So the names were exposed later. Led by Xiao Jitong, the five of them walked towards the base of the Nanjing Raiders group. As they walked, Xiao Jitong smiled and said, the situation in Nanjing may be a little different from the outside. Although I haven't left Nanjing since the Earth went online, I can roughly guess that the cities outside haven't established a very good order. At any stage, only when the ruling class has a strong and unstoppable force can a regular social order be established. Tang Mo keenly heard other meanings from Xiao Jitong's words. Nanjing has such a strong force? Xiao Jitong nodded. Yes, in fact, it doesn't have to be too strong, as long as it can make some people with ulterior motives dare not move. This is not confidential information. You don't know it for the time being because you have been in Nanjing for too short a time. You will know the specific situation in Nanjing after staying for a few more days. It was not a big deal to say it out loud. Xiao Jitong did not hesitate and said directly, have you ever wondered why Xiao Qiao has so many props? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked down at the blonde boy, who raised his chin proudly. Xiao Jitong recognized the identities of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and the boy no longer had hostility and suspicion towards them. Seeing Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looking at him, he said confidently, the strength of each member of our Nanjing Raiders team may not be as high as yours, but we definitely have more props and weapons than you, much, much more. As he spoke, the little boy stretched out his arms and made the biggest circle possible. Xiao Jitong said, we do have a lot of props, and there are even more props in the base. Most of these props are not obtained by us through the Black Tower game. After the voice fell, Xiao Jitong kept it a secret. Tang Mo carefully thought about the meaning of his words. He vaguely caught a little truth, but before he dared to confirm it, he heard a deep voice beside him. Were your props given by others? Xiao Jitong, yes. Our props are given by players from all over Nanjing. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows in surprise. Xiao Jitong explained, I told you before that Nanjing has a strong reserve force that has established an organization to tell players all the dungeon information and dungeon strategy methods they know, and also as a deterrent to prevent players from killing people in Nanjing. This organization has no direct relationship with our Nanjing strategy group. It is called the Nanjing Group. Xiao Jitong smiled and explained the situation in Nanjing to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Soon after Earth went online, Tang Mo knew that there are 3 major players in the world now: official players, reserve players, and stowaways. Official players and stowaways must have superpowers. Reserve players can obtain superpowers after clearing the first level of the Black Tower and become official players. But this does not mean that reserve players cannot have superpowers. Qin Shanshan is a reserve player, but she has a powerful superpower that even the superpower book size. The same is true for this reserve player in Nanjing. Xiao Ji said, his superpowers are very powerful. In terms of force, Ning Ning is not his opponent at all. But there are pros and cons. The captain of the Nanjing team only has terrible force. When he encounters a Black Tower monster with limited force or stronger force than him during the dungeon, he is powerless. He is not very good at playing games. Xiao Jitong simply pasted the sentence, "This man has strong limbs and a simple mind" on the forehead of the most powerful reserve player in Nanjing. Listening to his words, Xiao Qiao chuckled. Ningning's expression remained unchanged, and she said calmly, "If Captain Chai hears you telling others that he is stupid again, I won't stop you." Xiao Jitong seemed to have heard nothing. He remained calm and continued, "To sum up, the Nanjing team is indeed powerful, but they need an organization that can provide more information about the Black Tower, give them advice, and tell them how to attack the game according to the Black Tower's preferences. That is our Nanjing strategy team." Tang Mo roughly guessed the truth. Your organization is in an employment relationship with them. You attack extremely dangerous games, such as the Big Turkey game, to reduce the danger of Nanjing players. At the same time, he sold the information of the game he had planned to the Nanjing group, so that they could learn more about the Black Tower game. After a pause, Tang Mo said, "The currency sold is props?" "Yes." Now Tang Mo can completely understand. Why did Xiao Jitong know that the Big Turkey dungeon was very dangerous as soon as they entered it? It was because the dungeon was too dangerous and more than 100 people died that they entered it and planned the dungeon. The little boy prepared a lot of props early in order to pass the dungeon. The Nanjing Raiders group seems to be in a good position, as they can get items from others, but every gain they make is accompanied by unavoidable dangers. They make a living on the edge of a knife. Then Tang Mo learned from Xiao Jitong that the Nanjing group did not release information to players for free. Just like paying taxes, every month, players have to pay a certain number of items to the Nanjing group as protection fees. The more information you actively obtain, the more items you have to pay. Information such as the location of the ordinary dungeon entrance does not require props, and can be obtained for free. Only some important information requires protection fees. The Nanjing team got props from thousands of players, and the Nanjing strategy team got props from the Nanjing team. The 5 walked further and further, leaving the most prosperous urban area of Nanjing step by step. The huge Black Tower was suspended above the bronze statue of Sun Yat-sen in Zinjiku, weighing heavily on the earth. The 5 people turned their backs to it, and gradually walked to a sparsely populated area. Tang Mo saw a large food processing factory in the distance, and he identified the golden characters outside the factory. At this time, Xiao Jitong smiled slightly. "We're here." On the second floor of the Black Tower, Snow White's little forest. 2 short, thin middle-aged men ran forward with all their might. They peeled off all the branches and thorns in front of them, and the sharp and thin tree needles cut tiny cuts on the backs of their hands and bodies, but they seemed not to notice, staring with wide eyes and running forward. When they ran to a giant cedar tree, Wang Yingui stopped first. He propped one hand on the thick cedar trunk and kept panting, "No, no. Old bird, I can't run anymore. I can't run even if I die. You run, I won't run, I definitely won't run." Hearing this, the old bird sat down directly. His face was flushed from running, and his dry lips turned white. He leaned against the tree trunk and said, I won't run either. Old eagle, you run, you go. Let him kill me, I won't run even if I die." Once the jar was broken, the 2 people didn't care and sat down under the tree to rest. But they were still afraid after all. After a 3-minute rest, Wang Yingui and Lao Niao looked at each other, and they quickly found a hidden bush and went in. The dense leaves blocked their figures, and they held their breath and carefully observed their surroundings. The cool wind blew through the forest, making the leaves rustle. A round sun slowly rose in the sky, and the darkness was dispelled by the sun, revealing the brightness of the early morning. After waiting for half an hour without any movement, Wang Yingui felt relieved. He couldn't help asking himself, did he leave? The old bird also trembled and said, "We are just 2 unimportant little people. Did he Did he go to play the tower attack game and no longer think about chasing us? The two looked at each other, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was very likely. Wang Yingui swallowed his saliva. After all, we are all teammates, all human beings. Although he is a stowaway, clearing the second floor of the Black Tower is more important than killing us. He must have left, definitely. I'm not a stowaway. Wang Yingui nodded. He doesn't look like a stowaway, and he's so powerful, could it be? The voice stopped abruptly. Wang Yingui felt that all the blood in his body had coagulated, and he raised his head stiffly and looked at the top of his head. The old bird's face also turned pale at this moment, and he raised his head and looked up. On the huge cedar trunk, a tall and thin white-faced young man was sitting on a branch, looking at them with a smile. No one knew how long he had been sitting there. When Wang Yingui and the other man looked at him, the young man with a baby face tilted his head, propped up his face with his hands, and laughed. I'm a formal player. The next moment, ah! Two screams rang out, and Wang Yingui and Lao Niao rushed out of the bushes at the fastest speed and continued to run forward. But Bai Ruoyu was faster than them. A silver light streaked through the air, like a graceful butterfly flying, and the slender silver butterfly knife slashed across Wang Yingui's left cheek and then onto Lao Niao's right ear. Bai Ruoyu made a seemingly gentle stroke, and a thin bloody wound appeared on the faces of Wang Yingui and Lao Niao. This scar was a bit funny, as if someone had drawn a straight line from left to right by Wang Yingui and Lao Niao standing side by side. The next turn, Bai Ruoyu kicked the two players in the chest, kicking them out and flying to the ground. Wang Yingui was so scared that he couldn't even speak. As a grown man, he felt that he was about to cry. He turned his head and saw that Lao Niao had already cried out in despair. Brother, big brother, we were wrong. We shouldn't have plotted against you. Please spare us. We give you all our props, all of them. Please spare our lives. Wang Yingui quickly imitated his companions and knelt down to beg for mercy. Brother, please spare our lives. Bai Ruoyu moved his fingers, and the beautiful butterfly knife disappeared at his fingertips. Looking at the two Black Tower first-level players trembling and begging for mercy, he raised the corners of his lips, looking aggrieved. But you really hurt my heart. As he said this, he put his hand on his chest, making a gesture of holding his heart. I just entered the game. I am unfamiliar with the place. I want to cooperate well with my teammates and work together. You have been plotting against me. I am so sad. I am so good to you. We have no grudges, but you want to plot against me. Wang Yingui's mouth twitched. It's all our fault. Our fault. Big brother, please. You are good to us, Mr. B. You are good to us. We have no grudges. Wang Yingui was so angry that smoke came out of his head. When he and his companions entered the tower attack game on the second floor of the Black Tower, they opened their eyes and saw two unfamiliar players. One of them had died at the hands of the monster in the Black Tower before, and the other player was the baby-faced young man with a strange smile. Almost at the first sight, Wang Yingui felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Then, when this person spoke in that weird voice, Wang Yingui completely understood. Damn, that damn Mr. B. Mr. A and Mr. B were players, not monsters in the Black Tower. The man with glasses had already told all the players. Wang Yingui hated it. As soon as he entered the game, he was caught by Mr. B and thrown into a monster cage. He was kicked like a ball by a big rat for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, Mr. A and Mr. B also took away all the rewards that belonged to them. This means that Wang Yingui and Lao Niao were kicked by the big rat for 3 days and 3 nights for free, and they didn't get a penny when they left the dungeon. Although Mr. B covered his face with a mask, Wang Yingui would never forget this weird smile in his life. It's you, the pervert Mr. B. At the beginning of the game, Bai Ruoyu looked at the two players with a smile. He was very curious about why the two people suddenly developed such strong hatred for him, but he didn't think of asking for an explanation, but watched them with relish and let it develop. In the end, it developed into an ending where he hunted down the two people. Wang Yingui and Lao Niao lowered their heads and dared not speak, and could only beg Mr. B not to kill them. After all, in the circus copy, Mr. B didn't kill them, but just threw them into the monster cage and kicked them like balls. Maybe Mr. B won't kill them this time? It's rare to see players as naive as you. Are you thinking maybe I won't kill you? Wang Yingui and Lao Niao froze. What makes you have such hope? Where did I give you such an illusion? And when did I make you hate me so much? Is it because I'm too handsome? Bai Ruoyu said very seriously. Wang Yingui and the others didn't dare to refute. They were sweating profusely, and suddenly, a cold knife was pressed against Wang Yingui's throat. Wang Yinggui's eyes were wide open. He looked at Mr. B in fear, his legs trembling. At this time, he heard Mr. B's cold voice ask, "Tell me, who did you mistake me for?" Wang Yinggui was stunned. Next, Wang Yinggui and the old bird told everything they knew. They realized that this person was not Mr. B, so they cursed Mr. B fiercely, hoping that the baby-faced young man would spare their lives. When Bai Ruoya heard that someone was imitating him, not only his smile, but also his tone of voice and his common catchphrases, he was stunned for a moment, then he started laughing. Wang Yinggui gave him a detailed description of Mr. B's height and figure. If they didn't really know what Mr. B looked like, they would have wanted to draw Mr. B's face and put it in front of Bai Ruoya. When they finished, Bai Ruoya was already laughing so hard that he fell backwards. He put away the butterfly knife with a click, and Wang Yinggui and Lao Niao thought he had spared them, and all breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Bai Ruoya turned his head and asked, "Assembly copy? What's the name of that Zhao guy? Where is he from?" "Shanghai. It's the assembly copy in Shanghai." Bai Ruoya touched his lips. What's his name?" Wang Yinggui and Lao Niao were completely stumped. They didn't deliberately remember the names of Mr. A and Mr. B, and the Black Tower only broadcasted once, so they couldn't tell who was Mr. A and who was Mr. B. But they knew that no one had the surname Zhao, and one of them, Fu Wenduo. "It's Fu Wenduo. One of them is Fu Wenduo." Bai Ruoya narrowed his eyes. "He doesn't look like Fu Wenduo." "What's his name?" "Old bird. He doesn't seem to have the surname Zhao, but seems to have the surname Tang." "What's his name? We really can't remember." Bai Ruoya smiled faintly and glanced at the two people, frightening them to kneel on the ground again. The sharp murderous intent like a knife lingered on the faces of the two people. Bai Ruoya looked at them steadily. After an unknown amount of time, he turned and left. The laughter was like a nightmare, haunting Wang Yinggui and Lao Niao's brains, making it difficult for them to breathe. They seemed to hear someone laughing in the forest and saying, "It's not Zhao Zhao, it's Tang Tang." Without hearing anything clearly, Wang Yinggui and Lao Niao sat on the ground, sweating all over. Finally, survived. Nanjing, the base of the strategy team. This is a food processing factory covering a large area. Tang Mo walked through the packaging area of the factory, and saw many packaging boxes piled up on the ground from a distance. All the names in these packaging boxes were well-known food brands that he had heard of before. Tang Mo glanced at them, and roughly understood the map of the factory. He followed Xiao Jitong and Fu Wenduo into the factory. The huge factory was empty. When the five of them walked to the largest factory building at the back, Tang Mo heard someone talking. After a series of ping-pong sounds, a short young girl rolled down the factory stairs. Regardless of whether she was hurt or not, she rushed over and pulled Xiao Qiao and said, "Are you hurt? Let the teacher see it." "Ah, I am hurt, such a big wound." She said it with great pain. Xiao Qiao muttered impatiently, "I am not hurt," but she was very obedient, and let the little girl pull her to see. After looking for a while, the little girl found Tang Mo, and Fu Wenduo standing beside her. She looked at the two curiously. Tang Mo said, "Tang Mo?" The little girl nodded, and looked at Fu Wenduo again. Fu Wenduo said calmly, "Fu Wenduo?" The little girl's eyes widened in an instant. Fu Wenduo? After she finished speaking, she turned her head in shock, and looked at her captain. Xiao Jitong smiled and said, "Yes, it's the Fu Wenduo you were thinking of." For the first time, Tang Mo realized how famous his teammate was in China. On the way, Xiao Jitong introduced that there were a total of 7 members in their Nanjing Raiders team. Except him, Ningning and Xiao Qiao, there was another person in charge of logistics, this young girl, named Xiaowei. The other 3 members are often out playing dungeon games, and they rarely return to the base. Fu Wisheng is not a member of the Nanjing Strategy Group, he is a member of the Nanjing Group. If the Nanjing Group is the most powerful organization in Nanjing, then the Nanjing Strategy Group is a sharp blade hired by the Nanjing Group. They are the vanguard army, walking in front of the Nanjing Group, looking for clues for them and avoiding risks. The Strategy Group is the most dangerous. There are very few players who are young and powerful. Fu Wisheng is one, and Xiao Qiao is one. They are of similar age. Fu Wisheng is 3 years older than Xiao Qiao. He and Xiao Qiao have a good relationship, so we know each other. Xiao Jitong explained, "The strategy group is too dangerous. We generally don't accept children as young as Fu Wensheng. Of course, he wouldn't be happy to come. If he can go to the Nanjing group, he certainly won't come to the strategy group. Even if the average strength of the strategy group is much higher than that of the Nanjing group, the risk of death is much greater than that of the Nanjing group." Tang Mo, what about Xiao Qiao? Xiao Qiao is younger than Fu Wensheng. Xiao Jitong smiled. Xiao Qiao is an accident. His ability is very important and very practical. And his last family is in our strategy group, and he wants to stay with Xiao Wei. Speaking of other people's private matters, Tang Mo did not ask any more questions. On the other side, Xiao Qiao still did not believe that Fu Wenduo was really Fu Wensheng's brother. The child is very smart, but still very naive in interpersonal communication. He said, Fu Wensheng always said that he did not know Fu Wenduo. That's what he told me. How could he be his brother? Is he lying to me? Fu Wensheng concealed his relationship with Fu Wenduo, and everyone understood what was going on. Xiao Wei patiently explained to Xiao Qiao, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo slowly walked away. Xiao Jitong said they would contact Fu Wensheng and ask him to come over. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked into an empty factory, and they took out a small chicken coop from their pockets and looked at each other. Tang Mo drove to check the effect of the props. Props, my chicken coop. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, excellent. Level 3. Attack power, none. Function, space storage, can store 3 inanimate objects. Restrictions, cannot store props. Note, I planted an egg in the chicken coop in spring, and I can harvest a group of eggs in autumn. Chapter 88. When Tang Mo saw the function of the chicken coop prop, his breath tightened. But soon when he saw that props could not be stored, his mood calmed down. He looked up at Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo had long discovered that the other party's chicken coop seemed to be thicker than his own, and he asked, what function? The two are teammates, so they will naturally share the prop information they have obtained. Fu Wenduo, store 4 inanimate objects, excluding props. He also found that everyone's chicken coop is different. What about you? Tang Mo nodded. It is true. Mine can only store 3 items. When I was in the supermarket, I saw that Xiao Jitong's chicken coop was a little smaller than mine. Your chicken coop is bigger than mine, and can store 4 things, while mine is smaller, and can only store 3. Xiao Jitong and Ningning's chicken coops are smaller, and may store less things. Our props have the same effect, but the prop levels are completely different. Some are high and some are low. So the number of things stored is also different. Fu Wenduo stood by the wall, looking down at Tang Mo. If you can't store props, the function of this chicken coop will be greatly reduced. But its notes are interesting. Hearing this, Tang Mo carefully looked at the notes of the chicken coop prop. In spring, I plant an egg in the chicken coop, and in autumn, I can harvest a group of eggs. Tang Mo repeated this sentence twice, and suddenly he looked up at Fu Wenduo, understood what he meant, and said in surprise, You mean, the things placed in this chicken coop can be replicated more? Fu Wenduo raised his lips. Its function doesn't have this note, but there are generally 2 types of notes for Black Tower props. The first type is pure ridicule and is useless. For example, the magical boots we got from the Iron Shoemaker before, its notes are meaningless. And the second type, the notes of the props actually hint at something. For example, the notes of the turkey egg. Tang Mo frowned. I don't know the notes of that turkey egg. Fu Wenduo had known about this for a long time. When he and Tang Mo first met, Tang Mo kept testing him, trying to get him to tell him how to use Momo. Fu Wenduo was keenly aware of this, and kept the information secret. If it weren't for the fact that 2 people had to operate the turkey eggs at the same time, Fu Wenduo might never contact Tang Mo again in his life, let alone tell him the use of the turkey. Fu Wenduo was about to tell him about Momo's notes, but he just said the 5 words as a new era and his voice stopped abruptly. Tang Mo was waiting for Fu Wenduo to continue talking, but he suddenly stopped. He looked at Fu Wenduo blankly. What's wrong? Fu Wenduo, Props, Momo. Note, as a Chinese of the new era, what is Momo? Don't you have any idea? What is Momo? Fu Wenduo has been in the army for nearly 10 years, and has not been out of touch with the outside world. He actually knows the answer. He originally wanted to say that the note of the turkey egg gave them a hint. This turkey egg has more than one owner. Like the chat software Momo, it requires 2 owners to interact, and turn on the archive function at the same time, to operate correctly. But it was hard to say this. What did they think? Fu Wenduo's expression suddenly became very interesting. Tang Mo looked at him inexplicably, and always felt that something was strange. It was rare to be so helpless. Major Fu said calmly, Momo's notes told me that this turkey egg has more than one owner. It's just that I didn't expect there would be such a magical prop at the time, so I didn't think in this direction. But its notes are meaningful, and it can even be said that they played a decisive role in the use of turkey eggs. Tang Mo glanced at Fu Wenduo and stopped dwelling on this question. Since the notes on the props could also be a description of the props' functions, Tang Mo said, then let's put the things in and see if we can copy new items. This thing is still very important. For example, it can store a lot of bullets, and it can also store some important things that are difficult to take away. For months ago, Tang Mo met a stowaway with the ability of unlimited bullets at Sherbei Middle School. In fact, his bullets are not really unlimited, but they are very numerous. The stowaway was killed by the fat man Zhao Xiang, and Tang Mo failed to obtain his ability. Using the checkmate ability will consume Tang Mo's life, and he will not use many bullets at a time. But Fu Wenduo can use this prop to store bullets. In addition, Tang Mo also thought, how big can this chicken coop hold? The two of them lowered their heads and looked at the palm-sized mini chicken coop in their palms. Without further ado, Tang Mo walked deep into the factory and found an abandoned broken table. He held the table leg with one hand, lifted the table up, and then gently placed it on the chicken coop. The next second, a dazzling white light flashed, and when Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo opened their eyes again, the broken table had disappeared. Tang Mo, this chicken coop can store things regardless of their size, and it can really store large objects. Fu Wenduo nodded slightly, and before he could speak, his eyes suddenly stopped, staring straight at the chicken coop in Tang Mo's palm. Tang Mo followed his gaze and continued, I saw a small white egg the size of a fingernail suddenly appear in the small chicken coop. A lonely white egg lay in the small chicken coop, and some lines appeared on the white eggshell. Tang Mo looked carefully and found that the lines gradually deepened and finally turned into a small table pattern. Tang Mo never thought that there would be eggs in the chicken coop. He was not sure what this egg was, whether it was a table or a real egg. He looked at Fu Wenduo, and the two of them looked at each other. Tang Mo slowly turned the chicken coop upside down, wanting to see if the egg would fall to the ground, and what it would become after falling to the ground. However, the egg did not fall. Surprised, Tang Mo put the chicken coop upright, and he stretched out his hand and tried to use force to take the egg out of the chicken coop. As soon as he put his hand in, he took out the small egg very easily, just like taking an egg normally. The egg emitted a dazzling white light, and Tang Mo put the egg on the ground. After a while, the egg turned into a table again. Tang Mo pondered, if you put an item in a chicken coop, it will turn into an egg. It is not affected by gravity, and will not move unless you touch it, similar to being fixed in a chicken coop. It will return to its original state after you take it out. Fu Wenduo, put the table in again, and I try to take it out. Tang Mo nodded. Fu Wenduo pinched the egg with 3 fingers. He tried hard to take it out. After trying for 5 seconds, he retracted his hand and looked at Tang Mo. I can't take this egg out. You try mine. Fu Wenduo put a chair in his chicken coop. Tang Mo reached out to take it, but couldn't get it out. The two tried other ways to take eggs, and finally came to the conclusion, only the owner of the prop can take the item out of the chicken coop. The way to take it out is limited to taking it by hand. The size of the stored items is not limited, and the hot and cold temperatures are automatically saved. After studying in the factory for a night, the next morning, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked out of the factory calmly, and found Xiao Jitong. Xiao Jitong smiled when he saw them. Is the chicken coop useful? Tang Mo said indifferently, it's quite useful, how about you? Xiao Jitong smiled, not bad, it's a very practical prop. Neither party talked about the results of their research on the chicken coop. Tang Mo came here to see Xiao Jitong to find Fu Wensheng. When they left last night, Xiao Jitong said that he had sent someone to contact the people in the Nanjing group to see where Fu Wensheng was now, and asked him to come over as soon as possible. Originally, Tang Mo wanted to say that he and Fu Wen could just take it over, and there was no need to let Fu Wensheng come. Xiao Jitong said with a smile, he is here just in time to send us the reward for clearing the big turkey dungeon this time. So he wanted to exploit child labor. Tang Mo did not stop him. Xiao Jitong, according to the time calculation, the kid should have come. You wait a little longer, he will probably be here within an hour. Tang Mo nodded gently. He didn't care, he turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo. Finding that Tang Mo was looking at him, Fu Wenduo put his hands in his pockets, looked at him with a relaxed look, and smiled. What's wrong? Tang Mo, nothing. Why do you feel like your brother is not as caring as him? Tang Mo put his strange thoughts behind him. Xiao Jitong and Ning Ning quickly left the factory to work on another ordinary copy. Only Xiao Qiao and the young girl Xiao Wei were left in the strategy group. Xiao Qiao was not very fluent in Chinese. He sat aside and played with props, holding all kinds of strange props in his hands and fiddling with them. Xiao Wei timidly glanced at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and finally stopped her eyes on Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo looked at her. Xiao Wei immediately said, I didn't look at you, I'm going to organize the report. I'm going to organize the report. Xiao Qiao said loudly, Teacher, come and help me look at this prop. Xiao Wei hurried over. The strong strength and the achievement of being the first to clear the Black Tower twice made ordinary players have two attitudes towards Fu Wenduo. The first kind is that they feel itchy when they see him. For example, after Xiao Qiao learned who Fu Wenduo was, she glared at him depressedly for several times. Finally, she recalled Fu Wenduo's heroic performance of cutting the wings of a big turkey alive. The child shrank his head and decided to be a quail. There are also people like Xiao Wei, whose strength is too different from theirs, so they dare not approach. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo waited in the factory for an hour, and a sound of footsteps appeared at the door. Tang Mo looked over curiously, but Fu Wenduo was calm and not excited at all. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. When the tall figure appeared at the door, Fu Wenduo frowned, and Tang Mo asked in surprise, Where is Fu Wensheng? The person who came in was a tall and strong man, who was the person Xiao Jitong arranged to report the news. The Nanjing group is a little far from here. The strategy group needs to contact the Nanjing group, so they need some messengers. This big man is a member of the Nanjing group. He said, I'm late. Xiaosheng has already entered the dungeon this morning. Hey, you are the people that Captain Xiao said were looking for Xiaosheng? Who are you? Fu Wenduo. I'm his brother. The big man was surprised. Xiaosheng is a brother? He laughed. Ha ha ha, you are not Fu Wenduo, are you? Xiao Qiao and Xiao Wei were both surprised, but Fu Wenduo remained calm. My name is Fu Wenxian. The big man, I was just joking. People in our Nanjing team often tease Xiaosheng about this, and his reaction is so funny. Since Captain Xiao doesn't doubt you, you are definitely not bad people, but Xiaosheng's relatives. He also regarded Tang Mo as Fu Wenxing's relative. Tang Mo thought about it, and didn't refute. There is no need to explain this kind of thing. The more you explain, the more trouble you will have. The big man said, Xiaosheng may not come back for a few days. Why don't you go to the Nanjing team and wait for him? He will definitely return to the base first after leaving the dungeon. Xiao Jitong and Ningning were not in the base of the strategy group. Xiao Qiao was only 9 years old, and Xiao Wei trembled when she saw Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo thought about it, and agreed with the big man's suggestion. They didn't need to stay in the strategy group any longer. They could go to the Nanjing group and wait for Fu Wensheng. And Tang Mo also wanted to see how powerful the reserve force that could suppress all Nanjing players by force and turn Nanjing into a greenhouse cradle was. Before leaving, Tang Mo walked to Xiao Qiao and asked, Do you have a complete map of Nanjing? Can you give me one? Xiao Qiao walked to a big box, searched inside for a long time, and took out an extremely large map. Here, for you. Tang Mo took the map. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo and said nothing. Soon, the two of them left the factory with the big man from the Nanjing team. After the beginning of spring, the weather gradually warmed up. The warm spring breeze blew on the sycamore trees on both sides of the Nanjing road, making these landmark sycamore trees rustle. When Tang Mo walked to a crossroads, he saw a panicked middle-aged man, his body covered in blood. When he saw Tang Mo and the other two, he turned around and ran away in fear. Seeing this, the big man shouted first, then turned around and continued to walk forward with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The warm wind blew, and the sycamore trees swayed. Nanjing is too big. The government before the earth went online could not completely suppress the killing, and the current Nanjing group is even less likely to do so. There must be some dirty things under the surface of Nanjing's peace and tranquility, but it is rare for this city to become what it is now. Tang Mo looked up at the sky, and a deep male voice sounded beside his ear. Wait until we get there, and look at your balls. Tang Mo was stunned, and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo stared at him with deep eyes. He said this very softly, and the big man walking in front did not hear it. Tang Mo nodded, okay. They want to see if the chicken coop can really copy objects. The three of them quickly rushed to the direction of the Nanjing group. At the same time, in a gorgeous and long corridor. The dazzling and beautiful gems are like the starry sky, spread in every corner of this corridor, and the gems gather into a magnificent long river. There was a sound of fighting from deep in the corridor. Someone cursed, and then 3 men ran out of the corridor quickly. When they were out of the attack range of the guards, they breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. 2 of the 3 men were foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, and the other was a middle-aged man with black hair and black eyes. After the 2 foreign men rested, the younger man raised his hand and said in English, My hand is injured. This will definitely not work. David, Have you found a way to leave here? The foreign man called David Curse first, then said, How would I know? We have been here for 2 hours. If this continues, none of us can get out of this damn corridor. Oh no, Pete, there is no need to go out. If there are a few more terrifying guards like that, we will die in their hands. The 2 foreign men fell silent. The Chinese man sitting next to them panted for a long time, and suddenly heard no sound. He trembled in fear, and turned to look at the 2 men. David sneered and said in awkward Chinese, At the next intersection, go in and explore the road. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and before he could speak, he was picked up by Peter. He laughed maliciously. I have kept you until now, you should do something. Well, how do you say that sentence in Chinese? For us, you sacrifice a little, my dear Chinese friend. The middle-aged man's eyes had long lost focus. He seemed to have been tortured by something for countless years. He first pulled the sleeves of the 2 foreigners, and cried for them to let him go. After being ruthlessly laughed at by the 2, he gradually gave up. He stood up numbly, walked to another intersection, and walked in stiffly. His feet dragged on the ground little by little, almost like crawling, and crawled into this road. Soon, crazy shouts came out of the cave. There were sounds of sharp weapons cutting flesh, and men crying. He shouted loudly, and shouted a name. David listened for a while, and said in his limited Chinese, Mountain? Why is he called Mountain? Mountain? Does he like climbing mountains? Ha ha ha, if he survives, he can go to Monster Valley, where there are many mountains for him to climb. There are 3 roads in total. If 2 roads are confirmed to be wrong forks, then naturally we can go to the last road. The 2 foreign men rested for a while, and stood up, patted their buttocks and prepared to go to the last correct fork. They took 2 steps, and suddenly heard a tearing sound coming from the cave, where the middle-aged man had just entered. The 2 ran over in surprise. I saw a middle-aged man with broken legs struggling to climb out of the cave with his hands. His legs were cut off at the root with a sharp weapon, and blood was flowing. His face was full of tears and snot, and he was shouting the word mountain while trying his best to climb out. The 4 guards of the Queen of Hearts were chasing him, and finally he climbed out at the last moment and fell to the ground, at the feet of 2 foreigners. He grabbed Peter's pants. Please, save me, save me. Peter's eyes lit up, and he looked surprised. Oh my God, David, this man actually ran out to give me 10 minutes of rest time. Thank God, how could there be such a kind and merciful person? Then I will accept these 10 minutes without hesitation. David hurriedly said, Don't try to steal my 10 minutes. But he was not as fast as Pete. Pete took out a sharp dagger, and with a flash of silver light, the dagger pierced the middle-aged man's heart from behind. The middle-aged man had been shouting the word mountain like crazy. When the dagger pierced his heart, his eyes widened, and red bloodshot almost burst out from the whites of his eyes. After a long time, he seemed to be relieved and actually laughed. He laughed silently, his face fell to the ground, and he shouted, Mountain, and he was completely out of breath. Peter put away the dagger and turned away. David cursed and followed helplessly. When he walked to the side of the corpse, Peter stopped. Wow, this bracelet is nice. Is it a specialty of their China? As Peter said this, he took off a red agate bracelet from the middle-aged man's hand. He looked at it, and put it on his hand. It looks great, David. Do you want to wear it? David glanced at him coldly. I just want my 10 minutes of rest time. Pete laughed, and the 2 strode away from the fork in the road. 10 days later, Nanjing. Tang Mo originally thought that Fu Wensheng would be able to come out of the dungeon in a few days, but they didn't expect that they had waited for 10 days, and still didn't wait. During this period, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had become familiar with several members of the Nanjing group. Fu Wenduo's identity was not easy to say, and Xiao Jitong had kept it a secret from the people in the Nanjing group, so Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo certainly would not take the initiative to say it. Hey Tang Mo, Fu Wenxian, we are going to the 173rd instance, are you guys going? A tall black man waved at Tang Mo and shouted. Before Tang Mo could answer, a young man standing next to the black man joked, No, I don't want to play games with them anymore if they get the rewards every time we go. Tang Mo, you and Xiaoxing's brother eat meat. Can you leave some broth for us? Tang Mo thought for a moment. We just came out of the instance yesterday, and we plan to rest today. But why don't you go today and save some broth for you? The man laughed and scolded, Shut up. Then, he pulled his companions and ran, not giving Tang Mo a chance to catch up. In fact, Tang Mo had no intention of participating in the dungeon. He planned to practice his shooting skills today. Tang Mo had not been in contact with a gun for a long time. After practicing for a while, he could now accurately hit the red heart of the fixed target, but there would still be some mistakes when shooting at the moving target. The checkmate ability cannot have any mistakes, otherwise this ability will not work, and it may even cause harm to oneself. Tang Mo took Fu Wenduo's pistol and prepared to try it out. Fu Wenduo, do you want me to go? Tang Mo stopped and said decisively, no need. Fu Wenduo laughed softly, and didn't say anything else. Tang Mo felt that his shooting skills were pretty good now, but it depended on who he was compared with. He was so much worse than Fu Wenduo that he was simply courting death. He planned to practice well on his own. If he didn't practice shooting well, he would never show off his skills in front of this person. But he suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, Fu Wensheng, Fu Wenduo, you are Fu Wenxian now. Did your family name people according to the first person to make a name? Fu Wenren. Fu Wenxian can still be barely heard, but what the hell is Fu Wenren? Would anyone be called this? Tang Mo thought about it. Fu Wenduo knew what Tang Mo meant. No, this is an accident, and it has nothing to do with the first person to make a name. It's just that someone once made fun of this matter, so I use Fu Wenxian as a pseudonym. I am 14 years older than Fu Wensheng, and his name was purely based on the family tree, with the character within the generation and the name Sheng. Originally this should be my name. Tang Mo asked curiously, how did it become his? My name was given by my grandfather. He wanted to take back the island all his life, so he gave me this name. Tang Mo was slightly stunned. He looked up at Fu Wenduo, and Fu Wenduo also looked down at him. The two people's eyes met in the air, and Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips. Are you still going to practice shooting? Tang Mo said, yeah. Fu Wenduo moved aside to make way for Tang Mo. However, Tang Mo had just walked to his side, when the black man who had just run out of the door ran back and said happily, Fu Wenxian, your brother is back. Fu Wenduo was startled, and Tang Mo also turned around in surprise. 10 minutes later, Fu Wenxing followed his captain, and walked towards the base depressedly. No one expected that this dungeon would be so time-consuming. It was not difficult, but it was really a waste of time. They entered the dungeon on February 23rd, and did not come out until March 5th. And this group of people seemed to be hiding something from him. Fu Wensheng raised his head carefully, and looked at the tall man walking in front. A young man with a simple look found that Fu Wensheng was looking at him, and quickly turned his head, pretending that he had not peeked just now. Fu Wensheng was depressed for a long time and said, Captain, what's wrong? Why do you look at me like this? Chai Rong is a man who can't lie. He laughed dryly. Nothing, nothing. You haven't been back for a long time. Everyone misses you. Fu Wensheng, Captain, you haven't been back for a long time. Why don't everyone miss you? Don't look at you like this. This lie can't even fool Xiao Qiao. Chai Rong was just told by a team member that Fu Wenxing's brother came to recognize his younger brother. This is a great thing. After the Earth goes online, everyone hopes to find their relatives and friends. Fu Wenxing is the youngest member of the Nanjing group. He is smart and obedient. He is young but very capable. They wanted the child to see his brother in person and give him a surprise, so they kept it from him. Chai Rong was speechless when asked by Fu Wensheng. The young man who had just joked with Tang Mo said, Oh Fu Wensheng, your name sounds familiar. Do you know someone named Fu Wenduo? Fu Wenxing suddenly said, It's been 4 months, and they still haven't gotten tired of playing this joke. As Fu Wensheng walked into the base, he distanced himself from his brother righteously. Fu Wenduo? The bastard who dragged all of us Chinese players to attack the tower game. Who knows him? Who knows him? Captain Chai, I'm telling you, don't let me see him. If I see him, I will definitely cut him into pieces, chop him into meat sauce, and... The voice suddenly stopped, and the short little boy opened his eyes wide, and looked ahead in horror. Standing at the door to greet his brother, Fu Wenduo, who suddenly heard that he was about to be chopped into meat sauce, raised the corners of his lips, and waved to Fu Wensheng with a smile. Tang Mo wanted to laugh a little, but he had to use a lot of effort to hold it back. Fu Wensheng looked at Fu Wenduo stiffly. Fu Wenduo stood at the door, and looked at him with a faint smile. After looking for a long time, Fu Wensheng turned his head, and walked to the gate of the base. After a few seconds, he walked out again. Under the bright sunshine, the terrifying man was still standing at the door. It was not an illusion at all, and it was not a look-alike at all. It's really Fu Wenduo, Fu Wensheng, The next moment, before Team Chai and other members of the Nanjing team could congratulate Fu Wensheng, they saw the kid with a serious face, saying in a sonorous voice, Actually, Team Chai, I think Fu Wenduo is quite innocent. Even Team Xiao said that it wasn't his idea to drag all the Chinese players into the water, but he was tricked by the Black Tower. Hey, you asked me why I suddenly said good things about him? I didn't. I was sincere, so I didn't speak for him. It's not easy for Fu Wenduo either. Chapter 89. Fu Wisheng ran out of the door, and ran back again. The members of the Nanjing group saw it. Everyone thought he was too excited to see his relatives, so he did such a thing. Chai Rong patted the child's shoulder and said, "Let's not joke about Fu Wenduo in the future. Xiaosheng, your brother is here. Congratulations on finding your relatives." After a pause, Chai Rong continued, "Hey, which one is your brother? Introduce him to me?" The members of the Nanjing team nearby laughed when they saw this. Several members had just come out of the dungeon, and after watching for a while, they walked away and went about their own business. Only a tall and thin young woman followed behind Chai Rong, and walked in front of Fu Wenduo with Fu Wensheng. This was the first time Tang Mo saw the legendary leader of the Nanjing team, Chai Rong. This was a tall and strong young man, not very good-looking, with an average appearance and a simple smile. As Xiao Jitong said, when Chai Rong's feet stepped on the ground trembled slightly, bursting out with a strong and heavy force. Some people are strong and restrained, such as Fu Wenduo, whose strength is hidden deep inside and cannot be detected. Chai Rong is different. His ability is to strengthen strength. Similar to the bald man who can transform into a brown bear in the weird circus dungeon, he can defeat the opponent with strength. Tang Mo stared at the young captain, and suddenly he noticed a gaze and looked down. He saw Fu Wensheng looking at Tang Mo with a very complicated look. The boy was only 12 years old, and there was not much expression on his face. Seeing Fu Wenduo was enough to surprise him, but seeing Tang Mo was beyond Fu Wensheng's imagination. He never thought that he would meet Tang Mo again in this life, and he would stand with his super scary cousin. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether he should be surprised that Fu Wenduo found him first, or why Tang Mo was here. After thinking about it, Fu Wensheng rolled his eyes and said, "Captain, he is not my biological brother, but my cousin." "He is my cousin." Fu Wensheng pointed at Fu Wenduo. As he spoke, he tried to wink at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow, and quickly said to Chai Rong, "I am Fu Wenxian." Chai Rong didn't think too much and smiled. "Haha, I am Chai Rong, the captain of the Nanjing team. It's rare for Xiaosheng to find his relatives. You two don't care about us and talk quickly." Chai Rong pushed the child over. Fu Wensheng walked to Fu Wenduo's side reluctantly, and stood obediently. Seeing this, Chai Rong smiled and said, "Xiaosheng is so well behaved when he sees his relatives," and then turned around and left with the young woman. Before leaving, Chai Rong did not show any abnormality, but the woman beside him looked at Fu Wenduo a few more times, and then looked at Tang Mo. Fu Wensheng admitted that this was his brother, and Chai Rong was relieved. With Xiao Jitong's guarantee, the matter was already 90% stable. Now that his team members found their relatives, Chai Rong was very happy for Fu Wensheng. When they left, Tang Mo moved his eyes away from Chai Rong's back and looked down at Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng was looking at his brother eagerly. When he found Tang Mo looking at him, he glanced at Tang Mo secretly, then quickly turned his eyes away and looked at Fu Wensheng cautiously. After waiting for a long time without hearing Fu Wenduo's words, the child whispered, "Brother, why are you here? I thought you were on a mission outside." Fu Wenduo looked at his cousin and said lightly, "It's too far away for you to cut me into pieces." Fu Wensheng, Looking at the child's choking expression, Tang Mo suddenly guessed how Fu Wenduo bullied his younger brother when he was a child. It was difficult to talk here, so the three of them quickly arrived at the house where Fu Wensheng was resting. The house was not big, with only simple beds and furniture. After the Earth went online, players did not have high requirements for quality of life, nor did they need too much sleep, as long as they had a place to stay. Fu Wensheng stood beside him as soon as he entered the house. Many things did not need to be explained, and the three of them could guess them. Fu Wensheng was a member of the Nanjing group. He had been in Nanjing for 4 months, and had already participated in many dungeons with his teammates. It was impossible for him to hide his name. His name is very uncommon, and coincidentally, Fu Wenduo's name is also uncommon, which makes it easy for people to associate their relationship. Fu Wenduo's identity is somewhat embarrassing in China. Although everyone knows that it is not his intention to drag all the players into the game, even if he is not there, sooner or later a player will start the tower attack game, causing everyone to be dragged into the game by the Black Tower. But everyone still has some emotions towards him. Fu Wensheng said that he did not know Fu Wenduo, and even tried his best to distance himself from him, in order to protect himself. When Fu Wenduo stood in front of him, he also guessed that Fu Wenduo might have hidden his identity. So when Chai Rong asked him to introduce Fu Wenduo just now, he just said that this was his cousin, and didn't say Fu Wenduo's name. Smart people may notice a little abnormality from Fu Wenxing's previous performance, but most people won't think much about it. Tang Mo thought, who was that woman just now, standing with your captain? Fu Wensheng. She is a member of our Nanjing group, named Su Rong. Sister Rong is very powerful. She seems to have discovered our identities. Tang Mo said affirmatively. Fu Wensheng was shocked. He thought of his imperfect acting skills after suddenly meeting Fu Wenduo, and whispered, it's possible. Sister Rong is very smart, but she probably didn't guess who the eldest brother is. She just has some doubts. After having a topic, the atmosphere in the room finally eased a lot. The child was still very nervous, and kept looking at Fu Wenduo secretly. Fu Wenduo was very calm. After Fu Wensheng watched in fear for a long time, Fu Wenduo said calmly, how are you after the earth goes online? Fu Wensheng swallowed his saliva, and roughly recounted what he had experienced in the past 4 months. Nanjing was not so peaceful at the beginning. 4 months ago, Black Tower just announced the start of the game, tens of thousands of people disappeared, and the surviving players panicked. At that time, Nanjing was like Shanghai, everyone was cautious against all strangers, and at the same time went to look for their surviving friends and relatives. Grandpa and Grandma are all gone. That morning I heard the noise, and went downstairs immediately to see that no one in the family was there. I didn't dare to go out, so I stayed in the villa for a few days and then... The voice stopped, and Fu Wenxing's voice unconsciously became smaller. Then I was led by you to play the tower attack game. Chai Rong suddenly rose 2 weeks after the Earth went online. It wasn't long before he founded the Nanjing Group, and gradually there was the Nanjing Strategy Group. It was a month later that Fu Wensheng joined the Nanjing Group. He was relatively young, smart, and obedient. He often teamed up with Chai Rong and others to participate in the game, and soon became familiar with the Nanjing Group. I wanted to find you, but I don't know where you are. Captain Xiao guessed that Huaxia District 1 is Beijing, but Beijing is too far away. It's not easy for me to go alone, so I stayed here. Brother, you found me this time. Because of him? Fu Wensheng looked at Tang Mo, but he didn't need Tang Mo to answer. He said, is it the time in the gym corridor? The kid was still as smart as before. Tang Mo smiled. You also know that your name is easy to make people associate? Fu Wensheng, I tried very hard to make you, and that psychopath give up this idea that time. Tang Mo did not deny it. If Tang Mo did not know Fu Wenduo, he would not think that Fu Wensheng and Fu Wenduo had any relationship. China is so big, this name is a bit rare, but it is not unheard of. After introducing the children, it was Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's turn. Fu Wenduo's experience was known to all Chinese players. He said directly, I went to Shanghai to find some things. He is my current teammate, Tang Mo. Now we plan to go to Beijing. After the voice fell, Fu Wenduo did not say anything more. He looked down at his brother. When he heard Fu Wenduo say he was going to Beijing, the boy's eyes widened slightly, but he soon calmed down. Huaxia District 1 is Beijing, but last month, Fu Wenduo cleared the second floor of the Black Tower in Huaxia District 2. Xiao Jitong guessed that Huaxia District 2 is Shanghai. Originally, Fu Wensheng was a little excited when he heard that his cousin was in Shanghai. The closer the distance between the two was, the greater the chance of meeting. But when he actually saw Fu Wenduo, he understood. Fu Wenduo could go from Beijing to Shanghai, and then from Shanghai to Nanjing. So he had a way to go back to Beijing. Beijing is Fu Wenduo's base camp. He will definitely go back. Fu Wenduo didn't say anything, quietly waiting for Fu Wenxing's answer. Tang Mo glanced at the two brothers, walked out of the room, and left the space for Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng. Go or not? This is the question Fu Wenduo threw to Fu Wensheng. Before coming to Nanjing, Fu Wenduo knew that if Fu Wensheng was alone in Nanjing, he would definitely go with Fu Wenduo without hesitation. But if he had his own team, he would not necessarily leave his companions. And this team is the powerful Nanjing team. The Nanjing team is safe and stable, and Fu Wensheng seems to be living well here. It doesn't matter to him to be with Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo stood outside the door, looking up at the blue sky. He thought about whether he should go directly to practice shooting, or wait for the children's answer here. At this time, he suddenly remembered Fu Wenxing's obedient and scared look, and remembered that he had said before that he would chop Fu Wenduo into meat sauce. Will Fu Wenduo not hit his brother? After saying this, Tang Mo laughed. After staying in the peaceful city of Nanjing for a long time, his mood has calmed down a lot. Tang Mo was waiting for the result of the two people in the room. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he strode to the end of the corridor, looking up at a faint white five-pointed star in the sky. Almost at the same time, a loud cannon sound came from the west, and the sound shook the house. The door was opened with a click, and Fu Wenduo walked out of the door, and soon saw Tang Mo and walked up. Fu Wensheng followed, and when he saw the white five-pointed star in the sky, he asked in surprise, "What happened?" The next moment, more than a dozen players in the Nanjing team's base rushed out of the house, and looked towards the western sky. Chai Rong strode out of the factory. When he saw the glowing five-pointed star, his eyes widened. Xiao Jitong? Chapter 90. The sky gradually darkened. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the sun was already setting. A shining white five-pointed star bloomed in the western sky, blending into the round sunset. Tang Mo stood on the small building, staring closely at the strange five-pointed star. Downstairs, several members of the Nanjing group had gathered. "That's the signal from Team Xiao." Fu Wenqing's surprised voice sounded, and Tang Mo turned his head to see that the child had also run out at some point, looking at the five-pointed star in the west. He explained, "Before, a player in Nanjing used a very useless item as a reward to exchange information with our Nanjing team. His item was this flare. There are 4 in total, and the captain gave the 2 five-pointed stars to Captain Xiao, so that their strategy team can contact him directly if there is an emergency. This is the first time Captain Xiao has used this flare in the past month. Will he be in trouble?" Fu Wenduo said calmly. "Having time to send out a flare means that it can still delay and is not fatal. And this is Nanjing." Hearing his elder brother say this, Fu Wensheng nodded, as if he had taken a reassurance pill. Fu Wensheng quickly went downstairs to meet up with his teammates. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo followed him, but did not walk over completely. They stood in the distance and looked at the dozen members of the Nanjing group. There are a total of 43 members in the Nanjing group, 26 of whom are participating in the dungeon outside and have not returned. The 17 people in front of them are all the members of the Nanjing group. Chai Rong said, "Xiao Jitong sent a signal, there must be something to call us. In this way, Xiao Rong and I will take a few people, and you guys stay here." He selected 10 players to stay where they were, and the other 6 went with him to find Xiao Jitong. The young woman standing next to Chai Rong pondered for a moment and said calmly, "Captain Xiao can send out a signal flare, which means it has nothing to do with the Black Tower game. He encountered something else. It is very likely that he is a stowaway. You guys guard the base, I will go with the captain, and we will send someone back to report in an hour no matter what the situation is. Assuming no one comes back, you should run away quickly." Fu Wensheng was one of the 10 people left behind. He wanted to say something after hearing this, but he opened his mouth and closed it again. Someone asked curiously, "We should run away?" The woman nodded. "Even the captain can't deal with the stowaways. It's more practical for you to run away quickly." The Nanjing team determined the next action at a very fast speed. Within a minute, Chai Rong and the other 7 players were ready to go and walked towards the direction of the flare launch. The other players were not idle either. They began to organize all the useful props in the organization. If a powerful enemy really appeared, they needed to respond immediately. Fu Wensheng walked back and looked at Fu Wenduo. Maybe something happened. 2 months ago, a group of stowaways attacked the base. At that time, we lost more than a dozen members before we repelled the group of stowaways. "Brother Tang." The voice stopped. Fu Wensheng didn't know how to call Tang Mo. He blinked awkwardly and finally gave up. "I plan to stay out of the spotlight first. Even Captain Xiao finds it difficult, so it must be very troublesome. This is the Nanjing team's business, I can't avoid it." The implication is, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo do not belong to the Nanjing team, they can leave now. Fu Wensheng said this, but his eyes were staring at Fu Wenduo expectantly. He looked at his elder brother seriously, without a trace of doubt in his eyes. Although Fu Wensheng always bullied him when he was a child, and he was suppressed by Fu Wenduo's name when he grew up, Fu Wenduo was not a person who would flee from the battlefield. His eldest brother is very reliable and responsible. He will never abandon him, and he will not even abandon the Nanjing team. However, before Fu Wensheng could speak, a male voice rang out. "I plan to go and have a look." After the voice fell, Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng turned their heads and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo said calmly, "Xiao Ji and I have had contact with him. The big turkey game is already quite critical, but he was not too nervous from beginning to end. He is a very calm person. He will not rush to send out flares unless something very important happens." After a pause, he looked at Fu Wensheng. "You just said that he got the flare a month ago, and this is his first time using it?" Fu Wensheng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, this is Captain Xiao's first time using it." "That's very interesting. As your captain said, he can release the flare, which means he is not in the dungeon now, and the tricky thing has nothing to do with the Black Tower game. I don't think he released the flare because of the stowaway. Fu Wensheng frowned. You may not know this. Captain Zhao's ability is very practical, but his martial arts is not high. If he really encounters a powerful illegal immigrant, he may not be able to defeat him, and can only release flares at a critical moment to find us. Tang Mo has not answered yet, Fu Wenduo said. With his cautiousness, his ability is not offensive, and he does not have strong self-protection ability, so he must never act alone. Fu Wensheng. Yes, Captain Xiao has always acted with Sister Ningning. Sister Ningning is very powerful, only slightly worse than the captain. Then he can't run away. Won't Ningning escape and come out to report the news? Fu was stunned when he heard the voice, and soon he thought, what if even Sister Ningning can't escape? Tang Mo smiled. Then he will not fire the flare. Ningning can't even escape, which means that the enemy is stronger than everyone can imagine. It may not be useful for the Nanjing team to go, but they may also be dragged into it. If Xiao Jitong encounters a powerful smuggler, he should choose to cover himself and let Ningning escape to report the news. Then let the Nanjing team and the strategy team work together to make a plan first, and then act. He would not do such a rash and unplanned thing. Fu Wensheng thought carefully about what Tang Mo said, and he did not refute it. Tang Mo was right. Tang Mo, let's go and see what happened. In the setting sun, Fu Wensheng just figured out what happened, and when he looked up, he saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo striding out of the gate of the Nanjing group's base and heading towards the direction of the five-pointed star flare. He hurriedly followed. Brother, take me with you. I also want to see what happened. Fu Wenduo stopped and looked down at Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng straightened up when he looked at him and walked forward seriously. Fu Wenduo looked at him for a while, curled his lips, and finally did not stop him. The three of them walked towards the place where the flare was launched. There was one thing Tang Mo did not say, but he knew. Fu Wenduo understood what he meant. If it was just because the person who launched the flare was Xiao Jitong, and they had contact with Xiao Jitong, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo would not choose to go over for no reason to check the truth of the matter. Their curiosity was not that strong. The real reason. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the huge black tower floating in the sky with a serious look. Too close. Tang Mo murmured in a low voice. Fu Wensheng didn't hear clearly for a moment. What did you say? Tang Mo shook his head. Nothing. Fu Wensheng and Tang Mo were not very familiar with each other. His impression of Tang Mo was still the powerful player who killed a psychopath for no reason and looked very scary and unfathomable. Go up. He didn't ask any more questions. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo after hearing this. He raised the corner of his lips, followed Tang Mo's gaze, and looked at the black tower. The place where Xiao Jitong launched the flare was too close to the black tower. The dazzling five-pointed star was sandwiched between the red sunset and the black giant tower, with the sunset on its left and the black tower on its right. This position is very subtle, making people have to think more about whether Xiao Jitong's urgent matter is related to the black tower. It's better not to be related. Tang Mo thought to himself. The base of the Nanjing group is some distance away from Xinjiku. After walking for half an hour, the three of them successfully arrived at the bottom of the black tower. Seeing Fu Wensheng, Chai Rong was surprised and immediately walked up to him and asked, Xiao Sheng, why are you here? Fu Wensheng said confidently, I followed my brother. Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow and glanced at Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng subconsciously shrank his neck, but soon he straightened his chest again. Chai Rong, it's different with a brother. After muttering something, Chai Rong couldn't scold Fu Wensheng in front of Fu Wenduo. In the center of Xinjiku Square is a tall statue of Sun Yat-sen. Above this statue, a dark tower-like object is suspended in the sky 100 meters high. Xiao Jitong and Ningning stood under the black tower. Seeing Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, Ningning hugged a silver crossbow in her arms. Xiao Jitong was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, Mr. Tang, Mr. Fu? Tang Mo walked over and said directly, What happened? Is it related to the black tower? Xiao Jitong was not surprised that Tang Mo knew that the matter was related to the black tower. He took Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo to the outside of the square. Standing on the road, he looked up at the black tower. The bright sunlight shone on the black tower, and all the light was absorbed by the tower body. No light could be seen at all. Tang Mo carefully observed the black tower for a long time. He was about to ask what was going on, but suddenly his eyes paused. His eyes slowly widened, and the next moment, Tang Mo asked in surprise, What is that? Xiao Jitong smiled and nodded. Yes, that's it. On the huge black tower, 3 tiny white dots suddenly appeared. These 3 dots are so small that you can't see anything unusual without looking carefully. The Black Tower is 100 meters high and wide, and these 3 dots are only the size of a human fingernail. If Tang Mo's eyesight hadn't improved, he would never have been able to see these 3 constantly flashing dots. Like half an ellipsis on a computer, from left to right, these 3 small white dots light up one after another. After all lights up, all dim. Then they light up from the leftmost side, and repeat this process. Tang Mo observed for a while, and looked at Xiao Jitong solemnly. What is that? There was no more surprise in his tone, only solemnity. Xiao Jitong's smile gradually faded. I don't know. 3 small dots of light that kept lighting up on the Black Tower. What is it? No one knows. But this is more important than the attack of the stowaways. 3 months ago, the Black Tower suddenly announced that it would update to version 2.0. Since then, there have been more assembly copies and reality copies, and every player must attack the tower once within 3 months. Now the Black Tower has become abnormal again. Tang Mo immediately thought, is it only the Black Tower in Nanjing that is this, or are there Black Towers all over the world? Before coming to Nanjing, Tang Mo had carefully looked at the Black Tower in Shanghai, and did not find this strange light spot. There is a 90% chance that it really does not exist, and there is a 10% chance that he did not find it. Chirong, I have sent someone to Zhenjiang to check the situation. Xiao Jitong also doubts this issue. All that can be done has been done. Everyone stood in place, quietly watching the 3 light spots that kept jumping on the Black Tower. Why did you find it? A deep voice suddenly sounded. Xiao Jitong turned his head to look. He looked at Fu Wenduo, and after a moment, he smiled. It's a coincidence. It's because of me. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Ningning. Ningning had been standing aside, while everyone was discussing just now, without saying a word. She held a crossbow and said coldly, every time I survive a Black Tower game, I will come here to see this Black Tower. Captain Xiao came with me. The dungeon we cleared this time was very close to here, so we didn't go back to the base, but came directly here. I looked at it carefully, so I saw those 3 dots. When was the last time you came to see the Black Tower? Tang Mo suddenly asked. Ning was stunned for a moment. About 10 days ago. After we cleared the big turkey game, I came here to see it by myself at noon. Tang Mo, when you came to see it 10 days ago, didn't you see those 3 dots? Ning, no. Tang Mo, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Ning said firmly, I can't see it wrong. I sit here and watch for an hour every time before leaving. Tang Mo noticed something wrong. He looked at Xiao Jitong. Xiao Jitong smiled and shook his head at him. Tang Mo didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has their own hobbies, just like Tang Mo liked to kick the stone tablet under the Black Tower after being tricked by the Black Tower. It's not impossible that Ning likes to sit here and watch the Black Tower. Things suddenly fell into a deadlock again. Now we don't know when these 3 points appeared, and whether they are only in Nanjing. Xiao Jitong analyzed, but there is no doubt that these 3 points are definitely unusual. Chirong, find someone to block this area and don't let other players in for the time being. Chirong nodded. Tang Mo, at least 10 days ago, these 3 points had not appeared. That is, on February 23rd, there were no these 3 points. The sunset slowly set, and the sky darkened. When the sun sank into the horizon, the 3 small flashing points gradually became clear. It's still hard to find, but not completely invisible. Tang Mo, find someone. Determine the specific time when these 3 points appear. Chirong was stunned. Find someone. Xiao Jitong already understood what Tang Mo meant. Yes, find someone. These 3 points are hard to find during the day, but at night, it becomes much easier to see them. Chirong, go find someone. Find a player who lives nearby. Nanjing is different from other places. Players live a relatively stable life. There must be players who have been living in the same place and have not changed their place of residence. We can ask them if they have seen these 3 points and when they saw them. In this way, we can know the specific time when these 3 points appeared. Without delay, Chirong quickly arranged for members of the Nanjing team to find players living near the Black Tower. Xiao Jitong was right. This method would not be feasible in any other city. Because now players all over the world are like frightened birds. They are always on the road to find food and water resources. But Nanjing is different. Players generally like to gather near the bases of large organizations, which is safer. For example, the large shopping mall, where the attack organization is located, has many reserve players settled. In addition, there are 2 stable cities like Nanjing. Players do not need to find a large organization to rely on, they can directly find a place to settle down. The Nanjing Group is very prestigious in Nanjing. After half an hour, more than 20 players living near the Black Tower were found. Xiao Jitong briefly told them the story, and they all shook their heads, saying that they had never seen those 3 points. They didn't look that carefully at all. 10 minutes later, Ningning brought back a junior high school girl who looked about 14 years old. The girl was very short, and she was afraid and curious when she saw the members of the Nanjing Group and the Strategy Group. When Ningning told him the identities of Chai Rong and Xiao Jitong, her eyes lit up and she said, "Are you Captain Chai and Captain Xiao? I saw them." Xiao Jitong, "When did you see them?" The junior high school girl recalled, "I entered the 279th copy 9 days ago, and just came out. The night before entering the dungeon, I seemed to have seen some bright spots when I looked at the Black Tower, flashing on the Black Tower, but I was not sure if it was these 3 small dots. The residential building where I live is a bit far from here." Everyone just ignited a little hope, but it was quickly shattered. Xiao Jitong pulled the girl aside and carefully asked her about every detail she saw. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked away and left the coverage of the Black Tower. Because the 3 dots were close to the top of the Black Tower, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo found the tallest office building nearby, came to the rooftop, and stood closer to observe the Black Tower. Tang Mo has seen 3 Black Towers in total. The Black Tower in Suzhou, the Black Tower in Shanghai, and this Black Tower in Nanjing. Each Black Tower looks exactly the same from the outside, with no difference. Looking at this Black Tower, Tang Mo had a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed like he was back to 4 months ago. In that half year, he had sat by the window of the library countless times, and after finishing his work, he would turn his head and look at the Black Tower out of boredom. At that time, the Black Tower was still a shadow, untouchable. Now, it is weighing heavily on the earth, and 3 tiny points of light are flickering on its top. After calming down, Tang Mo said, "There is a 70% chance that the girl is not mistaken. She is an ordinary reserve. At this time, she is more concerned about how to survive, and she is not in the mood to see the Black Tower. But she is the only one who said that she saw the light points on the Black Tower. Ningning came here 10 days ago, and did not see the light points. She also saw these 3 points 10 days ago." After a pause, Tang Mo said this number, February 23rd. Tang Mo frowned, wondering what was so special about this day. At this time, Fu Wenduo whispered, "The Earth has been online for 100 days. Tang Mo was stunned, and he quickly turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo said lightly, "On November 15th, the Earth was online. It was exactly 100 days, until February 23rd. Tang Mo suddenly understood. Yes, February 23rd, it was exactly 100 days since the Black Tower announced that the Earth was online. If there is something special about this day, it should be this. But, is there a special game in the 100 days? Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. There is a Christmas Eve game during Christmas. Then, there was no reaction from the Black Tower during the New Year and Spring Festival. Assuming that these 3 light spots are really related to the 100 days since the Earth went online, it is now March 5th, and 10 days have passed. 10 days. So why 10 days? 10 days passed, and there was no reaction from the Black Tower. Fu Wenduo curled his lips and looked at Tang Mo steadily. Tang Mo looked at him, wanting to hear the answer from him. But after a long time, Fu Wenduo still looked at him with a smile, without answering. Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo? Fu Wenduo, I don't know. Tang Mo, It was like a teacher staring at students eagerly during class, waiting for them to give answers. But he didn't expect the students to say so straightforwardly. I don't know. Although there was nothing wrong with what Fu Wenduo said, Tang Mo just felt something was weird. After spending a long time with this person, I always feel that this person knows everything. At least on some issues, Fu Wenduo can always give a different answer. When Tang Mo thinks about things, his thinking is generally neat, orderly, and logical. Fu Wenduo is different. He can always think of and do something unexpected. This kind of open and closed thinking style is extremely aggressive, sharp and impactful. So he and Fu Wenduo also tacitly understand this point. The two can complement each other and consider things that the other party has not thought of. Just like him and Victor, their styles when playing bridge are completely different. Tang Mo is more orthodox and straightforward, while Victor is more cunning and surprising. The two of them work together, but they are meticulous and flawless, making up for every shortcoming. Tang Mo's heart moved slightly when he thought of that name inexplicably. Tang Mo? Suddenly being called by his name, Tang Mo shook his head and put aside the strange feeling. He said, Perhaps Xiao Jitong has already thought of the connection between February 23rd and the 100th day of the Earth's online. Let's go down and exchange information with them first, and then think about these 3 points together. What's going on? The voice stopped abruptly. Fu Wenduo suddenly stretched out his hand, went around Tang Mo's shoulders, and hugged his face from behind. With his hot palm covering his face, Tang Mo froze in place in shock, his breathing stagnant. At this time, he felt Fu Wenduo pulling his face to the side, as if making way for something. Tang Mo came back to his senses. What's wrong? Fu Wenduo's eyes were fixed on Tang Mo's back. Tang Mo sensed something was wrong, and just as he was about to turn around to see what was going on, Fu Wenduo's other hand had already pressed on his shoulder. Fu Wenduo put one hand on Tang Mo's right cheek, and the other hand on his shoulder, and with a little force from both hands, he turned Tang Mo around. Stop! The sky was dark, and the cold wind blew from afar, rolling across the rooftop. Fu Wenduo's voice rang in Tang Mo's ears, and he paused in his heart. Then, Tang Mo looked in the direction where Fu Wenduo turned his body. After seeing clearly, his lips slightly opened. Stopped? Below the black tower, Ning Ning suddenly stood up and said coldly, Stopped. Xiao Jitong was asking the female junior high school student. Hearing this, he quickly looked at Ning Ning, then he ran out of the square at the fastest speed and looked up at the 3 small white dots. At the highest point of the black tower, the 3 small white dots that had been flashing suddenly stopped and stopped flashing. 3 small white dots were fixed on the dark tower, no longer jumping, just standing there abruptly. A strong sense of danger surged in Tang Mo's heart, and his eyes swept across a western clock on the clock tower in the distance. On the clock face, the hour hand pointed to the 6th position, and the minute hand was about to reach 12, just one small grid away. 17:59. Leave Nanjing quickly, Tang Mo shouted. This thought inexplicably emerged in his mind. He didn't know why he suddenly thought of this, but he vaguely felt that his judgment was not wrong. This is the effect of Chen Shanshan's superintelligent thinking. Every time he judges something, there is about a 10% chance that he will judge it correctly. Fu Wenduo released his hand on Tang Mo's face. He was going to ask Tang Mo the reason, but seeing Tang Mo's serious expression, he didn't ask. Okay. Tang Mo immediately turned around and planned to run downstairs, but Fu Wenduo directly pulled his hand. Go straight over. Tang Mo looked at him in astonishment, and soon, he saw Fu Wenduo holding his waist, almost carrying him on his shoulders. Tang Mo didn't react at all. Fu Wenduo had already carried him over 3 skyscrapers, and kept moving away from the black tower. Tang Mo was stunned by this desperate behavior of flying in the air. When he reacted, he was about to break free, and suddenly, a child's voice sounded in the sky above Nanjing. At the same time, this voice also sounded in the land of China. Hundreds of clear children's voices hummed a familiar melody in unison. It didn't sing the lyrics, but Tang Mo found out after listening for a while. The painter? It was the melody of the painter. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stopped on the roof of a building not far away, staring at the pitch-black giant tower. White light flashed on the black tower, like little stars, flickering continuously. The light was not very dazzling, but it made people feel very strange, combined with the overwhelming singing of children. The cold evening breeze blew, and Tang Mo clenched his fingers. After humming the painter, the white light suddenly stopped. Ding! On March 5, 2018, the 10th district of Huaxia was confirmed, and the extra copy of the Last Place's garbage cleaning game was launched. Game rules. First, from 1800 hours on March 5, 2018 to 6 o'clock on March 6, 2018, all players who have set foot in Huaxia District 6, Huaxia District 49, Huaxia District 194, Huaxia District 1002 will be regarded as players of the region and participate in the game. Second, the game time is from 18 to 6 o'clock the next day, and the game location is the above 10 districts. Third, a group of bunny-headed people will appear every hour. Killing a bunny-headed person will earn you a badge. Fourth, Huaxia District 6 has 11 garbage disposal stations. Huaxia District 49 has 5 garbage disposal stations. Huaxia District 1002 has 6 garbage disposal stations. Fifth, send your surprise to the garbage disposal station to clear the game. Sixth, each player can only enter the garbage disposal station once. Seventh, players who clear the game can get a rest right once, and can only attack the tower once within 6 months from now. Eighth, the loser will immediately enter the tower attack game, and the game difficulty is difficult mode. Ninth, the list of 10 districts is announced. Huaxia District 6, Nanjing. Huaxia District 49, Dongying. Huaxia District 1002, Guyuan. Ding. Forgive Black Tower for being blunt, I am not targeting anyone, I am saying that everyone in the above 10 districts is garbage.